Welcome to today's very special live stream, everyone. This vegan live 24-hour challenge, David Ram's live stream, and it begins now. So I'm going live for 24 hours to raise money for an amazing vegan animal sanctuary, Ponto Animal Sanctuary over in the Czech Republic. So this sanctuary, it's run by a very, very good friend of mine and his mum. They desperately need our help to feed and treat the animals in their care that have been rescued from animal agriculture. So today, guys, crack open your bank accounts. Let's get these guys some money. Let's raise some funds for them so they can treat these animals and care for these animals. So get over to the GoFundMe page. Drop them a donation now, all right? The GoFundMe link is in the description and in the pinned comment. Drop them a donation. Half of all the super chats and all the Streamlabs donations from today will also go to them. Half meaning because, you know, they need the money, and half because also I need to eat. So that's another thing as well. So you're helping me and you're helping the sanctuary today, which is, you know, amazing when you make super chats and Streamlabs donations. And listen, check this out, guys. We've got a very, very special competition today. We are holding a tattoo competition, which means you, yes, you can send me your ideas for tattoos, all right? Whatever it is, by Streamlabs donation or a super chat donation, and I will get one of them tattooed on me today. Okay, Annie is a tattooist, and she will tattoo me today on stream, live, and it could be your idea that gets tattooed on me. But the only way you can get that, the only way you can suggest the tattoo is by using the Streamlabs or the super chat. Now, I recommend using Streamlabs for donations, because in the stream, I mean, obviously make a donation to the sanctuary directly with the GoFundMe, but I'm talking specifically about the stream right now. If you are going to donate, use the Streamlabs because they take a much smaller cut of the donation, all right? YouTube takes a bigger cut. So if you can, use Streamlabs. And remember, you can only suggest tattoos that way. It has to be a donation. So at 4 p.m. GMT, myself and Annie, we will choose which tattoo is going to go on my skin for the rest of my life, all right? So you guys don't get to choose which one it is, because that's just ridiculous. It's my skin, all right? My body, my rules, and I get to decide that, all right? But you can suggest, you can make suggestions, and maybe I'll choose your tattoo. So, you know, that would be really cool, wouldn't it, huh? You get to choose when I get tattooed, and then during the stream, I'll get it tattooed on me. You get to watch it live. That's pretty awesome. So, guys, you've got to open up those wallets and get those donations coming in if you want to see that, if you want your tattoo on me. So, over the last week, guys, I have tried my hardest to find people to come on here and you know, people with arguments against veganism to come on here and debate me live. I have posted in anti-vegan groups and ex-vegan groups, and I've had my posts removed and I've been banned from those groups. It's been a massive roller coaster trying to find people who just want to come on and have a chat. Really, it has. But luckily, I have found at least one person who wants to come on and argue, specifically argue against veganism. And I found others who are vegan who want to come on and debate and discuss other topics as well. And we've got something very, very cool. For the majority of the time in the stream, like a good chunk of the time in the stream, we're going to spend it doing outreach online. So basically, there is a Discord server, and they're called Animal Advocates, okay? Animal Advocates Discord. And these guys have very kindly, it's Animal Rights Advocates Discord, sorry. They very kindly agreed to let me use their Discord, which has 30,000 visitors per week. They're allowing me to use it and open a stage, which means I will have my own stage and people can come and listen to me talking to the public there. So I choose someone to come up on stage with me, a non-vegan, and then we talk about veganism. So it's like outreach, debate, discussion. Some of these are going to get heated, most likely. Some of them are going to be pretty chill. Some of them are going to be nice. Some of them are going to be not so nice. But it's like doing street activism, but it's online. So that's where we're going to be having most of the debates today, which is going to be, I think it's going to be very cool, very unexpected. It's going to be very, so I'm looking for, spontaneous. That's the word I'm looking for. It's going to be very spontaneous. There are going to be unexpected things. It's going to be like, oh, what's going to happen next? So that's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to kick off with the first one of those in about 5 minutes. And we'll see what happens. Apparently, It's a little bit quiet at this time in this Discord server. It's a little bit quiet in these groups at this time. So maybe we'll get some people, maybe we won't. But yeah, we'll see how that goes. That should be very cool. And maybe as we go through the stream, some people actually want to come on and argue against veganism instead of just hiding away in their little echo chambers like they have been over the last week when I've been trying to get people to come on. It's been pathetic. I've been literally banned from places just for politely saying, hey, does somebody want to come on and talk about veganism? I've been banned. Literally banned, guys. Mental. There's going to be many special guests coming on, guys. Many special guests, including Stefania Ferrario, Tash Peterson, aka Vegan Booty. Let me get the list up. Why did I take my schedule off the system, off the bloody screen? 1 second. Here we go. I'll tell you now. We've got Radim, who's going to be joining from Ponto Animal Sanctuary to talk about the sanctuary. Then we got the debate after that with a YouTuber called ThoughtBat. Then we've got Peace with Reese, who's going to come on and talk about vegan masculinity. We've got another debate that wasn't in the schedule with a vegan called José. I can't remember the surname, so I've not written it down. But he's also has a YouTube channel. When he comes on, he can pitch the channel and plug the channel. But yeah, he wants to talk about. He believes that it's okay for Indigenous people to use animal products and eat animal products, and I don't. So we'll debate that. We've got Hudson Tarlow going to come and talk about dangers of social media. And also talking about the abolitionist approach in veganism. Paul Bashir will come on as well, the co-founder of Anonymous for the Voiceless. And James Aspey will take us home as well. So yeah, the schedule's right there in the description. If you haven't seen it already, guys, go and check it out. The schedule's right there in the description. Hey, everybody. See, everyone's here already. Oh, we have a super chat already. What's Poots Lovato intraspecies? I don't know what that is. Poots Lovato. I don't know what that is. You're gonna have to maybe send me something on Instagram. Maybe a picture of whatever you're talking about there. I don't know that. Yeah, Poots Lovato. I've no idea what that is at all. No idea. Yeah, maybe like there maybe need to be some follow up with these tattoo ideas. If I don't know what you're talking about, you're probably gonna have to send me something on the old gram, Instagram, or email maybe. Any rules for the tattoo? Text only, nothing offensive, I suppose. No, I mean, you can suggest something offensive if you want, but I won't choose it. You know what I mean? It needs to be small. All right, the tattoo will need to be like this small. It's going to be like hand poked. All right, so it's not going to be like huge, but yeah, you can suggest whatever the hell you want, but I won't obviously choose it if it's offensive or horrible. So I mean, that's on you. You'd only be wasting your own money, guys. You got to give me good ideas. We should know what tattoos you have currently so we don't pay to suggest something you already have. I mean, if that happens, if you pay and I already have a tattoo, then you can have another go. You can have another suggestion for free. That's fine. Don't worry. But the only tattoo I'd say you're probably going to end up asking me to get that I already have is that one. I've got the V on my wrist already. Aside from that, we're not going to double up, I don't think, on any tattoos. I wouldn't worry about that. But I'm fair, okay? Annie's here moderating. We'll figure it out. If you suggest something I've already got, don't worry about it. We'll figure it out. You can have another go. It's all good. Just checking through the comments, make sure I didn't miss anything. There's so many of you guys here. This is really cool. Nice. Yeah, that's all right. If you don't want to use PayPal, that's totally your call, by the way. And you want to use... When is the debate going to Discord rights advocates? It's going to go there in 1 minute. In 1 minute, we're going to head over there. What's up? Good morning, guys. Good morning. Imparable. Jero. All right, cool. I'm caught up now. I'm going to try my hardest to keep up with the comments, all right? But it might be a little bit of a struggle. But hey, look, we've got 24 hours. I mean, I'm going to take it as slow as I want, all right? We're going to take it nice and easy. Nice and slow today because it's 24 hours. Let's take the tone down a little bit, guys. Not the tone. That's not what I wanted to say. Let's take the energy down a little bit. I'm too excited right now. We've got to take it slow and steady, right? Slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady wins the race. So let's check out this. All right, let's get over to the Discord then. So guys, when I'm in the Discord server doing the stages, I'm not going to have anything on the screen. So you're not going to be able to see anything on the screen. You're going to be able to hear the other people though. All right. I think that's. I mean, there's not really anything to see on Discord anyway, to be totally honest with you. And also, it's I don't know the moral implications of showing you all someone's username when they don't even know they are live. You know, I find that to be maybe that's not so cool. So yeah, I'm thinking of not doing that. I'll just like let the voice come through, and you guys can hear the voice. Does that sound fair to you guys? That you can just you'd be able to hear them but not see them. Yo, what's up, Aditya, Soytheist? Has anyone on the chat been awake for 24 hours? I couldn't do it. Yeah, it's a good point. I think I've done it. I've done it when traveling, for sure. Yeah. Are we just not just going to hear everything here anyway? Yeah, you are going to hear everything here. That's the point. You'll be able to hear everything, but you won't be able to see anything. You'll only be able to hear the other person talking, all right? Did you get it? So you'll be able to hear the people talking to me, but you're not going to be able to see anything. You're not going to be able to see their name or anything like that because it's Discord. All right. So let's head over there now then. Let's see. Yeah, someone's saying everyone in the server has been made aware you're doing this. That's true, yeah, but these are non-vegans who aren't in the server. These are people that are just joining the stages. So yeah, it's not really fair to put their usernames up on here. All right, let's dive in and let's start this then. So what are we going to call this stage? I can give the stage any name that I want. So we want to entice them in. So I'll tell you what, for this first time around, let's just like put it as a debate a vegan maybe. What do you think, guys? Should we call the stage? So to give you an idea, the stage is what people will see when they come into the server. They're going to see a name on there, and they're going to say, you know, oh, this person wants to debate, or this person wants to talk, or whatever. And then it will encourage them to either join or not join, right? So we need them to join. So I think debate a vegan's pretty good. Debate a vegan, I think so. What do you think, guys? Debate a vegan? Debate a vegan. I think it's simple. I'm going to go for that. All right, let's do it. Debate a vegan. Start a stage. Boom. Debate a vegan. Public. And continue. Oop. Is your topic descriptive enough? Yeah, it's clear. It's descriptive. Debate a vegan. What do you mean? Okay. Debate a vegan. Start stage. All right. We're public. We've done it. We are live. So now we just got to wait for some people who want to come along and have a little chit chat about veganism. And hopefully, guys, you guys, are going to be able to hear the conversation. What's up, people in the audience? We have 2 people in the audience so far. So I guess actually what I can probably do, this is actually interesting. I'm gonna be talking to you guys here in Discord and also talking to YouTube at the same time. It's funny, I'm gonna have to balance that. I guess it's only fair that people know that I'm on YouTube and Discord at the same time. Anyway. So while we're waiting for people to join there, I guess we can do something else, maybe. Show requests. Okay, there we go. This looks good now. Yeah. All right. That looks like it's set up okay. I think we're all good. Is the link here in the chat? The link to what? Do you want to go to the Discord? I mean, oh shit, I should have put that in the, hold up. I told the guys I would do that actually. Hold up. Let's find that link. How do I invite people to the server? If there's anybody in the audience that is not a vegan and wants to talk about veganism, then raise your hand and we can have a chat. I'm just figuring out how the hell do I invite people to this bloody Discord. I don't even know how to do it. I got it. Invite people.
Hi, David.
Hi.
My name's Lion. Nice to meet you.
Hi, you too.
I'll just name it. Want me to put your name on the name? I just want to replace it from saying stage 1. That's just boring.
Oh, I didn't realize. I thought I had changed it. I thought I changed it to debate a vegan.
Oh, well, yeah, so there's two things. There's like a
Ah, okay.
channel name and then a stage topic name.
Got it. Got it. Got it.
Um, just name it David Ram Stage. Cool. Yeah, I'll hop off if you need anything at all. You can tag me in stage one text or hidden vegan chat.
Okay.
But yeah, I'll just be chilling in the audience listening.
Thanks so much. I appreciate that. Appreciate your help.
Yeah, and I'm gonna either put out an announcement or we're gonna get somebody to.
Cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. I
Hmm.
appreciate your help.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
Cool. So I checked. That was a good test of the audio. The audio is working nicely. So in the audience now, we've got 7 people, and I see some of you are vegan. I recognize some of you from the server. If you're in the audience and you're not a vegan and you want to come on and have a chat about veganism, or a debate about veganism, or a heated discussion, or just a Q&A, just ask some questions, whatever you guys want, we can make it work. You can come on and ask a question. You can come on and pose an argument, whatever you want to do. Full disclosure: I am a YouTuber, and I am currently on YouTube. So just as an FYI to you as well. But yeah. So far we have no requests. I hope we'll get a request soon and we can have a chat with someone live. While that's happening, I will, for the YouTube crowd, I'll post a link here. There you go. This is the link to the Discord. It's the Animal Rights Advocates Discord server. I highly recommend you join it. It's a very good server. There are a lot of people in here, a lot of good people, hardworking vegans, hardworking animal rights activists, and they very kindly set this up for me today so I could be in here to speak to some people about veganism. Hopefully change someone's mind, or who knows, maybe someone's going to change my mind. Maybe someone's going to convince me that I shouldn't be vegan. Anything could happen, guys. Absolutely anything, right? I would not want to debate a vegan, someone says in the YouTube chat. Yeah. Vegan debates can be definitely interesting, but they can also be very welcoming, which is why, if you're in the audience and you're not a vegan and you want to have a chat, I'm a reasonable person, guys. There's no need to be afraid. We can have a little chat about veganism, what it means to be a vegan, why you don't want to be a vegan, what that means to you. We can totally get into it. So the audience is building here. We've got 15 people now in the audience, but still no requests to come on and have a chat, which is disappointing, guys. Everyone's here to listen, but there's no one to listen to apart from me. So I guess I'll give you a little intro, everyone in this chat. So I am a vegan. I'm a YouTuber. I've been vegan for about 11 years now, and I was born vegetarian, so I never ate meat. And around the age of, I think around 18, 19, I think 19 was the year that I went and became a vegan. So that's my brief story. I am a YouTuber. I have about 13,000 subs on YouTube, about 30,000 followers on Instagram. Been working on this for approximately 3 years, over 3 years, but properly working on social media stuff for probably like 2 years, like really going into it. You can check my YouTube and Instagram, David Rams. It's just David Rams across both if you wanted to go see that. And if you wanted to have a chat with me right now, you can also do that. You got to just click the little hand button and you can request to come on and have a chat.
What's up, dude?
Hey, man. How's it going?
Pretty good. Is this your first time to this server?
No. I've been here before. I've done this before, actually. Just it's my first time doing it. And like on a live stream though. So that's right. New. Yeah.
Okay, sweet. So you're doing this to your YouTube also, or what?
Yeah. This is live right now.
Okay, nice. Looks like there's another member there that wants to talk to you. I'll try to get out of the way. I just wanted to say welcome. I've been here around this server for like 3 weeks. I really like it here. It's really cool.
Cool. Nice, man. Yeah, they're great guys. Yeah, they're really, really good people that work in here and doing a great job. And it's growing, which is good. They deserve the growth. So it's really cool to see so many people, coming here, learning. And yeah, it's awesome, man. Really cool.
Yeah, we have a lot of good conversations. All right, I'll catch up with you in a bit.
All right, man. Cool. Hey, what's up?
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. So this is about like debating a vegan.
Okay.
So why do you think being a vegan's good?
Why is it good?
Yeah.
I guess I
Just
was going.
simple, like why is it good and how
Okay.
can it benefit society?
I think I would spin it around on its head, and rather than talking about why it's good, I'd talk about why not being vegan is bad. I think that's where I would begin, because we've got to take a look at what happens if we aren't vegan. I think that's what I tend to focus more on. So if we aren't vegan, so if we're buying things like, let's go for the the basics that most people buy: meat, dairy, and eggs. If we're purchasing meat, dairy, and eggs for our meals every day, then okay, meat. We're funding literal animal slaughter, like murder of animals, right? For something that, like, burgers, chicken wings, things like that, things that ultimately we don't need. They come from the brutal slaughter of animals that are mostly not even at a quarter of their natural lifespan, and raised in disgusting conditions, and then go into a slaughterhouse, shot in the head, and have their throats slit. And even if they had their entire lifespan, and they had a lovely life before that, they still go to a slaughterhouse, get shot in the head, and have their throat slit. So that's a reason, firstly, not to eat meat. And then you look at the dairy and egg industries. The animals in those industries, they are manipulated and used and abused. Their bodies are treated like factories for products. They're treated like commodities. They go through absolute hell. They're forced to get pregnant, forcibly impregnated by farmers who, in the case of cows, shove their hands inside them, inject them with semen from bulls, and then get them pregnant, get the baby away, and take the milk from them. They do that on repeat over and over again until eventually a cow doesn't produce as much milk, and then they get shipped to a slaughterhouse. With chickens, with the egg industry, for example, the male chicks that are born into that industry are killed instantly. They're thrown into giant macerators, which are basically like big blenders, because they're useless to the egg industry, right? They only need females. And then the females, when they don't produce as many eggs, they also go to a slaughterhouse. So there's just to begin with, that's just the food side of things. If we aren't vegan, if we're paying for meat, dairy, and eggs, we're paying for all of that. And that's horrendous. It's absolutely horrendous. So just looking at the food, there are the reasons that very few, we've only been through like scratching the surface of why to be a vegan. And why is it good if you are vegan? Well, firstly, you're not paying for any of that, and you're not funding any of that. So you're reducing the demand for that, and that's going to have some impact and go some ways to helping to stop it, right? Because as long as people pay for it and demand it, it continues. So that's a big help, that if you stop paying for that, and also for yourself morally, most people look and listen to that and say, well, I don't want to be a part of that. And that's good. You shouldn't want to be a part of that. It's horrible. Aside from that, there's also the clothing, there's the leather industry, there's the wool, the fur industries. I mean, it's all just blood, guts, and violence and cruelty, all of it, right? Basically, if something came from or involved an animal in any part of its production, you can guarantee 100% that animal was abused, used, or killed completely against their will. So veganism is very simple in that it's saying, where there is an animal involved, we will do everything we possibly can to not be a part of that, right? So that includes like food, clothing, cosmetics. It's that's the reasons to be a vegan would to be to avoid being any part of that system, that horrible system that does this to animals.
So that was actually really good examples. I personally eat meat, but I try and make sure that it's like sourced from like good companies, like local, all that stuff, like not like those big gross corporations, I guess. And so I agree with what you said, like the animal abuse part, like that's just terrible. And like the way that they are forced to live, it's nobody should ever have to have to like suffer like that, even an animal. So I guess my second question, and I think after this, somebody else can come up. But how do you recommend we switch to I guess a vegan diet without like that's best for not only the economy but for the animals as well, and the and I guess society, and like the way that they get sufficient nutrients, because we do get a lot of our protein and calcium from meat and dairy products. So how do you recommend we switch to that without causing a completely terrible effect on just the world?
Yeah, I'll get to that. That's a good question. I just wanted to quickly comment on something you mentioned earlier about the not purchasing meat from the giant, like I guess factory farms, and only purchasing it from like organic or local places. On the surface, that I know why that seems attractive, and many people find that really attractive. Like, okay, organic, local, I don't fund a factory farm, and it feels good, and I can see, yeah, I can totally see why it's attractive. The issue is though, from the animal's perspective, I mean, yeah, obviously, an animal that lives in a local, I don't know whatever you want to call them, like a cow, for example, living in a field in a local organic farm, will probably have a better life experience than one in a factory farm up until the day they go to the slaughterhouse, and that's where it really doesn't make a difference. The factory farmed animals and the local organic animals, they all go to the same slaughterhouse and meet the same end. So although it does seem attractive, and on the surface it does feel nice when you look at a picture of an animal in a field, it's always important to keep in mind the end. And remember that no matter how they were raised, they will all go to that same building, and someone will shoot them in the head and slit their throat so that someone else can eat them when they don't need to. So I'd say really keep that in mind, and try not to let these people trick you into thinking that it's somehow moral or nice. Because if you go to a slaughterhouse, you won't be able to tell which ones came from an organic farm and which ones came from a factory farm. You won't be able to tell, because there is no difference when it comes down to it. In the end, they all have that horrible death that no one deserves. What about switching? So about how people would switch, and how people would switch without becoming protein and calcium deficient. Well, that's down to education, and it's down to the system that we have in place. I'd say that for the majority of people that are looking to switch, like, I mean, people in this Discord, for example, it's not like you can't go and find these things out. It's not like this information is not out there on how to get protein and calcium without consuming animal products. It is out there. So it's about people, a mixture of two things, I'd say. People making the effort and actually saying, I don't want to pay for all of this to happen to animals, so I'm going to make an effort and find out what I need to do so I can stop paying for that. So that's what you could do today. You could just go away and go to a website like challenge22.com. I'll repeat, that's challenge22.com. You could go to that website and sign up, and they'll give you everything you would ever need to know about how to live healthily without animal products. Everything you would ever need is with them. And it's easy. On the side of, like, when you're talking about the general wider scale of maybe there are people out there that just really don't have a clue, and how to get those people to change. Well, then I suppose that would just need to come down and have, I don't know, better education, better knowledge, better either organizations working to help people learn and get more outreach to them, get more information out to them, or alternatively the government making a bigger effort to promote plant-based foods for calcium and protein, which in some countries they already have. In Canada, for example, I know they changed their food pyramid. They took dairy out of it and they put in other products for calcium. And also, I believe in the US, they put in the food guidelines, they put in that there are alternatives to get calcium that don't involve dairy. So some governments are definitely starting to do that. But ultimately, a lot of it does fall on you as well, and to go out and get the information, and because it is out there. So I think a combination of these two things, people being more willing to go out and research, and also organizations or governments being more willing to go out and find the people and give them the research. I think those two things would definitely help us along the way. And if you're talking about pure, I don't know, like product availability, stuff like that. I mean, the products are already available. It's not like we have a lack of products with calcium and protein, you know, a lack of plant-based products. They're already out in the supermarkets, so there's no issue with that.
Okay. So I guess that makes complete sense. I would only say that the only part of that might be difficult for a lot of people. I'm just speaking from like an American perspective and like from where I live and stuff. I don't live in, I guess, the best neighborhood, and a lot of the stores here are more they wouldn't have, I guess, those like supplements and all that kind of stuff. So I guess it's just I have to I see it from like my lens, my personal lens from life, and that it's not attainable for everybody to like to get those cheaper, or not cheaper, I'm sorry, those replacements for calcium and protein and all that stuff. And so just eating meat and eating dairy products is a lot easier for them instead of going vegan. And
okay, I get you.
like it's yeah,
I get what you're trying to say.
that's like part of my question, because
Sure.
like the whole question I said was like I guess attainability and like how to get those things that we need to survive and be the best we can.
Yeah,
and
I guess it comes down to, well, what it really boils down to here is okay. So what you're saying is it's not easy for people. You're saying, so for some people to get these things, but then you've got to kind of weigh it up and say, okay, what is the more easy thing? Who has it easier? Is it easier for me to go and find plant-based products? Oh wait, or who has it harder? Actually, flip that around. Who has it harder? Do I have a more difficult life trying to find plant-based products, or do the animals have a more difficult life going through this system and eventually, you know, having their throats slit? Who has the harder life here? And of course, I mean, I would hope, unless someone is really kind of, you know, the most selfish person in the world, I would hope the majority of people would say, well, actually, my difficulties trying to find plant-based products or maybe supplements, buying supplements online, or, you know, go in an extra 10 or 15 minutes to go and find that product. Maybe those things are not as difficult as what an animal goes through if I just take the easy option and buy the meat, you know? So I guess that's what you've got to really boil it down to in the end.
I guess, I mean, it is the easy option, but that's the only thing that a lot of people can have. Like, as I said, where I live, it's not the best. You know, there's people that work 2 jobs and have like 3, 4, 5 kids. And so they can't all buy a bunch of tofu and almond milk for them because that's just not accessible here. But it's also not cheap enough. You know, it's more, they can buy enough like carne asada or chicken or something for their kids, and that can last them like the whole week, and it costs them 2-3 times more to buy like enough tofu or meat supplement. You know, like,
yeah,
it's just,
those things are expensive. Tofu and meat alternative, like literally vegan meats, are expensive, but you can not eat those things. There are other ways to get protein and calcium and all the nutrition you'd need that are significantly cheaper than animal products. Like these products, like I think you're thinking vegan products. A lot of people do this actually. They think vegan products means vegan cheese, vegan meat, vegan milks. It really doesn't. It means whole grains. It means lentils. It means chickpeas and beans and pasta and rice. And you know, there's all these foods that have been eaten by humans for a very, very long time that are the staple foods for a lot of people in the world. And if you go to the supermarket, 9 times out of 10, these are the cheapest foods that you can buy. You can buy like 3 kilo bags of lentils, dried lentils, you know, that you can cook at home. You can buy, you know, dried beans. These are always the cheapest foods. Like not always, but in most supermarkets across the world, they're the cheapest foods, far cheaper than any plant animal-based products. So I mean, the options are out there. And I'm not saying it's the easiest thing for some people. Like, yeah, if you're a single parent of 5 kids or whatever, I mean, you're in a tough position as it is, right? Clearly, if single parent, 5 kids, that's not going to be very easy for anyone. But with some practice and with some knowledge, as I said, with like a website like challenge22.com, and with getting into a new routine, a new rhythm, it is totally possible. And I speak from experience here, not just from I'm just guessing. Like my mum is a single mum, and she raised all three of us vegetarian at first and then vegan. And also she doesn't have it easy because my youngest brother is also has learning difficulties and autism, and she's his full-time carer. So she's basically looking after a differently abled kid, and then me and my younger brother, and managed to do it all on government welfare and vegan. So I know this, it's anecdotal. It's just a story from my family, and it's not the same for everyone. I get it. What I'm saying is, though, if you really, really care and don't want to do this to animals, like you see that it's a problem, you see that these animals don't deserve what they're going through, then well, yeah, you can do it. It can be done. It can be done. And for sure, some people are going to struggle, but the struggle's worth it. And it's a short-term struggle. Once you adjust your life, it really isn't that difficult anymore after a couple of weeks of, finding the products and learning new recipes and things like that. And it's absolutely worth it.
So, I mean, I guess since you've addressed that already, we can address the other parts of my question, which is how will you, I guess, your plan of switching us from a meat-eating society to a vegan society affect the economy? So I guess like the jobs from it and all that stuff, and and also the environment. So the if we just stop eating meat, there's gonna be overpopulation of livestock. And so I guess how do you recommend we handle that overpopulation? And and how do you think that the loss of this livestock and these all this like stuff for the meat and dairy industry, how do you think that's going to affect like issues like climate change and stuff?
Interesting. So yeah, the livestock overpopulation, well, the only reason there are so many animals in these industries is because they're breeding them forcibly. So if every single animal farmer in the world stops breeding the animals, then that's the population of those animals isn't going to be a significant problem. And this is, you've got to take a look at how many land animals there are. It's over 60 billion a year that are being slaughtered, being killed by these people. That's an extremely large amount of animals. But if you look around, there are no animals in the streets. So then you've got to think, where are they? Well, they're in massive buildings being consistently bred and then killed. So this system, if it comes to a halt, then it's not like 60 billion are just going to keep on appearing randomly. It's like, no, the system needs to stop breeding them into existence, and it would. In this world where everybody is vegan, there wouldn't be anyone breeding them anymore. That's the point. So that wouldn't be a massive, that wouldn't be an issue. There may be an issue of what to do with the animals. That's another question though, right? There are many ways you could talk about that. Some people would suggest to set up some kind of systems where they go into sanctuaries. Some people would suggest that we stop them from breeding altogether and allow these breeds to go extinct, because they're not animals that ever were on the earth naturally. A cow, a pig, a sheep, a goat, a chicken that you see in a farm does not exist in nature. These are man-made animals that have health problems, and that they're like selectively bred. They have been really abused and manipulated by humans. So a lot of people would argue that these animals need to go extinct for their own good, because they're just living a horrible life, even if they're free. So anyway, that's a whole other debate in itself. But ultimately, that the overpopulation won't be an issue. In terms of jobs and the economy, well, I mean, the economy changes. If you take a look at, not a couple of years ago, but I don't know how old you are. And if you, I can't tell by your voice, but if you remember DVDs, then yep, sure. If you remember even before that, videotape, VHS, both of those things are largely just not in use anymore, especially VHS. But then what happens to all the people that were selling videos? Well, they had to either change their jobs because, the economy's changing, or they lost them. And I don't see a difference here with animal agriculture. Nobody was getting upset or, trying to save the jobs of people in the VHS industry when DVD came, and nobody was getting upset about the people in the DVD industry when Netflix came and YouTube came. It's the same thing here. animal farmers can switch to plant-based alternatives, and they are switching to plant-based alternatives because the plant-based market is exploding right now. So many farmers are already making that switch. There are dairy farmers that have switched to oats, growing oats. There are meat farmers who have switched to growing mushrooms to be used in plant-based meats. And this is happening across the world. I only hope more farmers make that switch sooner rather than later, before new farmers pop up and take the business from them, because then they're going to be left with, eventually they're going to be left with no job. So it's really down to the farmers to see the change here happening and make the switch. So the economy, it always changes. The market's been changing since well before we were born, and they'll continue to change well before after we die. So I don't think, yeah, so that's my view on that, basically. Yeah, basically, long story short, the jobs will change, the market will change, new jobs will be created, old jobs will die out. This is how things go.
So I guess I can see where you're coming from with like the use of the like the DVD VHS to more digital stuff, but it's not really comparable to this situation, I guess, because we can like adapt and like learn new technologies and stuff, but like I guess you're talking about like the lives of people in this. Like people like use their jobs, and they like a lot of them are barely making enough to live. So for them to have to like learn new skills and all of that, it's going to be difficult, And I really hope you don't take offense to this term, because I used it once before and I got a lot of hate from it. But if your goal is for us to use white veganism opposed to just like no meat and like replacing it, so like using beans and mushrooms as you said, having it like it really depends on what kind of system of veganism you're trying to use, because like white veganism uses the stuff like, sorry, my dogs are on my bed right now and it creaks,
Don't worry.
but with like white veganism, it's a lot of like the packaged foods, I guess. So like packaged turkey, like like tofu and like stuff like that. So it really depends on the kind of veganism you're expecting the world to adopt, or at least like just the country you're in, and that's really gonna affect like the kinds of jobs, because you can go like you said, from like the dairy farmers going to oats, but it's not going to be as easy to set up, like to take a guy who's been like milking cows all his life and like collecting chicken eggs and stuff, to make him go to working in a factory to package a bunch of like packaged foods, I guess.
Yeah.
Like that, it's like using that, like the example like that you use, it really isn't comparable to this, I guess.
Yeah. So I mean, you've got to take a look like at. I don't know quite. Okay, let's address the white elephant in the room, the white veganism thing. That does come up a lot, and it's become very popular and become like almost its own like a trend to say something is white veganism I don't even know where the trend came from, to be honest with you. But I mean, you probably took some stick for it before, because people don't like to be racially categorized, and whether we like it or not, calling something white something is racially categorizing what the thing is. Like if you go around saying, oh, that's black veganism in a negative way, people are going to get very upset with you. And I can understand why people would get upset. Not with you specifically, I mean in general, with you. Whoever's saying that, people are going to get pissed off with them. And then it should be the same thing when someone, tries to say, well, this is a white thing. It's like, I can see why people get annoyed. But I understand, without that, I understand what you're trying to say. And I guess, look, there are industries that...
Real quick.
Go ahead. Yeah.
What white veganism is, if you already know it, then that's fine. But just to everybody else listening, white veganism is just... Western veganism is just like a, I guess, easier way to say it, and it has to do a lot more with like replacements and stuff like that to stick with. It's not really, I guess, cultural dishes. It's a whole culture thing. Like white veganism, like white vegan culture is a whole thing. You know,
And
it's like
if it's Western veganism,
and so it's not.
if it's Western
It's not
veganism,
really a racial thing.
but it
It's
is.
not really a racial
But
thing.
it is.
It's like,
But it
no,
is.
it's not. It's not real. Okay.
It is. Obviously, it is.
You can think it's a racial
What
thing,
else
I
is it
guess.
if it's not racial? If it's like, what is it? What is it
Because
referring to then?
Western culture is built off of colonialism and
So call it
imperialism and
exactly.
racism created by white people. So you can see it as a racial issue, but it's not. It's not being mean because white veganism is just the thing. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, there's nothing inherently wrong with it. You can obviously look for things wrong with it, but there's nothing really wrong with it.
Sure.
And so
yeah,
that's just why I wanted to clarify.
I get it. I get it.
I didn't want to get hate again.
No, I'm not
And
hating
so-
on you. I would say, but I would strongly advise going for maybe Western veganism then. I mean, if that's what it is basically meaning, why not just say like, oh, it's actually kind of, this feels like it's Western focused veganism. And that, I think most people would be like, oh, that's fair because, you know, in the West, a lot of it is focused on meat substitutes and stuff like that. It makes sense. But when people label something as white veganism, and you're not doing it, but most people are using it as an insult, like, oh, white vegans, then it is racially charged. And I don't know if you've noticed, there is a trend right now of putting the word white in front of something to make it bad. It happens a lot. Like there's like white feminism, there's white veganism, there's, I don't know, white guilt and white this. And it's all about like denouncing something or making something bad by, whoa, it's white people bad. And that's, I know you're not doing that, but I'm just warning you that that's probably why you pissed people off saying it in the past, because a lot of people are getting sick of people trying to racially divide us. Like we don't want to be divided anymore. Like people are sick of this. We all want to just, you know, let's discuss things without bringing a bloody racial divide into it. That's what a lot of people I'm meeting now are trying to say. Like, let's forget that and let's just talk about the things that we disagree on. And I think Western veganism is totally fair. You're right. There is a focus in the West across, you know, if you look at plant-based news, for example, or other Western like vegan publications and news channels and stuff. You're right. They focus on meat alternatives and lab-based stuff, lab meat and, you know, the vegan cheeses and stuff. You're right. There is a focus on it. And in other parts of the world, veganism's less focused on that. And it's more focused on, you know, literally just plant-based foods like chickpeas and lentils. And it doesn't mean that one's bad and one's good, but it's definitely, yeah, some parts of the world are not going to be able to access plant-based alternatives like meats and cheeses and stuff like that. And other parts of the world are going to be able to access that. But I guess, anyway, sorry, to your main point I wanted to get back to, your about the farmers not being able to change. And it's not, maybe you're saying it's not fair to expect them to go from a farm to another job. And look, I would just say that there are other industries that existed for a very, very, very long time. And they were grossly immoral. And these industries. There's one that absolutely springs to mind when I talk about this. And I'm not going to say which one it is because people get very upset with me. But let me describe what this industry did, and you can maybe make the guess of which one I'm talking about. So this industry took other animals, let's call them in this case, and forced them to do what they wanted them to do, and sold them, traded in their lives, treated them like commodities, and did it for hundreds of years, and eventually was abolished. That word abolished should give you the idea of what I'm talking about here. Now, like, a lot of people would be like, oh my God, did you just compare that to that? This is crazy. How could he just, he's not talking about that, is he? Well, at the end of the day, in the time that these industries were existing, the ones I'm talking about, this was normal. This wasn't something that was immoral. People accepted it and did it, and that was it. Now we look back in 2021 at what humans did in the past in these industries, and we are disgusted with them. And we say this was wrong. But back then, they didn't really care. There were people that worked in those industries for generations and generations and generations, selling and trading in lives for generations. And we could use the same logic that you've just given here. Well, how can we expect those people who've been working in that for generations and generations to suddenly up and change jobs? Well, we expect it because they were doing immoral things to others. And that's the simpleness of it. It needed to end. It was disgusting. It was immoral. It needed to be abolished. And they have to find another job, and that's it. And if they can't find another job, then it is what it is.
Are you comparing people to
Sorry, go on. I missed the. You cut out. Sorry. Hello.
People, chickens, and cows, and all of these.
Sorry,
I'm
you're
sorry, that's
you're
not-
cutting out. Sorry, you're cutting out a lot. I need you to try and say that again. It cut out completely.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Are you comparing people to animals?
No, I'm not comparing people to animals. I'm comparing an industry to another industry. An industry that's
Okay,
currently happening now to an industry that no longer is happening.
See, but the difference is, and I was in one of these debate before, these Q&As before, and one thing that they said was they were trying to compare humans to animals. And if you're trying to compare, I suppose, like, I don't know, like pain receptors. Pain receptors. We have pain receptors, so do animals. It's been proven. You know, if you accidentally kick your animal, they're gonna yelp and they're gonna run away because they got hurt.
Yeah.
We can obviously see that they have pain receptors, same as us, and they have the system to react to that and to process what that is.
Yeah.
And stuff. But it's, I guess you can say it like why people are upset when people, typically men, call women females instead of women or girls. It's because just because we have two X chromosomes or we identify as a female, that doesn't mean that we should just be identified as that. You know, we should be identified as women because the difference between a woman and a female is that a woman is a human. A woman has those special feelings and that will to do things, and you know, that stuff that makes us different from our primates and from like a cow and a chicken, which is what you're comparing people, which I'm pretty sure we can all tell you're comparing it to slavery. And
I'm talking about two industries. No, see, so this is the, rather than taking offense at or looking to take offense at something, listen to what I'm saying and pay attention to what I'm talking about. Industries. There's an industry that used to exist that operated in a very similar way to an industry that currently exists. The subject of those industries is not what I'm comparing. I'm comparing what was being done to others and showing you how people worked in it for generations and how it doesn't matter how long they worked in it. It was an immoral industry. Now, I'm telling you that this industry that we're currently in is also immoral. The animal agriculture industry is also harming others. It's doing all these things to animals, and we should make an effort to end it because of that. And the people who currently work in it, doesn't matter how long someone's done something. If what they're doing is horrible and it's hurting others, it should end. It's not about comparing the subject. I'm not comparing the people that were in the slave trade to the animals that are in the animal ag. I could make that argument, but that's not the argument I'm making right now. And there's no need to get into that.
I completely understand what you're saying. I know you don't mean any harm by saying that. It's just by even making the comparison,
there's no comparison between the subjects. There's a comparison between the industries.
You're comparing the industries.
Yeah.
And the people and the animals within them.
No, I'm comparing the industries.
I was trying to say, the reason why calling a woman a female is offensive
I've not
is
called
because
women
of how
females.
different we are than animals.
Yeah, look, let's be clear. I don't want you to keep strawmanning me because this is there's not you're arguing against an argument that I've not made. I've not made that argument that women are calling women females. I've not done that. And
I'm not commenting you, dude. I'm trying. I'm really, really trying to describe to you, like, just to show just a small example as to why we're different from animals.
We are different from animals, from other animals. Completely.
I'm just using this female and woman thing to just show the reason why we don't like being called female is because we're different than animals.
Okay.
And so by you comparing the current meat industry, which is very bad, and it needs so much work, and it can have so much improvement. But by comparing that to the over 400 years of terrible pain and suffering and oppression that Black and African American people have gone through, and to
No, it's
say that
okay.
they're
So
even in the
let me
smallest bit comparable by comparing their industries,
let me
that's
clarify something. I wasn't
incredibly
comparing it.
insensitive.
I wasn't comparing. It doesn't matter if something is offensive if it's correct. All right. If it's offensive and
It's
correct,
not
then
correct.
okay. Well, let me explain why it is. So I wasn't comparing it to the specific transatlantic slave trade. There were many slaves before black people, and way before. Since the dawn of humanity, humans have enslaved other humans. White, brown, black, all different skin tones, all different people from different parts of the world have been enslaved by others, whether it was tribes
was
enslaving
a
tribes, or whether, excuse me, let me finish, or whether it was
Yeah.
over in the Middle East. There was a massive slave trade in the Middle East. So I'm not specifically choosing one element of slavery and comparing it. I'm just saying for hundreds and hundreds of years, there were systems in place, some very profitable for some people, that were doing it in slavery. Romans, for example, was probably the biggest one and the most profitable one. To give you an example, if anything, I would use the Roman example because using the transatlantic slave trade is just too sensitive for most people. But the Roman slaves were a long enough time ago that no one seems to really care anymore. So we can talk about Roman slavery as the example, if that makes it easier to kind of, without it getting too emotional. Now, I'm not saying Roman slaves and non-human animals are the same. Like, that's just stupid. If someone says that, then that's just ridiculous. We're not the same. We're completely different. We have completely different life experiences. We have completely different worldviews, self-awareness, all these different things. We're just totally different, right? There's no doubt about that. However, the system in Rome and how it worked, they were breeding people, they were enslaving people, they were manipulating people's bodies, they were making them do things for them. They were killing them when they were no longer profitable. All of those things are done right now to non-human animals. How that isn't comparable is just completely beyond me. Whether the subject is not the same, the human is not the same as the animal, but the people doing the oppressing, they are oppressing the human and the animal equally. They are oppressing them equally. Okay, the humans back then were treated the same as animals are treated now. That's why people say, don't treat me like an animal. People get offended. I'm not an animal. Don't treat me like an animal. Don't talk to me like an animal. People get offended by that because of the way animals are treated now. Because we say, don't treat me like an animal, because slaves were treated like animals. That's the point I'm making here. Not that they are the same, because that's a moot point. That doesn't make any sense to say they're the same. They're not.
I don't think that they're offended to be called an animal because of how they're treated now.
Because they're oppressed. Because they're seen as lower individuals. They're lower. They're inferior. No, that's why people get offended.
That's why they're offended, because they're seen, because they are less evolved than us. There's a reason why humans are the ones at the top of the, like the main power of the world, and not sloths. It's because we aren't comparable. We're not the same.
I've repeated myself multiple times that I agree with you that we're not the same. And I'm not comparing humans to animals. I'm comparing oppression to oppression.
Man, you're comparing race-based oppression that's still
Roman slavery wasn't race-based. Roman slavery was status-based. It was class-based. It was just wherever you're born. And they would enslave you. They would enslave anyone in Roman slavery. I'm not comparing race.
It to Roman slavery. Had you compared it to Roman slavery, it might have been a little bit different.
I just did compare it to Roman slavery. I literally my entire argument was based on Roman slavery.
Dude, your original argument was to the slavery of black people in America.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't at all. And you can, I know, obviously there's no way you can track back through this conversation, but I can, and I can absolutely guarantee you there was not one word that even mentioned the word Black, American, or transatlantic until you assumed that that's what I was talking about. I was talking about this industry in general, the slave trades. They've been existing since, if you look back to the beginning of human records, there were people trading in slaves. This is not something that only happened once in history. It happened throughout history. And now it doesn't happen in the West, but it is still happening in countries in Africa. There are still slave trades in countries in Africa. So it still continues. So look, it's not only the African American people who suffered from slavery. That's my point there. And it's not only them that we refer to whenever we talk about slavery, but I understand why it's the one that most people go to. But that wasn't the one I was making in this case, because I know how emotionally charged it is, and you don't get anywhere if you talk about that. So that's why we talk about Roman slavery instead, if we're going to talk about it.
Comparing that to any type of human slavery is still incredibly insensitive.
Well, it's insensitive, but it's accurate. So,
And
it is what it is.
not really accurate.
Why isn't it accurate? Could you explain?
Because it's humans and animals.
Which are different.
Just like you were.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
You're saying my straw man thing by comparing what you're saying to the women and females thing. It's the fact that you're comparing the suffering of humans to animals, like they're comparing the differences and what makes us not the same as animals, but they're comparing us to animals basically. And
No, I'm comparing the oppression to the oppression. I'm comparing the oppressors of humans to the oppressors of animals.
Can we move on from this part then? I guess we're just gonna keep going in a loop.
Sure.
So I guess the last part for my thing was how would you think that the environment gets affected by the I guess either rapid or slow change to veganism? How would you set a system of veganism into society that best helps the environment?
Yeah.
So not us, not the animals. I'm talking about the atmosphere,
yeah, sure.
the water, the ground, all that stuff, like diseases, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so I think the main way it's going to help the environment in terms of like diseases is that, well, look at the situation we're in right now, and what it's done to humanity with this recent, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it on because I don't know, maybe we might get like one of those little information things, misinformation, but whatever. With the current situation most people are in, some people are in lockdown right now because of all this stuff. It's mental. So I mean, that came from humans, again, abusing animals, manipulating animals. At least that's the strongest theory. And there have been other situations and other global pandemics that have come from the same, and there will be more that come from us cramming thousands of animals together in places and using them and abusing them, and without it's going to happen. There's going to be more of these things. So in terms of the future for humanity, the environment, like how things are going to go, and disease and all that kind of stuff, the best thing we can do is stop keeping animals together in tiny little confined spaces, and that will end when animal agriculture stops. In terms of the impact it would have in terms of animal agriculture's impact on destruction of the planet. Well, I mean, animal agriculture is wiping out, entire parts of the ocean have no life in it whatsoever, due to like overfishing, also due to pollution that's coming from these places. There are parts of the world you spoke about. I guess you seem to have a passion for, which is good, by the way, a passion to help like ethnic minorities, or spoke about African American communities in the USA are often living in places near these factory farms where they have to face barrages of shit every day, the smell of shit. Also, they spray shit all out of the places because they've got the waste, and they have to get rid of the waste from these places. And it's often African Americans and other ethnic minorities that are living in the areas where these places are, because it's cheaper. So, in terms of like how that impacts them, and also impacts the environment because of the pollution, that's really important. And animal agriculture's ending would help those people as well as, help the environment in many ways. I don't want to get too deep into kind of the use of fossil fuels and the CO2 and methane and all these things, but ultimately animal agriculture is a monster contributor to all of that. Like absolutely monstrous. Some people have put out papers that have claimed it's actually 80% of the world's pollution in that sense is coming from animal agriculture, when you include all the transportation as well as the the food transportation for the animals and all this stuff. Some people say it's more like 50%, 40%. It doesn't matter. The point is that it is a lot. All right. So that would really help. It would help the planet as well, in theory, if animal agriculture stopped. So yeah, there's many reasons aside from the ethical reasons that we discussed to do it. And of course, this is all, you can only help the environment as a vegan if you are also trying to help the environment as a vegan. Like, you can be a vegan and be terrible for the environment if you do lots of horrible things for the environment. You know, you need to make an effort. It's not just like, oh, I go vegan, now I'm great. Like, no, that's not how it works. You'd have to be eating local foods, you know, making an effort not to, you know, contribute to the pollution, and you know, you'd have to make efforts. It's not like you just get a free pass when you go vegan, but it can make a big significant difference. I guess that's the takeaway message.
So my audio was being really bad. I'm on my phone right now.
No worries.
So I'm just gonna say the stuff that I kind of I guess remember you saying.
Yeah.
Which wasn't very much, and it was I think you said something about animals getting clumped together in disease.
Yep.
I think so. That reminds me of the I guess how like the Black Plague was spread so easily, and like throughout Europe and stuff, and you know, because that's, and like how other diseases, because of, you know, animals just being free roaming, you know, stuff like that. So I guess so like that makes sense. Like, you know, animals can spread disease, and we can see that in stuff like tapeworms and salmonella from, you know, chicken and beef and stuff, you know. Like, but I guess what I get, my original question, I guess, which you, I think you somewhat answered it, but I guess I'm like, would you think that a rapid change to veganism or a slow change to veganism would be best?
I don't think we
that's really it.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think I would look at the reality of the question. Like, could a rapid change, as in, could we rapidly get everybody to go vegan? The answer is no. It wouldn't. It couldn't happen anyway. Like, rapid meaning tomorrow. Could that be possible? No. And if it did happen, it would probably, in the short term, cause a lot of problems and a lot of suffering for a lot of animals, because all of a sudden, these animals are no longer profitable, and all the farmers have got, you know, well, we're not going to look after them if we're not going to get paid for it. And then look at what we've got. I mean, that's a mess if it happens tomorrow, but that's never going to happen in one day. So I think the only option we have is a slow change, because it's just not possible to do any kind of rapid change. And when I say slow change, I mean as in, you know, if you go vegan today, you're not going to be part of any kind of rapid change. Even if you went vegan this second, it might feel rapid for you, but it's still going to be a slow change overall, because you're one of 8 billion, you know, people. So I think if every person goes vegan as soon as they can, and because it will help the animals, then that's great. I don't think every single person is going to go vegan in one day, and fortunately, it's weird. It's like, fortunately that won't happen, because obviously it would be a mess, but it's also unfortunate because, yeah, it's really sad that these animals are going to continue going through this for longer. But as it will happen slowly, there'll be plenty of time to figure out, you know, all of these issues that could arise with, you know, moving jobs and shutting down systems, and what to do with the animals that are remaining. We'll have a lot of time to figure all of that out as we go, I think.
Okay. So obviously, for the system that we have in place now, a lot of animals are going to need to die. You know, like, that's because things die. You know, plants die, we're gonna die. You know,
yeah.
It's inevitable.
Sure.
So, do you think that us using up the, I guess, meat and stuff that we have now would be best? Before, and then
sure.
after this I can get off, because
okay
a lot of people are being very impatient in my DMs.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
That's funny.
Somebody's saying that I'm being selfish because of this, which, I mean, I can see that, but you know.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, well, all right, yeah, I'll answer the question then. Who's sorry, there's somebody else up here right now.
Shut the fuck up.
How did this person even get in here? How's that even possible? I didn't let him in.
I didn't know that was a thing.
They can't just join. They should only be able to join if someone gives them permission.
A mod may have accidentally invited them.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't me, but like it could have happened. So
All
that's
right.
the only thing I can think
No
of.
worries.
That was kind of funny.
Yeah, it was actually. That was I invited that. That was nice. It was funny. All right. So you're asking about, okay. So if we're talking about, if we're talking about, like, let's be realistic about it. So if there's meat that's in the shelves, and it's there's no, I don't see any moral implication of if the animal agriculture industry ends tomorrow and there's all these animal products on the shelves and people want to eat them, that's their call at the end of the day. It's, I don't know, you could argue about it, about health, but at the end of the day, if they want to eat it and you know, if they eat too much of it, make themselves sick, that's their problem, that's their decision. It doesn't harm any more animals at that moment. If you're talking about, we've got all these animals and the animal agriculture industry's ended, but we have all these animals left, then for me, you're not going to get me to say yes, kill them, because you know I value the lives of these animals, and I would hope other people do as well. And I'd hope at this point we you know, instead of looking to just, oh, let's kill them and eat them, let's actually try and make the rest of the horrible, the lives they've had have been horrible. You know, they've been living as basically you know, commodities. Let's give them a better end to the life than they were going to have, right? Let's not send them to a slaughterhouse. Let's take them somewhere and let them just live out their days, and you know, that be the end of it. But I also know that, I mean, I know what humans are like, and I know that probably most people are going to want to eat them. And at the end of the day, I personally would I would want them to be taken care of and out of that situation. But also, if people did vote and eat them, at least that would be the last time it ever happened. So it wouldn't be great for those individuals, but at least it wouldn't happen again. So yeah, that's where I stand on that. But yeah, I would hope at that point that we would have a system that would care for them and not just send them to a slaughterhouse. You know, I would hope we'd learned by then.
So you basically asked all my questions. So I just kind of want to like run down what you're saying.
Okay.
Is we, with this change from a meat eating society to a vegan society, we, with your hope, like with your optimistic, you know, like best plan that you have, it would be a job opportunities for the farmers and stuff, enough food and proper nutrients for people, so it wouldn't be I guess, so like the loss of meat won't affect us too much, and it'll be like cheap enough and accessible to everybody, and that the animals will be taken care of. You know, that's your plan basically.
More or less, yeah. I mean, it's very simplified.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds hopelessly optimistic when it's that simplified. The only thing I would say is I would change is that you say that the food would be available to everybody. That's not the case right now. As in, food in general is not available to everybody right now. But the poorest people in the world have the lowest consumption of animal products in the world. So, I mean, they're already kind of surviving on plant-based nutrition, and it's, you know, for example, in places like India, where I spent a long time, there's a huge chunk of the population that is pretty much only eating plant-based foods with some dairy products, but mostly plant-based foods because of the inexpensiveness of them. So I'm confident that, yeah, with some adjustment and especially with some knowledge, making sure the knowledge gets out there, I'm confident that we could feed, especially where people can already access the food anyway. I mean, that's another problem all in itself. There are places in the world where people just don't have access to food, full stop. So I mean, this wouldn't fix those problems, but you know, I think it would get us a little bit closer to fixing them. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So also I just have one thing. So as I said, a lot of people were DMing me asking to speak.
Sure.
So one thing I was kind of thinking was it might be, I don't know, I guess super like school like for a lot of people, because, you know, a lot of us did this in school, but something like a Socratic seminar, I suppose. So obviously you're gonna have to like allow them to come up, but something like us choosing somebody that comes up next, you know.
Hmm.
I guess so that like I guess if like they talked about their ideas with us and like, you know, just to like kind of, I guess make sure I'm not saying that you would be unfair with it or at all, like I'm sure that you'd be very generous to everybody that wants to speak, you know, like you'd give them their time, but just I don't know, because a lot of people are asking to talk to you and they kind of want to go off of my ideas and stuff.
Right. Okay. I get
So
what you're
would
trying to
something
say.
like that work?
I get what you're trying to say. Basically, you're kind of you're offering to kind of help
Yeah.
moderate.
Like popcorn reading.
Yeah, I kind of get what you mean. I think what I'd rather do is, as I'm working with the guys in this server, you see. So like we have moderators in the server already. I think at this point, I don't know about doing this right now, but I think maybe another time we could do it. I'm not going to be answering people that have been messaging you. I'm going to be answering them in an order because it's only fair to do it. I have an order here of where people requested to speak, so I'm going to have to go down that list one by one because otherwise it's not fair. So at this point, I don't. If it happens that somebody wants to talk about something you brought up, then maybe we can consider like, oh, let's bring you back in and see. Then I think that makes more sense at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so. Because I don't know, the next person might have a question that's nothing to do with any of your points. It's just because I'm going to go in order.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Okay. Well,
Cool.
I'm done with everything
All
I
right.
have to say.
Cool. Thanks for your questions.
Thank you for that conversation.
All right. Thank you. What's up, Julian?
Yo, David, what's up? How you doing?
How you doing? You're half asleep.
Yeah, I just woke up just for this.
You know what's
I
funny?
just wanted to say,
Oh, go ahead. I was to say it's
ahead.
funny. You said, "Oh, dude, maybe not many people are going to be here." Yeah, all right, man. There's 100 people listening.
Yeah, they're like 100 people here. We might even get more later, so that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know two things real quick. If possible, like the people that you're gonna click on, of course in order, but also prioritize people that are verified. That will be the red colors or green colors.
Oh,
So
okay.
just go from top to down, but
Okay.
from the people that are verified in the server, we're gonna like prioritize people that are verified. Also, I don't know if you want to bring Lifting Vegan Logic on right now, but he has also requested to speak.
Oh, yeah.
So
Okay. It might
you
be a
want to
little
bring
bit
on that?
unfair to go like with two of us, though. You don't think that's maybe a little bit?
Well, maybe Lifting Vegan Logic just wants to make a comment right now.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Well,
I
okay.
don't
If he
know.
wants to. Okay, then I'll
I don't
bring.
know. It's up. This is up to you. Look, you can do what you want.
He's just removed his thing to speak. So, oh no, you've invited him to speak. Okay, I don't know. Where is he? Oh, he's here. What's up, man? Dude, I think you're muted. Maybe can't hear you. Check your mic setup.
Yeah, your audio is not coming in. Might have to leave and reconnect.
Yeah, maybe. Danny, if you're sometimes Discord, you have to close the whole app and start it again if you changed your audio device. Sometimes that works. I've had to do that before. Anyway, guys in the YouTube, how's it going? I see a few of you have made donations. Really appreciate it. I still don't know what a Poots Lavato is. I hope someone's going to explain that to me. Lifting Vegan Logic donated $10. Thank you so much. Doesn't have a tattoo idea, but appreciate it. Michael Askew, thank you so much for your donation, $20. Danya, thank you so much. Grumpy Vegan Grandad. Factory Farming Beagles, follow Camp Beagle on Facebook. Cool. Vegan has donated. About the last person. She needs to understand that humans are animals. I mean, I don't get where she's coming from. What trait is it that puts humans so far above animals? Because this sounds like a racist talking point. Because they're not humans, it's not a good argument. Yeah, we could have gone down that road, but I didn't want to get into the. That's an in-depth debate about humans. I understand. Humans and animals aren't the same, and I agree with her on that point. Humans and animals are not the same, but in the ways that are very important, we are similar in the ways that we both feel pain. Like she already established that we both feel pain. She gets that we are similar in many ways, but we're also not the same. That's not controversial. We're not the same. All right, but that doesn't give us the right to do these horrible things to them because we're not the same. That's not. That you could use that same logic for anyone. Oh, you're not the same as me, so I can hit you. No, it's not a good way to live, and thankfully most people don't live that way. But they do kind of say sometimes things like that towards animals, which is a little bit backwards, isn't it? It looks like he's not coming in. Danny, he looks like he's fixing his thing. So while he's back. Yo. No, still nothing, man. No audio. Oh, 11 a.m. already. Well, 11 a.m. my time anyway. For those who are listening right now in the debate of vegan in the audience, we'll start bringing people on soon. Just to let you know, I am currently in the middle of a 24-hour live stream. So that's why I'm talking to YouTube as well. 24 hours, guys. Pretty crazy, isn't it? So, all right, Danny, you can come in later, mate. If you can hear me, I don't know, whatever. We'll bring in kleptocracy. I couldn't say that for a second. Let's bring kleptocracy in the next up on the list for requesting to speak. Hey.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good. Okay. All right. So I guess my point of contention has to do with the difference between subsistence farming and then also commercial agriculture.
Okay.
I think there's an inherent difference that's also partly based on where people geographically live. Like, for example, if you're born in a country, say like the United States or the UK, you're exposed to a myriad of different ideas that are inherently different than what you would be exposed to if you're born in a country in Africa, for example. And there's like different tendencies as far as culturally with different types of foods and whatnot, and what people are exposed to and used to in like different cultures.
Yeah.
And as far as like a difference between the two, I guess my question to you would be, would you view subsistence farming as inherently cruel, or like different, or the same as commercial farming in agriculture?
Okay, yeah. I think there's two main points I would open up on. So yeah, to answer your question directly, I guess you're talking about when you say subsistence farming. You say, I couldn't quite catch that word, but are you talking about people who it's for survival? Basically, you're saying like it's people who are in positions where that's why they are farming, right?
Yeah, it's like localized.
Sure. So if we're talking about people that literally will starve to death if they don't farm, then I'm going to have a pretty tough time arguing against that. I'd have to be some kind of monster if I said no, they should just die. Like, I'm never going to say that. I mean, we have self-preservation, and but lots of vegans disagree with me, actually, or not lots, but some. But I do hold self-preservation pretty high. I'm not dogmatically vegan. I'm not some kind of religious person. Like, if I personally had to harm any animal to survive, then I would do it if it was the only option I had to survive. And I'd apply that exact same logic to somebody if they are farming for survival and not for taste pleasure. Then I'm not going to argue against that. And that's a different problem. The problem in that sense is, why do they have to kill animals to survive? That sucks. And then the other point, the cultural differences you pointed out, we've got to be careful as Westerners, especially, that we don't end up acting like with a bigotry of low expectations, which basically means like, oh, you're from Africa, therefore you would never go vegan because you can't do it. And I'm not saying you're saying that. Sorry, I'm not saying you're saying that. But a lot of people make that.
Yeah, I'm just saying that like the preconditions are inherently different than
they are.
If you were born into a Western sort of country or environment.
Absolutely, and I totally agree with you. And I think what the follow up to that is to establish that these individuals, even though they are born with a different way of life or the different cultures, like as I said with the last person, I spent a long time in India, so I know I've had some experience of how really different it can be in how people are raised in completely different worlds, and which I'm very fortunate to have had. And but we can all still learn and grow, I don't know, a sense of compassion and a sense of justice for animals, no matter where we're from. And I would definitely say that these individuals who are currently farming for survival could also develop that sense of justice and suddenly realize, wait a minute, I don't want to do this anymore. And then what's painfully sad to me is that imagine someone is in that position where they actually say to learn about veganism, that watch a video, because there are lots of vegans in Africa, across countries in Africa. There are not as many as in the West, obviously, but they are out there, and some great foundations such as the, I can't remember, I don't know how to pronounce it, but Prodska, I think it's called, foundation, where they do work with both people and animals, and very ethical work with animals. Like they're talking about ethical veganism in tiny little villages with people, So it's pretty incredible that they're doing that. And maybe some of these people in these villages learn about veganism and then they're absolutely distraught, and that they've learned and they care about animals, and they're like, oh my God, you're right. I don't want to do this to them, but they have no choice. That's a horrible position. So I think the question is, how do we create a world where nobody has to do that? Nobody is forced to farm and kill animals when, and that's the question I would be more looking to answer.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah.
What else? As far as like total world share, as far as like public following of the vegan diet, I believe the highest is found in Mexico, if I'm not mistaken. It's about 10% of the population follows a vegan diet in Mexico, and then in the United States, I think it's like 3 to 5%. In your view, how do we get to like a larger share of the population becoming vegan?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think a combination of many things. I kind of alluded to this also in the last one, but I think it's a combination of government and big organizations making people aware that they can get proper nutrition without animal products. I think, especially in governments, there's been some movement, but there's still a big lack of that kind of push to tell people you don't need to do that. And a lot of people will fall on animal products because they're just like, well, that's what I need to do. So there's kind of a big knowledge gap, but it's closing now in a lot of places. So that's something. But I think we just need to we need to get a lot of kind of professional and governmental backing on that to really make people realize, like doctors need to be more vocal about this if they do the research and tell their patients more and more about this. I think that's a huge part of it, to give people the confidence to know they can do it without any problems, or at least with minimal problems. There may be some problems in the initial couple of weeks, like some people say, God, they don't feel very well and stuff, but that's part of it's like a detox, basically. You when making a switch, sometimes some people experience a little bit of a shitty feeling for like a week or two, and then it goes away because it's just changing. You're adapting to new foods and stuff. But I think that's a big part of it for sure. And I think the other part of it, the even bigger part of it, is just simply to have people think more about what they're doing. I mean, I think we all kind of, well, most of us, me included, we're so ignorant of how what we do impacts others. And I don't mean other people. I mean, just in general, like the things that we're doing, the things that we're buying, the activities we partake in. I think so many of us just do things blindly. So I think there needs to be like a real push on like a public awakening. And you asked me how do we get that? That takes, I mean, if I knew the answer to that, then I would be the president of the world. You know what I mean? I would be like the leader of the world if I knew the answer to that, because that is ultimately the key question. How do we get people to become more conscious of their lives? And that answers every problem in the world, doesn't it, really? Basically, every personal problem anyway, like, I don't know, answers, it'll fix a lot if we all just became more conscious of what we're doing. I think vegan and animal rights activists are doing a good job of that. I think organizations doing a good job of that. I think we just need, I guess my kind of short-sighted plan would be just need more and more of that, more and more people speaking out, whether it just be to their friends or whether it be to a big audience or whatever. If every single vegan in the world started to speak about what they've learned and how they came to that point, I think things would change a lot faster than they are now. But unfortunately, a lot of vegans are, I wouldn't say selfish, but maybe some are selfish and some are too nervous to speak out, and that's fair enough. I think. But if that were the opposite, I think we'd have a lot this world maybe would come a lot faster.
I would agree with that. And I know I don't want to take up too much of your time because I think I wasn't admitted with like the correct role.
Okay.
'Cause, I I've been a vegan actually in my entire life. Like I've never even had a single piece of meat or dairy product at all ever since I was born. So
Wow.
yeah.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So yeah, I'll just exit.
Cool, man. All right. Thanks for
Yeah, have a
those
good day.
questions. Good
Yeah.
questions.
Yeah.
Righto. We've got a Cutie Pie lined up. But before we bring Cutie Pie in, I'm just going to quickly check with you guys in the YouTube. How are you all doing on YouTube? Everything's good? Everything's good. Yeah, everyone seems all right. You're all chatting amongst yourselves. We've got 77 viewers on YouTube, and we've got 82 in Discord. That's pretty cool. And guys, in the Discord and also on the YouTube, just to let you know, the reason I'm doing these chats today, the reason I'm doing this, well, it's 24-hour live stream. Obviously, I'm in the Discord chat because I want to talk to you guys about veganism, but I'm live on YouTube because I'm trying to raise money for an amazing animal sanctuary that is working with rescued animals from the animal agriculture industries, completely vegan animal sanctuary. So guys, do head over to the GoFundMe page. It's there. It's in the link in the pinned comment on YouTube and in the description. Drop them a donation. And remember, we have a tattoo competition, guys. I'm going to get tattooed during this live stream. If you would like to make a suggestion for the tattoo that I will get, then you have to use a Streamlabs donation or a Super Chat donation, preferably Streamlabs, to make your suggestion. And once we have your suggestions, if we need any more clarification, like you want to draw it or something like that, we'll let you know and you can send it over via email or Instagram. And maybe I'll get a tattoo that you designed tattooed on me today. But it has to be little. It has to be about this big, all right? Really small. And he's going to tattoo me, literally tattoo me during this live stream. So that's pretty crazy. For the guys in Discord who will, you're probably like, what the hell is this guy talking about? You can go to my YouTube right now and it's David Rams. Just type it in like my name here. And you will find me on YouTube live right now where you can also get involved in this stuff if you want to get involved in it. And obviously while you're there, make sure to hit that subscribe button because, you know, you're nice like that, right? Cutie Pie is going to come in to speak. At least I've invited you to speak. Hi. Hello? Can you hear me?
Sorry, my mic was muted.
Oh, no worries.
So I'm not vegan, but I have a question.
Sure.
What is your idea on forced veganism? Basically, where people are forcing the idea of veganism onto you when you don't want it.
Forcing the idea of, so the word force suggests like something very strong and powerful, and like force, like for example, force feeding someone would mean literally shoving food in their mouth, like tying them up and shoving food in their mouth, because that would be, you know, that's forceful, right? So I guess I wouldn't say there really is it's not really possible to force ideas on someone unless you are like brainwashing them or indoctrinating them. So if you're asking me what do I think about indoctrinating people, then I would say that's probably not a good thing to do. I wouldn't say brainwashing people is a good way to get them to do what you want them to do. I'd say a better way to get them to do not to do what you want them to do, but to do something that you think is right and that you see it could help others, would be to try and appeal to them and show them how this thing can help others. And if that means you have to disrupt their day, you know, maybe they're eating a burger at McDonald's. If that means you have to go in McDonald's and say, hey, look, guys, this is what is happening when we buy burgers. This is messed up. Then I would say absolutely go for that and do that. I wouldn't consider that to be forceful. I would consider that to be, I mean, it's disruptive. I'll agree with you there. It is disruptive, but I don't think disrupting is necessarily a bad thing. I think if you look to history, there's been other versions of this disruptive activism that has worked very effectively and has got people to learn about things they never would have learned about before. And so I think it's okay to disrupt and to get the message out. Yeah.
That's all that I needed. So thank you.
All right, no worries. Oh, Danny's here now. Danny, hold up, man. I'm gonna unmute you. I muted you before because I wasn't sure if you were gonna. I can't hear you still. Oh, kind of hear you. Yeah, speak again. No, you've gone again, man. I don't know what it is. You were there, like, kind of very, very gently, let's say. Like, you could barely hear you.
Like Apple AirPods right now.
Oh, here we
AirPods,
go.
But,
Oh, we can hear you now. Yeah.
yeah, let me.
Oh, kind of.
Ah.
No, you've cut out again. Oh, this is Lifting Vegan Logic, by the way, guys. Who at the YouTube we can't see this. It's Lifting Vegan Logic who's currently trying to talk. Danny, it's not going. Nah, still not really working, man.
Get my entire setup right now, and I'll be back. Just bring another non-vegan in.
It's kind of working now. If it
We can hear you now.
Yeah, we can hear you now. No, not really. it's like it works, and then we're like, oh, we can hear you. Then it goes, and I'm like, okay, no, so it's not working anymore. No, dude, it's not happening. You're gonna have to like complete refresh, man. Restart the whole thing, unplug, plug in, do the whole lot, and see if it works when you come on. But like, I don't know if you've already go into the Discord and check the settings and the voice and video settings, and like change them to the proper settings, and then restart Discord. That's what I've done before, and it's worked really well. But yeah, I'm gonna kick your ass out until you fixed it. All right. Looks like we maybe have a farmer coming on. Farmer Dara, or maybe it's just a funky name. Let's see. Hello.
Good morning.
Hi.
How art thou?
Good, thanks. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. Yeah, I am a farmer. But like, I just want to get this off the bat. I'm not here for like an argument. I kind of don't like the idea of debating because it just turns into two people bickering.
Yeah.
I kind of want to just back and forth because I've been here a few times. I'm more interested in learning than teaching. But yeah. Also, off the bat, I want to say, while I don't necessarily agree nor disagree with veganism, I like hella respect you for what you're doing in terms of going for a cause and working towards it. So I just want to get that off the bat.
Cool, man. No, I appreciate that. It's a nice intro, and yeah, I get what you mean. With I've actually had I've had two farmers on my YouTube channel, and both times it's been pretty. I mean, the thing is the chances of an animal farmer changing the mind of a vegan, or a vegan changing the mind of an animal farmer, are zero. So I think once you kind of accept that that's not going to happen, you can have a discussion about what you agree or disagree on, and you can, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all you're going to get out of it, right? So I think once you kind of acknowledge that, you can have a pretty productive, more or less productive discussion, right? So I think I appreciate where you're coming from, and I think that's the right way to go at it, really.
Yeah, look, it's not black and white, so I'm not gonna make it like there's no I'm right, you're wrong.
Yeah.
You know, like you've conceded points in order to further things. So I can tell you're not just kind of one of those people who wants to be right the whole time.
Oh right, yeah, no, totally, I agree with that.
Yeah.
I'll concede points if I'm wrong, or if I agree with someone, I'll tell them there's no use being that's just argumentative. If it's not a debate, it's not a discussion, it's just you being dogmatic on things. Yeah, for sure. Did you have something you wanted to talk about specifically, like a question or topic?
Yeah, it's just kind of stereotypes, right?
Mm-hmm.
So again, I've said I'm a farmer, right?
Yeah.
And instantly, I'm not saying, but on average, lots of vegans here are presuming, they've already kind of guessed what I look like, what I do, this, that, and the other, right? But like, I don't think anyone guessed that I'm 16 years old with long blonde hair who spends their free time painting and, working towards what I want to do in the future,
Right.
And whereas, say, over here, like I live in Ireland, over here, if you say vegan to someone, they're instantly going to assume long hair, skinny, hippie, right? Which I know is wrong.
Well, that would be you, wouldn't it? With your description.
Right, I'm not skinny. But,
sorry, yeah, you didn't say skinny, but long hair, painting. There's kind of, that suggests hippie to me, but not in a negative way. I think hippies are cool, but yeah, Go on anyway. Sorry.
No, yeah, no, yeah, pretty much, yeah. Like, farmers and veganism is like two of the same magnets trying to go at each other. They just want to push away. It never works. Like, if you, I live where I live, there's farmers everywhere. Everywhere you look is a field full of crops or cows or sheep or something, right? And farmers would honestly slap you in the face if you mentioned the word vegan, right?
Yeah.
So, like, how does that say? Like, we have, well, I say we, I don't, but like a vast majority of people here have their stereotypes of an average vegan, right?
Yeah.
Is there kind of a reverse, you know?
Okay.
Whereas, say,
yeah.
a community of vegans would have this like terrible stereotype of farmers.
I wouldn't say there's a terrible stereotype of farmers. Not from my perspective. I mean, from my experiences of farmers, I've, like I said, I've interviewed farmers. I've been to farms. I've seen friends and other friends interview farmers, and other activists been on farms and dealt with farmers. And so, yeah, there is a bit of a stereotype in that. Well, there's always been a UK kind of British stereotype that farmers tend to be angry and normally middle-aged or old, but that's not a vegan thing. That's just, you know, the typical angry farmer stereotype has been around for a while, I think. And I actually saw a video from Ireland on TikTok, funnily enough, where someone's car had broke down near a farm and the farmer was angry at them. So he took his bloody tractor out and he had a forklift on it and he tipped the car out of the way. So that stereotype was kind of backed up the other day when I watched that video of this farmer flipping this guy's car. But I know that, you know, anyone with any sense knows that that's just not how it is for every single farm and every single farmer, but they exist. I mean, we have to, like you said, you get slapped in the face of a farmer in Ireland if you said vegan. So they totally exist. But no, but I've met farmers who are, you know, not so young, but have been calm and not like that at all. And I've seen podcasts with, like, for example, Earthling Ed. If he's a very famous vegan, he's had a few farmers on his podcast, and I remember one of them was also like 18. So, and so it's sort of, I don't, for me personally, there's no solid stereotype, but I think, depending on where you are in the world, there probably is a stereotype, but I wouldn't say it was from vegans only. I'd say it's probably from everyone, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I honestly, there's been days where I would be tempted to tip over a car, for a tractor. It just happens.
Sure.
I think, well, a lot of people, like, there's millions of videos out there of vegans protesting in front of farmers, trying to work, you know? And, like, one, for example, I'm not sure exactly where it was. It looked like somewhere in Ireland, because, you know, he was a grumpy old farmer and he looked Irish.
Okay.
It's a weird thing to say, but there's just a hint of, you know, there's something about him.
Sure.
But he was trying to drive along this road, and a ton of activists standing in front with signs and stuff, you know, chanting whatever. And he was just, you know, there was no stopping his tractor. You know, if one of them went under the tire.
Yeah, I've seen this.
So I just think, in terms of vegan protesting, right? You take farmers who, like, a lot of which, okay, ignore the fact of some may disagree with veganism and this, that, and the other. Just as a livelihood, right? They're working, you know, a lot of hours and unpredictable hours. Like, I was up at 5 o'clock this morning. I'm only back now and it's 9:14. You know, and I could have to be gone at any time of the night or any time during the day. You know, there's no off days. I'm a dairy farmer, so for me, I have to work every day at certain times, and then, you know, it's up in the air of whether I have to go and check on something or whatever. So when that is trying to be interrupted by people protesting and saying what you're doing is wrong, I think it kind of brings up a hostility. Like, you know, let's just say you are building a house, right? You're building a house and it's raining and then it stops raining, right?
Yeah.
And you can only go out and build when it stops raining. So you don't know when you're going to be going out. But whenever you do go out, there's people complaining. Oh, look at him building this house on a nice day, interrupting what's going on. Everything's nice, But
Yeah.
I'm just trying. Is there a better way to kind of combat? You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? Now?
I get what you're saying, but I think, and I understand how it can be frustrating for you guys as or farmers, but I think then you'd have to kind of the point of the protest is to disrupt your work. Like that is literally why they're doing it. Otherwise, if they wanted to just educate people and help people go vegan, they would do it in the city center. They wouldn't come out to a farm. The point of protesting the farmer is to stop or cause a problem in that day's work, because the point of the contention isn't with you as a farmer. The contention is with what you're doing to the animals. And if they can interrupt or disrupt your day, then that will make it more difficult for you to do what you do to the animals. That's kind of how the logic follows with that. So I guess obviously it's going to disrupt you because that is what they're trying to do in those scenarios, like blocking the tractor, for example. That in that video, their aim was to cause a problem. Their aim was to disrupt the flow of normal things. So this is, I don't know if you've heard of this before, but this is what disruptive activism is. It is a disruption. So to tell you, I mean, I know I'm trying to tell you in a way that's not going to annoy you as much as possible, because I do want to have a discussion here. But it came from the most famous example of a disruption is not from animal rights; it's from civil rights in the USA. So what they did was there used to be segregation laws, and so obviously black people could only go in certain places and white people in other places, and obviously white people could go everywhere, but there were certain places that only white people could go, and they were normally the best places, like the best restaurants, the best lunch places, they were white only. So when the civil rights movement was kicking up, the activists, the African-American activists, they came up with an idea that they would go into these places where white people were only allowed, and they would sit down and just refuse to move. And that is like it's a non-violent action. Now, it doesn't stop the place from working technically, but it also does, because they're breaking the law, and the place that they were doing this in is not allowed to stay open, because the law is the law. Like, it's a segregation law. It's not a segregation preference, it's a segregation law. So there were places where they did this where it was technically illegal. So then it would shut the place down. It would cause a problem. It would disrupt everything. So it worked really well. It ended up, abolishing segregation. So when you see activists that are doing like blocking a farmer, for example, or blocking a road, shutting down a road, or basically going in McDonald's and causing a problem so everybody's angry McDonald's can't function properly, that is the logic. The logic is they are trying to disrupt these places. That is the goal of that. It's literally called a disruption. That is the name of the event. Usually it's a disruption, and the point is to disrupt normal happenings, normal goings on, to cause disruption. That's the name of it. So that is the tactic itself. Now obviously it's people that are doing this, they're not expecting to be greeted with a warm welcome and a hug and a loving hug here, but it's also, it's not violence. It's really important. If someone has blocked your tractor and they're hitting it, then that's not what I've just described. That is not what I'm talking about here. If someone's trying to rip you out of the tractor, that is not what I'm talking about here. That is absolutely not it. This is non-violent, completely non-violent. It's supposed to be completely non-aggressive, and that's how the civil rights activists did it, and they've inspired many, many more activists from then with this theory of non-violent protest that causes a problem, basically.
Of course. Like, what I'm trying to say, right, is I'm not against vegan. Like, if the whole world were to slowly turn vegan, and if I could be convinced, like, at the moment, would I turn vegan? No. But that's not down to I'm against it. That's just down to me at this current moment. Could I change in the future? Yeah, sure. Maybe. I don't know. But like, in order, like, that strategy that you just talked about, right?
Yeah.
Not that it's wrong. Okay, I'm not saying like morally wrong or this, that, and the other.
Sure.
I think it causes more conflict that's unnecessary. Whereas in going after the bottom of the pecking order, say in this industry you're trying to take down, if you try to disrupt the farmers, it doesn't necessarily get up to the top of what's trying to be taken down.
Yeah.
Whereas if you say, if it's worked out in a way that, people aren't buying as much, just say beef, okay? Therefore, the factories that which cattle are being sent to do not need more beef. Therefore, farmers don't need more cattle. If that can slowly increase, and no one would be opposed to that, because prices would fluctuate in a way that it always kind of breaks equal to what it would have been originally. And it's not a quick process.
Yeah.
If kind of veganism were to take over, which it may do, it would not be in any of our lifetimes.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that. I think that I personally hold the view that people like me right now, we're not going to see a vegan world. I think it'll be after we die. But I think we're setting the foundation for it. That's what I truly believe. But with what you said there about, so yeah, I think I agree with you in some elements in that there needs to be more strategic work done with these kinds of disruptive events. In that, your farm in Ireland, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's a big one, a small one. I don't know anything about it, right? But let's say if someone's farm in Ireland is directly supplying McDonald's, right? And we know that it's supplying McDonald's, and also we know that it is a I guess we call it factory farm, or whatever it is. It is one of those big churning farms that is just pumping out animals and killing them, selling them to be killed for McDonald's. Then if activists went and disrupted that with the focus of let's disrupt, the big players like McDonald's, even if it were a small farm, it would make sense. So I think I guess what you're trying to get to here is that there should be more strategy in this, and not just picking a farm willy-nilly. And actually that if you do, and I've said this before myself, I've said that I have said, no, let's not go and do an event here at this farm, even though I don't agree with what the farm's doing. It's because it's a small farm and we're not going to make a big impact. And also the optics of that are terrible. If we go and disrupt a tiny little farm of just a little family and a little farm, of course there's still, you're still doing things we disagree with. You're still breeding and killing animals. However, it doesn't make so much sense to disrupt this one when there is this, giant super farm that is, clearly a lot worse. And we could have a bigger impact. The public would most likely agree with us on that one. And also it's supplying McDonald's. So I get what you mean. I don't know that video that we're talking about. I don't know what their aim was with that video. I don't know if it was they just picked it randomly and went there, or if they said, no, this one's supplying KFC. That's why we did it. I don't know. If that farm was supplying KFC or something like that, and they had a strategy, then I would have agreed with the event. So that's good. It's good to get that out there. If not, then maybe I wouldn't say it was so effective, and I'd be more likely to agree with you in that maybe it's not very effective, and maybe it's just causing the problems that you mentioned. So it just depends, to be honest with you. But the strategy, the action itself, it's disruptive activism is good, but only as part of a plan of why are we doing it here. We need to ask ourselves, why here, why this place, why this farm, how do they fit into the big picture? And if they don't fit into the big picture really at all in any significant way, then I'd be asking myself, why are we here then? Let's pick somewhere else where it makes more sense.
Yeah. That makes it makes sense to me, what you're saying and all. Yeah. I just think it can leave a bad taste in people's mouths if things are done in a way that kind of disrupts a social aspect.
Oh, totally. It definitely can.
And
it definitely can.
Doesn't benefit anyone. Really.
Well, yeah. I mean, it definitely puts a bad taste in their mouth. But that is, an element of this is that is necessary. I mean, we don't make life-changing decisions based on what makes us feel good most of the time. We make it based on what we don't like. So, you don't, I mean, it's very rare that you see someone make, for example, if a new amazing job comes, even if if you're very happy with your current job, you would make a life-changing decision for something that's better. That's probably one example of where a good feeling would make you change. But 9 times out of 10, it's the bad feeling. It's that you're sick of your current job or you're sick of your current life, and that's why you make changes. Something really hurts you or bothers you, and you can't get rid of it, so you want to change it. And that's where this kind of disruptive activism can come in. Yeah, it can create a lot of negativity, but it also pumps a really, really strong message into someone's head where they're like forced to consider it for a second. They're like, they were all eating a burger, and now all of a sudden, oh my God, there's a dead animal on a TV screen in front of me. What the hell? And I've just eaten that burger. And then I don't like this feeling. I feel guilty. I'm pissed off at the activist. But, at the end of the day, that's still a message has gone through, that there's been something has changed in that person, whether they like it or not. And so, people do get pissed. I've had it happen to me as well. It's not just with veganism, with other things too. I see something that really pisses me off. Like, bro, why did I have to see that? God. And I hate this person for doing that to me. But then, you end up changing because it sticks in you, and you can't, you recognize that it's something that you should change. Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
It's
yeah,
just,
I'm going to get into the point of basically negativity is a strong motivator for change. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. And you can see that throughout history and stuff. But I think, the whole idea of trying to bring about change is you take what has happened in history and you either use or kind of use a motive, or, this didn't work, let's do something else,
Yeah.
And I think, not to bring up, it's not a great thing. And I won't say it about, I'm going to say slaves. Okay. But I'm not referring to African Americans in America.
You can get away with Roman.
To Irish.
Let's just talk. Oh, Irish. Good point. Good point. Actually, I didn't even think about the Irish slave trade. Yeah.
In America.
Yeah.
Because firstly, Irish people don't get offended because we don't care, and secondly, there's probably no Irish people here to care. Yeah. So it's kind of not known. You go into, you see on signs in America. Unfortunately, it'd say, no blacks, no whoever, no all this and that.
Yeah.
But no one realized, Irish was also part of that for a long time.
It was no blacks, no Irish, no dogs. That's what it was in the UK, I think, as well.
We were valued as the lowest valued slaves. We just kind of wanted to people wanted rid of us. That we were a country that was a race that was tried to be genocided, and look, that all happened. But if Irish people, say, were to go into one of these places where that sign was put, okay, while it would be, while it would kind of be a step forward in a sense, it's also like a step backwards, in my opinion, because you go in there and then there's instant hate generated and harm can be done, conflict can be, the wrong type of conflict can be started.
Yeah.
Whereas, if Irish people were to, say, work with people who accepted Irish people, and there's always people who, say, to compare, if vegans were to work with someone in government who can go against, say, the meat industry, right?
Yeah.
I think it'd be more beneficial to work from an already higher level, as to start at the bottom, cause unnecessary conflict between those who don't really have a say at the current time in the uppers of the problem. Say, many people died in trying to get rights.
Yeah.
Right? And, that's it's not a good thing to happen, but a great outcome came of it. Right?
Yeah. So
I'm not saying that it's wrong, but I'm saying it's definitely a thing as a human species, it can be avoided. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think just to I think there's one point I didn't get into it at all, actually, about why the civil rights sit-in protests actually worked. And I understand that you could say that, this could it causes potentially violent reactions from people and things like that, but actually that's good, and let me explain why. So when these individuals went in and did the sit-in event where they sat down where they weren't supposed to, or if you went and did this when segregation was segregating you, if you went and sat down where you weren't supposed to, well, the point is that these people have trained, or at least they have very, very, very much like thought about it, about not being violent in any way, including vocally, physically, anything. So then back in the civil rights movement, there was no social media or anything, obviously, but they had the news, and the news came and reported and filmed everything. And then what you saw was these activists who were totally, completely, and utterly non-violent, non-aggressive, getting beaten up by the police and by white people, like getting like hit, things thrown at them, horrible things. Like, it was nasty. They reported that, put it out there. It was in the paper and on the news. So what it did was it forced the general public to take a side. Whose side do you want to take? And obviously, the majority of people take the side of the peaceful people. Even though they might not agree with all the politics, they don't agree with them getting kicked the shit out of for sitting down. So then that worked out really well, because then people started to join their fight and support them. So these actions are not always necessarily for the people that are in the place. Sometimes they're for the people that are going to learn about this through social media or the news. It just depends. But most of these vegan or animal rights actions, when they go into the place, they are aiming to educate people. They're not aiming simply only to disrupt. They're aiming to disrupt and also educate. But if somebody does get up and punch one of them, then it's not good for the person getting punched, but it's a good thing overall, because it shows that, hey, look, we didn't do anything aggressive, especially if the activist didn't do anything aggressive. I mean, that's important. If they went in and act aggressively, then no, doesn't matter. The whole thing's over. Like, you've fucked up. But if all you did was, for example, I've seen a disruption in India that I was part of. One of the two girls went in and they read out poems about the animals, and they were very brutal and they were very, to the point. But it was poetry. It wasn't anything aggressive. If somebody had got up and slapped one of them, can you imagine the news story from that? Like, activist reads poem and gets slapped. So it forces people to pick a side here and say, wait a minute, like, I don't agree with that. And then they start to listen and be more empathetic to the cause, and of whether it be animal rights or any cause. The point is that when people are aggressive to you and you're not being aggressive to them, people tend to side with the ones who are not being aggressive. Now, like, I think where you do have a really good point is that in a lot of these protests that vegans and animal rights activists are doing, they haven't fully understood that the aggression is not just physically, it's also verbal. And yeah, I'd say you're probably right. Sometimes the animal rights activists are coming across aggressively, and then that kind of takes all of that I've just said away. And then maybe you have a point, actually. Maybe it's just causing more harm than good in that scenario. And there's some kind of training is necessary to teach people how to speak non-aggressively. But it all depends on the goal. And I think, if anything, from this conversation, you've highlighted again that it is really important that if an activist is going to go and do something, they should have a crystal clear goal for what they're trying to do and why they're trying to do it. And if they don't, then you could probably say, well, maybe don't do it until you figure out why, or figure out a better thing that has a better goal. And I think I'd agree with you on kind of that. That's what you've told. That's what I've got from from this discussion, for sure.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Also, one really quick thing I want to bring up. This is like my second or third time being on this stage and I'm talking to a vegan audience. Jesus, you get so many DMs.
Yeah.
One time I was sent an entire page from the Bible.
Oh my God.
Told to use it in my argument.
Wow,
an entire page. Like, I'm religious, but like, I didn't care. I didn't look at it like.
I think most people are religious but don't read the Bible. I mean, if you're a Christian, most people don't read the Bible.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, it's no. I mean, I think we can. This is a whole other topic. But even if someone is a Christian or whatever, or Muslim or Jewish or whatever, these you can be those things. Whatever, good for you. You do that stuff. But if anyone does try and quote passages from books written 2,000 or more years ago to justify things in 2021, you've already lost the conversation. You've already lost any respect you had in that argument, really, because these are written by people thousands of years ago. What do they know about 2021? You could say it's the word of God, but okay, it's the word of God filtered through a human, and humans are pretty shit. It's like whispers, getting it mixed up and like, oh no, is that what he said? I don't really remember. You know what I mean? So it's like we insert our emotions and feelings and what's happening at the time into our writing. So, I think it's really strange when people quote passages and stuff to try and justify something now. It's like, dude, we talked about slavery. There's tons of passages that justify slavery in the Bible. But we don't talk about them because we're like, no, let's not do that. Let's not try and justify that. So, you can't pick and choose. You can use the good lessons to try and live a good way. But I mean, I don't know. I always get confused. Not confused, but I get surprised when people try and quote the Bible to justify doing something in 2021. It's like, dude, come on, or whatever, or the Quran, or the Korah, or whatever it is. Yeah.
Just the final thing I kind of want to bring up is I can see that other person in the on the stage right now is clearly an athlete kind of promoting veganism.
Yeah.
And I understand that many of the top athletes in the world are vegan, whether it be, so I know, is it Serena Williams or is it Venus Williams, one of them?
I think they're eating plant-based sometimes for sure. I think but I don't think they're doing it 100%. But you're right though. There are like bodybuilders. There are like especially like endurance athletes as well.
I personally I wasn't trying to try out veganism, but for certain reasons I was doing research. It was to do with school, and in doing so, I switched to vegan. I tried to stay as vegan as possible. For 3 weeks, right? I took a day off once in a while because I was hungry, but because it's really hard to get vegan food over here, Jesus. But so I tried that, and I tried keep up, the multiple activities I was doing. I was working at 6 days a week. I had training 3 days and a match, at the end of the week, and I found my performance dropped. Not in terms of what I could do. Like my endurance, I wouldn't say it dropped, but it felt harder. And on top of that, my decision making in games, hurling, I don't know if anyone here knows about it, but it's a very, very fast game played on a, rugby pitch sized stick, small ball,
Yeah.
And it's very fast, everything's very quick. And I kind of found myself, zoning out a bit. I found myself, kind of struggling to keep up with everything.
Yeah.
And I understand, it's proven by many people that, you can do all these things on a vegan diet, but is that accessible to everyone? Because I really struggled,
Yeah. So you sounds, I mean, you've got a few things to consider here. Like obviously when switching from eating one way to another way, you're going to have some kind of period in the middle where you might feel a bit like, oh, this is, things, maybe spend a bit of time on the toilet, a bit more time than you would normally. But that's with switching any from one food to another, it's going to happen. But after that point, it would normally that would peter out and you'd be fine. But what it sounds like has happened to you here is that you just, obviously you said you weren't sure. Well, clearly you weren't sure what to eat because you said you weren't finding the food. So you clearly weren't eating the right things or enough of the things. And what I find a lot of vegans tend to do, well, new vegans tend to do is they don't eat the amount of calories they should eat because they keep eating the same amounts of foods, but they're eating different foods. But then you got to look like meat and dairy products. I mean, it's literally animal flesh and animal, what dairy is, it's bovine growth fluid, right? It's fluid that's packed with growth hormones and proteins and fats that's designed to get a baby cow to grow as quickly as possible. That is what it is. It's basically it's like human breast milk, but supercharged for a cow. So obviously that's going to have more calories and a lot more of calories and fat and all these different things than a bowl of lentils is going to have. So people don't realize that you've got to take a look at the plant-based foods and you've got to increase the amount that you're eating of them and make your meals bigger, which most people like, actually. Obviously, a lot of people like to eat more food, but don't realize that you're not overeating. Your meals need to be bigger or a little bit more frequent, depending on what you prefer, right? So that's what I see as being a big problem with a lot of people, and they say they don't feel very good and stuff like that. and there's also, like I've talked about it before, the lack of the knowledge gap in that. What do you eat? And with you, I don't know what you were doing, but a lot of people go looking for like vegan meat and say, oh, well, there's nothing I can eat, or vegan cheese. Like, oh, well, I don't see it. So, but that's those things are specialist products. They're not something you should base your entire diet on at all. If you're a sports person, you want to be healthy. Like they're not. You shouldn't base it on those. I'd be going for more like, well, for me, for example, I can talk about. Like if you're talking about endurance sport anyway, I mean, Danny, who's here, can talk about bodybuilding. I can talk about endurance. So I've trained for marathons. I've run one marathon. My first one's like 3 hours, 30 minutes, which I think is a good time for like the first marathon. I was, running 10Ks all the time. I've calmed down a little bit now, simply because I've got lazy, actually, I'll be honest with you, nothing else. But when I was a couple of years ago, I was running all the time, like constantly. And I was fueled with mainly lentils and chickpeas, like hummus, beans, like bean wraps. I love Mexican food, so I'd always have like bean wraps, sometimes with vegan meat if I could get it, but most of the time it was just beans and rice and some fried vegetables and some vegan mayo, which if I couldn't get that, I would make it myself, which is pretty easy. So that I used to eat loads of those, loads of potatoes, loads of different like grains and yeah, basically I was just like really pumped up on the basics. I didn't really go any. I had like, I ate out and vegan burgers and stuff like that, but I wasn't crazy on that. I was Monday to Friday. It was pretty much just solid, that kind of stuff, like beans, rice, lentils, chickpeas in different curries and chilies and different spices and different ways. So it wasn't boring, obviously.
Yeah.
But that became my staple diet, and man, like my endurance was insane. When I took for example, when I took the oils out, I stopped using oils for a little bit, and I started to really try and focus on just eating that kind of stuff. Dude, I was barely sweating, and I was training in Spain, and I would get back and I'd be like, I don't even feel like tired. I don't feel like I've really sweated that much. And that's just my personal story. But really, when I got it down to those basic foods without any oil, that was my best. I was optimal. That was for long distance running. I felt amazing. So it's really, it's really important to focus in on what the things you need to make sure you're eating and the quantities of them, which I mentioned earlier, you can get on a website called challenge22.com, which they give you, basically you join like a Facebook group, and they have qualified people, not just like a vegan. Like I'm not qualified really to give you this advice. I'm just telling you from my experience, but they are qualified. They have qualified nutritionists and dietitians who can tell you what to eat based on where you live and based on, what's in your supermarket. They can actually tell you like, yeah, these are good foods to eat if you're like into this long distance running, or if you're sports, or if you just looking to be generally healthy and go vegan. They can give you everything you need for that. So it's it's totally possible, but it's very easy to get it wrong, and that's why you see a lot of people with the same thing that you're saying, like, oh, I felt bad, and it's like it's very easy to take out all the animal products and think it's fine, but it's not. You need to replace them directly.
Right.
Hey, David, do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, man.
Thank God. I guess sorry, my mic was a little B12 deficient. So.
Right. Oh, good that you're on. So yeah, dude, I don't know. Did you want to mention something about bodybuilding? Maybe like, what do you eat?
Yeah, I mean, I heard that you said. Sorry, what's your first name? Farmer Dara? Is it Dara?
Dara.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard you said that you found yourself kind of like lower energy when you were trying this. So I mean, when it comes to trying to do the vegan diet optimally with respect to having high energy, the best thing you can do is just match the macros that you were eating on a non-vegan diet with a vegan diet, because in the end, so long as the calories are the same and the macros are the same, you should be fine. Now there's some nuance too, like there might be some vitamins as well. So, trying to make sure you have your daily B12 and I would say like some vitamin D3 as well. That can help us like too. So as long as you just control for calories and macronutrients, it should be fine. And a lot of people, just because of the very nature of what plant-based foods are, like a lot of them are statistically less calorically dense. So a lot of people, when they go vegan, they don't realize it, but they end up consuming less calories than they were consuming when they weren't vegan. And that's why it's important to be a bit more intentional and direct with your calories, especially when you're an athlete trying to switch over to the vegan lifestyle. So for me, I just had to make sure that I was consuming the same exact macros, which led to the same exact calories.
Right. Well, that's all I have. I literally only came up here out of pure curiosity, like not even to try to become vegan. Just I like learning stuff. So yeah, thank you very much, and I wish you the best of luck with the rest of your live stream.
Cool, man. Thanks. I guess I'm taking over for David right now. Okay, what was the? I heard there was an order for who to pick, depending on like role.
Yeah, you want to prioritize people who are members of the server. So anyone who has like a red name or a colored name should come before anyone who has no roles and it's just a white name.
Okay, cool. Got it. All right, Dr. Bob, what's up?
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. May I wait for David to come back?
Yeah, I think he.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello, David.
I really needed to pee, so I ran off.
Okay, fair enough. I do too, but I'm not gonna go because I'll probably get kicked out. Hello.
What's up?
Right. I have a few questions. Why do you think everyone should be vegan?
Oof, that's a question. I guess similarly to how I answered earlier, it's that if we're not, it's what we are contributing to, what we're paying for, and it's what we put other animals through. They go through literal hell on earth when we pay for all of the things that we do to them. The meat, dairy, egg industry, the clothing industry, entertainment industry, basically anything that involves an animal in its production or directly involves them, you can guarantee it involved also slicing their throat against their will, or getting them pregnant against their will, or taking their babies away against their will, killing them at 1 minute old in the case of the egg industry if they're not the right gender. There's just so many things and so many horrible, disgusting things that we're doing to them. And if we're not vegan, then we're actively participating in it, because we're demanding it and we're paying for it, and we're giving the message that yep, this is all totally fine, when the reality is it's far from fine. It's anything but fine. When we're vegan, we're not perfect. Just to clarify here, it's not like you go vegan and then magically all of this stuff is fixed. It's not. It's far from fixed. Going vegan is just the first absolute minimal thing we can do to starting to correct all of this horrible shit.
Mm-hmm. Right. So, like, you say like killing and eating animals, like say for instance, just talking meat wise.
Yeah.
You'd say it's unethical, right? Because they're living things.
Because not because they're living things, because they're living sentient things. So they have self-awareness. They are in all the ways that matter, like the ability to suffer both physically and mentally. They have families they love, they care for, they have personalities. They in all the ways that matter, we share many similarities in the most important things in life with them, and they go through all of that. So yeah, there's a big distinction between a plant and an animal. I hope that's not where we're going here. I don't see an issue with killing plants for nutrition, but you see there's definitely an issue with killing a sentient being for nutrition, especially considering that it's absolutely unnecessary.
Okay. Well, right. So, like, it's obvious that not everyone in the world is like that. The world is never going to be vegan, the entire world. So why do you think even, say for instance, half the world became vegan, it would still do nothing for animals? Because animals would still be but animals would still be getting killed by people by butchers and people who work at.
Well, look, I mean,
stuff like that, and they would still be getting killed.
They would, probably. So I agree with you. I agree in that sense that even if we had a vegan world, there are still going to be underground black markets where people are killing animals. I don't think we're ever going to do away with with it completely. I think it's always going to be a problem. I agree with you, but then that is not a reason not to try. And I would give an example, right? And this, we've been down this road once before here. Now, let me be very clear here before I tell you this. I am not comparing the subjects of these two things when I talk about this. I'm comparing the people that are doing the bad things, all right? Or the thing itself, not the subject receiving the thing, right? So what I would say is that, well, we've already spoken about it once, so I guess we've already broken the ice on this. But slavery was in the West for a very long time. Now it isn't, thankfully, but it still exists in parts of the world, unfortunately. Now, I'm not saying, again, just to reiterate, we're not comparing humans to animals and saying it's the same thing. We're not saying that, but we're saying, thankfully, we as at least in most of society and most of the world, we said, no, this is not okay. And we stopped it, the majority of it, except for some countries where it still continues. Now, that is a better solution. That is a better situation than it still being present all over the world. So why are we not looking at veganism and animal rights the same? We can get to a point where doing this to animals is not the norm for the majority of the world. That is so much better than where we are right now, isn't it?
Right. So, right, do you know how, like, a lot of the times people are told, like, you shouldn't tell me how to live. What makes you think that, like, guilt-tripping, like, people into not eating meat by showing them, like, pictures of, like, dead cows and dead chickens and stuff like that is gonna help? Because there are some people, like me, who could watch a well, I probably couldn't because, like, I'm squeamish in the first place, but, like, you could tell them that a cow was brutally slaughtered to make that burger.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, including me, will just chow down that burger because a lot of us don't care.
Yeah. You don't care about hearing about it, but you wouldn't like to see it because it makes you squeamish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So then, well, I mean, that alone is, it's easy for people to ignore things that they don't have to see. I mean, I can, there's many things that we ignore and happily keep doing, horrible things because we can ignore them, and not just in animal rights and other things too. But once we come face to face with the victims, we suddenly don't feel so good about those things. So, I mean, yeah, when you were saying about making people feel guilty, it's not necessarily about, you can't guilt trip someone that doesn't feel guilty. That I can't make you feel guilty. It's not possible for me to make you feel guilty. Only you can make yourself feel guilty. You know what I mean? Like, I can show you a picture of a cow being killed, or a video of cow being killed, and say, look, man, like, this is where meat comes from. Like, look how she's screaming for her life. All I'm doing is describing the image. I can't force you to feel the feeling of guilt. If you feel the feeling of guilt, it means you're a fucking human. It means that you are a compassionate person who is not a monster, basically. Like, if someone looks at that and says, well, yeah, well, I don't give a shit, my pleasure's more important, the conversation's over, because I don't want to speak to anyone like that. And I don't think you do either. I don't think anyone wants to be anywhere near anyone who says something as horrible as that,
To be fair, though, there is a difference between feeling guilty and feeling grossed out, because, like, no one wants to see a picture of any living thing being slaughtered, because it's not a very pretty sight. But it doesn't make everyone feel guilty. It could just be, that's gross.
Yeah, sure. But I would hope that most people, I would hope that most people, when they see an animal, screaming, begging for their lives, I would hope that if they're paid for that, they would feel guilt. And if they don't feel any guilt when seeing that, or any kind of empathy, I would say we're dealing with potentially a very dangerous person or a liar, one or the other.
Or extreme sociopaths.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, definitely.
But, like, right, say for instance someone has, a disease or mental health issues or stuff like that. What about medications for, like, people where the only way they can make that medication requires, like, animal product?
Veganism's not a religion, and it's not dogmatic. It's absolutely practical. And if for me personally, if I were in a position where I needed to take a medicine and I explored every other avenue, I had no choice, and I know this medicine either contains animal products or was tested on animals, It's not even a question. It's not a debate. I'm taking the medicine. End of story. End of story. Because it is a necessity. It's not like I'm taking it because it tastes good, or I'm taking it because I don't know, it makes me feel good. I'm taking it because I need it to live, and that I can't. I'm not going to argue against that. And honestly, if a vegan does argue against that, I would. That's not good, in my opinion. I don't think that's an argument we should be having right now. I think it's the real problem here is people's greed and selfishness when it comes to things that they absolutely do not need, like burgers or cheese and things that are really causing a lot of harm to animals. And that's where veganism lies. Veganism is saying, well, we don't need it. It is very practical and possible for us to not use and consume these things, and these things really, really cause a lot of harm and really, fuck with the lives of animals. So why don't we just, not do that?
Okay, but say for instance, like, let's say like, no one like kills animals unless it's like natural causes, yeah.
Right.
What about like animals that are like well treated and live good lives, and people like chickens and cows milk for cheese, butter, milk, and chickens for eggs? What if they're still well treated, but you still like... I will say eggs is a touchy topic because it is unborn chicken, but let's stay on the topic of milk.
Right.
So like the cows would be treated well and live normal healthy lives, but then like they're getting milked and stuff like that, but they still have enough milk to feed their children.
Yeah, it's so you're talking about in some situation where, let me just to clarify what you're saying, like they are they live until they die of old age. Is that kind of what we're getting at here?
Or just natural causes.
Yeah, surrounded by family and friends in a hospital bed, that kind of thing. No, no, maybe not that. Maybe not that far.
The hospital bed's a bit too far.
All right, now I get what you're saying. Look, this is what we're talking about here. Is kind of like it's like known as a welfare argument. It's that if we give them the best welfare, then the question is, does that justify using them for products that we want? And I'd argue no, that it doesn't make it okay, because look, we're still, even if they have high welfare, which it doesn't really exist, all of these cows and these high welfare farms are still going to go to a slaughterhouse when it's over. So, whatever happened in their life up until that point, they still face this horrible end where they go and have, a shot through the head and the throat slit. And even up until that point, there's still the way to breed and use cows for milk is that they have to constantly be getting them pregnant, otherwise they don't produce milk. So, there isn't really a way to have a profitable dairy business without. No, I'm not
talking about it being profitable. I'm just saying, like, just in general, say for instance, you own your own farm, you won't give them out to like abattoirs, etc.
Yeah.
And whenever they're naturally pregnant, like of their own accord,
right, then
you just take a little bit for yourself. But then the calves still get enough for themselves.
If there was this is a crazy situation, by the way. This is like kind of akin to it's a situation that would never happen. But if it did happen, look, okay, let's talk about me personally. If I had cows and I rescued them, and for whatever reason, I mean, I wouldn't want them to breed, to be honest with you. So I think that's kind of irresponsible to even let them breed if you're trying to keep them well, because that's a question itself, right? Would you, like dogs, for example, we get our dogs neutered, don't we? Because we don't want them to breed because we can't afford to care for more dogs, so it's not fair, right? So
you're saying that just so I know I'm listening correctly, did you say that sometimes cows shouldn't breed?
I'm saying the cows that are, if you are somebody who has cows and you don't want to use them to sell their milk, like you said, this is not profitable, it's just you have cows, then you need to make a decision. Okay, do I have enough money to care for more cows? If the answer is no, then you should stop them from breeding, because they're going to be in a position where you're going to have to either give them to someone else, or you're going to have to somehow raise more money. And so, yeah, you'd have a problem on your hands, wouldn't you? So then there's that question. Sorry?
You could free them.
You could free them.
Then
Well,
get their hands on it.
yeah, that's another point. You could free them, but then you've got to think about whether domesticated cows can go out into the world with all of their health problems, because these domesticated animals, they're really, really nothing like a wild cow anymore. So that's another problem, that they're in a position where they're going to most likely need human intervention because of what we've done to them. Their bodies are completely manipulated and very different from what they would be if they were wild cows. So, there's so many questions to be asked here. But ultimately, in this perfect world where, like, someone's rescued cows, and maybe one of them was already pregnant, and there is milk, and they're giving the milk to the animals, and if that person in that scenario decided they wanted to drink that cow's milk and just quietly do it off somewhere, I don't. There's not even like a point to even discuss. I mean, who is it affecting? Who is it bothering? Who is the problem? There's no problem. But this
freak scenario is going nowhere. It's just making a new fucking timeline.
That's what I'm trying to say. Like, this is a really, really weird freak scenario, and this isn't the problem. Like, the problem isn't that some person somewhere has rescued cows and decides to at one point drink a glass of milk. That's not the issue at hand here. The issue at hand is that that's not how things are, and this is not the issue at hand. Is this big disgusting industry that people are buying into, and these scenarios that we just got into don't exist, and probably never will exist at any kind of scale.
But what where did this guy come from?
I don't know. I've moved him back out.
But yeah,
yo, guy.
He said the N word, so he shouldn't be allowed in here anyway. Funny. No, but so what about animals killing other animals? Because it's part of the food chain where, well, we're not the highest on the food chain, but we're up there. But what about animals killing other animals? Because it happens. It's just the circle of life.
So what's the point? The question? I mean, what about that? You want to know what I think about that? Is that what the question is?
No, I'm saying, say for instance, the entire world was vegan, animals would still be dying. Without it's what are you going to do about that? Because the animals aren't living the lives they're supposed to.
Yeah, well, the way I see it is, your typing is really loud, by the way. Just letting you know. It comes up. So yeah, with animals in the wild, predators in the wild, like, whatever, pick one, take your pick. They do what they do because they're not immoral. They don't have any concept of morals. They don't act on what they believe to be right or wrong. They act on
but neither do the animals.
I'm sorry?
Neither do the animals meat eaters kill.
Say again, sorry?
Neither do the animals meat eaters kill.
No, absolutely. And they're in a position where, like, that is an unfortunate position for what's called like a prey animal. However, they none of them have the ability to make any moral decision. They're simply acting out their instincts. You could argue, like, should we go and intervene in those things? That's a completely separate argument and a massive debate to be had that we're not going to have here. But ultimately, basically what I would say is animals killing animals. Oh, he's gone. Animals killing animals in the wild has no impact on whether we kill animals or not, because we are capable of living in a different way. We are capable of making moral decisions, and they aren't.
I'm also never really sure when somebody says that, if they're saying that because animals do that to each other, therefore we should be able to. Because I mean, if you say that, it's like, animals commit infanticide. They also, I'm gonna say the R word. I don't know like how far we're taking the censoring here, but like,
you shouldn't say that. Yeah, that's a rule.
Say it. Yeah, I won't say it. But if we're gonna look at animals' behavior as justifications for ours, it's like we'd be justifying a whole bunch of things that pretty sure the average person thinks is terribly immoral. But
exactly, and even just like not even about the not even if we're taking things aside, like not even about the moral or immoral things, just little things like, lions lick, dogs and cats literally lick their own asses. You know what I mean? There's little things like that that we probably wouldn't do, or maybe we would do. I don't know what you're into. If you guys like to, eat ass, that's totally your call. But I'm just saying, they do it so I can do it. It doesn't really make a lot of sense in many ways because animals and we're just very different in many ways, even on the base level.
And lions chase down humans. Like, does that mean that we should go chase down humans ourselves? It's like,
yeah. But I really want to know, actually, for you, you seem kind of quiet about my eating ass comment. Is that because you do like it, or?
Yeah. I just didn't want to get into it.
I think the server tries to stay safe for work. By the way,
oh,
just a note.
Yeah, so that's probably like not the thing to talk about. Yeah, sorry, guys.
It's okay.
Yeah, please let's try to say safe for work, please. Thank you.
My essence brought about the sarcasm. I'm sorry.
Yeah. All right. Only like top level jokes from now on. No longer we can't go in the gutter anymore if we're gonna go anywhere.
Got it.
That is funny. Sorry, got carried away. All right. Look, dude.
I can't believe that you have 20 more hours of this, by the way.
Is that where we're up to already? 9, 10, 11? Yeah, more or less. Yeah. Well, it's not all going to be here. Oh shit! I need to go. Oh my god. I have got an interview right now. I got totally carried away, dude. You can take over here if you want. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to shoot off right now. But I'll be back later. But you can go.
Yeah.
For
Are you keeping the stream going on YouTube?
Yeah, stream's going, just not the Discord.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. I can take over for a bit.
All right, man. Sweet. Enjoy. Oh my. Guys. I got way caught up in that. Then. Oh my lord. I need to see if our guests are here, because we have some special guests coming in right now. Who'd have thought that I would run out of, I don't know, lose track of time in a 24-hour stream? All right, wait up. Let's see. Are we here? Oh, they are here, thankfully. It's good news. Hey guys, so sorry. I don't know if you're keeping track of the stream. I got totally carried away in a discussion and like completely lost track of time.
We were listening to the discussion.
Oh, good. That's cool. I'm glad you're cool about it. Sweet. So I will introduce you guys. You're not in at the moment, and I'll bring you in. Oh, wait, you are in. Your audio is in. So 1 second. I'll introduce you guys, and I'll bring you in. Let's do it. All right. So guys, excuse me. That's not a good start. We have some guests about to join. We have Stefania Ferrario and Tash Peterson, Vegan Booty, are going to come and join. And they're going to talk about naked activism, because recently, guys, they have done some incredible actions out in public where they have been practically naked, not really covered up by much, and capturing the attention and the imagination of hundreds of people across Australia and the world, I'm sure, and with some really, really provocative signs and some provocative messages. So I'm really pumped to get into this. If you don't already know, Stefania Ferrario is a professional model, and you can check her out on Instagram and on YouTube as well. Well over 1 million subs and followers across the board, using her platform to talk about animal rights and veganism, which is awesome. And Tash Peterson, Vegan Booty, the most hated vegan in Australia, according to Isaac Butterfield, has been doing some incredible disruptive actions over Australia right now, to the point where she's even been banned from bars and restaurants in Western Australia, I believe it is, which is insane. Can you imagine? Fucking meat flakes, guys. So I'm very happy to have them both here. Let's test. I really hope this works now. So, okay, your audio's on. Is your video on now? Yes, it works. All right, people should be able to hear you now. I don't know if you want to test.
Hello, everybody. Hey.
Cool. Can everyone hear? You're the first guest I've tried in this way, so I hope that this is going all right. Is it going good? Annie, can you tell me if the audio's in sync? Is everything okay? If you guys want to just, I don't know, maybe you guys just introduce yourselves real quick, and then we can test it.
Hey, I'm Stefania. And I'm Tash. Today we did lingerie activism in the city of Melbourne. We can talk all about that.
Perfect. Awesome. Yeah. It works. Everyone's saying it works. I'm really happy. Things are going too well today, guys. I'm kind of worried it's all going to fall apart. It's going too smoothly. So you've just done that. You did more of that today then? The actions?
Yes.
Damn. Okay. Awesome.
We were in.
So this stream now definitely isn't safe for work, so that's good. How was it then? So what were you doing? Like, tell us about what were you doing today, and tell us, about how it went.
Yeah, so we were both dressed in just lingerie out in the city of Melbourne today, and we had a few other activists join us today. So we also did it a few days ago just by ourselves, and we realized, wow, this is extremely effective because everyone wants to take photos of us and photos with us. This is a great opportunity to have some outreaches because we're bringing in a lot of attention with, what we're wearing and having some of our signs a little bit humorous as well, obviously with a serious animal rights message. And so, we had a few others join us today. Someone was on the megaphone. We had someone doing some chalking, and other activists were having outreach conversations because we literally had, a group of people just standing, taking photos of us basically at all times.
Pretty continuously.
Yeah, it's quite amazing.
What were the signs? Can you show us? Did you have any signs with you that you can show us that you had?
Get them. Where do we put
Yeah,
them?
you can go get them.
Yeah, you hold the you hold the conversation going.
Awesome.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yeah, she'll go get signs. So we thought, we'd have some signs that are really humorous, like "Eat pussy, not animals."
Nice.
I made one last night. Plant powered penises last longer.
Oh my god.
We only fuck vegans.
What was that last one? Sorry.
We only fuck vegans.
Oh my god. Shit.
Yeah, everyone loves it because
Yeah.
I've been wearing "Eat pussy, not animals" shirt for a long time now, and even just walking down in the street wearing that shirt, people will come up to me and they want photos with it. Like, it's an amazing conversation starter.
Right.
Because people they like that message, they laugh at it, and they want photos with it. And I think a bit of humor in really kind of breaks the ice, and then you can start a serious conversation about animal rights.
Yeah.
And I found it to be extremely effective. Like, the outreaches that were with us today are consistent AV outreaches, and they were amazed with the response in their conversations that they were having today. They said it was very different to the Cube of Truth. They said people appeared to be more open because I guess we were sort of breaking the ice because of the way we're dressed, and maybe the humorous messages we had as well.
Yeah. I can imagine compared to what you normally do. Brilliant. Oh my god, look at that. Wow. That's so funny. I can. What's that? You got to. That's so cool. You know what's so good about that is I can imagine, like, Tash, you're so used to the real, really pissing people off. I can imagine this made so many people smile, and it's like, it must be so nice for you to experience something a bit different.
I know, there was barely any negativity today. It was a very refreshing experience. And it was just, as I was saying, amazing, the response from the public. They wanted to talk about veganism. They were holding signs as well, having photos with us. Like, they wanted to hold the signs. And I said, this is crazy. No one wants to hold a vegan message, but here we are having so many people wanting to have a photo with us and hold up a sign.
Yeah, so we had some more serious too.
Okay, yeah.
And then
nice. That's a real. I love that message. It's really difficult to get the word breastfeeding in on a sign, so you've done well there. I've thought about that before. You've done really good, yeah. Because like trying to put it into a sign that looks snappy, it's like I've tried writing it before, and I end up getting to the end of it. And I'm like, there's no way this is gonna look good on the sign. So that's really good that you fit that on. I think it's a really powerful word to have in there, right? Because people are like, what do you mean breastfeed? Oh yeah, I am actually. Shit. It's like, whoops. So that's really really cool to hear that it went really well, and that people were like having a laugh, taking pictures with the signs as well. It's so funny. Yeah. And so Stefania, like you are clearly you do this a lot. Like you're used to being in your birthday suit and having people look at you and point cameras at you and stuff like that. But Tash, how has it been for you to be doing your usual activism, but, and I know you've done, you know, painted yourself, but this is a whole other thing, right? This is like trying to look, well, not trying, you do a good job. This is going out looking like attractive, sexy. Like, how has it been for you switching to that instead of, you know, you use nudity in other ways, but this is a totally different vibe, isn't it? How's it been for you getting into that?
Yeah, well, going back just a few months now, I wouldn't have imagined myself to be doing anything like this. I mean, I have always been pretty confident in my body, but when it comes to, I mean, I've never worn lingerie in my life until a couple of months ago.
Right. Okay.
And I never would have imagined to feel comfortable wearing this or even being topless. And I think actually it's probably starting an OnlyFans account that has allowed me to kind of push the barriers, and I feel very empowered and confident in my body now because, yeah, just a couple of months ago, I just couldn't be topless in front of everyone, and there we were like a few days ago, you know, freeing the nips out in the streets.
She didn't want to put her bra back on. She's like, no, I'm just going to stay free.
I know, it's such an amazing feeling. So I'm loving it.
Yeah.
I'm scared of it now. It's awesome.
There's a lot of power in sexuality, and if you've got the opportunity to use it in a powerful way as well, why not?
Yeah,
exactly. Because I mean, the free the nip movement is obviously very important, but we're incorporating that to free the nip for all species, so we can interlink that with, you know, what's happening in the dairy industry.
Yeah,
and I think that's a really powerful thing, like with the message "free all nipples."
Yeah, I've seen you posting that and using that to, it's kind of nice to take a movement that people are already kind of aware of and then open up the scope of it and say, actually, hey, have you thought about this too? I think that's really clever. It seems like almost like you guys have, it's good that you're working together, because I know, Stefania, with you, your previous concern was not feeling so maybe confident, quite confident enough to get out there and really go animal rights, go hard on it, even though you were going hard online. But, you know, a concern, for example, coming on the live stream with me was that you weren't 100% sure, like, to say the right things. And then Tash, for you, you know, maybe meeting Stefania has helped you be more confident in doing this side of activism. So this is like a great dream team, really, isn't it? You kind of match each other's stuff. It's pretty cool.
Yeah,
it's
because
really
I
cool.
remember seeing her things over a year and a half ago, because my dad sent them to me because he had seen a protest she'd done in Coles at Christmas time, and he sent it to me and he said, look how cool this chick is. And so I looked her up and I thought, this is amazing. How does somebody have the ability to go out there and speak like that? But here she is doing it. And so I found it incredibly inspiring, and I always wanted to be able to do that. And it wasn't until Tash came to Melbourne 2-3 weeks ago that I finally managed to get the courage. And it's so easy, you know, with her by my side, and hopefully something I can keep doing.
Definitely. The only thing I could even say that would be similar to what you're doing would be like some of the work maybe by Pamela Anderson, and how she like is really like using her body and image to really push a message. And I'm surprised. I mean, I'm not surprised. It's tough, and it must be really, it's a lot of pressure to go out and do that. But I kind of am surprised that it's taken until now for, you know, someone to really go out and do something like this, like fully committed, like not just topless, but like fully going out and saying, like, I'm going to use my looks and my body to really pull your attention over here. Because it seems like only in the past, only like, you know, like global superstars like Pamela Anderson or similar, you know, actresses have done this with Peter specifically. But, you know, we've not seen it. I personally have never seen this kind of direct action before. Have you seen anything like this before? Were you inspired by someone else that made you think, let's go and do exactly what we're doing now? Or did you just come up with it yourselves?
Well, yes, Steph came up with the idea.
I'm in lingerie or half naked most of the time. So to me, it's just, I do it in the street sometimes for brands and things. So I'm just like, well, why not protest in lingerie too? I mean, if we're using our bodies and our self-expression to sell lingerie, why can't we use it to sell the animal rights message too, like as a model?
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Like if it's being used for something as you know, as I don't know what I wouldn't say morally insignificant as lingerie, why can't it be used for something that has more importance to you, you know, and on a wider scale has more importance morally? That's a really good point. And what would you say to the people? So that, I mean, there's going to be no shortage of people who are going to be maybe vegans too, probably vegans too, who are going to be using the, the usual, "Whoa, this is sexist. This is not acceptable. You can't talk about animal rights in this way. This is not, have you had that? And if so, like, how have you been responding to it?"
Yeah, we've had obviously a lot of positive comments about it and a lot of support, but yeah, there's always going to be those people saying, this isn't how you do activism. You should be out there fully clothed, holding a screen, showing what's happening inside these industries. And of course we should be doing that, but this is just another take on it. And in my opinion, this is a lot more effective, because if we were out there in clothes with holding a television screen, would we have hundreds of people taking photos of us and wanting to come and hold the television screen too? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
This is just an amazing approach to activism, because so many people want to come in and see the message. And as I said before, the outreach conversations were definitely a lot more successful than the Cube of Truth outreach conversations. And obviously both come hand in hand. We need both. But just saying, oh, that way doesn't work, you should be in your clothes, is just ridiculous. I mean, people should be able to wear whatever they want. I mean, if we were doing it at the beach in bikinis, I don't think people would probably have as much of an issue. But because we're suddenly wearing that type of clothing out in the city, people seem to have this big issue about it, and suddenly we're sexualizing ourselves. When we're just
our body,
embracing.
our choice. Just like it should be for the animals. It's their body, it's their choice, and we shouldn't be taking that away.
Exactly. Like, I'm not walking out there, I don't feel like I'm sexualizing myself or I'm going around, objectifying myself. If anything, I feel incredibly empowered being able to do that.
But even if you were objectifying yourself or sexualizing yourself, that's what you've chosen to do, even if that was what you were wanting to do. And I guess the common argument would be that, well, but you're making life harder for other women or something like that. But then, where does so what I find interesting with this is that, especially within animal rights, or within the public in general, like, we seem to have, everyone would say, like, I'm not a sexist. Everyone would say that the previous way that women were treated in the West was wrong, and the way that they're treated now is much better. And pretty much most people are going to say, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But then it seems like they're so quick to repeat the mistakes of history whenever someone challenges something they think it's wrong. Like, for example, you go out in lingerie, and then all of a sudden, yeah, it's great that women have a choice, becomes, well, you shouldn't do that. It's so weird how it changes so quickly, isn't it? And I always wonder, like, kind of, do you want to go back to, like the 50s or earlier, where women were not allowed to show any skin at all? Like, basically, your shoulders weren't allowed out. Like, I'm sure there were, like, either laws or social norms that meant that you showing your shoulder means you're, like, some kind of, I don't know, whatever. You know the things women get called. Like, that's kind of how it was. And then nowadays we've got rid of that. Well, at least we claim to have done, until you two go out and protest, and all of a sudden it's, oh, cover your shoulders, cover yourselves up. Do you find that's a weird kind of contradiction of a lot of people, and vegans too, who are supposed to be, who are not supposed to be, but are normally the ones that are most in touch with these kinds of issues, and a lot of feminist vegans, and they'll go and say this. It's weird. It's like they're using feminism to say this is wrong, but then they're actually arguing against feminism then by telling you what you're doing is wrong when you just done it for your own body, Do you get what I mean here? Am I making sense? Like, why do you think people end up doing that in a strange, like, arguing against feminism almost when these kinds of things come up?
Well, I think they've been sort of ingrained with these ideas growing up, and it's just still hard to shake them off. It's sort of a little bit. We've got so much, I guess, culture and music and movies and stuff that still have those sorts of things going on in them, old school sort of beliefs and traditions. And so even though we have come really far, I think people still can get caught up in just brainwashed basically after seeing those things and thinking, oh, this is how it should be, when there's no real way of how it should be, as long as you're not hurting anyone and you're feeling good and you're feeling empowered. It's like, what is the problem? We've made that decision. The issue, like you said earlier, you touched on it, with objectification and sexualization, is when someone else makes that decision for you. And it should be from yourself. You don't have to do it, but if you feel like doing it, you should have the right to do it. Yeah,
definitely. And I wanted to actually ask you, I saw, Stefania, on your Facebook the other day, someone had made a really, I don't know if you want to call it a sexist comment, but it's definitely inappropriate. He basically made one of those kind of you're pretty when you shut up. Basically, he'd said something like you're really sexy when you're not protesting or something like that. How often has that happened to you since you started speaking up?
Oh my gosh, I've just I don't know.
They're such assholes, aren't they?
Just the influx of angry, bizarre, weird, projecting, deflective comments is just insane. They're in the hundreds and thousands, like on Instagram as well. And I'm just like, where did all these people come from? They're so upset. And I've had probably 20, 30,000 people unfollow me across my social medias.
Yeah. Do you know what I think it is? Go ahead. Sorry, I sorry it cut you off. When I speak, it cuts you off because your speakers are overtaking your microphone. So you'll have to repeat that last bit.
Oh my God, what was I saying?
It was after 20,000 followers lost, and then.
Yeah. So I've always sort of spoken about veganism a fair bit in the last year and a half, but I've always been very subtle in my approach. And now that I'm speaking really unapologetically on the issue, I have received so much backlash, but it just makes me think I just need to fight harder. Like, this is obviously such an issue in our society, and I've realized it more than ever speaking out about it. How much people will just deny facts amazes me.
I think a large element of what I was going to say before, like I got a theory about why I saw that comment, and I thought, I bet she's getting loads of this similar comment. Basically, you're pretty when you shut up kind of thing. That's really kind of, I guess it's sexist at the end of the day, isn't it? It's like kind of horrible man thing that some guys say. And yeah, I think ultimately you'll get a lot of unfollowers because they came to your page maybe just to look at you, and they don't like it when you all of a sudden this person they come to admire is all of a sudden making them feel guilty. I mean, that must be like a real like smack in the face, I can imagine, for someone who really idolizes you. But I don't think it's a bad smack in the face. I think it's good. And I'd say, like, I think most of these people will probably come back once they have calmed down a little bit after the shock of someone they like look at as like, oh, I really like following this person, or probably a lot more grotesque than that about what they're saying. But, maybe when they go away and they actually think, actually, I kind of liked following that person. I liked looking at her pictures. I like the way she looks. And maybe she's got a point. I reckon they'll come back, to be honest with you. And I reckon most people, though, like, you got to remember that the angriest ones will make the shittiest comments, and the shittiest people will make shitty comments. But I reckon you got a ton of really good people following who just stay silent. And I think that's really important for and I know, Tash, you know this for sure, but in case you hadn't considered it, Stefania, you'll have so many followers that just don't dare to say anything. And they'll be watching and listening to every single thing you post. And when that's like 1 million people and more, you'll be affecting so many people, like way more than you would ever even imagine. And Tash, you definitely know that from what you've been doing, right? You've been approached by people, and you've been messaged by people after like months and months, and they followed you for months, right? And all of a sudden they're messaging you and tell us a bit about that. Like, I remember you told me on the last stream about people that just contacted you out of the blue to tell you how moved they were. And so give us a bit these stories that you've had of people reaching out to you.
Yeah, I've had it happen on multiple occasions where people have sent me incredibly nasty messages, or just in there on their comments, absolutely hating on me, like with their personal attacks, and clearly very triggered and guilty by the message that I've been conveying. And sometimes months or even years later, they've come around and settled down a bit, and have either said, I'm actually vegan now, or and you were right all along, I actually am open to this and I'm willing to go vegan. So I've had that happen quite a lot of times.
Yeah, it's awesome.
So yeah, the biggest haters are the ones that are more triggered and more likely to actually go vegan. And that's why we shouldn't be blocking anyone. I'll never block anyone because I want them to see the message. Even if they're sending me death threats or whatever they're throwing at me, I just let them stay there and be triggered, and they'll obsessively follow all my posts and continually see the animal rights message.
You're stronger than me. I'm really block happy, to be honest with you. I just have no. I think it's down to. I think I remember we discussed this last time. You have a very good. You have a good way with this. The things don't get into your head so much, or you're able to kind of just ignore it. But yeah, for me, I'm not sensitive, but like a bad message or a bad comment or a really specific one, and not just like general shit, but like, and I don't know I can't even tell you which kind of one gets me, but sometimes they can subconsciously really affect the way I feel, like my mood. Like I can read a comment and be like, whatever, I'll spend the whole day pissed off, and I'm like, why am I so angry today? And maybe on reflection, I'll be like, shit, was it that thing I read earlier? But I'm not thinking about it. But like sometimes it subconsciously works its way in. So I find that happens to me a lot. So I'm quite block happy for that reason. But hey, if you don't have that problem that I have, this subconscious anger, that bruise, then you're probably okay. But yeah, I think I'm a little bit short-tempered subconsciously. Maybe on the surface I don't get angry, but inside I think maybe it's too much for me sometimes, and I don't function too well when I'm like that, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, we need to do what we need to do to be sustainable activists. So yeah, really, it varies from person to person for sure.
Yeah. How about you, Stefania? How do you have the inner anger, that bruise like me, or are you able to just get over it and move on?
Well, I used to block, delete, hide, whatever, and now since speaking out with Tash and having that ability to speak out and getting all these angry comments, there's just so many that I've had no choice but to just leave them and just give up blocking because I can't keep up with it. And there's actually quite a nice peace now because I've just accepted the fact that I don't have to block or delete or hide these people. And there's so many that I don't think my mind can even focus or process a single comment.
Yeah.
For me to not be too bothered by it anymore.
It's a good point, actually. Yeah, it's a good point. Maybe you could this would probably could work. No, it would be too mean for you, Stefania. I think this would be too mean because I think you're too much of an influencer to do this. But Tash, you could maybe do it. You kind of do it. So I have my meat flakes of the week every week in my Face the Facts Friday, where I pick out some of the comments I've caught, not the mean ones, like not really like nasty, horrible, but just funny ones that are a little bit silly. And then I respond to them all live. I think, Stefania, if you did that, I think, that maybe is too, I don't know if that would be so good. Unless you were being nice and gentle, I think if you were as mean as I am, you might who knows what damage you could do with because you got you're a big deal in this world. I'm only a smaller deal here, No,
I've been pulling out all the insults, all the words. I have not been holding back. I'm pretty sure I've lost contracts with some of the big brands I work with.
Oh, shit.
But yeah, I just feel like I think it's worth it. And so I don't think it'd be a problem, me reading them out and responding with how I genuinely feel. So
fair enough.
Writing it, I might as well say it.
I was just thinking because if I I don't know, see Ricky Gervais does this too, and he's like a super star, and sometimes I notice how when he responds to people, he's not always that mean, but he is mean, and I feel like when you get to that big, which I don't think he has 3 million on Twitter, you have 1 million on Instagram, so I know he's like a superstar, but it's not completely different. That you are kind of in that bracket. I would start to be concerned if I was in that bracket. I would be concerned about someone doing something silly because I said something to them that really hurt them, and because they see me as some kind of celebrity, I would be really concerned about them being ruining their life if I were in that position. That's why I was saying for you, I don't know if you considered that. Maybe I'm just putting this to you now and you're like, oh fuck, maybe I've destroyed some people's lives, because people
oh my god, what have I done?
Because people obsess over celebrities, or even if they're not celebrities, people obsess over people that they deem to be up on this pedestal, right? And I've noticed Ricky Gervais tends to insult people jokingly, and I figured he does that because he's a comedian, but also because maybe he doesn't want them to go and fucking hate themselves, because if he says it, then maybe it's true, kind of thing. But I don't know if maybe I'm overestimating this. Maybe it's not as bad as I think. I mean, I'm just too I don't know, sensitive with people. I'm not in my videos because I don't think I'm at that point where they'd actually care. But maybe the ones with you, maybe they would. I don't know. That's for you to think about, not me. I'm just guilt tripped you.
Thinking about that tonight.
Yeah.
But I have had to say things like, "Oh, I idolized you so much. I looked up to you for years. I'm gonna have to unfollow you now after your behavior." And I'm just like, okay, bye.
Yeah.
It's just, and a lot of women too. And it's guys leaving the sorts of comments we spoke about earlier. A lot of women Tash gets targeted by women talking in forums about her, saying things that would be considered sexist, body shaming, slut shaming. It's just, yeah, they'll just grab onto anything and really target it to try and diminish you as an activist.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's kind of, yeah, they'll look for anything they can get to try to weaken your message, basically. So, like, you know, I don't know, for example, I'm sure, Tash, I'm sure you've been picked on for having an OnlyFans, for example. They say, oh, she has an OnlyFans, you can't take her seriously. She does this for money. It's like, come on. I mean, that's got nothing to do with what you're saying, right? But it's what they clutch onto. The people will clutch onto anything. If they can drag some shit up on you that will somehow make your other message seem less powerful, they'll do it. And it's a shame to know that women are coming after other women who are like clearly confident. And this is, I read about this actually, like a long while ago. There was a feminist paper talking about how actually one of the most biggest problems for women in the West is women, not men anymore. Like this other women, like looking to put each other down and you know, hold each other back. And this is like one example of it, you know, just over minor disagreements. And this is one example of it, which is really sad to see. You'd expect women to support you because you're doing something really confident and brave, right? But I'm sure you have had that as well. I mean, you've had yeah. But we tend to focus on the negative quite a lot, don't we? But there's a lot of positive here, and this was successful today. How many? You've done it like 5 days in a row or something now, haven't you? This action. I feel like I've seen it every day.
We've just been posting it every day. We're doing it every day online. We've gone out twice now into the city, braving Melbourne, which admittedly is not that bad. But yeah, 2 times. We're out for a few hours today, though. 3.5, 4 hours.
Nice. That's awesome. And
gave away lots of pamphlets.
Say again.
We managed to give away lots of pamphlets. All the people doing outreach as well and talking to people. We got rid of all of them pretty much. We thought, oh no, we should have printed more.
That's awesome. And how about the news? I saw. I don't know. I feel like I'm always seeing Tash in the news, to be honest. So I can't remember if I've seen this story in the news yet or not. Have they covered your actions in the news yet?
No, not this one. I think it was briefly mentioned in a BuzzFeed article that was written maybe yesterday, but it was mainly focusing on my KFC protest. And then they also wrote a little thing about, what did they say? Something about the vegan clan. She's like, Tash and her vegan clan members were found in Grey protesting, as if I like have some kind of cult.
Yeah, I'm one of her cult members.
That's awesome. That's so funny. I'm surprised Butterfield hasn't covered it yet. I thought he would have done, with you both being Australian and you know, and he knows. I mean, obviously Tash, he comes after you anyway, but I'm surprised. Do you reckon he's going to cover it?
Possibly. I mean, he did post. Well, he posted a video of my KFC protest on his Instagram. So I thought he was probably going to do a story on that because everyone was going crazy over it, saying you have to do a video on it. So I was expecting him to do one on that. So I'm not sure he's going to do anything. I think he's probably going to come out as a vegan soon anyway.
He's a closet vegan.
He's what, sorry?
We think he's a closet vegan.
Even if if he was a closet vegan, he'd never say it on his channel. He would never reveal that if he was.
Yeah. Well, I've got mutual friends in the YouTube community that have gone to dinners with him, and apparently he always orders vegetarian.
Really? That's interesting. It's interesting. I mean, at the end of the day, Isaac Butterfield is a performer and a comedian, and he's admitted it multiple times on his channel that the only reason he made a YouTube is because he wanted to make it as a comedian. And his YouTube, he knew he could do YouTube and get gigs from YouTube. So, like, that being the case, is it? I mean, I've seen his second channel. On his second channel, he is nothing like he is on his first channel. He is like chill, reasonable. Like, he responded to a Joey video on his second channel. It didn't even call him any names, I don't think. He was just very like, no, man, see, this isn't how the way it is. Like, you've got me all wrong. It's just a joke. He was being like super chill. So I don't know. I've got a bit of a suspicion that it is just one big performance on the first channel, just to pull people in, which I can respect to a certain extent, because that's, you know, this is YouTube, but it's a shame that he does it at the expense of some, you know, of mainly does it at the expense of animals. It doesn't really screw people over as much as he screws animals over on his channel. Like, it's not like he encourages people to go out and hurt people, but he does encourage people to go out and hurt animals. And that's a real shame that he's chosen that way of entertaining people, to be honest. But but yeah, maybe he is at least a closet vegetarian or closet vegan, who knows. If you've got mutuals, you should be pulling on those strings and getting something set up.
Yeah, I don't know how. I find him horrible. I think he is just a revolting human being. And I've got a family member in high school here in Australia, and they'll mention Isaac Butterfield in their defense of eating animals.
Right.
So he's managed to have a whole horde of children here in Australia admire him, look up to him, and use him as, this anti-vegan icon. So he's just no respect for that person at all.
Yeah, you're totally right. And there was a video that Tash put up where someone was saying, Isaac Butterfield's right, you're a slut, right? Calling you names because of this. This is the, unfortunately, like, it's not, I don't know, it's weird. I wanted to get into this maybe, not in a video, but at least in a stream, like, I'm glad we're talking about it now. It's kind of like, I'm going to use a weird comparison here, just bear with me. It's kind of like what Eminem used to rap about back in his early career, where he was saying, like, someone went out and shot someone, said they did it because of me. How the fuck is that my fault? I'm just talking about, like, none of this is real. Some of it's real, but some of it's not real. Some of it's entertainment. It's not my fault that someone goes out and shoots someone. To a certain extent, I can kind of see this with Isaac Butterfield. It's like he is doing what he's doing. He's saying what he's saying. It's not his fault that someone goes out and assaults, verbally assaults Tash. It's not his fault that people use him as an excuse. But at the end of the day, he also needs to think about what he's saying and be more responsible. There's kind of like a weird balance between the two, because then, if you were to say Isaac should stop saying that, then you would also need to say Eminem should stop saying that too. Because if people will eat meat because Isaac said so, then people will shoot people because Eminem said so. And then you kind of into like, oh, well, free speech. And I don't know, you know what I mean?
People are actively participating and abusing animals every day. So this is a habit they're in already. And so they're looking for reasons and places to divert the attention to make themselves feel better about their continual habits.
Yeah.
So, and he's presenting himself as like, look, me, I am the icon of anti-veganness. Use me to defend it, to defend your habits. Whereas Eminem's, it's someone that's gone out and done something atrocious. We're talking about habitual situations here that he's encouraging people to stay in.
It's a good point. It's a good point. They're different. They're different. They are similar in some ways in that you shouldn't do things just because fucking Isaac Butterfield said do them. But then at the same time, he is positioning himself as the anti-vegan leader. So yeah, he has to hold some responsibility for people going out and attacking Tash because he is positioning himself as an opponent of hers, right? And he is saying things about her and yeah, it's kind of, but you're totally right. Yeah, you're totally right. It is definitely more towards being his fault than it would be for someone like Eminem, for example. Although I do empathize with the idea of like, people shouldn't be so fucking stupid to just copy what people online do. But that's, we're in that world. Whether we like it or not, this is what is happening, isn't it? People are influenced. That's why it's called influencers, right? That's what they're doing. Really good point. Really good point. But guys, I appreciate you coming on. We were scheduled to go on until literally just now, I think, and then I was going to take a short break and eat something, which would be nice. I got caught up, but I'm glad we got the time that we got. Actually, I think we went through everything I wanted to go through, actually, which is awesome. Really enjoyed having you here. Is there anything you'd like to say before you go to the audience? We have 110 people watching right now, which I think is pretty cool. So anything you'd like to say to the viewers? Some of them are not vegan, by the way, just FYI.
Well, yeah, if you're not vegan, you are contributing to the biggest injustice known to history and the largest Holocaust in history. So you don't want to be an animal abuser. You need to be vegan now. And please go to don'twatch.org to see the truth and the atrocities that you are contributing to.
And my biggest regret is not going vegan sooner. So don't make it your biggest regret too. Awesome.
Thanks so much, guys. It was really, really cool to have you on. After all those discussions and debates I was having, it's definitely been nice to have like a breather with you and some inspiration for everybody. I think any women in the chat right now, women watching will definitely be inspired. And I would add, you don't need to do what these guys are doing. If that's not your thing, it's not like that's the only way. There are many ways to do it. But if you do want to do this, I think it's a really good way of getting the message out. I really can't wait to see what you guys are going to get up to next.
Thanks for having us on. Thank you so much.
Thanks. See you later.
Yeah.
All right. So I need to, switch to just me again. Are we just me now? Oh, no. Click. There we go. That was a weird screen for a second, wasn't it? All right. So we are going to go on to the next part of our schedule now, which is I'm going to take a little break. Actually, I'm going to go and eat some food. So I would like Annie, if she's listening, you're going to come here and take over and talk to people for a little bit, just whilst I have a little munchy munch. Don't really want to eat on camera. It's a bit weird. I always feel like you guys are watching me, and then when I get it all over my beard, you're all just like, what the fuck am I looking at right now? But I will show you what I'm going to eat. I'm going to eat this. It's like a little, it looks like really does look like an animal product. It isn't. It's seitan, and it's got like vegan cheese and a little bit of bread, a bit of salad. So yeah. So Annie's going to come now and talk to you about the stream. She's going to talk about the stream. She's going to tell you what's going on and, what's coming, get you all pumped. Annie's my hype woman. Like you get the hype man, like when a rapper is like, we're talking about rap a lot today, aren't we? Rappers. When the rappers have the hype man. So Annie's going to be my hype woman. Yeah, hype woman. Okay. There you go. Get in, take the seat. Gonna happen? Well, it has to happen. I can't eat at the same time.
Okay. Why do I need this exactly?
So you can hear yourself.
I don't know. Okay.
You're speaking to the microphone. It's nice to.
Okay.
You get it? You can hear your own voice.
Yes. Nice.
All right. Enjoy.
Ooh, thank you. Hello, everyone. Wow, that was such a nice interview there. Yeah, I'm going to be looking at the comments, trying to look at the camera as well. This is very new to me. Anyway, nice interview. Hi, everyone. Really excited for this stream. I can't believe how fast it's going, actually. I don't know if David feels the same. It's been, 5 hours now already? That's pretty crazy. But yeah, we're doing some voting for tattoos as well. I'm going to be tattooing David later today. And yeah, please vote. I think we have like 2 suggestions so far. Could be that I've missed some things, but when you send a donation with the Streamlabs link, then you can suggest for a tattoo for David. And also, if you don't want to do that, you can super chat with the donation and a suggestion. And we'll see. Is it quiet? Sorry, maybe I need to go closer to the microphone. Is it better now? Yeah. So I'm looking at the comments as well. But yeah, so you vote by sending a Streamlabs donation. The link is in the description and as a pinned comment as well. Or you can do a super chat. And so I'm going to be hand poking the tattoo. So nothing like no back pieces or anything like this. It will be something like this size maybe. It depends kind of. There will be something like 3 to 4 hours for the tattooing. So yeah, it could be something like a little text or little animal face or something, whatever you can come up with. Just suggest. And then we'll be choosing this, the winner or which one David wants to get tattooed on himself. We'll be choosing that in some hours now. Let's see, the schedule is there. Yeah, well, later today anyway. So start voting, start suggesting. Then I'm gonna, draw the tattoo and he will get tattooed live. YouTube. Woo! That will be really fun. Looking forward to that. Yeah. And obviously all the money will go, or actually half of the money of this will go to Ponto Animal Sanctuary. I posted the link a few times to their Instagram. I'll do that again. Keep posting the Instagram. Ponto has such nice, lovely Instagrams. They have so many nice animals there. Lovely piggies and sheeps and they're amazing. And Radim is also gonna come and talk about the sanctuary very soon. Yeah, that's basically some outreach and then Radim is gonna talk about the sanctuary. So very much looking forward to that. Yeah, we need more suggestions for the tattoos. please donate and suggest. It's gonna be interesting to do the tattoo as well. David doesn't enjoy it too much. I actually like being tattooed. I like the pain. At least in the first hours, it's good. When it goes to like 6 hours, then it starts to be like, no more. Everything feels so bad after like 6 hours. But David is not a big fan of tattooing, so it will be interesting to see, because he's going to be tattooed live. I think he won't complain as much as usual. Yeah, exciting. Ooh, a gorilla head tattooed. Mimi Boom. That's so nice. Wow. Oh, I love gorillas. I would take a gorilla head tattoo. It would be so nice. Yeah. David is actually late with his this was his breakfast bread, and now it's lunchtime. So he's a bit late with his eatings, but good thing that he decided to take a break now. I just wasn't prepared to come on like this, but yeah, bear with me. We'll see. 5 hours done and 19 to go. That'll be good. Ellie, vegan gays. I want to tattoo you too. You need to come up with an idea what I tattoo on you, Ellie. Can't wait. I guess I have to be in England for that. But yeah, vegans get tattoos for free. Yeah. I hear David coming. I was talking about the tattoo for some time now.
Okay.
On your next break, I will talk about different things. But this is what I wanted to talk about now. How are you feeling?
All right. Yeah.
5 hours done, right?
Yeah. I was worried that you might be struggling, so I'm back.
Yeah.
If you wanna jump out, you can.
No, if you want to take a break, I can start talking about other stuff.
Maybe talk about the GoFundMe, because we've only got $25. Amazing, we got €25 donated, but we need more.
So yeah, people donate. There's the GoFundMe link. Or is it in the pinned comment? Yes, in the pinned comment, Ponto Animal Sanctuary donation link. Please use that also to donate money to the sanctuary. Radim is joining in a bit. In 2 hours, he's gonna come and talk about the sanctuary of their rescued animals, and yeah, they need money. They have a lot of animals there. They're taking good care of them. So please donate. This is why David is doing this long live stream. This is why David will be suffering. This is why David will be tattooed also. A long live stream and also tattooed. So yeah, hopefully there will be a lot of donations. Share it around as well, the donation link. Post it in Facebook. Post it anywhere else. Send it to friends. Yeah, they need money. And also, yeah, tattoo suggestions, we need more of them. I think we only have 2 so far.
Okay.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. Bye.
Cool. Enjoy that. Say bye to everyone.
I said bye.
Oh,
bye.
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 It's like whispering. Bye. Thank you for help. Thank you for the break.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, the seat's so warm.
Do you need some?
Oh, everything's warm, huh?
Do
Sorry.
you need something more right now?
No. Oh yeah. Thank you. Thank you. The seat. You were really hot.
I'm sweating. This was hot when I came.
The fan's doing a good job though. Oh, it's one of these little USB fans, guys. Huh?
It was hot when I came.
Oh, okay. I got one of these little USB fans. It's pretty awesome. What the fuck's happened here? My Wi-Fi cut out here. Bear with me, guys. Just fixing something here. Did you enjoy having Annie on? Nice little break from just my face, right? Much nicer to look at, I think. All right. We're gonna thank you very much. We're still in a little break right now, guys. So I'll explain to you what's coming up. So as Annie has gone over very, very well. I'm sure. We demand Annie back. Annie will be back. Every time I need to eat or drink or you know, anything basically like that, Annie will be back to take over to allow me to do that. All right. So that's all good. So as Annie was saying, I will be getting tattooed, and you can vote for which one I get, but you've got to do a super chat or a Streamlabs, otherwise you don't get to vote, right? So definitely do that. The other thing, guys, I just want to make really clear as well is this: we're trying to raise money for. Annie didn't go so far into it. I want to go a little bit further into this. So the animal sanctuary we're trying to raise money for, they genuinely absolutely need the money. It's not just to feed the animals, it's also to get them the care they need. Some of them are they recently just did a fundraiser to try and raise funds for some surgeries for some of the animals. All right, so they really do need us to you know, smash it today and get them some funds raised. So guys, please do click the link in the pinned comment, get over to the GoFundMe and drop them a donation. It can be like €1, like literally €1. But if you know, there's 102 people here, if 102 people donate €1, you know, it's 102 euros, guys. And then we can help some animals. So get over to that GoFundMe, drop them a donation of €1 or you know, whatever you can do. And let's help them out. Let's do this, guys. They will get half of all of the super chats and all of the Streamlabs donations from the stream as well. So that will be something. So they're going to get that as well. And they'll get everything from the GoFundMe. I mean, this is going to be, you know, awesome for them. It's going to really help out the animals. So let's do it. All right, guys, let's not fuck around. Let's get our wallets out. Let's get those bank accounts cracked open and let's help some animals, guys. So today's schedule, how it's going to go from now. We're going to jump back onto Discord in about 20 minutes. About 20 minutes? Yeah. 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, we're going to get back onto the Discord outreach, which earlier on, for those of you that have already been here for a little bit, you will know what that is. Basically, it's on Discord, which is a cool, basically, it's kind of like a private Facebook, if you will. And there's this group that I'm in called Animal Rights Advocates. And these guys have set it up for me so that I can go on and be visited by members of the public and do outreach with them or debate them or whatever you want, right? Currently, Danny, Lifting Vegan Logic, is doing it. And he's working that room right now. And then when I'm ready to jump back in about 20 minutes or so, as we've scheduled, I'll jump back in. And then yeah, we'll kick it off again. So that's pretty cool. So it's going to be with strangers, debating, discussing veganism, all that good stuff. So yeah. And then after that, we will have Radim from the sanctuary that we're raising money for. He'll be here to talk about it. And then after that, we'll have an actual debate, like a scheduled debate with somebody who wants to argue against veganism here on the channel. Unfortunately, it still won't be with his video because he can't do that for his personal reasons. He can't be on video, his job and stuff like that, because of his political affiliations. He's an anarchist, and he works in a school, and apparently they have banned anarchist literature in schools, so he's worried about that. So he won't be on the screen, but he'll be here to talk about, you know, why he thinks veganism is not good. So that's what's going to happen, guys. In the meanwhile, guys, you're on a fucking debate in the comments about some shit. I'm not getting into that. But tell me, if you're enjoying the stream so far, let's leave a comment that says, go vegan for the animals. Let's just litter the comments with that. Just boom, 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 boom. Just like smash it in there. Go vegan for the animals if you're enjoying the stream so far. Do that, and let's take a look at these tattoo ideas. Maybe I've missed one. So we've got tattoo idea V4A4L, vegan for animals for life. I guess that's what it is. That's pretty. That's okay. Cool. That's one tattoo idea, and the other one, which I still don't understand, was the Poots Lovato. I don't know what that is. Nice to see some of you guys enjoying the stream. Lots of go vegans for the animals. Cool. Welcome, Emily, Crazy Emily Vegan. Dennis, what's up? Rolando, hello. Josh, go vegan to free Annie. Annie's free. Annie's free, all right, guys. So yeah, nice to see you all here. Nice, there's 100 of us here. This is pretty cool. So I think we can probably jump back into the outreach now. Let's go see what's going on in there, shall we? Oh, the meme. Oh, Annie's just sent me the meme. Poots Lovato. What is it? Let's have a look. Oh, it's the. For fuck's sake. Yeah, I'm not getting that done. But thanks. This is what I mean. Make a good suggestion. Come on. I see we have a super chat. Thank you so much, David. 80s David. Thank you for being an awesome activist, David. Thank you so much. Thank you for being an awesome person, David. This is 80s David. Thank you so much. All right, then let's jump back into the debate stream. Let's see what's going on in here.
We might not get from just eating plants and whatnot. Like that, I feel like that would be an ethical way for me to feel okay about eating cow.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of vegans would actually agree with you there, including me. Like, I don't really have a moral problem with roadkill being consumed. Yeah. I have a problem with the part where you actually kill the animal and you throw them in these awful conditions. I thought you were going to say something along the lines of we should it's ethical to kill cows so long as we raise them on a local farm and they were grass fed and they had a good life. I thought you were going there because that's usually where people go when they say you think there's an ethical way to do it.
No, I'm like a very interesting character. Like I value life to a really high degree, and I've had a lot of pets in my life, and my mom kind of taught me that like all life really matters, and especially like I haven't really had a relationship with a cow as a pet, but I know that they would be a lot like the dogs, the ferrets, the sugar gliders, like all the things that I've had in my life, and like I wouldn't want to kill them just to eat them. I would want to keep them around as friends, like in a sense, like.
Yeah, so you sound like a vegan. Like I don't know if I even need to push you on anything. I think.
I'm not though. Like I eat meat. Like
no, I mean like mentally. Like it seems like your morals and veganism are aligned. So
yeah. I mean, but yeah.
It seems like logically you made the connection, which is like a good thing. But I would say that the next thing now is to make the emotional connection and. To do that, I would just look into Earthlings and Dominion.
Yeah,
these are two documentaries that will probably push you in the right direction, especially if you've been raised the way you just told me you were raised. But yeah, you don't sound like you really have an opposing position.
I mean, I do in a sense, but I'm more curious about like the kind of long term. Like if say here, like let me put this hypothetical for you. Say the whole population of the world, which is like almost 8 billion now, right? 8 billion human beings on the face of our planet. So say all of them turn to veganism. Like, do you think that we could like really sustain that like source of food within feeding the whole world's population if they only choose to eat if they only choose to be veganism instead of like omnivores?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. When you take into account the amount of plants that we have to grow to feed the 70 billion animals that we already, consume every year.
Yeah.
You understand that we already grow enough food to feed more than 8 billion.
And stuff.
Yeah, right. And it's not like we have no choice but to only grow grain. So we already grow enough food for the entire human species, but the food is just distributed to animals. So absolutely, I think we have the resources to do it.
Yeah, well, what about like like within farming and like how like plants are grown, there's a lot of damage to like the earth and stuff. Like, do you think that would like, what if like eventually we just have so much, because 8 billion is a lot different than, I mean, I don't really know the true numbers of like how many livestock versus like how many humans and the requirement of how much grains we use, but do you think that there might be like a longevity problem to where we kind of destroy the ability for plants to grow on the face of this earth, to where like how I see it, like I'm kind of a futurist where I try to look really far into the future of our like species.
Yeah, it's what you're saying. Shit, I thought they heard me there. I'm muted. No, it's what you said, Mimi Boom. What about? That's literally all that's going on here.
Longevity of like, the ecosystem to where plants can't survive and they don't produce oxygen for us, to where even though our food sources are covered, like we don't have enough oxygen, to where like our brains are dumbed down. Like when kids are born, they don't have enough oxygen to provide for their muscles and their brain. Like,
Yeah, I mean, so if you're worried about the environment with respect to a vegan world, I would just tell you to look into the environmental science supporting a vegan world and how bad animal agriculture is for the environment. It is one of the leading causes of greenhouse gas emissions and deforestation because of all the land that needs to be cleared to grow feed for again 70 billion animals. So I just want you to like don't take my word for it. Like look into the data yourself. I don't have it on hand to just like send out to you. But there's a kind of like a more logical way to think about it, and that is just think about all the land that's required to feed, all the land and the resources that's required to feed 70 billion animals plus 8 billion humans, and then
right, yeah.
And,
I mean, that makes sense, like logically, you know, like
and then think about how many resources are needed just to feed the 8 billion humans, and then obviously we can come to the conclusion that it would be much more sustainable.
Word. So here's my next question. All right, do vegans consider like insects like more sentient life? Like they're included, that you don't eat insects versus cows and chickens, cows specifically, since we're sticking with that.
Yeah, so it depends on the vegan you talk to. Some vegans believe in a sentience hierarchy where we believe that certain species have higher sentience, aka higher capacity for well-being, and therefore we should value them more than a species below them that has less sentience. Now, I believe the science on insect sentience is actually rather gray. I don't quote me on that, but there's.
Well, what's your opinion? Like, this is all like kind of like I know we're using logic, but I'm talking to you, you know, not like the board of vegans, right?
Yeah, no, of course. From what I've seen, I think that insects, I would assume they are sentient, but I'm not going to give you like a full on answer because I need to look more into it. But like I was under the impression for a while that it was scientific consensus that all insects are sentient, but I've heard from people I know that understand research methodology and scientific data much better than me mention that there's actually some gray areas with respect to certain insects. So I don't want to like again give you an absolute answer when I still need to look into this myself. But assuming we knew, like let's assume that I just did the research and XYZ insects are sentient. I mean, of course we shouldn't treat them in the way that we're saying we shouldn't be treating cows, pigs, and chickens.
Agreed. So here's another question I had just out of curiosity is like, why do vegans think that plants aren't sentient? I mean, like, why do you think that plants aren't sentient?
Yeah. So when we say
like the brain and the central nervous system and all that.
Because we through like inductive reasoning. I mean, we kind of can induce that things that have essentially.
He's trying to do it so politely though.
Have sentience, and plants they react to stimulus biochemically and automatically. And this is an example of intelligence, not so much sentience. And computers are the same, where they have intelligence, they can react to certain stimuli, but that doesn't mean that they are sentient and have a subjective experience, like a first person kind of like experience where they're feeling things. And also there's not really much evolutionary reason to believe that plants are sentient and can feel pain because they can't even move. So it's like I heard somebody say this. I believe, and I'm not trying to make an appeal to authority, but it was an evolutionary biologist and said that if something can't move, there's not much reason to believe that from an evolutionary perspective, it can feel pain. But yeah, I would look into the research on there's a study on it's called the Cambridge Declaration of Animal Consciousness, I believe, and they go into some of the neuroscience with animals and why we know that animals are sentient. And you'll see that they plants lack these neural networks. So
Interesting. So like, man, this is such a great debate. Like, I'm so glad I joined this channel. This is really interesting. But like with my mind, I'm like super curious, but also ignorant within a lot of things and stuff. And so my next question is, do you think that like there can be a kind of a balance within veganism and also people choosing to be omnivores? Like, do you think there can be a life to where people, human beings, you know, Homo sapiens, still eat meat, and but they also don't have like such an unethical way of getting that meat? Like, kind of it leads back to our roadkill. You said roadkill's okay, but like even within kind of like raising cattle and like animals just to eat their meat, do you think there could potentially be a balance to where vegans won't feel the need to like change how people eat, like how a lot of the rest of the population eats?
I think that lab grown meat is probably gonna do that. I think that
Oh yeah.
in the same way that like you know, nobody takes a horse goes from New York to New Jersey on a horse anymore. They use a car. We'll
Right.
probably have lab grown meat be the same in that, you know, it's more environmentally friendly, probably healthier, and also much more
Yeah.
ethical, right? So I think
Mhm.
that at some point animal products are going to be like laughable at how ridiculously unsustainable they are, especially when you compare them to things like lab grown meat and plant-based
Yeah.
alternatives. So I think at that point, yes, but let's imagine though that didn't happen. It would be hard to imagine vegans continuing to be okay with other people funding what you'll see in those two documentaries I just told you to look into, Dominion and Earthlings. And until people's diets don't have like a direct like victim that.
Yeah, this is Danny that you're listening to right now, guys. Listening to Vegan Logic. I'm trying to wait for him to kind of round up his points and this conversation so I can jump back in there again, but it doesn't seem like it's going to round up anytime soon. Oh, Jesus. Dude's going into stem cell research now, so let me just tell Danny I'm going to come back later. Oh, really? Of them, yeah, I know. I turned it off. Yeah, because they're just going into stem cell research. So I mean, it's just going to keep going and going, and I don't feel like sitting here listening to that is like entertaining for anyone. I'm listening. Yeah, I can hear it, but they can't hear it. What's the problem? Sorry. I know. I turned it off because I'm going to do something else. Thanks. Okay, cool. All right. So guys, yeah, I was just saying, I don't think it's much fun for you guys to be sitting here watching me listening to that. So I'm going to switch it out for now because they're talking about stem cells. They're talking about other stuff that's going to go on. I wanted to get into our own conversations because, you know, that's why you guys are here. So you know, that's what I want to do. I want to get into our own chats. 1 second. I'm just trying to see if we can get ourselves our own stage so we can get going again, you know? I'll speak. Let's see what Danta says to 1 second. You can join now. Hey, ma'am. Oh, okay. Hey, what's up? You're on. Oh yeah, you're not on the live stream. I'll put you on the live stream so people don't think I'm weird talking to myself. So yeah, yeah, dude. So with the stage, yeah, Danny's holding the stage. That's fine. But the problem is that when I come back again, you know, it's not really fair to just interrupt his discussion. And this guy's having a good faith discussion with him. So I'm kind of like, I'm not really sure what the solution is because we want to get back into outreach, but what do you think we should do here?
Ooh, I don't know, man. We can do another stage,
Yeah.
but that might cut down the people that will be in the stage.
I know.
Also, I don't think it's gonna. I honestly, because I was listening to the conversation,
All
I
right.
don't think they're like gonna keep going for that long. But like,
I mean,
I don't know if
the dude just got into fucking stem cell research, man. That is like, that's not a small topic. I can't imagine that's going to end anytime soon.
look, I don't, I really don't mind just butting in there and being like, hey, look, we got to move on.
Yeah.
But well,
Okay, I can
think
butt
we
in.
could
I tell you what,
do-
I just feel bad on Danny because Danny's a friend. I don't want to like, screw up his flow, so I feel a bit
Right.
bad. But I can also
No, of
butt in.
course.
But I don't know.
Well, I was thinking as well, we could do, we could just go to a normal VC and get some questions from some vegans, maybe.
All right, but then I need to know when Danny's finished somehow.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, this is complicated. Let me get a mod to tell me once this discussion is over.
All right, that would be good.
Sorry, man.
You know what I mean,
This
though,
is
right?
this is
It's so
this is
complicated. It's like if it was someone else that I'm gonna be honest with you, if I didn't know the person, I would just be like, "Hey, dude, can we wrap this up?" But because I feel bad because it's Danny, because I know him and he's a friend, I don't feel like comfortable just going in there and being like, "Danny, fuck off."
Right.
Which is like, I know it's kind of mean to say I would do it to a stranger. I know, I accept that. All right, but I feel kind of not. I feel mean doing it to Danny. Not fuck
Yeah.
off, obviously, but like politely.
Okay, I pinged the mods. Hopefully someone can help me out.
All right, cool.
Yeah, there are multiple. Look, okay, actually, there's another idea I have, right?
Oh, yeah?
If we go to a normal VC,
Yep.
we can very easily see if the person leaves the stage.
Yep.
Because we can visually see it when
Sure,
it happens, and then
sure.
we'll quickly come back, and then,
All right.
what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you want me to go in the VC. Like, what are they talking about in the VC right now? I feel a bit weird, just like.
No, let's go to a different one. VC3.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, let's go there.
All right.
See
Cool.
you there.
Cool. All right, we're here now.
All right, let's see if we can get some people in here.
God, Danny, screwing everything up. No, not actually. He did. I'm sure he's doing a great job, actually, and I appreciate him stepping in while I took a little break. But I also appreciate him stepping out now. So you've done your job. Your mission is over for now. It's like for him, it's 1:28 in the morning. Oh no, it's like 2 a.m. for him right now.
2 a.m. right now.
For Danny, yeah.
I see.
Yeah, so I think he'll be done pretty soon.
I guess I can start off. I got some questions, maybe.
Sorry, your questions for me?
Yeah, I
Oh.
mean, I can start it off.
Hells
Or-
yeah! All right, let's go.
Yeah, okay. So there's some arguments made. I forgot the name of the person. Maybe Francione or something, but I think they were criticizing slaughterhouse like activism, where they go to slaughterhouses to sort of pay respect to the animals.
Yeah.
And then I think the argument is because of they're supposed, well, I don't know much about the argument, but I think the basis is that it prolongs the suffering of the pigs and it's not effective.
Yeah.
So I was wondering what your moral evaluation is of that activism and perhaps its effectiveness intuitively to you.
So Gary Francione has a problem with every single person that isn't Gary Francione and that doesn't subscribe to Gary Francione. So unfortunately, we have to kind of take whatever he says with a pinch of salt. But yeah, he's got a point in that. Like we had this problem in we had a problem in a protest.
Wait, stop, David. I hate to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but if you want to go back to the stage, there,
Okay,
right now.
we'll come back to this later. Keep that question on ice, all right? All right, sweet.
At David back. So
Hey.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Oh.
let him know to come in now. He told me to let him know.
Hello.
I am here.
Okay.
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm
Oh.
insecure about my voice. So what's up?
So I think David, you want to take over?
Yeah,
Can you hear us, David?
Yeah, this got awkward.
Okay.
This got awkward. So how you guys been?
Yeah, all good, man. Did you have a?
That's good to hear.
Yeah. How are you doing? You okay?
Oh yeah, playing some Fallout right now.
Cool.
Yeah, this got awkward.
There's nothing's awkward, man. If you have a question or something you want to ask, you can ask away. Like, don't feel there's nothing awkward here, dude. It's totally fine.
So, veganism. Why is there some people that like forcefully say if you're not like a vegan, then you're basically Nazis? I mean, I don't really like understand why people say that.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've not heard anyone specifically say that, you're a Nazi if you're not vegan. But I think some people would say that maybe I don't know about those people who've said that before, but maybe if someone did say that, maybe they're thinking that, people like Nazis or, horrible people like that, they pick and choose people in society based on the race or based on their religion, and they'll punish them or abuse them based on that. And maybe they're trying to make a comparison, maybe a very offensive comparison, that offensive, but you can decide whether it's true or not, that if somebody is abusing animals, paying for animal products, they're doing it just because of their species. And that's kind of similar to the way somebody would abuse somebody just because of their race or religion, like it's race or religion is not a reason to abuse someone, and also species isn't a reason to abuse someone. So maybe that's what they meant. I don't know. Maybe that's what they were going for, or maybe they were just trying to insult someone. I don't know. If they're saying that because they want to insult someone, I don't think that's, I don't know. It's probably not the smartest thing to do. It just it depends.
Because
really.
it is offensive.
Well, obviously, yeah. Has anyone said that to you?
Well, I have experienced some toxic vegans over, my time on Discord. And it's a shame because, the community seems, pretty cool and all, but it's a huge turnoff when you have, like, people saying, oh, like, if you don't contribute to, like, so-and-so, you're super bad.
Yeah.
It's a huge turnoff, man.
Well, I mean, if someone said to you, "Hey, if you're a massive racist, then you're a piece of shit," would that turn you off? Would that make you into a racist?
I'm not racist.
I know. But if someone said to you,
I understand the example.
You get my point, right? If someone said to you, "You shouldn't be racist because that makes you a piece of shit," you wouldn't become a racist. So, I mean, as much as I understand that vegans sometimes call people names, it shouldn't make you want to go out and keep killing animals. I mean, that seems like not you specifically. I'm talking about in general. If somebody hears something mean from a vegan, I mean, that shouldn't be the factor that determines what you do next. I mean, there are horrible people that are anti-racist, that are really mean and nasty, but that doesn't make me want to become a racist, for example. So I guess, I understand what you're saying, but I think people say things, vegan or not, people say horrible things about other people. I wouldn't let that determine what you choose to do,
All right. I guess those were my only questions. Yeah. Thanks for answering them, dude. I guess I'll go. See ya.
Yeah. Well, okay, man. I hope you're still listening. So I was going to tell you something, but anyway, like I would say that if you are someone who's looking at veganism, you're listening, you're agreeing, you're like, you know what, I don't want to hurt animals anymore. Like even if the only vegans you've ever met have been horrible, nasty people, then that shouldn't make you not go vegan. I mean, you just be a vegan who's not like that then. Just be a vegan. You be the vegan that you want to be then. You want to be a vegan who doesn't do any of those things and doesn't insult people. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. You could even set the precedent for what you think a vegan should act like then. The important thing is that, you look into what we're talking about here and consider the animals, because, You know, if someone's mean to you or something like that, I mean, it doesn't really matter when we're talking about what the animals go through here. That should be what we're thinking about here as a predominantly, you know? But anyway, Danny, if you're still there, I just wanted to say, like, thank you for taking over for a little bit, man. Sorry, we just jumped straight into something else, didn't we? So appreciate that, man.
Yeah, no worries. One of the mods was asking if I wanted to like tag team. I feel bad doing that because I don't want to double team people.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Like yeah, if there's a discussion though, and you want me to like, because I'm gonna probably be up for like another 30-40 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, cool, man. Yeah, I think in the next 30-40 minutes is probably not. I mean, I was planning to be here now until like, well, about an hour and a half from now. So if you're still around then and you want to tap in, which I doubt it, considering it, what is it, like 3 a.m. for you now?
Yeah, no worries, no worries. I mean, you're doing this for 24, so
yeah,
maybe tomorrow when I wake up after a nice long nap that you're probably gonna want, I'll come in.
Cool, man. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you'll have a chance to come back in this for sure, man, later on, no doubt.
Cool, no worries. All right, well, thank you for having me, and thank you for everything.
Thanks, bro.
We had a lot of good conversations.
Awesome, dude. Catch you later.
All right, later. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you. See you later. All right, we got a vegan who has a question. So
sure. Can we change the maybe change the thing? Do you know how to do that? Of course you do. You're the fucking mod. You know how to change the.
Actually, we have been having a lot of trouble with changing the description.
I heard you just have to do it on the mobile. That's what someone said earlier.
I can try.
I can. I'm trying to do it right now as well. 1 second. Just so that people don't get confused because Danny's not here anymore. Hold up. What a bloody hell. All right, here we go. Oh, I see it here. Debate Q&A. Oh, shit. What just happened? Oh, no. Whoops. Yeah, I'm back.
Okay.
I don't know.
Hi, how are you?
All good. Yeah, what's up? How you doing?
Wait, I think he's still trying to figure something out.
Am I not here? Yeah, I'm here, right? Everything's good. You can hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, perfect. Yeah, let's go ahead then. It's all good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear everyone perfectly, yeah.
Okay. So my question would be, what, in your experience, what's the most effective form of activism that doesn't involve a significant risk to, get in trouble with the law?
Oof, that's interesting. So I'm going to give you an answer that doesn't really answer your question, and then I'm going to give you an answer that more answers your question. So the first answer I'd give you is whatever activism you can do is the most effective activism, because if you can't do it for whatever reason, then it's not effective. And that sounds kind of wishy-washy, but when you really go into it, I feel like it does kind of make sense. So for example, if you look at someone like me doing this right now, if you look at this and you're like, oh, I couldn't do this. No way. Absolutely no way. Not going to do it. I don't have the right, whatever. I don't feel like it. Then clearly this isn't going to be the thing for you to do because you won't be effective at it. But then if you look at someone's artwork that they put out for I don't know, a sign for Peter or something like that, and you're like, I like that. I could do that. I could make artwork for Peter. Then clearly I can't do that, by the way. I can't draw for shit. Then clearly you are more, that's your activism, that's your area. Go and create something. So I think it really, really comes down to the individual as to what they can do. In the sense of, if you're asking me what do I think is the most effective way, if I was to be able to tell everyone, do this thing, I think you're going to get through to the most people, it would have to be online or doing something in the streets and then posting it online. The reason being is that whereas like in the past, people were quite limited on the impact they could have. So they would go out and do different protests and different things, but the protest was always limited to that specific area and whether or not the news covered it or not. And that was the end of it right there and then. Whereas nowadays, you could go out and do a nice, fun protest in the street. It doesn't have to, like you said, not getting in trouble with the law. You could do something where you specifically seek permission from the police. You could do something that's not going to cause anyone to be upset. Like if that's your concern, you can easily do things like food sampling. You can do interviews on the street where you're just asking very polite and nice questions that not confrontational. If that's your issue, that you're concerned about things going wrong, you can do that. And then the best thing is if you film that and you get photos from that, you can, and if it's a good event, you can get that out there into the public. You can get it on social media. You can send it to news companies. You can, and the potential reach you can have from creating that social media content, it just blows up. From a street event that reached to maybe 100 people, it could potentially reach millions of people once you've got that and put it into something that can be a package that is appealing to people online. So I think by far the I don't know if that's considered the most effective, but at least the best way to reach the maximum amount of people with a message is absolutely through social media. I can't see any other way to get to that many people with a click of a button. You know, we're blessed and also cursed to be in the age of social media, but I think it can be absolutely used as like a blessing as well. So I don't know. That was a long answer. I'm not sure if you got your answer from it or not.
No, that's good. I do have like an additional question on top of it,
Sure.
And this will be my last, and I'll let someone else speak.
Mhm.
So as someone who's only done activism in the past where it has to do with, talking to people either on the street or, online,
Yeah.
I feel like I've never actually seen or felt any tangible result as a result of my activism. Like, I want to see animals being freed. I want to see animals not being bred into existence, but I don't really get that opportunity. And I was wondering if there's any kind of activism or anything you can do that, again, isn't involved with risking yourself against the law, but also actively and physically you can see the results of your labor releasing animals.
That's a great point. That's a great point. I think if we're talking about speaking to people, and you get, obviously when you're talking to people in the street, you very rarely see the results of your conversation, and that's not that it's your fault or anything. It's that sometimes your conversation could be adding 5 to 10% of the chain, the information that someone needs to eventually decide they're going to go vegan. Sometimes you could be that last 5%, and then they just tell you on the spot, oh my God, I'm going to do it. I'm going to go. And then you've got your result right there. Like, oh my God, this person's not going to do this to animals anymore. And you get your tangible result. But 9 times out of 10, that's not the case. You're catching someone maybe who's never even spoken about it before. You're catching someone who has spoken about it, but never given it much thought. Or you're catching someone in the middle of that kind of, on their, I hate to say the word, but journey, basically, because I don't think it's a journey, but I think, people have to go through their shit before they eventually make that conclusion, like, I do need to do this. Sometimes it can take 1 hour. Sometimes it can take 1 year. People can be very stubborn, and you just don't know where you're catching someone. So I understand street activism and outreach can be very frustrating in that sense. I'd say a way that you can, if there's an organization called We the Free, WTF, We the Free, that's starting up around the world. They have a system where you can actually track what. Hello?
Not really sure if David is speaking or not.
Sorry?
David, we can't seem to hear you.
You can't hear me?
I can hear him perfectly well.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay.
I can hear you perfectly well if you want to continue.
Okay. So yeah,
sorry, could you repeat again?
He says he can hear me perfectly well.
Sparrow, I can hear him perfectly well.
Okay, because the consensus in the chat seems to be that we can't seem to hear David.
Okay, that's strange. I don't know then why that is.
Okay, I guess some people can, some people can't.
Yeah.
Seems to be a Discord issue. I'll go back to the audience.
All right, man. Thanks. I don't know. Let me check, make sure my mic's working on. Yeah, people saying that it's fine over here as well on the stream. Anyway, so I'll just continue, and I can restart Discord after this conversation and see if it fixes whatever the problem is. But yeah, there's an organization called We the Free. They're working in a similar way to Anonymous for the Voiceless, but they have a bit of a difference. They have a platform where you can, when you give people a card, it has the links to the documentaries and to the resources, but the links are trackable. So they actually have a system that's tracking what people watch or don't watch. So that can give you a really good sense of achievement. If you give someone a card and you explain to them and they go home and watch a documentary, you will be able to find out, like on the line, they'll say, yes, this person watched it. Yes, this person has gone and done what they said they would do. So that's pretty nice to have. And there's also, I was going to say also giving talks, public talks in institutions like schools, universities, colleges. If you can get that sorted out, the easiest way, you might tell me this is deceiving. I don't think it's deceiving, but the easiest way I've found to get into these places is to say you want to come and give a talk on equality. And once you get in there, you do talk about equality, and you talk about the equality or inequalities between humans and non-humans. So it's kind of if you say you want to talk about veganism, you might miss that opportunity. But if you say I want to talk about equality, maybe you'll get in there, because most schools are getting all woke right now. So it could open the door for you. But that's another way to get some instant kind of results, because you'll find people will approach you afterwards to continue a conversation and learn. And I found that to be really rewarding, especially with younger people, students, because they tend to be very open to learning, and it becomes very apparent that they're like, oh my God, this is amazing. I've really learned something today. And yeah, you get instant like feedback, which I've really, really appreciated. So those are the two ways. If you're someone who's already doing that kind of activism, you're just looking to make it more, so you can understand if it's actually making an impact. I think there are two ways you could keep doing the same thing and actually have some kind of results from it that you can see.
Okay.
I mean, there will already be results, but you don't see them. That's what I mean. But you could see them if you do these things.
So just for clarification before I get off,
Sure.
Any form of activism where you actually go to disrupt, an organization or a factory and release animals is, I guess, strictly against the law and can get you in trouble in that sense?
In the States, I think there are some loopholes you can jump through. And if the animals are sick, they apparently have some kind of loophole that you can get away with where you don't get charged. I don't know. Oh, you do get charged, but it's not as bad. Or I can't remember exactly. I don't live in the States, but yeah, where I'm from in England and in most of Europe, I believe it's straight up trespassing. And if you take an animal away, then it would be theft. Now, obviously, if it's trespassing, it doesn't really matter. Like, that's not going to be a problem. But if it's taking animals away, that's a whole different story altogether, because they will take the animals back, and they'll most likely just kill them straight away because they have been contaminated, with outside things. And two, they'll probably take you to court, and you could be in some trouble. So that's, yeah. So, I mean, it doesn't mean, I know that would put a lot of activists off from doing anything like that, but ultimately the activists that normally do this kind of stuff, they want it to go to courts. They don't want the animals to be taken back, obviously, but they do want it to be taken to court, because then it gets a load of media coverage, and that's, part of what they're doing it for, to get the message out into the media.
See. Thank you very much.
Thanks, man. Thank you. So guys, I'm going to just restart Discord. If some people can't hear me, I guess that's something to do with the mic. So I'm just going to restart Discord and I'll come right back. All right, let's restart it now. Let's see if we're doing it. Oh, things are going slow. Okay, we're back. Are we back in? No one's in. Where am I? Here we go. Move to stage. Become a speaker. All right. So yeah, I don't know if it's working for everyone now. It should be. So we'll bring in the next. What's that?
I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. Great. Cool. Okay, we're going to bring in the next member, because he's told me to prioritize members. So we'll bring in Angel is invited to speak.
Hello.
Hi.
Yo. I just wanted to ask just two questions. And that is one, I just want to know your opinion on fake meat and fake cheeses and long-time vegans, and I just guess vegans in general eating those.
Okay. As in what? Just my general opinion, you mean?
Yeah, just your general opinion in it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it is what it is. It's like, I think the best way to explain how I feel about it is it's like if I like playing Call of Duty on my mobile. I like playing that a lot. I don't actually want to go and shoot anyone because that would hurt someone, but I enjoy going out and shooting people on the game. I think it's kind of similar. It's like, I enjoy eating fake meat. I enjoy eating fake cheese. I like really, really meaty flavored, meaty textured foods, but I don't want anyone to die for it. So that's why I eat the vegan ones. I think it's kind of similar in some ways to why I play Call of Duty. I don't actually want to go and join the army, Yep.
Yeah, I get it. For me, it's it's always, for me, it's a personal choice, but I preferably don't eat it. Like,
Right.
I believe it's in a way still contributing to like the idea that we have to eat it, or not have to, but not going to stop people from. So anyway, that's what I think anyway. But my other question is, what do you think about fossil fuels, and do you believe it is not vegan to use fossil fuels?
I think if it's not vegan to use fossil fuels, then no one is vegan.
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
I would really struggle. I think anyone trying to die on that hill would really struggle. Like literally every action you take in a day uses fossil fuels, basically, in some way or another.
And even renewable energy is what is your what is your beliefs on renewable energy as well? Because you have like windmills killing birds and stuff like that.
I've actually heard, I've not read too much into it, but I have actually heard and read some very brief things that like renewable energy, although it's renewable, which is good, that it actually isn't as good as it's being made out to be, as in it's better for the planet, but it's still not like our people are claiming that it's all this green capitalism stuff, where it's being pushed as this new thing that's going to save everyone, but realistically it's just another fossil fuel industry again, but it's instead of that it's going to be renewable energy industry, and it's a money making thing that's slightly better. So I've heard stuff like that. I bet this is just rumors. I've not looked too much into it about them killing birds. I've never heard of that before, that those windmills killing birds, to be honest with you. But I would say there's maybe an element of, this is going to sound brutal, but if a bird is kind of not smart enough to avoid a fucking sorry, I shouldn't swear, but is not smart enough to avoid a gigantic windmill, then maybe this is survival of the fittest at play. I'm sorry. The same thing goes for a human. If a human tries to climb one of those things and falls off, we shouldn't take the thing down, should we? No. You need to stay away from them, everyone. But again, I don't know the ins and outs of that, so I couldn't really give you a proper comment on it.
So I have one more question. For you, do you believe veganism is also heavily tied to not just the benefit of animals living a proper life, but also, I guess, saving the environment in a way?
Is it tied to that? You're asking?
Well, for you, is it tied to that?
No, for me, absolutely not. No, because I acknowledge, and people really don't like it when I say this, especially vegans don't like it. I think they see it as like a weakness for veganism. It is not a weakness to acknowledge this. It's a strength, right? I see the environmental, well, I personally believe that. I see the environmental arguments for veganism as deeply flawed, simply because you could take someone who decides to live their life eating a predominantly plant-based diet, or with eggs and milk and just maybe once a month, and they would technically not be considered to be vegan because they are still contributing to the commodification of animals, and they're paying for animal products, so animals still go through all that hell for them. But if they were consuming a locally grown, sustainable, plant-based, with the exception of those products, they would be significantly better for the environment than a vegan who just straight up buys whatever's at the supermarket wherever it came from. So I struggle with the environmental argument because, it's so flawed like that. There are people that can be very good environmentalists without being vegan, which is why veganism is and should be, in my opinion, always focused on the animals, because you could be fantastic for the environment and terrible for the animals. That doesn't make it good just because it's sustainable.
No, I like that. That's good. That's a good take on it. Oh yeah.
I always point out as well that you could do a Thanos, click your fingers and kill half of the human population, and that would be the most sustainable thing you could do. It doesn't make it moral though.
No, it doesn't. No, for sure.
No. I just think I think especially as vegans, we've got to start to draw this line between sustainability and morality and stop trying to say they're the same thing. They are not the same thing. Absolutely not. You can have immoral sustainability and a lot of people are doing that, and then they argue against veganism with it, and then all these vegans who've been promoting the environment stuff are suddenly all fucked because they're like, oh, whoops, this guy's immorally sustainable. What do I do now? Like, I've already sold him on the environment stuff, and now I have to round back to the animals. And it's like, no, You should have just started with the animals and stuck to the animals then. Like, stop trying to sell in with some environmental stuff that is flawed, really.
Yeah, I like that. That's good. No, yeah, thanks for your time. That's
Cool, man.
Yeah,
No,
that's
thanks.
all I
Thanks for
wanted.
popping in.
Yeah, have a good one.
Thanks. All right. I see Jurek. The next person's going to come up. Jurek. You're invited in. Hey, what's
Hello,
up?
can you
Hi.
hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, yeah.
Hey, how you going, David?
All good, mate. How are
I
you?
would just like to pick your brain about your position on predatory animals like lions.
Oh, you were in the chat on the YouTube, weren't you?
Oh yeah, this is my favorite argument. I'm not too sure on your position. I've
Right.
heard you say a few things here and there on streams, but
Right.
I would like to hear a more concise position. If you think it's moral or immoral.
What do you actually want to ask me, like specifically?
Like, do you think it's moral for lions to kill out of necessity?
Do I think it's moral for lions to kill out of necessity? I think I've been over it before in that I think so. Does killing out of necessity make killing moral? If you're looking at it from the perspective of the one being killed, no, obviously
Yeah.
not. They're not like, well, I mean, yeah, you've got to do it. So, well, go on then. No, I don't think that they would see it that way. But from the perspective of me with morals looking at the lion, how am I to tell them that they are immoral when they have no concept of what morals even is? Like that, I feel like it's kind of weird for me to put that on them, when so I guess, yeah, looking at it overall, they do what they do based on absolutely no maliciousness or anything like that. So I guess it's amoral, if anything. It doesn't have morals involved in it, I would say. If I was to commit to something right now,
I would
I'd say
argue
that.
the contrary.
Go ahead, man.
Well,
hear it.
the thing is with predatory animals is that they've evolved to get pleasure from killing because, like, evolutionarily speaking, when they kill an animal, they get to survive.
Yeah.
So they associate killing with pleasure.
Okay.
And a lot of these animals exhibit behaviors of killing for unnecessary reasons. Like, for example, dolphins kill fish for fun. They poke their noses on pufferfish, I believe, to get high.
Yeah.
Lions do the same with certain bird species. They kill them for the thrill of it.
Yeah.
And they do a lot of other unnecessary things.
Yep.
Just for the pleasure they get from doing it.
Yeah.
So even on like the basis that like it might be moral if it's it might be moral because they're moral patients and it's necessary to their survival. Even on that point, I could grant that, and they still do unnecessary things that cause like suffering and harm to other animals. So,
but it's kind of like it's kind of the same with like assigning some kind of moral values to a child. I mean, children do horrible shit. Like they are completely nasty when they're kids. They don't have ability to understand what they're doing is horrible, selfish, narcissistic. But that's what they are: horrible, selfish, narcissistic little. I can't swear, can I? Not safe for work. Little things is what they are. So
little
whatever, little douchebags. So they they do horrible things to each other, and for us to say, oh, that you could say, I don't know whether it would be. They have no concept of morals, right? So, but we would have to put that on them, and we would have to tell them that what they're doing is moral or immoral. Maybe the argument about whether it's moral or immoral is not even needed to be had. Maybe what we need to talk about is what they're doing. Do we consider it to be a good or a bad thing? Is it something we should intervene in? And when it's kids, the answer is yes, because they don't know any better. We intervene. So then maybe you could apply that same argument to some animals and say, well, they don't know any better, so we intervene.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say.
Yeah, but then you're entering into a world where it's like, okay, we intervene with kids because they are directly under our responsibility and our care. So if they do something horrible, it's our fault because we allowed it to happen. But are we responsible for what a lion does in somewhere in the plains in a country in Africa? Then you'd have to make the argument, in my opinion, that yes, we are responsible for what the lion does, and if they do it and we don't stop it, it's our fault. And then that's where I don't know where I stand on that.
Well, one point I would like to bring up: we're legally responsible for children. Whether or not we're morally responsible is a different argument entirely. But I think we are morally responsible for
kids,
others around us. For example, even if it was like a stranger, for example, where a child was like about to shoot a stranger, like you're like morally obligated to stop that child.
Yeah.
To be a moral person. So I feel like the argument would have to be, what's the ethically relevant trait that makes it moral to stop a human from committing an atrocity like shooting someone versus a lion from committing the same atrocity and like biting someone's head off?
Yeah, I guess it would be. I guess I would have to go for kind of back to what I was saying then, and that I would say we have the response. Well, why don't we have the responsibility over lions, but we do have the responsibility over a baby human?
Yeah.
I would say I don't have the responsibility over someone else's baby human. I have the responsibility over the ones that are under my care, whether that be legally or simply not legally, actually, no. But like, what am I? I'm obligated. Let's say if I have an obligation to some child, do you know what I mean? So then it would be if I saw a kid that I had nothing to do with going to shoot someone, I could choose to intervene or not to intervene. It wouldn't be my fault if I didn't intervene. It would be the fault of the parent, both legally and morally. But I suppose I would be culpable in some way because I could have stopped it. It's complicated, isn't it?
Would you accept that position in like an adult circumstance? So if like an adult was about to like murder someone and you had the ability to stop them and you didn't, would you not be like charged with negligence?
Yeah, I suppose you wouldn't. I mean, I don't know what you mean by charged, but I suppose you'd have to live with that decision, wouldn't you? I mean, it wouldn't be. You'd have the emotional anguish of knowing you could have done something about it. But ultimately, I don't think someone could tell you that you're a bad person because you didn't intervene. I think there is a level of like, I don't know if you call it selfishness. Maybe I don't know what the word would be, but people are apathetic. I don't think it's that either. I think people maybe are nervous to intervene in other things or scared or, there's all of that to take into account as well. But I guess we're not talking about a practical level here, are we? We're talking philosophical. So I guess those things don't really come in. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. It's weird. I've never really thought too much about it. So I'm literally just like verbal diarrhea right now. I'm just literally putting things out.
Yeah, that's
into my
fine.
head.
Well,
yeah.
I would like to also ask you about if you've ever heard like Dr. Avi's hypothetical regarding killing predatory animals.
Not yet. No.
Have you ever heard the xenomorph argument?
No. Oh yeah. The
aliens that's like hunting humans. Like
yeah.
Where would you stand on that hypothetical? Would you shoot the xenomorph to save the people, or would you stand by like what you were saying before and say that you're not morally responsible?
No, I think
whether or not those people live.
Self-preservation trumps all. I think I said that earlier. I still hold the opinion that self-preservation's if for self-preservation, like survival, whatever you want to call it, I don't see like if someone did horrible things to save themselves, it's more I'd see it as more understandable. Like if they had to, I'm talking if it's a necessity, then I'm empathetic to that. So obviously if there was xenomorphs, if the aliens from Alien were suddenly on Earth, then obviously they're coming for me and my family and my friends and my peers, and obviously I'm going to go out and
well, what if they
myself.
well, in the hypothetical they're not. So let's just say you're in a helicopter or in whatever situation and the xenomorphs can't get to you.
I'm still going to but I need to land at some point. You know what I mean?
Well, okay, let's just say hypothetically you have an infinite fuel supply or some dumb hypothetical, but they can't affect you in any way, but they will affect the humans like on the ground being chased by them.
They're going to affect. Well, I mean, we can keep these hypotheticals are going to have to keep getting crazier and crazier because I don't want to live the rest of my life in a helicopter, man. I don't.
Okay, fair enough. That would suck.
I want to get down there and sort things out so I can carry on with my life again. But no, I mean, I think look. Like to give you a direct answer to this, I've been through it a little bit, and I'm not. The reason I won't commit to any of these arguments, the reason I won't commit to a position is because I see it as ultimately pointless. Like if I sat here now and said, right, we should totally wipe out predators, or if I sat here now and said, no, we should never do that, it makes no difference because nothing is going to happen. No one's going to go and shoot predators and wipe them out because I said do it, and no one's going to go out and not do that because I said don't do it. So as much as it's like, it is fun to talk about, kind of, I don't commit to it because I'm just happy to just play around with the notions and but I don't see it having any kind of real world consequences right now. But if it ever did have real world consequences, like if we were at a point where like, oh, the whole world's vegan, what's the next problem? Well, okay, the wild animals, like they're still suffering. If we shifted focus, then obviously it's a conversation I'm going to need to have. But I don't think that's going to happen in my lifetime. Honestly, I don't think we're going to get to that point, to be honest.
Yeah, well, I think it's actually more useful when it comes to debating like carnists and people that are like unaware about veganism, because one of the main points they do bring up a lot of the time is they ask why it's moral for wild animals to kill out of necessity, but not for humans in certain circumstances
Right.
or situations like that. And a lot of the times, vegans don't understand what the person's asking, and they just
Right.
assume it's an appeal to nature fallacy, and they
Yeah.
say, "Oh, lions do like fucked up things in nature." Sorry for the language.
Yeah.
Or they say that we shouldn't derive morality from like natural beings or something like that. So they completely misunderstand the question, which is the person asking like separately, why is it okay for animals morally to get away with this, but not humans?
Yeah. No, yeah,
So
totally.
I think it's good to have this like argument under your belt, because then you can effectively say to them, well, no, what lions do in nature is pretty horrible,
Yeah.
even if it is out of necessity. And because a lot of the people might actually disagree, because like when you just put them down and say, oh, it's an appeal to nature fallacy, they might not know what
I get
that
what you're saying.
means. But when you say to them, no, lions aren't moral either, it starts kind of like lining up more in their head, because then they don't have to start thinking so much about what's necessary and unnecessary. They can just pretty
Yeah.
much see, okay, like killing animals brutally in this context is bad and immoral, and killing animals in the lion context is bad and immoral.
Oh
Or I mean,
yeah,
lions killing other
totally,
animals.
totally. No, I get what you're saying. I think, yeah, I get what you're saying. I would never argue that what lions do to other animals is like good. I mean, fuck, that's insane. That's madness to say that there's a good thing, but it is a thing that happens, and it's more. I agree with you. It's more important to focus on why it's happening, not whether it's. I'm not claiming that it's a beautiful thing. It's not a beautiful thing. It is horrible for everyone involved. The same as someone in if a human has to go and kill for survival. Don't think many people in the world enjoy that. I mean, really, unless they've become accustomed to it, and maybe over time they've come to become completely ignorant of the animal's emotions and feelings, and then they enjoy it. Like hunters, for example, who go out and hunt animals and love killing them, they've completely become detached. But I think anyone who gives it a second more thought to what the animal goes through will find the experience to be quite horrifying. It's not about it being a good thing; it's about it being a necessary thing. Absolutely, I agree with you. Yeah, I think it's good to think about it in that sense, I suppose, and not just to try and romanticize nature. Which is, I guess you're right. I've seen a lot of vegans doing that, like romanticizing nature, like, oh, but nature's beautiful, like nature's this. It's like, well, it's not. It's fucking brutal. Let's not pretend here. There's a lot of things that need to happen in nature, but they are horrible. And if there was any way they couldn't happen, that made sense. Then people would argue to intervene or not. And I don't know whether I've never seen an argument for intervening that I've seen make sense. Like, for example, I've heard people say things like, I don't know, lab meat, for example. We can go out and give them lab meat. It's like, how is that practical?
I've tried arguing that with Intraspecies and a few other people on Ask Yourself Discord server. I mean, the main reductio they usually come back with is the amount of time it would take to set up lab meat for predatory animals, and the practicality of it would just take so long. Even if it is practical, it'd take years.
It would just be
so many animals would die in the interim when you could have just shot the lion to prevent them from eating.
This is what I mean. Like, the interventions are either they go from ridiculous to straight up violence. So it's kind of like,
there's no in between.
No, yeah, and that's why I wouldn't commit to any of them. None of them have seemed to me like they're sensible ideas. So that's why I've largely avoided the discussion, because it's like I said, it seems like a nice exercise to flex your brain a little bit, but that's all I see it as. That's kind of where it ends for me. That's why I've not really got into it. But no, it's cool that you brought it up here, and I've thought about it a bit more. Maybe I'll do a video or a podcast with Lifting Vegan Logic and really, really dive into it there, because I know he's kind of in the same boat as me. But he's also done a lot of, he's done a lot of thinking on this as well.
Yeah.
So maybe we could do like
I mean,
a
get
3-hour
Dr.
session.
Avi or
What's that?
get Richard on there to debate you guys about it, because they're a lot more well versed on it than I am, obviously.
Okay. Yeah.
Like Dr. Avi pretty much pioneered this
yeah, sure.
kind of idea.
Yeah, maybe
So, I
I'll
mean-
do that if with some kind of podcast setup. Definitely not something like this though. Like a live stream.
Yeah.
I don't want to give it too much attention, to be honest with you. I'd rather do other things. But I appreciate you coming on and bringing
Fair
it up
enough,
because
yeah.
it's fun. It's been nice to get into it at this level anyway, without getting too deep.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for having me
Come
on.
on. No, cheers for that.
Bye.
Right. Yeah, cool. That was cool. So, guys, in about 45 minutes, for those of you who are listening in Discord, I'm on YouTube right now, live. I'll be live for 24 hours. And in about, oh, no, wait a minute. No, it's not 40. Yeah, in 45 minutes, we've got a cool guest coming on the live stream on YouTube. He's going to talk about the animal sanctuary that we're trying to raise money for today. Because this is a fundraiser. So if you're interested, get over to my YouTube, David Rams. We're raising money. And everyone on YouTube, guys, get over to the fundraiser. Get over to the GoFundMe. Pump some dollar into that. We're raising money for a bloody vegan animal sanctuary. What's wrong with you guys? Open your bank accounts. No, seriously though, that would be awesome if you could. They need to do some operations for the animals. They need to do some treatments for the animals. They need to help the animals. So please get over there and help them out. Stefania, thank you so much for your massive super chat. Really appreciate your support, by the way. I saw it in there. Thank you so much. All right, let's see who's next. We've got Talia. Bringing you up. Talia, if you're... Yeah. Hey.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
All good, thanks. All good.
Okay, so my first question is, what's the point of like, as dumb as this sounds, but what's the point of having animals roam this earth for years and years if they're just gonna die with no use?
Interesting. I'd ask you what's the point in humans roaming this earth if they're going to die with no use?
I mean, it's like that's like saying we eat animals. Most of us eat animals. That's
Yeah.
like saying animals eat us. We have a use for using animals, and animals don't have a use. Like they're really not doing anything. And if that's like on the other thing of the other guy said, if it was a human in the animal spot, would you kill them for food? Well, animals were made to like be eaten at the end of the day, and if that was the situation with humans, and yes, I'm sure that we would, if we had to, like if we had to eat them, then yeah, I'm sure we would.
So I mean, okay, we've got to think about this in that we're speaking about animals in the way that we see them, right? Not the way they see themselves, in the way we see them. So, for example, like we were talking in the last chat about the movie Alien, in which this like alien comes down and from space and starts, they hunt humans, right? They kill humans. This is like obviously sci-fi, it's not real. Otherwise we wouldn't be so chilling here in a Discord chat, would we? But anyway, so if that happened, they would see us as the same way that you're seeing the animals, but we wouldn't like that, would we? We would disagree with that, right? We'd say, no, piss off. I wanna just live my normal life. I mean, that is how the animals see us. They look at us when we are killing them as the way we would look at those aliens, and they beg for us to leave them alone. They beg for us to spare their lives like we would beg those aliens. The difference is that me and you speak English, so I know what it sounds like when you're begging. You know what it sounds like when I'm begging. I know, we know what that is. When they beg for their lives, when they fight for their lives, they can't speak English, but they scream. They try and get away from us. They shiver in fear at us. They show us all these ways that they want us to stop, but we don't stop. So that's the best way I could possibly think of explaining it to you, as to, it's not about what we want to do with them. It's about them not wanting to be hurt and killed by us. That's important.
Yeah, I would say that too, but the thing is with animals being killed, it's like a job for people to do that. And I think that if anything, vegan protesters do drag it and put their beliefs onto other people, when it was clearly made, animals, they weren't made to be killed and eaten, but at the end of the day, that's what most of them are there for, not just to roam the earth and not really do anything. Like, so I think, and either way, if they're screaming, they're obviously gonna be screaming if they're about to like get killed to eat. But at the end of the day, that's what they're there for. They're being breeded for that, and I think that that's why vegan protesters shouldn't put their beliefs on non-vegans just because that's what they're made for at the end of the day. Like,
But then it's back to kind of what we mentioned earlier, right? Like that if if these aliens, let's just talk about these aliens again, if they started to breed humans for that purpose to be eaten, you wouldn't sit by and say, well, that's fine because, you're breeding us for this purpose. You would still want to live, wouldn't you? You wouldn't just accept it. So, what about these other animals? Even if they're being bred right now for that purpose, how does that make it all right? If they will still fight. They don't want that to happen. What about what they want,
yeah, I'd probably say that just because it's so normalized to kill animals to eat them,
Yeah.
I feel like, I feel like that's probably the reason that they're still getting killed today.
Yeah.
And I think that if it wasn't so normalized, I think the world could be all vegan. But just because it's
agree.
normalized, people believe people believe that veganism isn't like a normal thing just because killing animals is normalized. So
True.
I feel like
It is
I feel
normalized.
like it is, and that's a good point. That's definitely not what I'm against. I'm against probably the vegans putting their beliefs onto non-vegans, and it's always the same reasons most of the time. Like basically it hurts animals or it ruins our society. Like that's the main reasons I always hear. I'm not really hearing like convincing reasons, if you know what I mean.
Would it convince you if it were an animal you cared about?
I mean, yeah, but I feel like the earth is made not to kill cats or dogs. It's mainly for cows and like chickens and stuff like that lots of people don't care about. So I think
yeah, it's interesting that you say that because you're coming from. Are you Australian? I can hear maybe.
yeah.
Yeah, so you're coming
Yeah.
from Australia or wherever you live, somewhere in the West, and that's the way you see cows, chickens, and you see those as the ones that we eat, and cats and dogs as the ones we don't. You said the world sees them that way, but if you just, not too far from where you live, like a short flight away to some parts of Asia, there are people there who completely disagree with you, and there are entire countries that do eat cats and dogs, and they would say you're crazy for not eating them. They would say you're soft and you're what's wrong with you. So I mean, this idea that the world is a certain way and that's just the way it is, I mean, it's not as robust as you might think. Actually, it can change, and it does change from place to place, and it can change to a point where we give all the animals the same respect that a cat and dog has. And why shouldn't we? What does a cow have, or what does a dog have that a cow doesn't have? That makes it okay to shoot a cow in the head, but it doesn't makes it wrong to shoot a dog in the head. What's the difference between these two that makes it, different?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but the thing is, just because just because cows and chickens aren't known for being pets, they're mostly known for being pets just to breed them and eat them or like take their eggs and stuff like that. I feel like if animals are just made just to for example, get a cow's milk or just get chicken's eggs, would that still count as not being vegan or whatever because it isn't killing the animal or something like that? Do you think that would still count as
So yeah, there's two questions I think you had there. One that was that the chickens are not made as or in your words, made as pets or whatever, and dogs and cats are. But then in those countries I just mentioned to you, the dogs and cats are pets for some people, but for other people they literally are bred as food. But I know you wouldn't agree with that, and neither would I. Obviously, I wouldn't agree with any of it, but you specifically would take a problem with dogs and cats in those countries being eaten because you see them as pets. My point is, what's stopping us from seeing them all in the same light? Why are some selected out as to be loved and some are selected out to be shot in the head? And your point is that, well, it's because of the way we see them. And I agree with you. That's exactly the problem. Or why don't we start to see them as the animals they are? A dog and a cow, they can play together, and they do play together. They're not so different. They're all very similar, and they all just want to just live without all of this cruelty and death and violence. And to answer your question about, okay, what about eating animal products that haven't come from killing? There's a whole other world that is not, the meat industry is one part of it. There's all of the egg industry and the dairy industry. The things they do in those industries are, if not as horrendous, if not more horrendous than the meat industry. So the idea that they don't kill them is completely wrong. They do kill them. They just kill them after they're finished with them. So in the dairy industry, they get a dairy cow, they put their hands inside her and then inject semen into her, right? So that's the first thing they'll do to get her pregnant. She has a baby, they take the baby away, and then they start milking her. And then when the milk slows down, they do it again, and they do it again, and do it again. That cycle repeats over and over and over again. And then when she's tired, old, not too old, but older, let's say, they'll send her to a slaughterhouse and she'll be shot in the head and have her throat slit. And any of the boy calves that are born, because the baby boys and baby girls they have, the boys don't make milk. So they are sent straight away to the slaughterhouse. With the egg industry for eggs, so they have an industry that's all set up around the same as the dairy industry. It's all focused on the female chickens because female chickens lay eggs, male chickens don't lay eggs. So if a chicken is born and they are a male, they kill them instantly within 1 or 2 minutes. They should throw them into it sounds like I'm making this up. I promise you I'm not. It's like a giant blender, and they throw them in alive and they just kill them instantly. So that's what the egg industry does. And the same thing with those chickens. Once they stop producing eggs or they don't produce as many eggs, they get sent to a slaughterhouse too. So the meat industry is very much linked to the dairy industry and the egg industry. It's all together. They're doing all these things working hand in hand together. So it really is brutal. And if you wanted to know, I mean, you're in Australia, which is good because one of the best documentaries showing how this all works was filmed in Australia. It's called Dominion. So it's free on YouTube. If you just type in Dominion documentary, it has everything you'd ever need to know about what's going on in Australia and obviously the rest of the world and how all of this works. So you could see how it's working, and it's a very, very good thing to look at and to learn about where what goes on and where the food comes from and what happens to the animals.
Yeah. A question that I have is, if a male chicken is born and just because he can't produce anything, when he gets killed, do they make the chicken into like meat, or do they just kill it, or just like for nothing?
I would assume they are put into like low grade meats like dog meats, or for food for dogs or food for other animals. I don't think they're using the blended up baby chickens for human consumption.
Oh, so also another question I have is, do you think it would be the same thing if farmers or butchers or anything like that would let the cow die and then try and get its meat or anything like that? Do you think that would be the same thing?
I mean, I would say it's kind of, anybody who wants to sit around and wait for an animal to die of natural causes so they can eat them, it's kind of weird, don't you think? Just on the surface, it's kind of a weird thing to do. But I don't see any moral issue with that. I'd say it's weird. And I would say if someone's, showing off like, hey, look what I'm eating, then I'd say it would be a problem, because then you're teaching people that eating dead animals is something good. But if in a crazy scenario where someone's walking alone through a forest and finds a dead animal and eats the dead animal and never tells anyone about it, I don't see why that would be a problem. It is what it is, right? I mean, it's the animal. The animal is no longer an animal. No one's getting hurt by it. Then right, okay, it's not that. I don't see that as a problem morally. But what the situation that we're in now and what people are buying and are eating and what these animals go through, that is a problem. That is a massive problem. And it really doesn't take much to change that and eat something else.
Yeah, I'd say the same, but the thing is, I think that I'm not even trying to sound bad, but I think it is an old thing at this point, just because what's the purpose of animals and what's the good for animals if we don't eat them? Like, I don't see the purpose of them being on Earth if we're not going to eat them, if you know what I mean. And just because it hurts them if we kill them, that's the whole process either way. Like, that just doesn't make sense.
So there's a few, I would say two things. All right, one thing is that asking what purpose does an animal have is like asking what purpose does a mountain have. It doesn't. a mountain doesn't have a purpose. It just is a mountain. That's what it is. It's there. It's been there for a long time. And one day maybe it won't be there anymore. And I would see both humans and other animals the same way. Like there's not like we have a purpose. We are here, we live out our life, and we die, and then that's it, right? And it's not depressing. It's actually, I think it's a good way of looking at it, in that, you know, you just do your things, like you live. That's what you're doing here. It's not like you have some ultimate reason for it. You are alive. This idea that assigning a purpose to someone based on what makes us feel good or what's good for us. Look, I mean, you know about, you know, the history of the West, and you know about the, you know, different things that have happened in history with other groups of, you know, humans, and how they've been treated horribly because some people decided that they had a purpose and that was to serve me. You know, especially, we can use loads of examples to show this. And then now we look at 2021, and most of us agree that no, you can't just decide someone else's purpose based on what makes you happy. That's not okay anymore. Or someone else's purpose based on how they look, or what skin color they have, or what gender they are. We don't do that anymore because these things are horrible, but we're still doing it to other animals just because of the species they are. We're saying, you're not a human, so I can decide what your purpose is. It's you know, I think we need to learn from the past and start to realize that we should stop doing that to others, whether they're human or not. We should stop saying, you look this way, so I get to abuse you or do what I want with you. And we should start looking at a way of what can I do to make your life better? You know, well, what can I change in my life to make sure I'm not harming you? I would hope that we start to think like that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that bit, but the thing with vegans, I can't tell if they're like being vegan for the animal's purpose. But if everyone in the earth goes vegan, there will be no animals either way because there's obviously no purpose for them at that point. So I don't know if vegans are just vegan for the animal's purpose because it hurts the animals or something like that. But either way, if everyone goes vegan, there will be no animals to like care about either way.
Of course there'll be animals. They exist regardless of us. They're animals. Okay, cows and chickens and pigs in the industries, they are domesticated man-made animals. Maybe they won't be around anymore, but that's good because they suffer so much because of how we have treated them and how we have created the species. They are not naturally occurring animals. You won't see a pig in the wild looking like anything the pig you'll see in a farm. They don't exist in the wild anymore, same as the cows. So these animals, they have really bad health problems. So they have a horrible life. So if they go extinct completely, it would be good for them. But there will still be wild cows. There will still be wild pigs. There will still be wild chickens. There are right now, and they live out their wild lives without human intervention. So there would still be animals, just not the ones that you see in these farms. But that's good because these ones are really, they have a horrible life. They really suffer.
Yeah, totally. But with vegans, like I said before, with vegans like kind of putting their beliefs on other people, do you think it's more of just like wanting the other person to be vegan, or just like, I don't really know how to explain it, but do you think it's like worth it putting your beliefs on other people? It could be their culture to eat meat or something like that, or do you think, like, do you want people to be vegan or do you need them to be vegan?
The animals need them to be vegan. I mean, it's not about what I want or don't want. It's about what they're going through. You know, for their sake, we really need to, you know, people to stop paying for what happens to them so they can stop going through this horrible, this hell. So about cultures, I mean, my culture and your culture both eats meat. You know, it's in our cultures to eat meat and dairy and all these different things, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't say something about it. Both of our cultures have had horrible, horrible things in the past that thankfully people stood up and said no to, and then now they don't happen anymore. I guess, you know, on a more personal level, like I'm assuming you're a girl, but tell me if I'm wrong. I'm just thinking by your voice. But if you are, you know, you're lucky to be born now rather than a couple of 100 years ago, where things for you would have been horribly, so much worse. You would have been treated so much worse, like a second-class citizen. But thankfully, people stood up and said no, and they challenged the culture. They said, no, I'm going to force you to listen to what I have to say about this. And now, thankfully, a lot of women around the world are in a much better position thanks to those incredible people who stood up and said, no, this is wrong. So yeah, I absolutely support vegans who do the same thing, stand up and say, no, it's wrong. So hopefully we have a future where we have that big change again, for except this time not for women, but for other animals. For example, I mean, there's plenty of other demographics, not only women, who have have a much better life now thanks to people who stood up and said no. And I would hope that other animals get that opportunity as well.
Yeah, I think you've definitely made a good point here, and yeah, but my one last question is I've just been hearing like the only reason that you should go vegan is because it's hurting the animals. Is that like the only reason? Because we all obviously everyone's gonna get like hurt, like every animal's gonna get hurt, but I don't think that should be like the only reason you should go vegan,
Right.
if you know what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's the reason that people like were talking about it's like, for example, I have to keep making comparisons to try and get the point across, but if someone said, hey, you shouldn't punch people, okay, if someone said you shouldn't punch people because it'll break your wrist, right, you'd be saying, well, should I not be more focused on I shouldn't punch people because it hurts people? You would say that's strange. Why are you talking about breaking your wrist? Why don't you say you shouldn't punch people because it's not fair for the other people? So that's why vegans say, veganism is for the animals, because it's not about whether it's good for, whether I get super fit and strong or whether I am good for the planet. It's about whether I am good or bad for that animal at the end of the day. Now, fortunately, if you do go vegan and you do eat properly and you get the right information and you make an effort to eat sustainably, you can get very good things happening for your health. You can have a much healthier life that way, and you can be really good for the planet too. But these are not things that automatically come with veganism. You have to be sensible. You have to research and do it properly. But that's why people say it's for the animals, because like I said, it's like saying don't punch people because you'll hurt yourself. We're saying don't pay for these things to happen to animals because the animals suffer, rather than saying it's good for your health or it's good for the planet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. All right, so I think we're nearly done here, but the last point that I'd have is like personally, going to that, personally, I think that like vegan processes definitely like some of them definitely drag it a bit.
Right.
Like at this point, like you said, they're just trying to get the point across, but like it's been going on, like you said about the girls' rights protesting, the people obviously like I don't know how long they protested for, but it came across. But I think that vegans have been protesting for a while now, and clearly not everyone's going to go vegan, and like it just isn't possible. And at this point, I think that like not everyone's going to go vegan, obviously, because everyone has their rights and their reasons that because they don't want to go vegan. So that basically just my point across is there's no right to be putting you guys' beliefs on other people, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, that being said, forget the other people, and the other activists and the other people that may or may not go vegan. What about you? Like, what's holding you back from going vegan and helping the animals like we've discussed?
Well, to be honest, probably like nothing, but just because I've grown up eating meat, I feel like it'd be a really weird change because I feel like maybe just me changing wouldn't help at all, like just one person, if you know what I'm saying.
Definitely. A lot of vegans feel like that too. Like they say like, oh, I feel like I'm talking about veganism, but like I don't feel like I'm changing anything. Like, we all have that, vegan or not, and many people feel like they're not making a difference, but you are, like, trust me, you absolutely are making a difference. There's an analogy that's like, many drops make an ocean. Like the ocean is filled with many drops of water. It's not just one big piece of water. And when you go vegan, you are one of those many, many drops. You might feel like for you it's insignificant, but you're one of many people across the world who also made that decision. And together, of course, we're making a difference. There's so many of us when you put our numbers together. But yeah, I totally get it. You can feel like alone when you're alone, like, oh, what's the point? But I guess it's also kind of like, I guess you don't throw trash in the street, do you? You don't just throw your rubbish outside, right? You put it in a bin,
Mhm.
right? Yeah, because you're sensible. But a lot of people do throw trash outside. Now, like, you might not feel like you're not making a difference there. Like, what is my crisp packet? If I throw it outside, it doesn't matter. Like, I might as well just throw it. But the reason you don't do that is because so many people choose not to do it that you can see the streets are clean. You get what I mean? You can actually see like, oh, wait a minute, but if I throw something out there, it does make a difference. With veganism, it's a little bit different. You can't actually see that you're all making a difference. So it's harder to visualize, but you are the equivalent of that, the reason you won't throw trash because, you say, no, I don't want to do that. It's a weird comparison, I guess. I've lost myself in the comparison, but the point is you are making a difference, and it's the same logic that you would use as to the reason you don't throw trash should be the reason you also go vegan, that because it's the right thing to do, and you are making a difference overall when you're one of many people that are doing this for the right things, for the right reasons.
Well, yeah, I think this is came to an end here. I definitely agree with your point, and I will definitely be like questioning if I should go vegan. But yeah, thank you for having me and debating. This was really fun. Thank you.
Thank you, and do make sure to check out that documentary, Dominion
Yeah.
documentary.
Okay, thank you.
Guarantee it'll blow your mind, and maybe watch it with some friends and stuff as well. Tell them it's about Australia, and it'll definitely blow your mind.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, see ya.
Goodbye.
All right, where are we up to? So about 20 minutes, I've got to come out of here and get ready for the next interview. But absolutely, I think that was a nice chat. We will bring one more person in, but just note that this will have to be limited down to 20 minutes, guys. So just warning you now, I will have to cut it in about 15 minutes or so.
Sorry.
Hello?
Yeah, hey, David. I just
Hey.
wanted to confirm. I want to let you know that we are prioritizing server members.
Yes.
So the next person could be a server member.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right.
I have been all along. Yeah. That person was, and the next person will be. Thanks for that.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, no worries, David. Bye-bye.
See you. Cool. All right, we've got BB coming in.
Hi.
Hey.
All right, so I just want to say thank you so much for accepting my request to speak. I was up here before and I was talking to Lifting Vegan Logic a couple hours ago,
Cool.
and I was also interacting in the chat a whole lot. And as a non-vegan, I feel really accepted here, and everyone is so nice to me, and I'm really excited to learn more about veganism and animal rights, because I do want to make that switch, and I want to come out and say that I have been convinced to go vegan, which is really exciting for me. I just don't really know where to start, but one of my questions was, so I gradually switched all of my beauty products to vegan and cruelty-free, and I don't consume cow's milk anymore. And I use like non-dairy creamers in my coffees, and I watch documentaries about animal activism. I think for me, it's just easier in the long run to gradually switch so that I can want to stay with it. I also feel like it's a mental thing as well as a physical just do it thing. So what is your opinion on someone that wants to gradually stray away from a meat and dairy omnivore diet instead of quitting cold turkey and going straight to being vegan?
Okay. Interesting. I'd say first of all, it's no surprise to me that you're doing this. You sound like you give off very positive vibes, and I guess that's because you're a positive person. So it's no surprise to me that you're making a positive choice like this. So that's really nice.
Thank you.
So yeah, I mean, it's difficult because I really do stand by that we should be making. I mean, I think we should be making a change like this as quickly as possible for the sake of. You're already convinced. You know what happens when if we keep living the way we live. But I understand why you would. Yeah, there's some things like cosmetics and things like that. So there are a few ways of looking at it. I mean, a lot of people would suggest. There are two ways, I suppose, you could look at it. You could either literally, you could toss everything out or hand things or give things away that you're not going to use anymore, which I think is kind of unusual in that you kind of like, well, I'm not going to do this anymore, but here's someone else can. It's kind of weird. So I think a lot of people give things away to charity. For example, non-vegan products and non-vegan foods, they give them to charities or to people that literally have no choice. I think that's a good option. The other option that some people would suggest would be to consume and finish and use all the things you still have, but don't purchase any more from like this moment onwards. And, just continue to use and consume what you do have while replacing those things with the vegan versions of them as you go. So I think I know which one you'd rather do based on what you said. I think ultimately, I would say as long as there is no more purchasing of new items, I wouldn't say it's not like you're contributing to more, animal cruelty, animal suffering. By if you're not buying new items. So I would say morally there probably isn't much of a difference between the two, but in the sense of you getting used to living a new life, if you've been convinced, it might feel uncomfortable for you to keep on using and consuming the things, knowing now that you feel bad about where they came from. So maybe looking to get these things redistributed to like charitable causes might be the way to go as well. I personally would vote for that one simply because I think it's more consistent with your future life that you're going to have. It might feel a bit, like I say, it might feel a little bit like weird or wrong to be eating and using things that you've now decided are like that where they come from and you're not happy with them and that's why you want to change. So I guess I'm not giving you the straightest answer here, but I guess it's not the straightest question either. It's quite a difficult one to give a solid answer on. But ultimately, I'd say the main focus from now, I'd say, would to be you've made the decision, you want to change. I would say make that decision that I'm not going to contribute to this anymore, and deal with the stuff you have in the way that you think is the best way, to move forward. And you can get support in buying if you're worried about where to find the replacements to things. That's totally taken care of. You can use a website like challenge22.com, free resource. They have people that are already volunteers who will help and give you professional advice and, qualified people to give nutritional advice. So you don't have to do that alone either, which is really cool. They are really, really good at this. They've done this with thousands of people. So that's challenge22.com as well. So
awesome.
Yeah. What do you think? What do you think you would go for?
I think that I do want to try Challenge 22. I was talking to a couple of people in a chat about that on Discord, and I think that that's a really good idea. So I think that I might want to try that.
Yeah, I do think that's the best shout for sure. To make, like you've made the decision you want to change, and now it's just about how you implement it. I think that is the best way for someone in your position. They're so good and they're super positive. They're super nice. You won't get any kind of. There are a lot of. I'm going to warn you. There are a lot of vegans out there that like me included, by the way. I mean, when I'm talking like now with reasonable people, I'm reasonable, but if you went to my YouTube channel, you'd probably be quite surprised at how different the messages are from here to there.
I am also looking at your live stream, and I was listening to the interview that you were doing before you hopped back in here.
Yeah.
And as soon as I opened my mouth, there have been a lot of people in this chat that have not called me very nice things, and I've been reading it, and I don't know. It just makes me feel uneasy. So
where was that? Sorry, there's some people were saying that.
Yeah, there was somebody that called me a cat, but not really a cat. Like I think that you know what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, okay.
And then there was somebody that said that I needed to grow a pair of beepy balls, which I thought was sort of funny. But then somebody said listening to me was like playing a game of patience, which I found very,
So were these people like these are vegans or not vegans? Telling you this stuff?
They were they're in your chat on YouTube. Your chat that's in
What did you? I didn't see any of this. What did you type there? What was your username there?
I didn't type anything. So because you're streaming this on YouTube, I'm guessing the people that are listening in
I get it
are just
now.
like giving their comments.
Got it.
So
Are you reading it? See, this is bad because now people are guys in the YouTube comment section. Come on, guys, you've been caught out here. Someone's actually looking. So I think they're saying this stuff. I think they're saying this stuff because they think people don't see them. You know, so they're kind of like, oh yeah, this is fun. We can say things without people knowing what we're saying.
I subscribed to you a couple hours ago when you were doing this like first like jump in before you did the interview.
Yeah.
Cool. And so I was looking at your videos from there, and then I went into your live and I just had it open. And
sorry about that.
Now I'm looking at all these comments about me, but
Yeah, I would just say to those in David's live, whoever are insulting and throwing ad hominems at BB and other speakers, why don't you hop on the stage and talk to David? Because it's quite easy to be an edgy teenager behind a laptop and saying things, but I think it takes a lot of guts to be able to come and speak on stage with David, and let's see if you can defend your views, because I find it very, very disrespectful when you're trying to tease people who are basically showing compassion, right? Anyway, that's just my point of view, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so there's I mean, I think there was an element of anonymity, and I think on the YouTube we've definitely got a different vibe, and there's also, by the way, okay, listen, they're saying that I don't think some of these comments are aimed at you. Some people are watching with a massive delay, so maybe there's some people could be watching a conversation from 2 hours ago and they're commenting. So there's also that to consider as well. Or it could be about you. I don't know. Either way.
I would hope not, but if it is, then I don't know.
Either way. I think, YouTube is a fun and wonderful, colorful place, as I'm sure anyone who does live streams knows. But I think there is also the anonymity that people are thinking that the people that are speaking can't see the comments. So don't take it with a grain of salt, I'd say. And yeah, for sure. You do. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel, like I said, you seem to be like you've got it nailed down. Don't let anyone put you off. And I think I already said this in a previous chat. I don't know if you caught it, but someone was saying they were upset about some of the vegans and some things that they'd said to them because they were mean to them. And I'd say, like, I mean, there are mean people that are vegan. There are mean people that are not vegan. There's mean people everywhere. I wouldn't let if you see something that upsets you that a vegan has said or done, I really wouldn't try not to let that impact you and what you do next, because it's really, we're all, vegans are all different shapes and sizes and different levels of, anger and temperaments and all that stuff so I don't know, maybe you're new to this, like relatively new to this world. So just be ready for that it's not everyone's rainbows and sunshine. And sometimes there's going to be some douchebags around. But I'm one of them sometimes too. I'll be honest with you. So it happens, we're all human. So
definitely.
Cool. But yeah, you've got challenge 22.
A little
so
bit
that's
of extra
awesome.
time to do like one little small question,
yeah.
2-minute question.
Go ahead. Yeah.
All right. So I noticed that because I don't drink milk products anymore, I noticed that when I order like iced coffee and things like that, cow's milk is always like you can get as much as you want and it's not an extra charge. But when you order things like oat milk and soy milk and almond milk and things like that, they upcharge it. And I don't think that people that have those dietary restrictions or people that are vegan should have to pay extra. So I was wondering, what do you think that we should do for these upcharges to be lifted, and how can we make our voices heard to big corporations that charge more for these things?
It's a good point. I've seen some protests about it, and I've seen some, even some big celebrities have mentioned it as well. And I think the problem is with this, it's normally the big companies that are doing it to make an extra buck. You'll find a lot of like smaller ones are not doing it, or at least they're not doing as big a surcharge anymore. It's these kind of big ones, and they only respond to, they respond to the demand, don't they? That's as simple as it is. So the thing where I would get a bit uncomfortable with would be like suggesting to do pressure campaigns, big campaigns about this, because it's like people can also just not go to Starbucks, right? It's not like Starbucks is necessary for oxygen or something. So
Yeah.
as much as I understand it and it does suck, I'm also kind of like, well, we don't have to go to these places. But if somebody did want to put their time into that, then all right, go for it. And I think you could start by doing like social media campaigns and getting in their comments and especially tweeting at them as well. I know a lot of organizations don't like it when they get loads of tweets and atting them and just basically just hound them, petitions, stuff like that. All this stuff can draw attention to it and and especially if you attach it like you did, like if you attach something more like people with dietary requirements or people with allergies and talk about it, how it's not fair, then that would also kind of win a few points, I think. They would all because they don't want to look bad. These big organizations, they don't want to look bad. So, and they would look bad if they were ignoring people with allergies, wouldn't they? So it's it's playing that game is it's arduous and it takes time, but it usually pays off because they really care about how they look to the public, these companies. Yeah, I'd say. Or causing a fuss when you go in also, that could work, just make a scene. So, just go start doing that, and every time you go and get every vegan to do it, and then eventually they're gonna have to they're gonna be like, oh my god, these vegans keep making a scene every time they come in. We need to give them equal prices. It sounds funny, but totally that would work. Honestly, if we all started doing that, it would definitely wouldn't take long for them to buck up.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But it's difficult to do it because it's it's nerve-wracking and it's not very nice to confront people, but it would work. Ultimately also just a more practical thing, if anyone is wondering like, what do I do? I can't afford to pay that. A lot of vegans, back before they even offered plant milks, they would just take their own plant milk in and just say, give me a black coffee, give me a black tea or whatever, and put their own in. So that's also an option. If you're really struggling, if you really want a coffee or a tea, but you're really struggling for money, then that can be the kind of solution as well.
Yeah, 100%. I agree on that.
Cool. Well, thanks for coming and good luck with the Challenge 22. And I'm sure you won't need the luck. You'll love it. There's such nice people there. They'll give you everything you need. And and if you want to, if you have any other questions, you can pop back in here. I'll be here on and off all day, and then Danny will be here as well. So yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. Oh, also, I saw that that vegan teacher was in your YouTube stream.
Yes.
Your live stream.
Yeah.
I think that's super cool. She wasn't vegan overnight though. I know that she was telling me to go vegan overnight, but I feel like it's really I don't know. I feel like I would love to go vegan overnight, but I don't think that she should say the same thing to me when she wasn't.
Yeah.
But I'm just gonna call her out. All right.
If you've made, I don't know what her story was exactly, but for example, my story, I didn't go vegan overnight because I didn't make the ethical connection at all. Actually, for me, it was a completely different thing. But if I had made the ethical connection, then fully, you seem to have really made that connection. I would have done everything I possibly could to have done it instantly, because I wouldn't have wanted to go on living that way, as I feel that you are also in that boat as well. So I think that's maybe the difference. Maybe that's the reason she didn't do it overnight. Maybe she didn't make that click, but it seems you have, which is, if anything, you could, I get what you're saying, but if anything, I would see this now as an opportunity for you to even one up me and that vegan teacher and say, no, you guys didn't even do it overnight. I really believe this. That's why I'm going to do it right now. You guys took ages to do it. No, I'm not going to do that. So if anything, I'd see it that way rather than the other way. If you've made that, it just sounds like you've made that, strong connection. So good for you. Really good for you.
Thank you so much.
Cool. All right. I will, I'm going to shoot off now. So everybody, I will be back in some time. Until then, I don't know if anyone's in the chat, an admin or moderator who wants to take over, or do you want me to just close the stage? That's up to you guys. Is there any mod in here right now? Let me have a look. No? Hello, these guys are mod. Hello. Oh my
Yeah,
god,
my
there's
voice
3
is-
of you now. 2 of you. Yeah, guys, I'm going to shoot off.
Warm
I've got
him.
an interview, and
Warm
then I'm going
him.
to come back later for like the next session. But I don't know. Do you want me to close the stage, or do you want to take over the stage for some time?
No, well, I don't think we need to close it.
Cool.
Yeah, we'll just take over for a while.
You'll take over. Okay, cool. All right, I'll be back later. I'll let you know when I'm. Well, I think it's in the schedule, but it'll be in a while. Like it's going to be in some hours now. So like 6 hours.
That's
or something,
okay,
5
yeah.
or 6 hours. So cool.
That's all right.
All right, guys. Enjoy.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Wow, we
Guac.
swarmed the stage. I should have
Guac.
killed you. Guac, I should have killed you while we had 4 of us on here.
I mean, I feel all right now. I think I'll just go straight through to dinner. Yeah, it's only a few hours. I saw Thoughtbat was in the comments. Did you see? Was he? Have you sorted it out with him? I think he doesn't. I don't know why he's not sure what time he's coming on. He said the time. He said it's something about the time. I think it's getting a bit mixed up between the times. I saw it in the chat. He said, "I'm not sure about the time that I'm on." In Twitter, I'm looking now. 1 second. Hey, David. No, he seems. I mean, he's messaged me here yesterday, but there's nothing now. So I arranged with him for. Let's just double check this for the interview. Sorry, debate. I sent him that it would be, I believe, 1:45 his time, right? 1:45 p.m. BST, British summertime, which is 1 second. I should double check this is right. I'll check this. Sorry guys, I'm just going to make sure I got something right, and then we're going to keep on. We're going to keep on keeping on. 1:45 p.m. in GMT. Oh, it's putting it as British summertime for some reason. That's not what. But that's not GMT. GMT is not British summertime. Shit. Okay. Well, all right. I can change. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, Thoughtbat. If you're still here, the time is right. Your time is right. Maybe the schedule I've put in is wrong, basically. Because it's correct. If you put in GMT time now, look, Google 11:44 a.m.
And that's like 1 hour before the British summer.
Yeah, I don't want to do British summertime. I want to do Greenwich Mean Time. That's the time. That's fine. Then it works. Yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine. So if it's a wait, okay, wait, 1:40. If it's 1 minute.
Do you want to figure it out? I can say about the tattoo thing.
So if it's 11:44 GMT right now, okay, and his thing is in 1 hour from now, then it's wrong. Yeah, that would be 12:45. Wait, 12:45 GMT. Wait, no. Oh my god, I'm so confused. What is Oh, I think it's right. Thoughtbat's coming on at 3:45 p.m. EEST, which is 1:45 p.m. BST. It's correct. It's correct.
England time is 2 hours.
He's coming on in 1 hour. Okay, we understand. That's it. Done. All right. Next up, we've got Radim. What's up?
Yeah, is Radim coming?
Yeah.
I just want to say, please, people, suggest tattoos for David. We have 4 hours, I think, or 5 hours, 5 or 4 hours to decide a tattoo for David, and we need suggestions. Do that by donating via the Streamlabs link.
Yes. Cool.
Tattoo.
I see some Streamlabs donations, super chats. Thank you so much, guys. I see. So I'm not going to read that one out. I'm sorry to that person, but the comments are about patience were the previous girl. Thank you for letting me know about that. Okay, cool. Very well explained and wonderful patience. Thank you, Michael Askew. Thank you so much for all of your donations, guys. Remember, though, I still don't know what I'm getting tattooed here, guys. You got to suggest some tattoos for me because Annie is going to tattoo me later on the stream live. And you guys get to decide which one that she's going to tattoo me with, but you only get to decide that if you vote. You got to vote, guys, and you can only vote by using Streamlabs or Super Chat. Oh, what's going on here? So yeah, you can only vote by Streamlabs or Super Chat. So you got to do it, guys. You got to do it, otherwise you don't get the chance. All right, I'm gonna get Radim on very soon. I'm just getting the interview lined up now. The interview systems lined up. Seems to be acting a bit weird. Let's check if it's working this time. Are we gonna work now? All right, I'm on the screen now. So, guys, the next person who's coming on, his name's Radim. He is working with the sanctuary we're trying to raise money for. That GoFundMe, you see the GoFundMe page and the picture of that handsome young man looking after an animal. That's the guy who's coming on right now. So everybody get ready. This guy's whoosh. This guy's a dreamboat. He's gonna blow you away with his compassion and his good looks. And also he's going to explain, obviously what the sanctuary does and everything that he's about. And hopefully he's going to convince you to donate to the sanctuary to help them out. So let's bring him in. Radim, bear with me one sec. You've muted yourself right now. Okay, now you're unmuted. Hold up, buddy.
I am actually unmuted. Hello.
Let me hook you up 1 second. You're not in just yet. We're going to put... Oh, my God. I just opened Final Cut. No. I don't want to edit. Close. No. All right, here we go. It should be on. There we go. Welcome, dude. You're in.
Hey, how's it going?
All good, mate.
That
How
was
are you doing?
a lot of fun watching you figure out the time zones and everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that's been a little bit embarrassing, but so
I can imagine it gets really confusing. Yeah,
it has been.
I always confuse this kind of thing. I'm actually surprised I'm here on time because I was like, oh, I'm definitely I'm gonna get it wrong for sure.
Yeah,
because I always do.
Well, good to see you, man. And you're wearing the t-shirt too. Nice, love it. You gotta really plug it, bro. Yeah, that's what we're here for, man. That's what it's about. Why am I so fucking zoomed in right now? What the hell's going on my screen? Hold up, let me try and fix
I don't know.
this shit.
So am I.
No, not. What you're looking at is not what everyone else is looking at, actually.
All right.
Yeah. Let me figure out why that is. Here we go. I've got it fixed. Anyway, dude, talk to us. Let's talk about Ponto Animal Sanctuary. Who are you? What's going on? Give us the lowdown, bro.
Wow, where to begin? First of all, well, thank you so much for this opportunity because this is the third time you're actually raising some money for us, and I have to say the timing could not be more perfect because, and we're gonna get into that, but the times have been pretty hectic lately. They've been pretty tough financially, and the sanctuary is primarily it's an initiative of my mom. So I want to do my best to help her out. And I've been living there for a year, but now I'm back in my home city because we ran out of money. So I got back to working full time. And so yeah, this fundraiser could not be more perfectly timed. So thank you so much for that, and thanks to everybody who's donating, and hopefully we can manage to help as much as possible. And so yeah, thank you for giving me the place to be here. My name is Radim, and I am the co-founder of Ponto Animal Sanctuary. We are located in the south of the Czech Republic, Central Europe. And we've been around for about 2 years, I believe, maybe a little bit longer. No, I think it's about 2 years. Sounds about right. We currently have about 60 animals, varying from pigs, dogs, cats, rabbits, ducks, sheep, goats, turkeys, just all kinds of different animals. And we basically let them all roam around freely. We don't really separate them that much. There are very few animals that we keep separated for specific reasons, but we try to just let them roam freely, and it's really beautiful to just watch it to just watch them kind of coexist in that sort of way. It's really, really beautiful, and it kind of breaks down the barriers, the stereotypes about those animals are so different and we have to keep them closed in cages or whatever. So it's been pretty nice to watch that right in front of my eyes. It's been a very interesting journey so far, and we're trying to just take care of any animals we possibly can. Unfortunately, the space is limited, but whenever we get the chance to save animals that have been either rescued from slaughterhouses or factory farms, or whatever the situation is, whenever there's a opportunity to save them, we try to do that. We try our best to do that. We're working with what we have. None of us is a professional, so we're learning as we go. And yeah, we've learned a lot over the 2 years, and still learning. There's so much to learn. And yeah, we wouldn't be able to continue doing this without this kind of help. So I'm really grateful. And lately, like I said, not just because of COVID was definitely a huge factor in this, but some mistakes have been made, and as I said, we're just learning. So it's been kind of hard financially, and that's one of the reasons I kind of had to move to the city now because it was hard to get a remote job from there because the connection is poor and so on and so on. So yeah, that's where we're at right now. So, but my most of my work for the sanctuary is like fundraising, social media, the website. So I'm working remotely for the sanctuary anyway, most of the time. So didn't change that much.
Tell us about maybe, okay, this is going to be, putting this on you is going to be tough, all right? So I'm really sorry for this question. It's going to be really nasty question to ask you, but who's your favorite?
What, among the animals?
Yeah, tell us about, okay, not your favorite, but tell us about the animal that you connect with the most, the one, and tell us about their story, how they came there, why do you connect with them the most? Like, yeah.
Right. So I think a lot of people, what a lot of us as people fail to realize is that like when somebody has an animal sanctuary, it doesn't necessarily mean that they connect with each and every single animal, right? So it's basically the way I see it. There are certain animals that I just haven't really connected with, but the way I see it, it's kind of like we're offering them this place, right? We're offering them this life that is very different from what they otherwise would have experienced if this didn't happen. And that's what we can do for them, and whether we connect with them individually or not, that's really not as important. But there are definitely some animals that I have connected. We have this, there's this cat. His name is Yarelo, which is, he's named after one of the old Slavic gods of spring. And he's the most, it's really interesting for me, especially because I never really had a connection with cats. I never really, I was kind of like, I don't really want to hang out with cats that much. I was more, when you hear people say like, are you a dog person? Are you a cat person? I'm neither, but I was definitely into dogs more.
Yeah, well,
And
cats
then
are pretentious little shits, aren't they? So
they can be, yeah. But it can be the same for dogs sometimes, But until I started living at the sanctuary with cats, like full time, I never appreciated how amazing they can be. And he was one of the reasons why I changed my perspective on this. And he's just this kind of cat who, you're just walking by and he will jump right at you and he'll just like lie down behind your head and he's just like hang out and fall asleep. Or, I'm like working out, lifting weights, and he just like climbs up my body and it's just so much fun. And he just starts cuddling, kissing your face. And so I definitely connected with him a lot. And there was this baby lamb. His name was Cam. Unfortunately, he did not make it, as I imagine you probably know because you've seen the post.
Yeah.
But there was a time, he was very, very young. So obviously he needed to be fed by his mother, but that it couldn't happen because there were too many babies and she refused him. So they got rid of him and somebody rescued him and they brought him to our sanctuary. So he was 5 days old when they brought him here. So you can imagine, like, it's really hard to keep them alive in most situations, but we managed to keep him alive for at least 9 beautiful days where he had a lot of fun. And it's going to sound weird for some people, but it kind of felt like he was my kid, in a way. So we really, really connected. He would always, he would just follow me around, because he thought I was his mama. And it was really adorable, but he didn't make it in the end. So that really broke me. So I definitely connected with him. And then there's a pig called Minnie, who is the pig with the black spots on the picture of the fundraiser.
Yeah.
And she's one of my best friends. She's one of my best friends for sure. We connected a lot. She is so much fun to hang out with, honestly. And she loves to hang out with the dogs. They always run around together. They play football together. It's really funny. So there are definitely way more animals that I connected with, but just to give some examples of
yeah. Because we've worked together. Well, not worked, I wouldn't say, but we've stayed together on the old sanctuary, the old one that still exists, but not the one that's yours. So, we've experienced a lot together of these crazy, interesting, unique personalities of all these different animals. And just, I think my first experience of all of this world of like, wow, because, I used to think like, vegans were, we're always saying animals have personalities. We're always saying like, this, and I used to kind of like be like, I don't know how much I buy into it really. I mean, even if they didn't have unique personalities, it wouldn't mean that we can do horrible stuff to them. But I always used to be like, really? Do they really? Really? Does a chicken have a personality? Shut up, vegans. Come on. I'm a vegan and I'm like, shut up, vegans. And then I spent time with chickens and pigs and cows and sheep and goats. And like, I realized that even the most tiniest little brain in a chicken can still produce this incredible, weird, sometimes hilarious personality in them. And you know, it's insane how much can I wonder where it's all kept, like with a chicken, or you know, with birds especially, because their brains are like this big. How can an entire being of personality fit into such a small little space to the point where they are like totally different from each other? They all have their likes and dislikes, and like insane. And it blew my mind the first time I spent a long time, you know, extended time with chickens and then with other animals that I'd often thought were just, you know, I don't know, just often thought they were just too simple to have personalities. Like sheep, for example, I thought they're just so simple. They don't have personalities. They're just sheep. They just do their thing, and that they completely have personalities. They just don't show it to humans because normally they're running away from us. But once you earn their trust, they're literally the closest. I know people say like they're like dogs, but with sheep, like genuinely, they're the animal that I would consider to be the closest in behavior to dogs in the way that they are with people once they're comfortable. Like they beg you for scratches. They you know, beg you for treats. They get excited when the food comes. They wag their tails. It's incredible how similar they are to dogs. And I had no idea. So it's so nice to hear, like, you know, you and your experiences, and it's incredible, dude, with all of your, you know, the work that you guys are doing. And we just had a super chat. Thank you so much. It's Alex who super chatted. Alex Bez, actually, another who spent some time with us at the same sanctuary as well, I believe. Oh no, wasn't there, was he? No, he was there. It was another sanctuary. He was at in Germany, but I don't think you were there. I get confused. No. It's all sanctuaries become one big sanctuary in my head. Like I've got memories of animals in one place, and I think they're at the other place, and I'm like, oh god, no. It's all anyway. Talk to us about the sanctuary then and what you guys need, right? Because I know I'm doing this fundraiser because I follow you. I know what you need. I know what's going on. I see your stories and I want to do something. But for people who've no idea about what you're doing and what has happened and what you need money for, why are we doing this, man? Why should they be donating to help you guys? What do you need the money for right now?
Yeah, so first of all, let me just react real quickly to the, you know, personality thing that you said. I mean, for example, with the chickens, I was exactly the same. I remember I just thought like I was already vegan, but I was thinking to myself like, yeah, but they're chickens. Like, you know, we have science that tells us like chickens are this and that way, and that's it, right? Like every chicken is the same. But then you spend time with them and you find out, oh, actually, like, you know, there are like 10 chickens right in front of me, and each of them is completely different in terms of like their behavior. You know, one of them runs directly to you and wants cuddles. The other one is kind of antisocial. The third one is like a huge bully that just like, you know, bullies all the other chickens around. And then it's every single one of them is different. And we have this rooster he's a broiler, you know, so one of those really big ones that are specifically genetically engineered to be produced for meat. So they have a lot of health issues.
Yeah.
But he's actually almost 2 years old, which is absolutely crazy. They're usually killed when they're 2 months old. So you can imagine how insane that is.
Yeah.
And he literally still, like, he will run up to me and he will just like, you know, cuddle. And I just still, it blows me away every single time it happens. I'm already used to it, but at the same time, I'm really not, because it's, you know, it just blows me away each time. So it's really beautiful to see. And then his sister is like, she passed away, but when she was still alive, she was the exact opposite. Right. You know, she didn't like that. So it's really interesting to see how different they are, even though they've been brought up, you know, in the same environment.
Yeah.
So definitely they have different personalities, and you can see that. And when it comes to what we currently need, it's we just did a little fundraiser where we actually managed to get almost all the money we needed for like specific surgeries. There were some surgeries that had to be done with one of the dogs, and then some castrations that were essential. So that's happening. And now we are trying to build certain, you know, like small constructions for the chickens, for the turkeys, and for the sheep and the goats. So those are going to be 3 different constructions. I really struggle with the terminology here in English because English is not my first language. But
you're building pens.
Just those
pens, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Just the little houses that they are sheltered in. So we're gonna be building 3 of those right now, and we're gonna be needing at least €1,000 for just that. Maybe a little bit less. I don't really know the exact math that they did, but that's something that we're gonna be focusing on right now because there's once that's done, we also have the potential to like shelter even more animals.
Okay.
So that's good. And we obviously want to keep doing that. We want to keep just expanding the sanctuary, right? So that we can take more, we can take care of more animals in the future. And because we have the land, but just not the material for now. So that's one thing. In the future, we definitely want to build, we want to build something where people can actually sleep. So volunteers, when they come over, they can sleep. We want to build a teepee. We want to build maybe some like small wooden thing or like a yurt or something like that where people can actually sleep over when they come to volunteer. And they can, make themselves some tea and whatever. So something like that will definitely be essential in the future because I would love to actually, I would love to have workawayers. I don't know if you know workaway.
Yeah, of course.
But if there's anyone listening who doesn't know what workaway is, it's this platform where you sign up with your nonprofit organization, and then people can come volunteer in exchange for like food and shelter, right? So you let them sleep over. They can be there for a month. They can be there for a week, depending on communication. So that's something that I would love to do in the future, especially because it's right now it's just my mom and her partner who are running it. And my mom is there full time. She's working really hard at the sanctuary, but her partner is still working full time, and he spends like 3 to 4 hours every day just traveling to work and from work, and then 8 hours of working. So he doesn't really have much time left for actually work, focusing on the sanctuary itself when he's there. And then he just works until late at night until he doesn't see stuff anymore. And so it's really something that I want to focus on, just having people come for like volunteering long term, but there has to be something where they can stay. Otherwise it doesn't really work long term. So that's another thing. And recently there was tornado in our country, which is crazy because the last time that happened was like decades ago or something.
Yeah.
But obviously because of climate change, these things are going to be more frequent now. They're going to be happening in places where they didn't happen before, and they're going to be more and more intense as the years go by. So this is something that we have to get used to. But luckily it missed our village, but there were still some really, really strong storms. So some stuff got broken. It had to be fixed. So it's just like a lot of money for material. It's a lot of money for like veterinary care, surgeries, all medication for the animals, food, just everything really. It's been, we're at a point where we really need to build this up, and just like hopefully next year it will be more secure. But right now it's just so much work and so much money that needs to be collected. So yeah.
So just that's it though, right?
Yeah. Just that.
Sorry, man. I had to end on a high note there. No, yeah. So let's summarize here. So basically, what I'm getting from this is, guys, the reason you should donate to this sanctuary is ultimately so they can have people to come in and fucking help them work, because right now they are completely understaffed, right? I'm gonna summarize what you said in a short, snappy way so that anyone who zoned out gets it, all right? Just in case. Some people have short attention spans, some people don't. So, look.
I do.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. I know you do. No, so, like, guys, if they can get the money to build a place, people can sleep in it, they can have people who come over and stay, and they can relieve some of the people who are working their fucking arses off to try and care for these animals. That's one. Two, the animals need care. I've already told you this. They need care, they need surgeries, they need food. Obviously, that's really, really, really important. And basically, it's those two major things, isn't it, really? They're two major things. Like, if you can get somewhere for people to sleep and cook built, then people can come do workaways, and that can also develop an income because people pay for that as well, or you can also volunteer. But anyway, the point is this is what they need, and all of the money that you're going to donate to these guys is going to be used for those things, like specifically, and it's all going to benefit these animals. So guys, be generous, please. If you don't want to do the GoFundMe, then do super chats and do Streamlabs donations here and suggest tattoo ideas. Half of all of those is going to go to the sanctuary. If you want to specifically help the sanctuary with every penny of that donation, get over to the GoFundMe and give them some dollars, some euros, guys. I said it earlier as well. $1 or $2 to you, it isn't gonna ruin your week, is it? You know, it's not even gonna ruin your day. It's not gonna affect you practically in any way, I guess. Right? Maybe you're an exception, but most people, it's not gonna touch the sides, is it? But it will touch the sides for the sanctuary. They will be able to use that €2 to put it towards something that's gonna be very, very important for it. So, you know, really, please, guys, it's like practically spare change at this point, a couple of euros. So if that's what you can do, then please do it. They need it, and it all adds up. So please do get over there and do that, guys. Absolutely do that. Get it over to them and let them use it for something awesome for these animals. So how is it over there now? So you're in the city right now, are you?
Yeah, so at the end of winter, we basically ran out of money, and my mom started being, she was really afraid that we were going to lose, that they were going to lose the house. So I was like, okay, I can't have that happen, right?
Yeah, obviously.
And because of there was like a major lockdown for about 2 months recently, and people were out of jobs. I know in my old company where I just came back, actually, I came back to the company I used to work for about 2.5 years ago. I know that they were letting people go because they just couldn't maintain, those people financially, because it's a pretty small company. And I had to leave. I had to leave the sanctuary, which was really sad. At the same time, I needed a change as well. So, but it wasn't mainly out of my personal decision. It was just that I had to get back to work, and I was like, okay, I need to start making money again. And I luckily had the opportunity to get back to that company. So it's really nice, and it's going to take some time for us to get like back on our feet. But my main ambition now is to like help my mom sustain the sanctuary and just like keep it going, keep it running.
Yeah.
Obviously, like I'm not going to be able to do that on my own, and I would be, but it would take a lot of time, right? So right now we're at a position where we really need the help of other people. And we're still going to be in that position for quite some time, and hopefully, eventually we can. I would like to get to a point where we can actually have some. There are a few people who send us like monthly donations, like small monthly donations. They just like set that, it does it automatically, and it just do that. And even if it's just a few euros every month, like it helps a lot enough. Just like you said, it adds up.
Definitely.
Like €2 is not much for one person, and sometimes I'm like, oh, what's €2 gonna do? But then if you actually manage to get like 1,000 people who donate €2, like holy. It adds up. It's crazy.
Absolutely.
What that can actually do.
Definitely, man.
So that's something that I'm focusing on right now. So apart from working on that, I'm working, on everything in terms of like fundraising for the sanctuary and everything else here from my computer, from my home, and just trying to work on that. Yeah. So I'm back in the city.
Okay, man. Well, look, I mean, I think we've been through. Oh my God, this is super loud all of a sudden. Jesus. I think we've been through everything I wanted to go through today. I really wanted to get you, face of the sanctuary out here so people can see what they're paying for, they're donating to you, working your ass off, struggling now in the city in a job to try and help, sustain this thing and keep it going, keep these animals safe. You're doing hard. This is even harder than working at the sanctuary, not being able to be there, and you're putting the work in a company instead, and it's brutal, man. So I hope today we are able to help that along a little bit. I hope maybe someone's watching and gets the idea, like, actually, I want to be a donor, like a constant donor. I hope so. I hope we bring some awareness. And at some point also today, we'll go and look at your Instagram, and we'll take a look through the pictures, and we'll show people the animals as well. And I hope that'll help a few people really visualize it as well, so they can really see who they would be helping. And I hope we can help with that today, dude. For sure. And one more thing. Somebody asked me earlier, I figured you can answer this question. They said, what's the difference between a vegan animal sanctuary and a general not vegan animal sanctuary?
Right. So yeah, I mean, I guess the difference is that there are many animal sanctuaries that I've stumbled upon that they take care of animals, but most of the time it's going to be dogs and cats. So the animals that society generally considers or labels as domesticated. And the other animals really don't matter to them that much, and sometimes they will have them there and they will take care of them, but they will still take their milk, their eggs, whatever, and they will, in my eyes, they still kind of exploit them in a way, right? So they will use them for their own benefit. And so what we do instead, for example, when because obviously we have a lot of egg laying hens that came from cages and from the egg industry, from the factory farm. And so they will still lay eggs because they're so genetically modified, right? So instead of like 6 to 10 eggs that they would normally lay a year, they will lay about 300 a year. So it's pretty exhausting for them, and they will just keep doing that because that's that's how they are modified, unfortunately, throughout the years. So since they already do that, we just give those eggs back to them. So we just like take the egg, we break it, and they eat it, and they manage to get at least some. So what people don't realize, I think, is that once a hen lays an egg, a lot of the minerals, like essential minerals and vitamins, leave their bodies, right? They use that for it's really exhausting for them, And so in this way, you can at least manage to like give them some of those nutrients back. So that's what we do. And even if that didn't happen, like I know the pigs would eat the eggs, so we're not going to eat the eggs, obviously. So I think that's one of the differences, just like trying to stop separating, what they call farm animals and domesticated animals, and just like let them live freely all together, let them coexist. And that's actually the whole point, like idea behind even the name Ponto comes from the word, it means bridge in Esperanto. And it's basically supposed to symbolize this bridge that connects those different species and kind of brings them all together, regardless of, and of course, it doesn't mean that all the animals are going to be treated exactly the same, because obviously they're different in many ways, right? But we're trying to create an environment where they can just live freely and they're not going to be discriminated against just because they're different kinds of animals, right? So I think that's the main difference, just trying to include all those different animals in that, philosophy.
Yeah, I really, what you said about the eggs is really so important, and that you're not just not just looking for anything you can get from them. It's not about that here. That's what makes it a vegan sanctuary, is that you're looking at what you can do for them to give them the best life, not what you can get from them whilst they're under your care. A lot of other sanctuaries, they do that, right? They take the eggs and sell them or eat them and things like that. So no, it definitely separates you guys out, and all other vegan sanctuaries as well who are doing the same thing. I think I think it's the right thing to do. Obviously, it's absolutely right. They shouldn't be under your care just to give you things. The idea should be that we if they produce eggs, then you try and feed them back, and if they don't want to eat them, give them to an animal that would need them. You don't need them, It's that simple. I can tell you that during this segment, we've had 235 euros donated just during your segment, man. So people clearly really appreciate you and what you had to say here, and I just wanted to let you know this instant gratification from you, man. You made that happen. People believe in you because this is a great cause, and thank you for coming here and explaining it to us and giving people that you know, that little push they needed to send over some money and help you guys out. So I really hoped this would happen when you came on, and it did. Over 200 euros from 3 people.
That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and thank you so much to the guys guys and girls, to the people. Okay, let's go gender neutral. To the people who just donated. I really, really appreciate that. It's incredible. And one person donated 200, like literally a 200 euro donations. Incredible.
That's incredible.
Thank you so much. I don't know if, wait a minute, do they want me to reveal them or not? I don't know if it's, if they're not anonymous. 1 second. I'll say thank you publicly. No, they did it anonymously, so I won't say. But people who did it publicly, Mimi, Sean, and Mariana all donated just recently. Thank you so much, everybody. And the 2 anonymous people who I do know your names, I'm allowed to see, but I'm not publicly. Okay, I know who you are. Thank you so much for that as well. Incredible. Keep it coming, guys. Whether it's 200, which is insane, phenomenal, thank you, or it's 2. It really is, you know, it's so needed. So fantastic. You guys, by the way, do you accept crypto right now at the sanctuary?
Yeah, we actually do.
Perfect.
I believe we're probably the first animal sanctuary that accepts cryptocurrency.
That's awesome. So let me try and find that now and link it in case anyone in the chat wants to do that as well, because that's not, the GoFundMe doesn't accept crypto. No surprises there. Imagine. And that's the future though, isn't it? All right, let's have a look.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the thing, like that's the thing with crypto, like that's something, you know, I think less than 10% of the population are currently involved in that. So a lot of people are still kind of discovering that this is happening. And I believe that within the next like 10 years or so, our fiat currencies are going to be gone, and this is going to take over. So
most likely.
It's really interesting because like if somebody donates in crypto to Sanctuary, for example, and they donate like I don't know, $50 worth of some cryptocurrency, there's the potential that it can be, you know, 5 times, 10 times that in a couple of years if we just keep it there. And that's basically the plan. So if somebody donates in crypto, I'm not gonna withdraw the money. We're just gonna keep it there, and then, you know, in the future it's gonna help the sanctuary even more. So
definitely. What is the thing? What is that, man? How do people do that if they want to buy crypto?
Yeah, so there's one tiny problem, and that's that I still haven't done our website in English, and I'm planning on doing that. It's just been like a lot of stuff happening lately, so I haven't been able to do that. But if you can like share somewhere, if we can share the link of the website, I can actually.
I mean, I've got it here, but it's in English, so I don't know if I'm getting confused.
Is it in English?
Darojmi? Is that your website?
Oh, okay. So that's not our website. That's just like a fundraising platform in our country.
Well, I mean, look, people have, you know, go use Google Chrome to look at the website, and you'll get a translator. I mean, it's not completely.
Yeah.
You know.
Can I like post it in the comments somewhere or something? Because I don't see.
I will. I've got it here now. Is it azyl.ponto.zzz? That's
yes,
the website.
Exactly. And then there's a section like you know,
how to
above.
Support.
Yes, exactly. It's like JAK.
I see it. Great. So let me.
Yeah. And then if you scroll all the way down, it's like the crypto. There's crypto payments.
I've got it. I'm going to put it there now so people can see Ponto.
Perfect.
Website. Guys, if you don't speak Czech, that's totally fine. Use Google Chrome, and you can translate it. Super easy. You know, really, it's not rocket science, right? It's not in English, but don't get. Oh no, he's disappeared off the screen. I keep forgetting that I'm sharing the Chrome screen, so I'm off searching for the sanctuary, and all everybody can see is just my search. Your face has disappeared. All right, sweet.
Oh, wow.
But everyone's got it now anyway. Yeah, because I'm sharing. It's really complicated what I'm doing right now. I'm pulling your camera from the StreamYard over to my stream service, but that's Chrome.
Right.
So I keep forgetting it, and I go and do something on Chrome, and I'm like, oh fuck, like shit, like I'm searching for the website. Anyway, we got it there anyway. Everyone can see it now. Get over there, scroll to the bottom. If you want to donate in crypto, you can donate in crypto. And as Radim was saying, that's pretty cool because, you know, I've had a donation in crypto as well. And it was started, they sent me 50 euros in Ethereum, and then now it's worth like 75 euros. So, I mean, you know, it's a donation that could keep on growing, which is just insane.
That's just the beginning, you know?
Yeah, and it's just the beginning. Exactly. But we could definitely, I mean, maybe not, I mean, maybe we could briefly touch this now, maybe for like 10 minutes or so. But you're working in crypto, aren't you? You see it as like a viable way to earn money, or make money to help fund your work and the sanctuary. So why don't you tell us a bit about that? Like, how are you? What are you doing in the crypto space to try and fund the sanctuary? Like, what's your plan with that?
Right. So it's not like I officially work in the crypto space. It's
I mean, like, you're doing work in it. You're trying to hustle. You're trying to get you're trying to make money. That's what I mean. Sorry.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
there's just a little bit of money that I put in very, in certain cryptocurrencies over the past like half a year or so, and it's something that I want to focus on. Just all the time, like every single month when I get my salary, just put a little bit of that money into crypto. And it's not just about, for me, it's not mainly about making money with crypto, but it's the whole idea of what crypto can actually do to this planet in terms of like decentralizing the financial system, giving us a little bit more power over ourselves and over our money, instead of just letting all the central, banks and governments rule over us all the time and have access to, they can freeze your account at any point if they don't like some of your activity. They can do whatever the hell they want, basically. So this is something that I don't see it as a way to, I don't see it as an investment where I just put some money into crypto and then in a couple of months or a couple of years, I take that money out and I'm like, oh, let's get rich, No, It's more like, I want to be ready for the future, because I know that there is a huge chance that within the next couple of years, maybe 2 years, maybe 10 years, no one really knows, the currency in my country might, be very, very devalued. And I believe this, and it happened twice in the past like 70 years where I live. So it's, it could happen again very soon. Our current currency has been around for only about 20 years, I believe. So it's kind of still very new. It's kind of like an experiment, and we have bigger inflation than the United States right now. And I think that the United States, the US dollar is going down a lot. It's going to be very devalued very soon, I believe. No one really knows when exactly it's going to happen, but I think it will. And when that happens, since most of the world's economy is kind of linked to the US dollar, everything's going to go to shit. So I basically want to be ready for when whatever happens, so that, I have my finances secure, and I want to be able to generate some passive income in the future. And once I'm able to do that, I can use that to fund the sanctuary as well, and we don't have to be so dependent on other people's donations. I can manage to like help it myself a lot more.
Yeah.
And without my mom stressing all the time that, she's going to lose everything and she has to quit doing what she loves doing and helping, those animals that need help. So that's something that I really want to focus on, and I'm trying to work out my own plan to make that happen.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a matter of time. But have to be patient.
Cool, man.
Smart
I think this is something a lot of vegans should be looking into this, really. And I know James Aspie brought a lot of eyes on the whole cryptocurrency. Let's say the whole thing. Like I think a lot of people weren't really thinking about it until he did his work on it, and ultimately the responses from people has been overwhelmingly negative in the public eye. He's had a lot of positive response as well, but publicly it seems to have been quite negative. People have this impression that the whole cryptocurrency, the whole thing is, I don't know, they think they're being scammed, or they think it's something that's like not real, or like, and I was one of them. I was like, no, this all looks a bit fishy to me. And fishy meaning, that's kind of speciesist actually, but you get my point. It looked dodgy to me, and I thought, I don't know. Then I researched into it a little bit, and then found out the things that you're saying as well. Like, well, it looks like people are saying this is going to be the thing that we use in the future, because the economies, like you're saying, there's a lot of risk there, and there's a lot of risk in cryptocurrency as well. But I don't know, it was quite enlightening for me to get into reading about this and learning a bit, so that I'm not completely ignorant to it. And I would recommend that everyone here as well, every single vegan who's in here who wants to help the world, help the animals, you've got to start looking at this, and don't take my word for it or take Radim's word for it. Go on YouTube and just watch some videos about people talking about
Just
crypto.
a lot of research.
Just watch some videos. You don't need to buy something. You don't need to listen to me. You don't need to pay for. James Aspie's coming on later, so I'm not bitching here. But you don't need to pay for James's introduction video if you don't want to. All right. You don't need to listen to James Aspie. You don't need to listen to me or Radim. Go on Google and research what crypto is and what's happening in the world, and get your fucking self ready. Especially if you're trying to get money to people like Radim and activists and sanctuaries, because you can make money, right? And you could also be likely to lose a lot of money if you don't start thinking about switching to, you know, having anything in crypto. Because as Radim said, if the banks crash, if it all goes to shit, if you've never even looked at what crypto is, or you don't have anything there, you're completely screwed, you know? So check it out, guys. Check it out.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's really funny because a lot of people have been saying that, you know, investing in, for example, Bitcoin or some other cryptocurrencies that are very popular now, is a very risky investment. But the way I personally see it is actually not having any money in crypto is much riskier, just because when stuff goes down, when we have like a hyperinflation again, whatever happens, because the thing is, the governments just keep printing. They don't even print it anymore. They just like, they just like make it happen. They just send it to people digitally.
Yeah.
And the more they put out there, the more fiat money is in the, what's the English word I'm looking for?
System. I don't know. Like
whatever.
The fiat money, by the way,
ecosystem.
fiat
So,
money is like dollars, euros. Like that's what fiat money means.
Yeah,
just for people who don't know.
normally is. The more money is out there in the system, it's gonna get worse and worse, right? It's gonna get cheaper and cheaper, that currency, and there's a very high chance that things are gonna go down very quickly. And if you're not ready, it might be a problem. So I really want to. We actually started like a trading and investing group chat for vegans, because I really want vegans to like research this kind of topic and be ready, because I think a lot of activists don't realize that without money we're not going to change much, and so that's something that I really want to focus on, and I really want to get educated more on this topic, and I want other people to get educated as well, and it's something that's going to be a huge part of this world very soon.
Definitely,
So,
man. Definitely.
I don't even want to sell most of the crypto. I just want to keep it and be ready.
Yeah, that's a smart idea, man.
And there's already, by the way, just like last thing that I want to say,
Sure,
we're
man.
already at this topic. By the way, I didn't expect that we're going to be talking about this topic, but I think
all right,
it's cool that we are. But I think it's really interesting, and I think it's worth mentioning that already in the past couple of weeks, there are 3 countries that are going to start accepting Bitcoin as their legal tender, which means that it's going to be the official currency of that country. So El Salvador already did that. So you can like walk around the beach and there's like tiny ice cream trucks that already accept Bitcoin and stuff. It's really funny. And the next countries are Paraguay and Panama. So they're already, and Argentina is already doing some stuff with that as well. So I think it's just a matter of time before more and more countries adopt that sort of system. So
definitely.
Yeah.
It's definitely shifting, man. Definitely shifting. And as I said, I think as vegans, we are, maybe we're a little bit silly not to be doing that, not to be at least looking into it. I think as vegans, we should be looking into it massively. We have a super chat on the YouTube, by the way. It says, Stacy Trash Carcass has sent me one saying $5 for adult diapers when you are doing 24-hour live stream debates. Appreciate that. And speaking of that, Annie's here to relieve me because I'm going to go relieve myself. So Annie's going to come and have a little chat with you whilst I go pee.
Hey, Annie.
Yep. Hey, Radim.
How's it going?
Nice interview.
A lot of things have been happening. Are you in Finland now?
Yes, Finland.
How is it over there?
It's pretty crazy, actually. Pretty warm. I mean, I love it.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Like heat, I love it.
not
But
good.
it's like extraordinarily hot for Finland.
Yeah.
People are
They
suffering
had
actually
50
already. So.
Yeah, they had 50 degrees Celsius the other day in Canada, and there were like villages getting burned down. So
it's mad.
Crazy. And like I said, we had a tornado in the Czech Republic. We had a tornado.
I didn't know.
Understand what that means? It's crazy.
That's crazy. What did it cause a lot of destruction then?
it destroyed entire villages and cities. Yeah, like small cities, towns.
Where
Yeah.
exactly in Czech Republic? Or like Czech is not
There
so
were
big,
a
but
couple. It's a small country. Yeah, they were like I said. Luckily, it did go past our village, so it didn't. But there were still massive storms that like destroyed certain things. But it was in southern Moravia, which is the second largest region of the country, and then it was like in the northwest somewhere, and there were a couple of villages that were entirely ruined. There were videos of like there was this mother with her baby. They were upstairs in their house, and she was just like changing the baby or something. I don't remember exactly. And then all of a sudden, the tornado literally just like took the roof of the house, like the entire roof. It just like took it like that, and she just like jumped on her baby to like hold the baby down and just like tried to save the baby. And it was like it's really really crazy. And for
mental.
us in the Czech Republic, that's not something we're used to. I know there are countries in this world where this happens on a regular basis, but here we're not used to that. And it's a sign of climate change, because we know that these things are going to be happening more and more. And so this is you know something that we really have to address, and we have to stop eating animal products for that reason as well, not just for the animals, which is of course very important, but for many other reasons as well. So
Definitely.
it was really scary. It was really scary for a lot of people here. And
yeah, that sounds insane. Like I didn't hear about it, but I'm not really following the news so much. I would have if I would, but that's mental. I need to look into it, but it's just madness. But yeah, thank you for speaking up about it as well. And anyone who doesn't know Radim yet, go to Instagram, Conscious Viking. I'm gonna link your Instagram there as well. Obviously, Ponto's Instagram has been spammed to the comments many times, but also you, because you're an activist. Radim does amazing work with Animal Rebellion and otherwise as well. How long have you been an activist?
I'm taking a little break from that now. Right?
Yeah.
I guess like the first protest I joined was like when I was like 16 or something. So about 9 years ago, I think. Maybe 8 years, something like that. And then I would every now and then I would go to a protest. I focused on human rights back then, like, primarily. And then a couple of years later, I was like, oh, actually, I really want to try and help animals. And that shifted when I was about 18, I think. So I think, and then about 4 years ago, I think it was like 3 years ago, I decided to just quit my job and just focus on that as my main focus. So I just started like organizing a lot of things across Europe and just traveling around giving talks at schools and universities, and it was until COVID came. Then all the schools got
everything changed
locked
then.
down, and I had to
no more school talks.
figure something out.
But maybe soon again.
But at the same time, but I'm already doing them again. Just they've been happening online. We've been doing that for a few months now.
Nice.
But just occasionally. And we're gonna start doing them physically as well very soon, it seems. So it's gonna be nice to be back out there. However, I've been taking a little break from all that kind of stuff because of all that we've been discussing here. Like, it's just been a lot, and like I said, I came back to like working full time, and on top of that, I also took on another project. So I'm a website for my friends, starting a new vegan place. And so that's going to be something that I'm going to spend a lot of time on as well. And so right now I'm focusing on these types of things and trying to get more money for myself and the sanctuary. And there's going to come a time where I get more active again. But right now
that's active. You're being active.
You can call
like,
it
literally,
a type
you're
of
being
activism,
active
right? Like,
now
what is really
also.
activism, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Like, you can just like getting money for a nonprofit. It's still a very important part of this. So,
obviously, you're doing such an important work. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
Everyone needs to donate as much as you can or as little as you can. Like, anything helps. Like, literally anything.
anything else. Even if it's just like $1, it's it adds up. If enough people do it, it can work magic.
Definitely. Yeah.
It can work magic.
Yeah. I hope to see you again soon, Radim. It's been some years now, I think.
Me too. Me too. Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah. It was. We saw each other in Berlin, which is still a very long time ago, actually.
Yeah.
Just like for a little while.
That's true, yeah.
But apart from that,
Mm.
yeah, it's been a while as well.
Yeah.
I miss traveling around, but at the same time, when this whole COVID wave, the first wave hit and happened, and I had to leave the schools and I had to leave the streets and everything, I figured, if I'm supposed to be stuck somewhere, and I was stuck in Portugal back then for about 2 months, I figured, I'm gonna go to the sanctuary because now it's a perfect opportunity to really help my mom like kickstart the whole project, because back then it was just this small thing. There were just a few animals, and she was just like, okay, I'm gonna take care of these few animals. And she's not really the kind of person who would like really want to put herself out there on social media and like talk about things, share stuff. She will share a couple of videos every now and then of the animals, but that's it. She doesn't really know how to work with social media too much. She doesn't really know how to do fundraising and these types of things. So I was like, well, I've already been doing that from like long distance. But I figured if I'm supposed to be stuck somewhere, I'm gonna go directly there because we're in nature, it's a village. I can help them build stuff right there. So I would, build things for the animals and like take care of the animals as well. And I've been there for a year, and it's been an absolutely amazing experience. So like I said, the whole project is mainly my mom's initiative, and she runs it with her partner. But I was really happy to help, and that I could be there.
Yeah, it's so good
and
that you
just,
can be there and have been there.
Yeah.
So it's really
Yeah.
helpful.
Yeah.
David and I still need to visit. We haven't been there.
Yes, you have not been there.
Hopefully soon. And David is here also.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye, Radim.
It was nice seeing you, Annie.
You too.
Stay
Everyone
awesome.
donate to Ponto.
Thank you. Thanks for helping. I wasn't on the toilet for that whole time, by the way. Just you guys were in a conversation, so.
I figured.
All right, dude. Thank you so much for being here, dude. I've got a debate in 5 minutes, so I'll say I love you and leave you. Thank you so much for everything you're doing. Thank you for being here. We've had quite a few donations since last time I told you. We had another €25 donated, so that's awesome.
Wow.
I will keep doing what I can to keep these coming in. And look forward to giving you a report tomorrow morning when I will still be awake after 24 hours.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's absolutely mental.
Oh,
I hope
yeah.
you stay safe. And
Thanks, bro.
Thank you so much for doing this. Thank you so much for having me and for allowing me to talk about the project. And thank you all so much, to anyone who donated or just even listened to this live stream and took the time to check out what the project is all about. Just thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's been a blast.
Awesome, dude. Speak to you soon, man. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
All right. See ya.
See you
Have a
later.
nice day, everybody.
Bye.
Or night. Whatever.
Oh, what's up? Oh, headphones. There you go. All right, cool. Sorry? Okay, yes, please. Yeah. All right. So next up, what have we got next? We've got a debate, actually, with a guy called ThoughtBat, who is a YouTuber. And if you wanted to check out his YouTube, you can. It's ThoughtBat. He doesn't make videos about veganism as far as I've seen. I unfortunately haven't had time to watch much of his content. But it looks to me, from our chat and also looking at his YouTube, he's more like a political YouTuber. Talks about anarchism and different political ideologies and philosophical ideologies as well, like ways of living. So we'll probably with the next stream, the next my God, I'm already losing my shit. With the next debate, it's probably going to touch on the philosophical as well as the practical. It's going to be a little bit of both, I would predict. I think to give you all a bit of a primer, we may be discussing things like normative ethics and maybe even meta ethics, which basically, like, from my limited understanding, normative ethics is like the way you view the world, and meta ethics is the meaning of words and the meaning of the things you say, like the meaning of good or the meaning of bad. And normative ethics are what you think are good and bad, basically. So anyway, I hope that's clear enough. If it's not clear, I'm going to try and keep this conversation at a level that is easy for everyone to understand, because I am absolutely not versed in this world. And it seems like Thoughtbat may be spending a lot of his time in this world, but I'll try and pull it back to kind of, keep it as top level as possible so that we can all follow, and we'll see what he's got to say. As far as I know, so far, I mean, we had a quick chat about some other things the other day. Thoughtbat, for people who are asking, this is the person's channel name. Thought as in thinking, bat as in the animal, a bat. So we had a little bit of chat the other day, but admittedly, we mainly focused on sports and football because he's Welsh and I'm English, and there's a lot to talk about there. So we had a bit of a laugh. We didn't really get into anything serious, but obviously today he's going to be putting forward his position, and his position is that animals. Let me just read this out properly from the email to make sure I don't misquote him. Okay, the position that he wants to come on and I guess argue. Or I don't know, represent. I don't know what you want to call it. We're not having a formal debate here. But anyway, where the hell has it gone? Thoughtbat, there he is. He says, I would like to debate you on I would like to debate you on animal rights, as I do not believe animals have the right to life, nor should they ever be afforded it. So we'll see. We'll get into what that actually means as he's going to be joining us shortly. I wouldn't jump to any conclusions here at this point, so don't get angry in the comments just yet. All right. And also, I should have mentioned this earlier, but I suppose now that we have had some Discord conversations and we're going to get into a more of a formal conversation now, like a bit more of a structured thing. Please try to refrain from directly insulting anyone in the stream. So earlier on, I know you guys were having a bit of fun when I was talking to the people in Discord, but I mean, there's definitely still a chance they would come and see the comments. And look, if you're saying something like, "Oh my God, that was a really dumb comment," all right, not too bad. But don't call them dumb or stupid or something like that. I don't know. I know I do it sometimes, but when I'm talking about, like, I don't know, if I'm doing a video or a reaction to someone or something like that, yeah, fair enough. But when I'm bringing people onto my channel to discuss things, I'd really appreciate if we didn't directly insult them. Like, I wouldn't directly insult them. So, please don't, you guys don't say it as well. Obviously, if you're not a subscriber and you're not a vegan and you're not someone who gives a shit about what I'm saying, I can't stop you from doing it. But I would ask that if you respect me, please try and keep it, like, respectful, Like, you can insult what people say. Like, that's a fucking stupid thing to say. Fair enough, but, like, try not to go after the person. I don't know. I don't know if that's what we want to be doing today. Or do it. I can't stop you, but I'd rather you didn't. All right? That's all I got. That's all I'd like to say there. So, Thoughtbat. Oh, one more thing about Thoughtbat. I don't know his real name because he doesn't want it to be represented. Because he, as I said earlier, he works in schools and he is an anarchist. So he doesn't want to have his his career ruined by his political beliefs, which are not, as far as I can see, they're not necessarily controversial, but to the education system where he's working, they are controversial. So yeah, apparently. Not apparently, they are. So that's why he's keeping his face off the screen and why we won't find out his real name. All of that being said, I think he's here now. Let's get everything set up. Oh my God, what's going on here? Oh, it's weird. Okay. Well, my camera doesn't seem to be... Can you hear me right now, man? Hello? Thoughtbat? Oh. I don't know what's going on here. Give me 1 second, dude. I'm just going to restart the StreamYard.
Hello?
It seems to be a little bit screwed up. All right, let's just see if we can get him in. It's been a bit weird. I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, it seems to be... There we go. I can hear you now.
Right.
It's working.
You caught me off guard.
Yeah, I caught you just as you were going, "Hello."
That is the worst time to do it in front of all those people as well.
It's a great start. It's a great start, man.
What are you going to do? What are we going to do, eh? This is my first ever debate, and I start off with a bang. There you go.
Is this your first time on a live debate like this? Yeah.
As thought about, yes, I've done it with my philosophy society at uni, but apart from that, this is my first time as thought about as my anarchist YouTube channel.
Cool.
Having a formal debate. I'm going to go home. I'm going to be sleeping tonight, thinking about my third because I've got one on market economies versus planned economies. I'm debating a communist effectively.
Okay.
So that should all be fun. Very excited, very nervous, but anyways.
Yeah, well, it is nerve-wracking, man. I've not done very many of these kind of public kind of things like this, like public discussions or debates, but the first one I did, I was like, it's fucking nerve-wracking. But fortunately, I think we had a little bit of a chat, didn't we, before? So I think that kind of always helps ease things over, which is why I wanted to do that. You know, we had our little chinwag about the football and the cricket and the tennis and all these things.
Yeah, it was a good chat, but we can't do it today.
No. Oh, wait, maybe later. We'll see.
Depends how much injury time we've got.
Exactly.
90 minutes.
Exactly. All right, so let's dive into. I mean, the first thing you wanted to get into, or what you emailed me with, which again I closed the emails, but I'll open it again and read it out, and we'll go from that basically, which was. I do not believe animals have the right to life, nor should they ever be afforded it. And I guess this is are you coming from an anti-vegan perspective here, or are you coming just from this point you don't agree with, or like give us your basic kind of what you wanted to get into today, and we can kind of open from there, I suppose.
Okay, cool. So I certainly don't identify as an anti-vegan. I think veganism rather is actually quite a great movement. The work that vegans do in exposing how pretty drastic and how brutal animal slaughter can be, how animal agriculture can work. That is important because people need to know exactly what they're eating and what they're doing to act authentically. If you are one of the people who look at animal slaughter and you react to that badly and you think, oh God, I really don't want to be funding this, don't fund it, be vegan. However, my disagreement with veganism is not so much on the health, not so much on the environmental impacts. It's on the ethical side. It's just the ethical claims vegans seem to make. I know environmental and health are two big arguments vegans make, but I don't think either of those two arguments, as in veganism is better for your health, it's better for your environment, necessarily follows to principled veganism, where you take meat and dairy and etc. out your diet completely. I don't think it leads to that conclusion. It just leads to reducing your meat consumption and having a more balanced diet, maybe. So it's the ethical thing. I think you're going to need to rest on the animal's right to life. Do animals have the right to life? Do animals have rights at all? And so I approach this by thinking about why we afford other humans the right to life. Now, as you know, I'm an anarchist. I'm also an egoist. So people who call me selfish, I'm afraid I'm going to have to take that as a compliment.
Okay.
So in human societies, we appeal to mutual self-interest, effectively. So being conceptual beings, which is a strange phrase, being conceptual beings, we are able to conceive rights, and we are able to communicate those rights and respect and apply those rights to each other. And thus, if we mutually acknowledge each other's rights to life and each other's rights to personal property, I'm an anti-capitalist. I don't believe in the right to absentee property, etc., then we can establish social norms which can create a generally freer and prosperous society, all operating on voluntary cooperation and mutual self-interest. So that's why I think humans have the right to life. Do animals factor into this? Well, as animals are not conceptual beings, the answer is no, I'm afraid, because animals cannot conceive the right to life for themselves, and so therefore they cannot apply the right to life. That's my position.
Okay. So and how does this? Okay, I've got two ways to really go around this. I would ask, first of all, how does this logic apply to people who also don't have a concept of rights, like people who are incapable for whatever reason, like born that way? Like my youngest brother. I hate to make it personal, but he has. I mean, he doesn't have a concept of what this means in any way at all. He doesn't understand rights. He doesn't. So how would it apply to in that sense for somebody who just is in the same position as an animal, basically, in that they also don't understand it?
Okay, so yeah, so there are people who exist who don't have that kind of mental faculty, and we see as a result that they don't really respect rights at all.
Mhm.
Psychopaths go out murdering people, and we don't actually afford them the same rights as other people. We certainly don't afford them the right to autonomy. Same goes for children. We don't give children the same rights as adults. They are not free to go and make the same decisions as adults do. So we instead of talking about one or two humans, because I think it's probably best to apply rights across the board for humanity, because we know the vast majority of people can concede rights out. They have the potential to concede rights given a certain education or whatever. But we do know that the entire animal kingdom cannot do such a thing.
But we're talking about the right to life here, right?
Yeah.
But then, so specifically the right to life, someone who has for whatever reason is not capable of acting within those realms, they still have the right to life, though. But we're taking that right away from animals because they can't perceive it. Why would a human get the right to life, but they wouldn't?
So if a psychopath is attacking you, then they have forfeited their right to life.
Sure, but animals aren't attacking us. That's what I'm trying to understand. If my youngest brother, for example, is not attacking anyone, but he also can't reciprocate rights because he doesn't understand them, he still has a right to life. Why would a cow not have that same right to life if they are also not attacking anyone?
It's not that they are forfeiting the right to life based on that they are attacking them. They are clearly demonstrating that they don't respect or apply your right to life by endangering your life. So I'm not too sure.
That's what I'm trying to understand. Is that so? I'm trying to. Okay, maybe I'm missing something. So the premise is that because animals can't reciprocate rights, they don't understand rights, they don't have that ability, therefore they don't have a right to life. That's what I've understood your point is.
Yep.
Okay, but then my youngest brother also can't understand that or reciprocate that, but he does have a right to life. So then, what is the difference?
I don't know your brother's specific condition.
It's autism and learning difficulties, basically. He just doesn't understand the society. He doesn't understand his position in that society. It's not like he's going to go out and hurt anyone, but also he doesn't really understand that people have rights, and it's very difficult to explain this to him. Let's not use my brother. Let's use someone else, who was in a much worse position than my brother, who really, really just has no concept at all of right or wrong, and doesn't commit atrocities like cows don't commit atrocities, but still has no understanding of morals or right or wrong. Right? We would give that person the right to life, but in your world, we still wouldn't give it to the cow. I'm just trying to understand the difference between that human and that cow in that scenario. So I don't know did you catch that, or are we breaking up here? I don't know. I don't know if you've. I can't hear anything right now. By the way, if you're talking, I don't know if something's cut off on your side or. Okay. That's strange. Oh, he's gone. Okay, for now, I don't know. We'll just wait and see what happened. Maybe he's going to figure that out and come back. Okay, he's back. Hold up. Let's see what happened. Oh, I can hear you again now.
Yeah, sorry about that. I didn't run away. My internet is shocking at the best of times.
No worries, man. So did you catch the last point before it cut?
Yes, you were talking about the fact that a severely autistic person may not have that kind of level of conceptuality.
Yeah.
For one, I'd say I wouldn't rule out their ability to develop and understand those conceptual rights, because as an autistic person myself, I know that I've come quite a long way from when I was a child or when I was younger to develop general social understanding.
Yeah, I guess, okay, sorry, just to interrupt. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude, but I mean, just forget the autism thing completely. Like, let's forget that, because my brother, he's also autistic. There are high-functioning autistic people such as yourself. you know, we can forget autism completely. But I mean, there are still conditions out there where people, they're not causing anyone any harm, but also they just have absolutely zero concept of right or wrong. My point is it just by the fact that they're human that they maintain the right to life, or is there another reason that they would have it and a cow wouldn't in this worldview?
I think it would be, yeah, because they'll be born and raised with people who love them and care for them and look after them and such.
Right.
I know you're going to say animals do this too.
Yeah.
So again, when we talk about mutual rights, it's easier to apply it across. I'm not talking about rigid objective rights, by the way. I'm not actually a moral objectivist. I'm talking about the application of mutual rights.
Sure.
It's easier to just apply it across the board, across humanity, rather than investigating who cannot be afforded this right. I think it's easier and more applicable to say, well, okay, we're going to apply it to the human race because humans generally have the ability to conceive and apply and respect rights.
And if humans generally didn't have that, so if 51% of humans didn't have that and 49% did, so the majority doesn't have that, would that mean then that they weren't afforded those rights because they were a minority? If that makes sense. So if the does. Yeah, let me flip this around and make sure I'm explaining it right. So if the majority of humans didn't have that, if the majority of humans didn't have that right, then there was a minority that did. Would that change things, I guess? Because you say if the majority of humans have the ability, then we can apply that to the rest. But what if that were turned on its head? Would that change things then?
I suppose it would. It wouldn't be the case where if the majority of people were literally like animals, then
would you say no one has the right to life then, or would you argue that we still have the right to life?
It would be difficult to afford them the right to life if we do not apply it in respect to themselves.
Right. So I mean, I think
it wouldn't be mutual, would it?
No, but I mean, so you would be happy. Okay, so let's just go to a conclusion then, I suppose, like a reductio. So if that was flipped like that, then you would be happy to die on the hill and say that, well, no, in that world, then the majority wouldn't have the right to life, and then killing them for sandwiches, whether they were human or not, would be morally acceptable.
You effectively talk about different species, aren't we? Because they're not. So yeah, I would.
So that would be okay in this world is what I'm trying to get to. Like in this hypothetical world.
In this hypothetical world, yeah, I believe that would be okay. We don't afford the same rights to other primates, because species really are it's a social construct effectively.
Right.
We could say, well, let's talk about great apes. Only a small percentage of great apes are able to apply and respect rights, but these people would have those rights afforded to them because they can acknowledge them, apply them, and also appeal to them.
Right. Okay. I mean, I think we could keep going down there, but I think I'd actually rather just change lanes and talk about, like, okay, if I accept your position that, okay, animals don't deserve rights as such because they can't reciprocate them, and in a world where nobody could reciprocate rights, nobody would have them. If that's the way we're going to go, and that you're happy to die on that hill, then I would move over to talk about the obligations then, because somebody doesn't have to have rights to have for us to be obligated to be good to them. You know what I mean? Like rights are a construct, whatever, social construct, and if you don't want to give them to other beings that can't perceive them, that's fine. But what about the obligation that we have to just not be selfish assholes to others? I mean, that's something that's completely separate from rights, is it not? I mean, you wouldn't, for example, you wouldn't kick a dog, but not because you think the dog has rights, because you feel obligated to not hurt that dog, right?
I don't think it'd be out of being obligated to not hurt that dog. More to the fact, I don't think it's a nice thing to do for me, because I don't like putting animals which I love and live with through suffering. Right,
and that would be, and you. Sorry, if I'm understanding correctly, your position to understand, you're proudly an egoist. You talk about being an egoist, and that's yep. Is that in the sense of like, so I've tried to understand what this means. So maybe you can help me and guide me if I'm wrong. Does this mean that you believe that the meaning of good is what you prefer, or does it mean that whatever you do is good?
Well,
which one
good
is it?
Ooh, that is a good little question. Is it ethical egoism or is it psychological egoism? I discussed that in the video I think you watched a part of.
I did, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So I think. Actually, no. Sorry. Rational egoism we're talking about, not psychological. Rational egoism would say that anything you do for yourself is good,
Okay.
or inevitably good. So psychological egoism. If we say what is good, what does it mean to be good?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand from you. Is your view on that
good?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Good and bad are ultimately value judgments, aren't they?
Yeah.
And you need to have a valuer to have value.
Right.
So it's going to be subjective, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it can be. Yeah. I mean, so that's what I'm trying to understand for you. So if it is subjective for you in that, in the sense that, what is the meaning of good to you is what you prefer. And for example, your preference here is that you don't want to kick a dog. Why? Because you don't think that's a very nice thing to do. So we can focus on that without even needing to get into rights and things like that. We can focus on what your preferences actually are then. So when it comes to veganism and this moral argument, it's kind of, for you, it might largely be insignificant when you're an egoist in that sense. So when it comes to animals, like, what are your preferences then? Like, what do you want to do with animals, and what do you think is not good for animals?
So I think animals should be used to better mankind. What does that mean? That's a good question. So, for example, I'm not bothered about pet ownership. I think pet ownership is good because it's good for people's mental health in some cases. It's quite nice to have a dog. It's quite nice to have a cat sometimes. But I think I understand that the animal agricultural industry as it is now is incredibly inefficient, and I do believe that we will come to a time when animal agriculture is abolished, just by the virtue of lab-grown meat. Also, I think if you get rid of the capitalist class, then we are more free to conceive other ideas of how we can organize agriculture. But I think because it does depend on animal rights, because if animals do have the right, or we do afford animals the rights to do these things, then we do have to take their interest into consideration when it comes to manipulating the world and using it for our benefit. For example, if animals had the right to life, then agriculture couldn't exist, because you need to violate the rights of animals' lives who are in the fields whilst you're crop harvesting, for example. You can't have you would get rid of windmills, specifically those what they call wind turbines, because they kill thousands upon thousands of birds a year. So if we care about animals' rights to life, then we would get rid of those things in an instant.
Yeah, that's why I'm not really. I mean, I don't know why, but I've kind of personally, I'm not arguing against that point, because I don't think you need to believe that animals have a right to life to agree with veganism. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. I think you can say I don't believe in assigning rights to animals for whatever reason. If that's the place you take, I don't think it's necessary to do that to be a vegan, which is why I wanted to ask you about your preferences and get into that. And your preferences, that's interesting to me, is that you would like to use animals to the betterment of mankind. And I would like to dive deep, if it's all right with you. I would like to dive deep into a bit more about what that means, because look, on the surface, that's quite a statement to make about animals, and especially the use part, where you use animals to the betterment of mankind. And I would ask, what is the difference, I suppose, between making a statement like that about animals, about using them against their will, because it is against their will. They may not have rights in your world, but they still have a will. Like, they want what they want, right? Obviously, and it's against their will what we're doing to them. How is it morally different, or whatever? How is it any different from deciding I want to use, I don't know, a member of the human species to the betterment of myself? For example, whether it be, I'm not going to choose a demographic, we don't need to go that far into it, but there are definitely a lot of humans out there, nasty humans, who would say the same exact sentence about another human or another group of humans. What would be the difference between you saying it about animals and them saying it about people?
Our capacity to conceive and apply rights.
So that's where it goes. That's where it starts and ends for you, basically. And then we're back to the other... Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I should also say we do use each other. We use each other all the time. Sometimes it's consensual, sometimes it isn't. Capitalism is a non-consensual, basically where the owners of capital use the proletariat for their own betterment. But the fact that we can conceive of alternative ideas and push for those and fight for them creates, it makes socialism, I suppose, a viable strategy. It's just this doesn't happen in the animal kingdom. Animals don't consider their social structures. They don't reassess them. They don't critically analyze them. There's no way I can go to a pride of lions and say, hey, now you're going to be an anarcho-collectivist syndicate because this patriarchal structure you've got now isn't good enough for you. You can't do that.
Right. Okay. So let me get it all together, what I've understood so far, and then you can say yes or no, or correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. So what I'm getting so far is, okay, so so animals be used to the betterment of mankind, right? So that's your take on that. And that means, by the way, like when we break that down, what it means, that means that animals are experimented on for the betterment of mankind, because that's part of, that would be in this, because it's what it's happening right now. And that's what the non-vegan position is. It's that experimentation is fine. Breeding, using their bodies like in the dairy industry and the egg industry is fine. And I want to actually go a bit deeper into this to really, in the slaughterhouses, shooting them in the head, slitting their throats for burgers, it's fine because it's benefiting some people. It gives them pleasure, for example. If I'm misrepresenting you at any point, just pause. I don't know. Actually, that's a good point. Are we talking here when you say betterment of mankind? Okay, you agree so far. So all of these things are all fine. And also, and they're only fine because the animals can't reciprocate rights. And if the majority of humans couldn't reciprocate rights, you would in your world, in this world, where that were the case, you would be happy to see humans also used for like dairy and slaughterhouses. If the majority of humans couldn't reciprocate rights, that would be also fine in that world to do that to them as well.
That would be the case, yeah.
Right. Okay. So I guess that being the case, I guess we can, I don't know. I find that to be like a, I don't know what the word would be here.
Morally reprehensible.
I guess so. Yeah. Pretty much, man. Yeah. Yeah. Like the fact that it would. So, 1 second. So I'll finish up and then you can. Yeah. Sorry. I'll finish this point I was going to make. But it's philosophically, I can understand how this is like it's an entertaining thing to think about. But I think when applied practically, like my hypothetical is never going to happen. So, you admitting that you would kill and happily kill humans if they didn't have the right to reciprocate rights, it's no problem. Because that's probably never going to happen in any world. But it's the reason it's morally reprehensible, as you said, or the reason I would take massive issue with it is that it is not a philosophical position. It is a real life position. And the animals that we're talking about here go through all of this, and go through the literal hell on earth, like absolute suffering and cruelty and violence. But the only reason that they do that is because they have the same mental capacity as a child. It seems like a really kind of evil reason to put them through it.
Why?
Because they have the mental capacity of a child. Like we protect children because they don't have the capacity to understand things. But yet, with your view, you flip that on its head and actually punish the animals because they don't have the capacity to understand things.
Well, the children have protections because we know that they have the potential to be, to develop that conceptual capacity, don't they?
Right, but
we know that's how it is.
Right, but even if they don't, you still would afford them the right to not be put into a slaughterhouse simply because their species normally does. And it seems like it seems very unfair to punish a species for simply being born the species they are, and punish them like that. Put literal hell just for being born as the wrong species.
I suppose it does, but without animal rights, what's the problem with it? If you admit that animal rights aren't a thing, what rights are we violating? What moral code are we violating here?
I'm
trying to understand your ethical, because if you're going to present veganism and what is essentially a moral framework for how humans should relate to animals, interact with animals, we need to hear a solid I'm struggling to speak now. A solid flame. Can't do it. A solid framework from the vegan movement to accept that this is immoral. We do need to afford animals' rights. We do need to acknowledge their right to sovereignty.
Yeah, the reason I moved on from the rights argument is because I didn't, as I said, I still stand by it that I don't see it as you don't need to believe. For example, you don't need to believe that animals need to have rights to believe that it's also not all right to hurt them. Like you already explained that. You said you wouldn't kick a dog because you wouldn't want to do that. It's not a nice thing and it hurts the dog. Why not just apply that preference to every animal? Why is that preference only applied to a dog?
I suppose it's because of the cultural connotations dogs have with humans.
True. I mean, that's fine, but it's not.
If we lived in a world, if we lived in Korea where dogs are food, then that'd be food.
Sure, but if you went to Korea now, you wouldn't be happy about it, and that's the point. It's a cultural.
No, the point is, I wouldn't care. Because the point is, I'd be fine with it.
No, but if you were raised in Korea, you would be fine with it. You wouldn't be fine with it right now, though, would you?
I'm not a cultural relativist.
No, but you wouldn't feel comfortable is the point. I'm not saying you were just trying to assert that your culture is right and theirs is wrong, but you wouldn't be pleased with it, surely. On a personal level, you wouldn't be like, oh, I don't mind seeing dogs have their throats slit. I mean, you wouldn't like it.
Okay, fair enough. I wouldn't enjoy it. However, if I was in Korea and they'd said, oh, this is actually dog meat, I'd probably eat it. I'd give it a go.
Right. So, I mean, kind of back, I mean, that's obviously, I mean, a lot of people would say the same thing probably because they don't have to see the dogs scream and beg for their lives. And I think that's ultimately the problem here is that on a real top level philosophical, discussion like this, I think it's very easy for us to fall into this where, your things you've admitted definitely would come across as, like you said it yourself, like looking very, very bad and causing harm. And I think that's ultimately where it comes down to. It's not about whether you assign rights to someone, to an animal or not. It's about whether you want to willingly cause them harm for something that you don't need, you have no necessity for, regardless of whether you think they deserve rights or not. It seems, again, just to go back to my point, and I feel like I answered why, it seems very off or horrible to say, I'm going to do this to you simply because of the level of cognition you have. It's almost bullying, a very violent version of bullying. And what I don't understand is why you would choose that rather than choosing the opposite. You could hold every other point, every other thing you've said here right now. You could hold it that I don't think they deserve it. I don't think they deserve rights. I don't agree it, but I do it anyway. Why? Because I don't want to hurt them. I don't see why you wouldn't go for that.
You could do, but I don't prioritize the right. Well, I don't prioritize the lives of animals, and you don't either, because you've admitted that animals don't have rights to life.
But it's not about it's not about prioritizing their rights. It's about changing what you eat and buy to just not put them through hell.
Well, if you're changing your lifestyle just to protect the lives of animals, then you are prioritizing the lives of animals. And I'm asking you why.
But it's not a priority. It's like
David, do you not understand that you haven't given any moral criteria that I'm breaking? You're just saying, oh, that sounds horrible, doesn't it? It's like, well, okay, it doesn't sound nice, but what moral standard am I violating?
You're causing someone else unnecessary harm. You're going out and physically paying for, or maybe doing yourself, animals to be shot in the head and abused for some things that you don't need.
Is the criteria then negative utilitarianism?
Not necessarily. I mean, I'm pulling back from this philosophical side now. I'm going more practical here. That's why maybe you're not getting what you want here. I feel, because this is not I'm not a philosophy channel. I mean, maybe if you wanted to go down that road and really dive into that, you'd go better off talking to somebody like Ask Yourself, who is a big vegan debater. Like, you could get into his Discord and get into that. What I'm trying to focus on here is the practical, real world results of holding these kinds of views. So it's not about my philosophical reason that you should consider as another philosophical person. I'm talking about the absolute practical elements of what happens when we do make these decisions, and why would we choose to punish others for being born in the body they're in, simply, and with the mind they're in. It just seems that's the part I'm not able to get my head around. And it's kind of a circular argument, because then you say, well, because they can't reciprocate rights. And then I say, but why would you punish them for that? And then you say, because they can't reciprocate rights. Then I say, but why would you punish them for that? And we just go round and around. You know what I mean? I think that's where we're at right now.
because I'm saying the act is morally neutral. So therefore, the burden of proof is on you to provide an alternative moral framework whereby those actions are immoral. I understand that you don't want to have the philosophical conversation, but we need to have the philosophical, because the philosophy of it is the why. If you say, Alex, why do you not want to? Oh, I've given my name away. Whoops. If you say to me, Alex, didn't want to do that. What? You should be vegan, Alex. Thought about you should be vegan.
Yeah.
I say why? Then we're talking about philosophy. Immediately we're talking about philosophy.
Yeah. I feel like I've given you the reason why, because you clearly are not, well, I don't know. I would hope you're not someone who likes to put others, regardless of their species, through hell on earth for a sandwich. I would like to believe that you are that person. And why not put them through hell on earth? Why put anyone through hell on earth? Why should I have to convince you to not put someone through hell on earth?
So if you talk about hell on earth, so you're talking about the suffering, not the life then.
I'm talking about they are, I mean, look, we can crack down really into the lives of animals in these industries. So yeah, go ahead.
What's your opinion on putting a cow to sleep and then eating the meat?
Putting a cow to sleep, you mean euthanizing a cow that's old or sick or something?
No, it could be a healthy bull. You put it to sleep and we eat it. What's wrong with it?
If you've killed an animal for no necessary reason, that's what's wrong with it. It doesn't matter how they die. It matters that
so
they
the
were
animal
killed.
does have the right to life.
Sorry.
So the animal must have a right to life. If the immoral act is taking the life, then the animal must have a right to life.
They don't need to have a political right. No, for you to see that it's not okay to rob their life away from them doesn't mean they don't need to have a legal or a political right for that.
Political rights.
Okay.
I'm not talking about legality. I don't care about legality. I'm an anarchist. I'm talking about ethical rights.
Right. Okay. So you're talking about, okay, so I wouldn't say it's even about, as I said, I want to go away from the rights argument, because I don't think you need to believe that cow has a right to not go and kill them. Like, I think you just need to see them as like, okay, they're living, so I don't want to kill them for no reason. You don't need to believe they have the right to live to think that, though.
You say you don't want to have the ethical discussion.
No, the ethical discussion is fine, just not like a philosophical, like,
ethics is a branch of philosophy.
Yes, I know, but I'm talking about real.
The ethical discussion is philosophy.
I'm sorry?
The ethical discussion is philosophy, whether we like it or not.
Yeah, but I'm trying to keep it applied to practical real life rather than diving into philosophical, concepts. So my audience is. Sorry?
I'm not bringing up hypotheticals, but
yeah.
Well, the ethics is a concept. I don't understand why we're avoiding this argument, because to me, it's the most important one. And to you as well, it's the most important, because you acknowledge that the environmental and the health arguments don't lead to a principled vegan.
No, not alone. No, definitely. They can be.
So the ethical argument's important.
Yeah, they can be. They are important.
When I ask you, when I ask you what is your ethics based on, and you don't give me an answer, then I can't go anywhere with that.
I mean, I'm not trying to explain my ethics to you. I'm trying to convince you to stop using animals for sandwiches, man. I mean, this is like, what I'm going at here.
But the way you do that is by convincing me over to your ethical positions.
I mean, not necessarily. The reason I'm coming along with you on your animals don't deserve rights is because I'm not interested in convincing you that they do. I'm not interested in convincing you to change any of your opinion. I'm telling you that being vegan is completely compatible with egoism and what the positions you hold.
It is. Like, you can agree with everything I said and still be vegan.
Absolutely.
I'm not an anti-vegan. That's why I said at the start, I'm not an anti-vegan.
Yeah, that's why I'm not trying to compete with my view, my ethical position with yours. I'm actually meeting you where you are. And I've not argued against egoism. I've not argued against animals not having rights, because I don't believe any of those is that's it. It's done. Like, you can't be vegan I don't think that's the case. I think someone can be an ethical vegan whilst believing that animals don't deserve the right to life, and also while believing, in egoism, because, I can understand why you don't think animals have the right to life. I can understand why you think that. I can see where that logic would come from. And I don't know if I agree with it or not yet, but I don't see any need to really fight you on it, because it doesn't matter. Like, I could believe you and agree with you and still be a vegan and still not hurt them, simply because I just don't want them to go through pain, because I see they're sentient beings. They have similar emotions and feelings and things to us. They have very similar lives in many ways to us, but obviously we're also very different. But I don't see any of that as a reason to go and carry on doing this.
I understand your point. I get it now. So yes, while it is true that you can be a vegan and an anarchist and a egoist, you said before about putting animals through hell. Okay, we can avoid. There's very good egoistic arguments against the way the animal industry works. So it is very damaging to the mental health of the employees who work in those settings, for the vast majority of them, I should say. And so I imagine if we put the ownership of these industries into the hands of workers, they either would not invest in the meat industry at all, or they'd come up with like a lab meat alternative, just because it's a nicer and also more effective, efficient way of food production.
Yeah.
So that's all fine, and I agree with that argument. Like, and I also agree if you don't like the idea of animals going through hell, then you can advocate against it.
Well, I hope you didn't, but I hope most people don't. You know, I'm optimistic about that.
However, when I said earlier, okay, you can still eat meat, but not put the animal through hell. You could have a cow which is living even in the wild, maybe you could euthanize it, and you could eat it. You haven't put the animal through hell.
I mean, well, okay, we need to define hell, I suppose, don't we? I think
immense suffering.
Yeah, well, no, they may not have been through immense suffering, but you've still gone wherever they were and, you know, interrupted and ended their life abruptly for your own pleasure. So, I mean, it's still, it may not be like, well, it may not be torture, it may not be cruelty as such, but it's still going over and doing something violent to them for the sake of a sandwich. You know, and you might say, okay, injecting them with the chemicals not violent. I'd say it is. I mean, if it were to a human, it would be violent. We would say that's, you know, you've just killed a human for your own pleasure. Then we would all agree that that's a violent and that people would say that's not a good thing to do. So then, and you know, so yeah, I'd still have a problem with it. Absolutely.
Especially but when I ask why, you don't want to talk about the ethics. This is my problem, David.
I mean, I've thought I've been through why. I mean, you're impeding on another person. You're impeding on another being's life for your own gain, and that I don't know. I don't see why we need to get into why that is wrong. I think anyone with common sense can see why that's wrong. I don't think we need to have an ethical discussion that dives into why that is wrong.
Well, I think we do. I think.
All right, wait, it's working again now. Guys, are we back on right now? What's going on? Let's have a look. All right, we're back on. Sorry, dude, sorry about that. I don't know what happened on my side. A complete dropout.
Yeah, it seemed my end went as well.
Oh, good. Good timing then. Let me just make sure everyone's all right now and just make sure it's working again. 1 second. Is it back, Annie?
Peculiar.
Annie? Hello? Okay, I don't know. Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry about that. I don't know what happened or where you got me to, but anyway.
We talk about common sense.
Yeah, I think I was about at the point where I was just going to say, that was it. I apologize if that's what you came here hoping to get into, you know, that deep, but it's really not. Like, it's not my my expertise to get into such a complex thing like that, or even something that, as I said, I think the 99% of people would just say, yeah, I mean, obviously we don't want to hurt others. I don't want to get any further than that into that. I think if that's something you wanted to get into, I'd really recommend you go to that Discord I mentioned earlier, because that's a place where they would do that. And that's a place where people actually spend shitloads of time studying and thinking about those problems. This channel really isn't it. And
okay.
You know, so just to be totally honest with you there, I'm basing a lot of, well, no, not a lot of, I'm basing all of my points here and all of my points on this channel on the basic concept that most people would say, yes, you know, it is obvious, and I would never question that it's wrong to go and, you know, interfere in someone's life and kill someone, kill an animal, for a sandwich. You know, most people, even non-vegans, would say, yeah, actually, you know, to a certain extent, they'd agree with that point, but then they'd make a reason why they still want to do it afterwards. They say, yeah, but, you know, but I like it, or but it makes me feel good, or but they're here for that reason. And, you know, usually just move on from that point pretty quickly. So yeah, if you don't want to base it on, if you want to end it there because of that, that's totally your call. But I really would just base that part on common sense and not go any deeper into why it's not okay to kill someone for a sandwich, basically, or kill anyone. Yeah, I mean, obviously for you, it's yeah.
Sadly, I would have to say that is a logical fallacy. It's called the appeal to majority fallacy, whereby, like the appeal to nature, we're saying, oh, this is correct because most people would think it's correct.
No, not correct.
Because I could throw it back at you and say, well, most people aren't vegan. It wouldn't be an argument.
Sorry, it's not a logic. I'm not making a logical fallacy. I'm telling you that I won't go further into it because it's a premise that I see as already. It's a premise that I don't think needs to be in this point further investigated. I just don't agree with you that needs to be investigated. I'm not saying, oh, here's my logical fallacy, let's move on. I'm saying I don't want to go further into that point because I don't see it as being a point that's necessary for this debate. But if you do, then absolutely that I would understand you not wanting to continue or wanting to change to something else. I would get that. So yeah, no worries.
That's okay. I can move on to a different topic if you'd like.
Sure. I mean, yeah, because I guess, I mean, that kind of comes to an end point there with that line of kind of where we were going. But ultimately, all the philosophical things aside, I still, I don't think, I'm still struggling to understand, for example, like, so earlier on we talked about we spoke, well, okay, let's stay where we are, but let's not like we can switch tracks again. So you mentioned that for a cow, like putting a cow to sleep, as you put it, or euthanizing a cow and eating them, you asked me if I would have a problem with that. And I guess obviously you're asking that because maybe you don't have a problem with that. Would I be right? Is that would you say that you don't have a problem with that scenario?
I wouldn't have a problem with that scenario.
But you would have you would have a problem with the scenario where they are. Sorry, go ahead.
I would not have any problem with taking a cow's life.
In that specific scenario, or in any?
Well, in any scenario, but if we talk about this specific scenario,
so in the scenario where cows are like forcibly impregnated and people shoving their hands in them and you know, kept inside their whole life and then sent to a slaughterhouse, lined up, shot in the head, slit the throat of, you wouldn't have a problem with that the same way you wouldn't have a problem with them being injected, for example? Or do you see a difference in what you would prefer one of those two?
I suppose there is a difference in terms of, obviously, I think humans don't quite like brutality or excessive brutality, and
what's the what's the reason for that? What's the reason you would have a problem with excessive brutality?
I think it's indicative of psychopathy.
Indicative of psychopathy.
Yeah.
Right. And what would then, like, excessive brutality meaning, like, I mean, that's also kind of wide open, isn't it? Like, that is an example of something we need to define. For example, I'm not sure how much common sense that is. So, in your world, excessive brutality, I guess, what are we talking about in your world? What does that mean?
So, I'd say putting animals through an unnecessary amount of pain, which would be
I think we've lost you again, man. Yeah.
Have I gone?
Yeah. Oh, you're back again now. You're back again.
I'm back again.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm such a.
You've gone again. We've lost you again, man. I don't know if you can hear me right now, but you're back again now.
I can hear you. Yeah,
you're back.
My Wi-Fi is terrible. I'm sorry.
No worries.
Yeah, this is why I don't do live streams normally.
All right.
So
it cut out straight as soon as you said so and went to explain, it cut out again. I mean, if you can hear me, it's still not. You're still not back, dude. I'm sorry. I don't know why. Wi-Fi, I suppose. Yeah. I'll wait a little bit more. Hello. Still can't hear you, by the way. I don't know if you're gonna have to come back, go and come back in. Yeah, he's gone for now. Now you got two of me just while we wait for him to come back. Guys, feel free to, I'm reading your comments, by the way. So, excuse me, got a burp. So, let you definitely keep commenting away. I'm reading them. If I see anything that looks interesting that I maybe want to mention, I'll mention it. So, just letting you know. Yeah, I can debate myself. That's a good point. So, yeah. What do you think, man? Well, yeah. I think this. Yeah, I think that too. Yeah. There we go. Let's debate myself. We agree. We agree. See if he's messaged me at all. No, not yet. Oh, he's back. Okay, cool. You're back again.
Part of the house. Yep, I've moved to a different part of the house.
Okay.
So
let's see then.
hopefully the problem is I'm in the lounge, so I might be disrupted.
All right, no worries, man.
It's what it is.
So this excessive. It said unnecessary brutality. I think was something, or unnecessary. I don't know what the. Yeah, try it again. I don't know. I can't remember what it was.
I'd say excessive brutality, and that would be you're inflicting harm against an animal for no reason whatsoever.
Right.
So rather than killing, if a guy was going around killing wild animals and they're just leaving them there, I'd say, well, that's what you're doing. You're just wasting resources. You just, great.
Yeah.
Probably don't do that. I'd also say the way battery farming is handled could be done a lot better. This is why I say when lab meats and when lab milk, for example, are mass produced and we have them readily available, then I'd sort of say, well, it's far more efficient. So why bother with the animal agriculture?
Right. So it's there's a few points that are interesting there. So that I found really interesting about how the excessive brutality. I think earlier you used unnecessary brutality as well, and that's a good point to touch on, because I mean it is unnecessary as a whole, because this is a whole other topic if you wanted to get into it, but there's many vegans out there that are living proof at all different levels of athleticism, or right way down to just average people, live perfectly healthy lives without any of these animal products. So the whole process is unnecessary, full stop. So you could argue that it's all unnecessary brutality, whether it's done with kicking the animal or whether it's done by just sending them to a slaughterhouse. It's still brutality, and it's unnecessary. Because we can function perfectly well without it, and some people get even more benefits from it, but most people don't. Most people are just like, okay, I felt okay before, and I feel okay now. It's not like veganism's a magic pill that makes you just super fit or something. So we can be the same as we are without it. So it is unnecessary. Talking about the efficiency, it also is more efficient as well, like to live that way. As in these products that, there's no lab meat, there is lab meat, but it's expensive. And there is lab milk, but it's expensive. But it's not like there isn't anything else that's efficient. In the UK especially now, there's plenty of things that are efficient, and not just mock meats and mock cheeses, but like things like plant-based products that you can buy and eat that are incredibly efficient in the sense of time in versus energy out of these things, and the time to prepare them and all. It is efficient now as well. So it's kind of those two levels there. I see you when you're talking. I see that you do agree with veganism, but maybe that for whatever reason you I don't know, don't want to go and do that. But the way you were arguing, then I could see easily that these are vegan arguments. Like, you're making pro-vegan arguments with what you're saying about factory farming and efficiency.
Yeah. So I'd say, yeah, you're going to hate me for this, but the taste will come into it. So before I go into that, I'd say that the word necessary or unnecessary wasn't the best word, because it's, you know, what does it mean to be necessary? When I use the word necessary, I said, well, I mean to say this action is necessary to gain, or is a requirement to get a result. So, for example, the meat.
Right.
Now, I do agree that is not necessary to. It's not essential that you eat meat anyway. You are living proof that you don't need to.
Yeah.
But again, you're gonna be disappointed when I say, well, we have to go back to the ethics, then, don't we? We have to go back to why the whole thing is. You know,
I don't
off the
think
table.
so, actually, because I think, you know, I don't think the ethics for you are as important as the taste, as you did mention. I think ultimately, when it boils down to it, it's, you know, all the like I already stated my position on your philosophies, that I think your philosophies are absolutely, and you know this, are completely compatible with giving animals a level of respect, and you don't need to give them rights to give them respect. You don't need to give them anything really to, for example, if I were to look at I don't know, some horrible human, evil piece of shit who'd done some disgusting things and they were in lifetime in prison, I would say, no, they don't deserve rights. Like, screw them. I would even say, take their rights from them. They are horrible. But then I would still have a level of respect that I still wouldn't want to see them tortured or killed, or I would want them to at least have a basic level of, you know, like a life that didn't involve a lifetime of being someone's slave, or, you know, or something horrible. Even though I think they would deserve no rights, I would still give them that level of respect. And I would say most, you know, you probably would too, to a certain extent. So why would we not, you know, assign that to animals too? This is what the point where I'm kind of losing here is, I think what you believe is it's very compatible. And I'm wondering is if the real reasons, not real, but if the more important reasons for you to not go vegan are actually more surface level, like you just like how things taste, you just like how easy things are. And if that's the case, then that would be good to discuss, as well as these kind of intricate philosophical ideas, you know, because this top level stuff is also is what most people think about. And having some knowledge of philosophy doesn't mean that we don't think about this too, right? Like, it's easier for me, it tastes good for me, it's, you know. So
convenience and taste do factor into it. There's also family meals, being in social settings with other people, also enjoying food. If there's no vegan options at a particular restaurant, then you're screwed. A lot of it would also be about convenience. I understand that as the vegan movement grows and increases, more of those options are going to be on the table, because that's how supply and demand works. So I guess we can. I'm struggling to avoid the ethical argument again, because I put a no-go zone around ethics.
What was the question you wanted? What was the question you wanted to ask? The only point I didn't want to go into was why it's wrong to, you know, infringe on someone else's body for a sandwich, because that for me is just an obvious. You know, I don't see why we need to dive into that specific point any further, but we can talk about ethics and other things. I don't know. I'm not putting like a stopper on the whole conversation. I'm just saying that specific topic is kind of like, that's going to lead down a path that's just going to get into a crazy, deep philosophical, like 7 levels deep shit. And this is not what I do here. It's just not where I am. It's not, I don't even know those areas well enough to get into it with you at any kind of intellectual level, to be honest. I would need to go away and go and do more research into meta ethics and meta things like that, you know, like that. I wouldn't, you know what I mean? So there's no real, I don't see any utility in going down that specific road there, but we can still, if you've got other questions that relate to ethics, then, you know, talk about, you know, go ahead, just not that specific question. That's all I'm saying. That's going to go too deep for me.
Okay. So I was watching the stream this morning, and a point I sort of felt confused when you said it. It seemed like you were justifying castrating dogs.
Yeah, for like the point being that if you're not in a position where you're capable of looking after more animals, you should be responsible to ensure that you don't end up having to, you know, basically put animals in a cruel environment where they aren't properly cared for.
Are you in favor of castrating poor people?
Castrating poor people? Well, they have the ability to make decisions based on right or wrong. Dogs don't. Dogs just bang indiscriminately. Whereas poorer people, you can educate and explain to them why maybe it's not a good idea for them to, especially if you're responsible for them. Like if I had a family of poor people that I was trying to keep not poor, I would politely request they stop, having babies until we got out of this situation. And they could understand that, and it would be easy to, well, maybe not easy, but at least I could try and appeal to their sense of, the sense of understanding.
So you're making the case that poor people, people living in poverty, have the capacity to understand their situations and make decisions about those. What about people who don't have that capacity, that mental capacity?
If they don't have
Should they be castrated?
Not castrated, no, but we could again. There are ways to prevent it
Why not?
Because you could prevent it. There are ways you could prevent it from happening. Yeah, there's still.
How?
It depends on the. Are you talking? I don't know.
There's ways you can prevent your dog from being from having intercourse with another dog. You don't have to cut its bollocks off.
It depends, doesn't it? Though, if it's your dog, absolutely, yeah, you absolutely can, and I would definitely. That's where I would be considering. If I had dogs in my care and they were, there's a very specific situation where I would consider neutering a dog. It's not like every dog. I think every dog should be neutered. Only very specific. I wouldn't want to put my dog through surgical procedures if I didn't absolutely have to. A dog that was in my care. Speaking of, if we're talking about dogs out in the wilderness, in the streets and stuff like that, well, then it's different. You physically can't do anything about it, and then it's you could argue that it's for their own good, but then there's still the counter argument to that. I'm not married to any of these arguments. I think earlier I used this as an example as to if somebody had cows, this was it, and she was saying, would you drink their milk if you had the cows at the, if they were producing babies? And I would say, well, no, I'd actually want to stop them from making babies because especially if I didn't have the capacity to care for more cows. But if I did have the capacity to care for more cows, I would let them have babies, and it would be fine. It would be fine. The castration came up as just the reason people neuter dogs is similar, but I'm not married to that at all. I'm not going to die on that hill at all.
Okay.
I don't like the idea of putting any animal through surgery unless it's absolutely necessary. Yeah. I'll do everything before that, everything possible before even resorting to that. And that would be the same case with these humans that you're talking about. Every single thing I could possibly think of would be done before even considering putting anyone, human or non-human, under a knife. Like everything possible.
Well, I think the right to bodily thanks again. The right to bodily autonomy would prevent such a thing. Like, it's for your own good. Well, I wouldn't. I draw a line there.
It depends. The bodily autonomy. Well, yeah. If it's their bodily autonomy won't mean shit if they starve to death. So if your action putting them under a knife is going to stop them from starving to death, then you make a decision. You weigh it up, don't you? Like, okay, this is not good. I am infringing on their bodily autonomy, but it'll save their life. Like, for example, if someone's lying in the road bleeding out, I'm not going to ask them, can I have your consent to stitch you up? Like, no, you're just going to fucking do it because they're going to die. So that would be a bit a different scenario. But this is what I'm saying. That if it's literally to save them from starving to death or otherwise, then you would infringe on you would the ideas like of I would never do that. I mean, they're all quite flexible, aren't they? There are many situations where you would do things that you do not agree with, but you would have to break your own rules in some areas to do something that was more important, right? And this is one of them.
Okay, so I think there's a distinction between our this isn't going to go too deep, our ethical principles. So I think you're coming from a consequentialist position, which means the consequences are more important than the intention.
The consequences are more important than the intention. That's I don't know, to be honest with you. That seems like that I would have to give that way more thought before I could say yes or no on that. It's not
okay.
Yeah, I can't marry to it right now because it's not something as I said earlier, this philosophical side of things is quite new to me. I am learning a little bit. I've been involved in these kind of debates, but mostly no. Mostly it's top level. I stay at top level. My YouTube is not a philosophical debate YouTube as such.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Because you understand why I'm trying to veer around it, but I can't quite. Oh, what else is there to talk about?
Yeah, I mean, it's the problem is, I suppose. I mean, ultimately, I want to actually. I lost my train of thought here. I want to circle back again to the points where we were getting at earlier about the. So talking about your concerns about, like, for example, like taste and getting out to restaurants, things like that. I mean, the things that you find to be unnecessarily brutal, like factory farming, for example, we spoke about. I mean, when talking about taste, and I guess I'd like to know what's more important for you: the feelings you have towards farming and these brutal practices, or the taste and the convenience, because it's like they don't match up. If we're living in a world where factory farming is the case for like 90%, 90 something percent of animal products. So, yeah, taste and convenience might be up there for you, but then that's what you're funding. If you are putting that above, if you're putting that as importance, you're funding the factory farms that you're also against. So then how does that marry up with you and your kind of day-to-day choices? Like, why would taste and convenience take the priority over the factory farming you disagree with?
Well, because of my ethical positions, I do come to the conclusion that my general well-being and my general convenience and pleasures do come above things which I have no moral what's the word? Moral principles on, I should say.
Right. And if you could get everything that you like now, like all the taste, the convenience, and everything that, without doing all of that to animals, would you choose that, or would you still choose to eat the animal products because you don't see them as like morally deserving of you to not do that?
I would absolutely choose the lab alternatives if they were as cheap and, well, even cheaper than the animal alternatives.
Right. So then I would ask, what have you tried then? I mean, because I don't know what alternatives of what you've even looked into. But
Yikes.
I mean, clearly, go ahead.
This is where the mic drop hit is. I'm an ex-vegan.
Right.
I don't want to say it because when ex-vegans come to debate vegans, it's like, I've been through all this. I've got some eternal knowledge of veganism. But I would say the cheese was crap. The stuff I got from Holland and Barrett's were, one, expensive, and two, not as tasty. Also, that kind of stuff is junk food. I'm not a massive fan of raw veganism, well, the diet of raw veganism, I should say. So, yeah.
So you're like eating a plant-based diet for, like, how long were you eating a plant-based diet for?
2 years.
So you were eating like literally like a whole like only plant-based for 2 years.
Oh yeah, I was a full I was an activist. I've been with Voices for the Anonymous for the Voiceless.
Yeah.
In the streets of Sheffield back in the day, but my ethical stance has changed. So yeah.
So what exactly happened then for you to be so passionate about helping animals, to then being apathetic to them? Like what was the change?
My stance on ethics. I went from utilitarianism to I started investigating more about philosophy and how animals factor into the idea of ethics. I've come to an egoist conclusion.
But we could have done all of that and still not abused. You could have done all of that and still not started abusing animals again. I'm just kind of, what made you? Okay, what made you go from, okay, I now don't believe the things I used to believe, and then decide, and that's why I'm going to start doing this again to animals. That's the bit I'm not getting here. Like, what was the driver to make you say, well, I'm gonna go one step further and just start doing that again? Because that's where, for someone who's done AV and stuff, I'm finding that to be quite an interesting jump for seemingly not any real reason. Like, was there something happened that made you just go, okay, or you just were reading one day and decided, fuck it, I'll just start. I know what you've seen the videos, you know what's happening. I'm kind of lost about how you decided that was all cool again.
I think the main drive, because I think I was an egoist and vegan at the same time. and I think the driver would have definitely been just the social awkwardness of it.
So you're being uncomfortable with like what people treating you weird because you're a vegan, stuff like that.
And like the lack of vegan options at restaurants or in social settings. You go to a barbecue, there's no vegan food there. So what I started to do was, well, I've got no reason to be a principled vegan, so I'll be more flexible about it.
But you still, but you did have a reason to be a principled vegan. Like the animals didn't stop getting abused because you changed your ethical stance. That there's still, you know, those videos you saw are still happening. They're still screaming and kicking, and it's all still happening. So like that didn't change. So that's why I'm kind of trying to understand how you came to that new conclusion, you know, that, and also you will have definitely in AV, you will have argued against people who said, well, you know, it's inconvenient and people treat me differently. You would have been the person telling them, hey, don't worry, we've got a community. You know, it might be tough at first, but it's going to be all right. Like people, you know, people are going to be weird with you, but like, who cares? Like it's, you know, look at what they go through. You will have argued that point and said, think about them. When did you stop thinking about them?
When I changed my ethical stances.
So your ethical stance changed, and you just thought, well, their screams and everything on those screens that I was showing people, none of it doesn't matter anymore. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's an appeal to emotion. So yeah.
I mean, no, I'm not. It's not an appeal to emotion. I'm asking you. It's not an appeal to emotion. I'm asking you, like, why did it stop mattering? I'm not asking you to be emotional. Like, them being in pain and suffering was something you were passionate about before, and then it wasn't. And I'm trying to understand what made you go from caring to not caring. I'm not. You know, I'm trying to understand what changed. I mean, I can't possibly believe that one day you just changed your ethical stance and that was it. I'm trying to understand how you know what I mean.
It was a gradual process of reintroducing stuff into the diet. I've said the ethical position changed. The ethical principle I took against animal slaughter, because I believed in animal rights. I believed in the idea that we needed to minimize suffering. I believed in those things. I believed that was our obligation as human beings. But then I didn't.
But I'm going to guess you didn't tell people that on the street. I mean, like, obviously people don't, like, this is a conversation between two people that kind of, you know something about philosophy, but to the average person and to you know, you living day to day normally, this isn't a conversation you'd have. You would focus on the absolute top level of, look at these animals, look at how they scream, and look what they go through. You don't have to pay for that. How simple is that? And you don't have to. All you got to do is don't pay for it, and then this is going to start to help this not happen anymore. I don't think there needs to be a bigger discussion as we're having. We are, obviously.
I didn't. No, I did. That wasn't my approach. My approach would have been, you are obligated to not fund this, and not, you don't have to do this. It's, you shouldn't do this at all.
Right.
That was the point.
Right. But even if that wasn't the approach, I mean, the approach I'm literally telling you right now is what I've just said there. I mean, why can it not be so simple that you clearly don't want to see, you wouldn't like to see it, and you know, you don't watch Dominion now, you don't watch those documentaries and say, well, now my ethics have changed, all of this is like not bothering me. I'm sure it's still like, it's not pleasant to see this. I'm sure you still feel something, empathy. So why not focus on that rather than focusing on the reasons you shouldn't care? Why not focusing on the reasons that you should? And you know, your empathy, your sense of compassion, your sense of the, you know, like the one you had before. It doesn't need to be that you obligations and rights and all that stuff doesn't need to be there anymore. It's all right. Why not just focus on you and how you feel about them, and that you wouldn't want that to happen to you. You wouldn't want that to happen to any dog that you have. Why not just apply that to them and say, well, I'm going to, even though I don't agree with all this stuff, I'm going to still not going to do it. That's what I'm trying to piece the puzzle together here to find out why not just do that.
Well, because that is the appeal to emotion. That's what the appeal to emotion is. If I say, right, I'm going to base my decisions on my emotional reactions to the actual videos, then, but not actually think about the reason why I'm going to take a principled stance against it.
I'm not, but this isn't, I mean, I'm not this isn't a debate right now. This isn't me trying to get you into any kind of corner. This is just me literally asking you person to person. You don't need to justify why you don't want to hurt animals, man. Like, no one needs to have a debate justification for that. It's simple. People understand why you don't want to hurt animals. They don't need it explained. You just say, well, look, I mean, I don't want to put them through that. I mean, that we don't need to go any deeper than that. I just don't want to put them through that. I don't feel good about them going through that. And neither do you. Clearly, no one watches those videos and says, whoa, fun. Only the idiots do that. And they're just being stupid. They're just, defense mechanism. We both know that. But people normally are very upset about it. And it's not an appeal to emotion to say, this upset me, so I changed things and now I'm not going to do that anymore. It's just compassion and empathy. It doesn't need to be explained out. It doesn't need to be logically defined. It's just that I don't want to put someone else through that, so I won't do it. And that's it. That's all it needs to be. So I understand where you're coming from totally, but I really don't see it as incompatible with your sense of empathy, which you clearly still have. And you said you don't want to be associated with psychopathy. Clearly it's because you still have empathy. And now I'm wondering, why not just remember that empathy and bring a bit of that back into your life and, retouch that, because that's what makes us human, man. Not philosophical debates and logic. The empathy is what makes us humans, not robots, in my opinion.
Well, the empathy is what makes us animalian.
Yeah, and there's nothing so wrong with that, is there? I mean, I know some people who act and speak like robots, and that's cool, and then, good for them. But I wouldn't like everyone to be like that, and I certainly hope I never get like that. And I'm sure you wouldn't want people to see you as that, really, either. Or would you want to be that? I wouldn't. So yeah, I don't know, dude. I guess I hope that to round off, because we're closing in on time. I would hope that that's what you do. I really hope that you just rediscover that a little bit and reel back a little bit away from the solid logic for 2 seconds to just think about that. And maybe you get back in touch and reconsider, I would hope.
Okie doke. It seems to me that is where the fundamental disagreement lies, in terms of maybe I do take ethics far too seriously. Maybe I should be less focused on the rational and more focused on the emotional, perhaps.
A little bit, at least. I mean, I'm not saying you should just abandon logic. I think logic's brilliant, and I think it's these are good discussions. But when others' lives are in the mix, I think it definitely doesn't hurt to have a little bit or a lot of compassion and empathy for them. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yep. But I do still hold, and this will be my final comment, and it sounds like I'm repeating myself. I do still hold that veganism is necessarily an ethical proposal for how humans should relate, engage, and interact with animals. And this is going to be this is going to be a problem, not a problem as in a bad thing. It's going to be a thing for people to think about and solve in a plant-based world. And so these frameworks need critical analysis, and they need to be thought about and presented on the vegan platform.
Well, then I would ask you to do that then. Why don't you go vegan because you're empathetic and compassionate, and then search for the solid logic behind it for someone who has your logical position, and why don't you be the one who does that then, rather than being the one who goes on the opposite side when clearly you give a shit about animals, like clearly you still care about them, but you have adopted a new way of looking at things. You would be extremely powerful on the other side of this, using your empathy to drive the logic to make it make sense. As people like the ones I referred you to, like Ask Yourself, his entire debating Discord, this is kind of what they do. Like they make it logical. They make it make a lot of sense. Not only on the having empathy and compassion, but they really go deep into this and on a really analytical space. I would hope you would take up the mantle of joining them with that, rather than an argument against them. But either way, I really hope you actually go and speak with them. I think you would find it really that's probably what you're more looking for the debate side of things. But on the personal side of things, as someone who seems to me to be like, I don't know, dude, I don't know you very well, but from our discussions, here and previously, you seem like a nice guy. And I would hope that you reconsider and bring a bit of empathy back. And I hope to see you go vegan and start using these arguments for the animals and not against them.
Yeah, I think if it was just me going vegan on my own, that could be fine. But if my problem would be with the existence of the animal industry and the way it's done, then I would need to go out and tell people that they are obliged to go against that. And so therefore I'd need to then refer to an ethical reason why they should do it, rather than appealing to emotion.
Yeah, well, there you go, dude. Go and do it.
Otherwise I'd be contradicting myself, wouldn't I?
Well, yeah, so do it then. Go vegan, go and join the Ask Yourself Discord and have this shit out with them, and you will find your place. You'll find that logic you're looking for right away. There's no doubt. These are people that spend literally, and I mean this literally, like 6 hours a day debating this topic. So, if you don't find it there, you won't find it anywhere. But it's not with me, man. I can't help you find this logic that you're going to use to make yourself feel consistent with your inner logic. I can't help you find this, but they can. Okay. They really can. So I will inbox you on Twitter the link to that Discord. And I'll speak to Isaac, who runs it. I'll tell him about our discussion. I'll give him a basic of what we just talked about and where you're at, and I'm sure he would be up for either talking to himself, or at least you could get into there and talk to some other people and have this debate. But yeah, I again, one more time, I would hope that you go in there with the intention of finding out like a logical vegan argument that makes sense for you. And I hope in the meantime you would go vegan again, and consider start considering what you used to consider a lot more seriously.
Okie doke. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, man.
Thank you for platforming me and all the rest of it. I haven't seen the comments just yet, but I can't imagine they're very charitable.
There's some. I mean, yeah, it is what it is, man. There's some. I wouldn't go reading them, to be honest with you. They're not. There's nothing really there that's going to be productive, to be honest. So yeah, that's up to you. I wouldn't recommend it. Nothing's going to help you.
I'm a political commentator. If you say anything about politics, there will be someone out there who thinks you're a complete idiot.
Yeah, basically.
So
yeah.
I'm thick-skinned like that.
Cool. Well, dude. Yeah, we'll wrap it up there then, and I hope we revisit, and maybe in some time. I don't know, dude. I've got a strong feeling that you're gonna come back around and have a different view pretty soon, and I hope you do. I really hope you do. And when you do, I'm going to be optimistic. When you do, I would hope you come back here again and you're on the same side, and we can actually get into this and give people some ammunition to help people go vegan rather than arguing the opposite side. I really hope that's the next chat we have, but we'll see. So thanks again, man. And thought that if anyone wants to check out his content, is on YouTube. It's mainly political content, nothing to do with veganism, right? You don't have any vegan videos or anything, do you?
No, but I don't plan to.
Okay.
I'm not an anti-vegan, as I say.
Cool.
So
cool.
There you go.
All right, man. Thanks a lot. And I'll catch you later.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Bye. All right. So there it is, guys. Yeah, I guess if you wanted to, see what a productive disagreement looks like, I think that would be the one, for sure. As I said, I try and keep it productive unless somebody is being very unproductive. I know a lot of you are not happy in the comments with what he was saying, but that doesn't mean I get to go out and start being a dickhead, abusing him, saying horrible shit, which is why I tried to kind of avoid those things and keep it as productive as possible. And I think ultimately it got better, obviously. And, yeah, I think it was in the end. I think we've got. I think as I said, I wasn't just saying it. I feel optimistic about how that ended. I feel optimistic about him. I don't think he is as far gone, let's say, as he maybe appeared in that chat. I just think, as Alex said, I think Alex commented earlier. He just said that he's quite clearly extremely logical, and that's all right. but I feel like sometimes that can come at the expense of your humanity. And I've been there as well, and I'm sure many people in the chat have been there as well, where like your hardcore logic sometimes can overtake your human side, and you can end up being like quite robotic. And I think that's a risk we face, especially putting yourself out there all the time. So yeah. Yes, Stacey, no one was asking me to be a dick to the guy, but a couple of you were, insulting and things like that. So I know you were pissed off, and I hope I wasn't about to go and start insulting or anything like that. And I know a few people earlier were saying you should be more harsh, but yeah, it is what it is, guys. I feel it was all right, so we'll move on. All right. We've got another interview coming right up in about 5-6 minutes. I'm going to take a little breather because that got intense at some points, but at least it finished in a more calm way, and it was pretty calm the whole time. But still, I'm still a little bit sweaty. Got that like stress sweat. You just like when it's not like sweat, like you're not dripping sweat, but it kind of just accumulates in the places where you where you sweat, like the back and the armpits. Too much information. So, guys, if you haven't already, like the stream, leave a comment, and listen, I really appreciate the super chats. You guys are awesome. However, no, there isn't a but here. Thank you for the super chats. I want you to make super chats and Streamlabs donations suggesting tattoo ideas, because we only have a few, and I want to see some more, guys. Where are these tattoo ideas, guys? Come on, tattoo ideas, get them coming. Describe what I should get tattooed on me in a super chat or a Streamlabs donation, and I'll get it tattooed. We're doing it 2 hours, guys. 2 hours, and we're gonna well, not 2 hours, they're not gonna start, but 2 hours I'm gonna announce what the tattoo will be. And so far we don't have so many to choose from. I want to see more suggestions so then I can go through them later and we can choose. Guys, I thought you'd be more excited about this tattoo thing. I thought you'd be like, oh yeah, this is cool. David's gonna get a tattoo of something. Let's all suggest things. Come on, guys, let's do this. Streamlabs or super chat donate. Tell me what tattoo I should get. And if you haven't already checked out the GoFundMe for the Sanctuary, check that out too. Hello. Oh, you're bringing Emma. Okay. Anyway, yeah, we're going to take a little break with the doggo. Emma says, make a Streamlabs donation or super chat so David, tell David what tattoo to get. Is that exploitation? No.
Emma tattoo. How about an Emma tattoo?
I'd love an Emma tattoo, but I don't think it would.
Should I submit a...
You'd have to donate, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't think you can she even be seen right now? I don't even know if she's on the camera. Yeah, she's there. There you go.
You're going to walk with her later, right? Or early tomorrow?
Yeah, we're going to walk. I'm going to take Emma for a walk very early in the morning tomorrow during the stream. Why is she so, like, soft right now? She's, like, depressed. Emma. What's up? Oh, God, no. She's not. I don't think she likes the headphones, maybe. She's, like, really awkward.
I also wanted to ask, because you're eating after the next one.
Yeah.
What do you want to eat?
Oh, did we not plan it?
Yeah, but you didn't eat the lunch, so I thought...
I did eat the lunch. Wait, what lunch?
The vegan pie. I'm asking you, do you want the vegan pie or pizza?
The vegan pie. Can I have the non-vegan pie? Why are you saying vegan pie?
Because it's like meat pie, otherwise.
You could just say meat pie. People, they know it's not meat. You say, do you want the meat pie? Like, David's having a meat pie. Live. Oh, yeah. That's exactly it. All right. Oh, she's really freaking out. I get her. I know she doesn't like the headphones. What's up? It's me. Relax. Everything's fine. Oh, she's being really weird.
Oh, no, she's fine. But yeah, anyway, do you want the meat pie or the pizza?
Pizza, please. Easier.
Healthy food. You should explain that this is not how you usually eat.
It is what I usually eat.
Well, not every day. Just some
No, but yeah, get me the. I'll have get the unhealthy food. Pizza, obviously. The meat pie is not any healthier, is it?
That's what I'm saying. Like, that was your lunch.
No, these are just
dinner, so it's not a healthy.
No, but this is live stream day. We're just eating whatever's nice. You know, it's all good.
Okay. I made also pasta and balls, so I guess you still want pizza.
Pasta and balls. Why are you not calling them meatballs? That's so funny. Oh my god.
But still, pizza is the locked answer.
Yeah, pizza lock in.
And
Yeah.
you want it at 6:30
After Reese, yeah, Reese.
Excited for Reese also.
Yeah.
Very exciting. Okay. Have a good time. Do you have water? Everything?
Sorry.
You have everything?
I think so. Oh, can I have water, please? Thank you. All right, back here. Walking Emma is on the schedule. That is correct. In about 12 hours from now. Fucking hell. It's going to be a long day. Fuck. 13 hours from now, I'll be walking the dog. How about that, guys? 13 hours. All right, our next guest. He goes as Peace with Reese on a YouTube, and he is a peaceful, Reeseful guy. He's I've never actually met him, but we've talked a lot, and he's a fellow Brit, I believe, or maybe he's Welsh actually. Oh, I can see him. Is it Welsh or Brit? Are you Welsh or English? Nod if you're English. Okay, Welsh. He's Welsh. And he has a great YouTube channel called Peace with Reese. He makes these really, really cool videos that I'm sure he's going to blow up at some point. I'm very happy to have him in here now at this point when he's not blown up yet, but he will. He makes really cool videos, has a degree in film, and has been editing videos for a very long time, which explains why they're so good. He recently did one on PETA, and it was actually a really good one, because I've done some research on PETA as well about finding out where's all these rumors coming from about them killing animals and stuff. And when I found out all this, I was looking at it and I was like, oh, this is so much information. I don't know if I could ever put this together in any coherent way. Well, I don't have to, because he did it. And it's a great video about how the things that have been happening about PETA, people have been making up arguments against them and websites against them, and how it's basically mostly bullshit. And he's going to do a full series on it. So that was brilliant. He did a really cool video about dolphins, which you should check out. And today we're going to talk about vegan masculinity. Or I suppose non-vegans' obsession with masculinity. I'm not actually sure. Let's see what Reese wants to talk about today. What was the aim of the focus for today? Oh, it's frozen up again. Okay, hold up. I'm going to restart StreamYard and get him in, and we'll kick it off. All right, here we go. Let's try again. So StreamYard is struggling today because I don't think it's ever been used for like all this time. Hey man, what's up?
I'm very well. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly, and everyone can see you now, so it's all working.
Great.
I can't believe how much, things have worked so far, apart from that one little blip. Everything's like actually working. It's crazy.
It's going all right for you so far.
Yeah. So, dude, welcome. Thanks for coming on, and really cool to talk to you and actually, kind of meet you properly after we connected a little while back. And I believe today you want to talk about masculinity. So tell us first tell us a bit about yourself. Maybe I did a little intro for you anyway, but tell us a bit about yourself for people who don't know you, and then tell us about kind of what you want to talk about. And yeah, let's go from there.
It was a hell of an intro, I must say. Nobody's been so nice to me before, so that was nice. I'm not sure what I have to add, to be honest. I've been a vegan now for about a year or so. Got active in November. And now it's my entire personality. I don't have a life anymore.
That's how it goes.
Yeah. So today we're going to be talking about sort of the idea that veganism isn't masculine. I don't know how much of a debate and how much of a talk it's going to be, but I've made a bunch of talking points.
Sure, man.
I've got some questions. We'll just see what we can do.
Could I ask you, are you on a laptop webcam right now? Or not?
Yes.
Could you wipe it a bit? I think it's a bit blurred.
Okay.
Not with your finger, with like a cloth. The finger will make it worse.
That's really smart, actually. Can you entertain for 30 seconds?
Of course, man. Yeah. It's just someone mentioned the quality was bad, so I thought it could be something to do with it. Oh, we got a tattoo suggestion. I think you should get an open filigree cage. What is a filigree cage? Annie, can you find out what a filigree cage is, please? I have no idea what that is. Thank you so much for the donation, Tove. Thank you so much. Appreciate it massively. Oh wow, dude, that looks so much better all of a sudden. Wait, it's gone bad again now.
It's the webcam, it sort of auto adjusts to be worse. I'm not really sure.
Do you have a key light on you right now?
Yeah, I've just turned it up.
How bright is it? Yeah. Okay.
How's
all right.
that?
I mean, I guess it's fine. I mean, that's it keeps doing it. Yeah, it's good. It's all good. Oh my god, what is that webcam doing?
I'm playing with colors. I'm seeing what I could do.
Oh, all right. Yeah, it looks fine, man. It looks much better now. Anyway, it looks way better than before. So that's cool. So yeah, okay. So what was you wanted to talk about the masculinity to be? So exactly. So about open up on that. Elaborate. Then kick us off.
Okay, so I've got some starting questions for you.
Sure.
So men eat more meat than women. Okay, that's proven. and more
Yeah.
women are vegan than men. And I saw today that 80% of vegans in the US are female. And giving up meat is perceived as less manly. Okay.
Yeah.
So we're going to talk about sort of why that is. So I wanted to ask you, how long have you been a weak soy boy?
You try to keep a straight face. It's not possible. You're not going to manage. I've been a weak soy boy for it's over 11 years now. Yeah.
Wow.
But also veggie my whole life as well. So no meat on purpose, at least for my whole life. Yeah.
You were born vegetarian? Or?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. Okay.
Yeah, I've been a little. I don't know. I want to play a character here actually, but I always don't want to be seen as someone who says things like this. But like, I'll say it as I'm going to play a character. Yeah, I've been a little pussy bitch for that long. Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair. And before you made that jump vegetarian to vegan, did you ever think that vegans were maybe unmanly?
Oh, never unmanly, but I thought they were mad. I thought they were mental. I was like, these fucking vegans. I really didn't have a lot of. This is not me playing a character. I'm just being serious now. I thought they were pretty crazy. Yeah, I didn't have a lot of respect for vegans as a veggie, unfortunately.
Was that like because you didn't understand about eggs and milk, why they're not ethical?
There was that. There was that, and also I felt like there were so many vegans that were also activists, and I thought activists were mental. I was like, these people are fucking crazy. Yeah, I didn't like them at all.
It's like Peter throwing fake blood over fur coats and things, right?
Yeah, and like just people annoying people. It's just annoying. They're just so annoying, and I thought like, I don't want to be like that, which is funny because I really understand why other people also say those things. So I said them too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I first went vegan before I was active, I went to a place they were giving out free cheese pizza. So I got some to give to my friend.
Wow, right. So you didn't want to be an annoying vegan. You're like, I'm going to be.
Yeah, I thought I'm doing a good thing here by taking this free cheese pizza.
You were literally the that is, oh my god, that could not be more the definition of a pick me vegan.
Yeah.
Ultimate pick me energy. Like that you might as well have said to him as you handed it him, I'm not one of those vegans. Like just as you gave it over.
I have said that, and I've told people, it's your choice. You do what you want. I have been like that.
Yeah.
I've seen the light now, though. It's okay.
No, I've been there as well. I think most vegans have been there, and I know what's going to happen in the comments. No, I didn't do that, and that's awesome. If you skipped that stage, then you're great. But I didn't skip that stage. I was heavy in that stage for a while too. Yeah, lame.
Yeah. Okay. Just coming back to masculinity quickly. Do you think male vegans in particular have a duty to be physically fit?
Oh, that's interesting. A duty? No. I think, I honestly think one of the best, this is fucking bad. It's a joke. One of the best things male vegans can do for veganism is get fat. Because the reason I say get fat, not like fat, like obese fat, because that's unhealthy, but I mean healthily fat, because people like me, like I'm slim, and I always have been slim. Before I was vegan, I was slim. My mum was always slim when she was young. My dad was always slim, still is slim. My brothers are both slim. It's just our family, right? So, for me, but that's not a good representation. Like I've got like the abs and stuff, but ultimately, it's not what the norm is. The norm that people think is normal for men is to have the podge, isn't it? The podgy, the tummy, right. Like that's normal. So if a vegan isn't that, people will look. If you're like me and slim, too skinny, you're pathetic. If you're the opposite, that you're like, oh, really fucking muscular, they're not the opposite. But if you're muscular, then that's steroids, and that's also not okay. And if you're really fat, well, that's because you're unhealthy. But if you're a bit podgy, well, cool. You seem pretty average. That's cool. That's impressive. Like that's what people are most impressed by, not muscular vegans.
Yeah,
average podgy vegan.
You hear vegans like, how do you get fat on a vegan diet?
Yeah, right.
A vegan diet.
Yeah. I think. What do you think?
No, it's not a duty. It's certainly not a duty. I think it's certainly helpful. And when you're doing outreach and people talk to you about, I'm worried about protein and things, it's great to have people like, what's his name, Patrick Baboumian.
Yeah.
I think Arnold Schwarzenegger. I think he's gone back to meat now. I'm not sure, but people like that. It's great to have those sorts of people. I'd love to get fit, but I'm really, really lazy. I wish I could show off and be like, you know what? Look at this.
Yeah, it's always tough to get fit when you're really lazy. Definitely, yeah.
Mm.
Funny
But
how
like
that
you
works.
said, but like you said, people have this idea of this sort of hippie vegan. I'm imagining
Right.
like Shaggy from the Scooby-Doo movies, right?
Yeah.
But actually, you look at a healthy BMI. I know BMIs are not great, but
They
a healthy
can't- yeah.
BMI,
Yeah.
a lot of plant-based people are on that. And
Mm.
most people are unhealthy. They're overweight. So when they think of what healthy is, they just think of the median there.
Exactly.
I think that's the
exactly. No, you're totally right. You're totally right. And I think that I've always said this. Like people have always said to me, especially like, "Oh, you're too skinny. You're too skinny." And it's like, I'm not. And I'm in a healthy BMI. And the only reason you think I'm skinny is because you're so conditioned to think that unhealthy is normal. Because so many men at 32, I'm 32. So many men at my age in England are struggling with health. Like, you know, they have overeaten, they don't exercise, they haven't taken care of themselves, and so they've developed quite big bellies, or you know, and that's just normal. That's not unhealthy. People don't consider it, and then they get surprised. They get diabetes. They're like, "What the fuck? I thought I was all right." They start having heart problems, and they're like, "I don't understand. Everyone looks like me." Yeah, and everyone's having heart problems, mate. Yeah. You know what I mean? So that's really tough. So yeah, that's why I was kind of tongue in cheek about vegans get podgy. It's like, well, yeah, get podgy, but don't get overweight. I think if you want to, or don't do either. I mean, it's totally up to you. But ultimately, the thing not to do as a vegan, I suppose, is to make sure you don't regress into unhealthily thin. Like, I think if there was anything you should be obligated to not do is to at least care for yourself enough so that you don't end up either end of the spectrum, actually. Either unhealthily heavy or unhealthily thin. Don't end up, if you end up there or there, then you're hurting yourself, and you're giving, that's where you are giving off a really bad image of what it means to eat a plant-based diet. You have an obligation to yourself not to do that, and to the people who love you, mostly, but also to the people who are going to be influenced by you and say, "Oh, but that person's really not, you know, that person's genuinely unhealthy." Like that's not good to look, you know, to have, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. So why do people think the vegans are not manly? What are some of like the stereotypes, maybe?
Yeah. I mean, it's not manly to care, is it?
Yeah, that's right. A lack of empathy for men.
That's hard.
Yeah.
Like that's like fucking don't give a shit, me. Fuck them. Fuck the animal. Fuck them. That's manly, isn't it? Like, oh, you fuck. I kill one myself. I don't give a shit. You know, that's what being a real man is. You know, and then when you break that down, like, I would kill a defenseless, you know, animal without without the cognitive ability to outsmart me. And it's like, how is that in any way a masculine thing? Masculine
And
trait?
we're not even talking about hunting in most cases. You know, we're talking about confined little, you know, not even adolescent animals yet.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Insane. So I think that is a huge part of it. That it's not even animals though. Like, it's just not manly to care. Well, and it is becoming more manly now, to more acceptable, let's say, for men to give a shit or men to show emotions, and that is happening. But I also am worried that I'm happy about it, but I'm also, this is another topic, but I'm also worried there's a bit of an overcorrection too. I feel like maybe men are opening up a bit too much recently. You know, pull back a little bit. Like, you don't need to pour your heart and soul out every fucking minute you get, but also it's nice that you are starting to talk a bit more. I think
it's changing so much. Just in our lifetimes, I've seen it change. You know,
Yeah.
I'm not much younger than you. I'm 27.
Okay, yeah.
Maybe
You look
I'm a
younger.
baby to you because I haven't got the beards.
Yeah,
so.
you've got a baby face, man. You're lucky. Like that might stick around for a bit longer. You might be lucky to have a baby face at like 32. That would be pretty awesome for you. I'd be jealous.
I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to those days in activism where they're like, "Oh, you look like 40 years old," and I'll be like, "Thank you. I'm 50."
Yeah, exactly. Like, even more. But no, I lost the baby face some years ago, man. I think, honest, this is kind of depressing, but I think after the work I did in India with all the investigations, I've got too many wrinkles now to have a baby face. Like, I added like 5 years to my life, the stress of that. So, but yeah, so, you know, don't do that, and you'll be all right for a couple more years with the baby face.
But you know, it's ups and downs because now you don't need to lug around that ID card whereas I probably do.
Do you still get ID'd? Like really? Like not in you're
It's
in
like,
Thailand though,
it's
right?
occasional. No,
Yeah.
Thailand I don't.
No,
but,
but in the UK probably, right?
yeah, okay. So it's like challenge 25. You know, I look about 25, I think. So.
Yeah. True. What do you think it is then that you know makes it that people don't think vegans are manly?
I think it's the empathy thing, but also a man has to be sort of aggressive, you know, if that's the right word. It's like you said, we're not allowed to hurt emotionally. We're not allowed to cry. So if you admit that stabbing an animal in the neck is sad, you're not a man anymore.
Yeah.
But also a man is supposed to be like active, competitive, strong. So it's a bit of both things. There's a lack of empathy, but it's also, you know, you have to be big and muscly, and you can't do that on a vegan diet.
Yeah. That comes into it, yeah. And I like that you said the aggressive thing, but it's funny if you're aggressively vegan, that's not manly. But if you're aggressive, you know, that's like, oh no, that's like you're too aggressive or whatever, and it makes you into a, you know, they would call you like a pussy for caring about animals. But
yeah.
You know, like for example, I always go to him, but Joey Carbstrong would be, you know, what most people would suggest to be a aggressive vegan. Technically, then he would be the most manly man out there because of how aggressive he is. But no, he's aggressive about the wrong thing. He's aggressive about something that's not manly. Therefore, he's not aggressive and he's not manly. And, you know, they shift the goalposts around, like, you know.
Yeah, it's the people who eat the animals who write the rules. So.
Right. Yeah. True. Like you could be an aggressively. I don't know. Let's think about something else that isn't considered manly. Like aggressively for women's rights. You know, aggressively for equality for women. And a lot of men would say, well, that's just soft, mate. Like, you know, showing compassion for women, you soft ass, you know.
It's
like,
true. Yeah.
It's
male feminists are mocked, aren't they? So
yeah. And also, I mean, I have been one to mock too, but I don't mock them in general for having, you know, their morals. I mock them for pretending they have them to try and get in with women.
That is different.
That happens a lot. That's what I mock. That's what one of my videos I did that. Where I pretended I was acting the male feminist, but I was making it very clear that I wasn't one, and I was just trying to, you know, get in on with my girlfriend, but she wasn't my girlfriend in the skit, obviously. But that I'll mock that, but I wouldn't mock someone who genuinely is being, you know, helpful. Like, of course, it's masculine to care. That it's masculine to want to protect others and fight for others who are trying to fight for themselves or who can't. You know, it's not. It is so masculine to stand in with them and say, "Hey, I'm here, and I'm stronger actually than you physically. If it needs physical help, or I have more of a say in society, or I have more of a voice because my voice is deeper. People listen to me more because it's deeper. This is great to use this to help others. It's the most. I'd argue that's the most masculine thing you could do, but the rest of society is, you know, has to catch up with that.
It's funny that you bring that up. Actually, looking after others is more manly, because when we think of the most manly people, maybe we would go to cavemen, you know, hunters and gatherers.
Yeah.
And people think they're manly, and maybe they're thinking that's because they go out, they kill the big ferocious animal, and bring it home. But actually, maybe what makes them manly is the fact that they're looking after their little community.
Right. Absolutely.
And Killick happened to be a part of that.
They're protectors and providers. They, you know, that's the definition of these cavemen. You know, they are literally protecting and providing, because you know, if they have kids at home anyway, then the partner would be home with the kid, because that's a dangerous world and they need constant protection. But if not, actually, I'm sure the women also hunted with the men and went out and gathered whatever with the men when there were no kids too. And then it was for the men to use their superior strength to do the things they couldn't do. It's a teamwork, isn't it? And I think, you know, we should be applying that now to not just to other people, but to the animals too. That where they are weak, we're strong. So let's match it and help, right? Why would we say, oh, you're weak, I'm strong, so here's a knife in your throat? What? Well, how is that manly? How is that, you know, manly maybe isn't the right word, but how is that good, you know? How is that the right thing to do? How does that make you a real man? It's nonsense.
I fail to see the link. I think you have some argument if you're going out into the jungle with your bare hands and taking down a tiger, right? All right, fair enough. I might concede a little bit there.
Bare hands?
But you're not...
Well, like Foster's.
You're making fun of my accent, mate. That's xenophobia, that is.
That's funny, man. No, my bad. No, totally. I mean, if you in that scenario, if you needed to, if you had no choice, then you could argue that is a manly, masculine thing to do because you are saving your family's life, literally. And if that means you have to hurt someone else to save their life, I don't see any arguments against it, really. I mean, there are arguments.
Yeah.
Obviously, I don't agree with. I wouldn't make them myself. I would self-preservation. I said it earlier. Self-preservation it's understandable that you would do things you wouldn't normally do to save yourself and your family, including hunting if you had no choice, right? You wouldn't just die or let your family die, would you? I mean some vegans would, but I wouldn't. I don't know. I wouldn't. Okay, call me selfish. I'm happy. I'll take that.
I have had a debate. I won't name any names, but somebody who would let the family members die because they're not vegan. So by letting the family members die, they're saving more animals.
Fucking hell. And this is kind of where we get to the dude I just debated with thought bat. This was, again, it's like it philosophically, when we discuss these things, it's like, yeah, you could say that, but when it practically comes down to a real life scenario, it's like, well, I'd like to think we all have a bit more empathy than to just look at this as like black and white. I think when emotions are involved, which they should be involved, I don't believe in completely ridding emotion from decision making. Like, for example, this is going to be the weirdest example. I watch a series called The Flash. I don't know if you've heard of The Flash, the character. And he has the speed. He's all about the speed force. He can move really fast and he can think really fast. And there's one episode where it's really, really relevant. Okay. People who watched it will know. No one here is going to have seen it, but it's okay. And there's a problem with the speed force that gives him his powers. And it goes overboard. So he ends up with this incredible ability to think and just plan everything out like phenomenally fast, like to the point where it's like there is no margin for error. There's no error at all, but it completely overtakes his empathy, and his judgment is based purely on that, on pure logic. And he goes off making some decisions, and one of his decisions is to save one person because they had to choose which one to save based on who was more likely to survive being rescued. He doesn't base it on like who he likes more. And he doesn't even ask his teammates who are very invested in these people. He just picks the one, and then they're like, what the hell's wrong with you? And when he tries to get her to save her, she doesn't want to be saved. And he didn't compute for the emotional side of things, right? He missed it.
Okay.
He thought, of course she'll want to be saved. He didn't even think for a second that she would not want to be saved because she didn't want to kill her two friends by leaving them behind. So then he tries to force her because in his head, there's no emotion to be had here. Get out. And it's only when he's forced her and actually hurts her that the emotions come back and he's like, oh my God, what am I doing? And this is kind of like, it's weird, but it's also applicable to what we're talking about here. It's easy to sit here on the screen and have these incredibly intellectual, philosophical debates. But when it comes to real life and you see someone hurt, then your human side kicks in, and all of a sudden this logic, this computer that you were using is fucked because you weren't ready for that, and you can't prepare for that. You can't prepare for the emotions you're going to feel, and that's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. Yeah. It keeps us human and stops us from operating like fucking computers and machines. So it's a long-winded way of getting to that point with a reference to The Flash.
It's all right. You got 24 hours to film, mate. It's fine.
Yeah, that's funny. I wonder if anyone actually saw that episode or read the comic book where that happens. It's really cool, and it's a great example of what I'm talking about. But if no one saw it, they're all just like, you fucking loser, you nerd.
But basically, you explained like the trolley problem in a very nerdy way, I think.
Okay. Oh, geeky. It was geeky. I think the trolley problem, talking about the trolley problem is nerdy, but I geeked out on it. That's what it is. I think.
Okay. I'm with you.
The fucking Flash. Oh,
but
one.
You know, the trolley problem, I know it's pop science. Everyone knows what it is now. But
yeah, I think
psychology.
So. You could explain it maybe if you want. Maybe for anybody who's not heard it before.
Sure. So you're driving a train this way. There's one person on the track. They can't move. And if you keep going, you're going to kill them. But if you change onto the next track, there's 5 people on the track. So you're going to kill 5 people. So you need to decide whether to change. But the reason I brought that up was because it's a perfect example of we know what's logical, but your emotion does take over because we're animals, we're human.
Yeah. And that emotion, I mean, obviously taking over maybe isn't the best thing, but at least it should have some input on your decision. It should come in. Otherwise, what are we doing out here? Like, let's just program computers to do everything, literally everything, and then just walk away, right? If we're not gonna, otherwise, that's the one thing that's keeping computers limited, is that they can't factor in that emotion needs to factor into some decisions, and computers so far don't have that. But when they do have that, well, actually, we need to, this is we're going to get into AI here, but I think that's one of the main drawbacks of AI and why we're not going to give it so much power yet, because it can't factor that in. So it could just turn into some fucking evil thing instantly with that, because it doesn't care. Like, why would it? It's AI. It doesn't give a shit. So you need to program it to be empathetic, and if you don't, then we get Terminator. Basically, right?
You're right. We take that into the vegan position. You got a vegan activist, perfect logical robot. It's gonna kill all the humans.
Of course, absolutely. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? Huh? You just look at them. Oh, right, these are a scourge of the earth. They've been
calculates how many animals this person is gonna kill.
They've wiped out entire fucking species. Not just recently, but throughout history. They've been killing each other and enslaving each other since the beginning of records. Like, we don't even know what happened before records began, but we know they were doing it at that point. Oh my God. Like, let's just they need to go. They need to go right now. It's totally logical to want to wipe us all out.
Yeah.
But we don't do that because of the, empathy side of things, I guess. Or maybe
I don't know why this
going to do it. I don't know. What's that? Sorry?
I don't know why this popped into my head. It's not entirely relevant. I walked past a bakery today. It's selling like ice cream and croissants and stuff. And they have a big sign, "We don't use palm oil," but they're selling ice cream from a cow.
Oh God.
So I don't know why that popped into my head. It felt relevant, but I wasn't sure why.
It's like, save the orangutans, fuck the cows. Literally as well. Like, not metaphorically, literally fuck the cows, but save the orangutans. Horrible, isn't it?
But even then, don't they like cut down a lot of the Amazon rainforest for raising cattle?
True. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Is that in Thailand or are you in the UK right now?
No, I'm still in Bangkok. Yeah.
In Bangkok, right. Interesting. Man, I can't imagine what it'd be like to actually live full time in Bangkok. Like, I visited a few times and I really enjoyed myself there. I loved going out on the scooter and stuff. It was fucking awesome. People drive really nicely there compared to some other countries I've driven in, so that's kind of cool. Safe enough to get around, and so. How do you deal with the heat though?
Just get yourself one of those.
Yeah, but when you're outside, man. When you're outside, oh my God, it's so brutal.
It is. We've been getting up to about 35, maybe 38 recently. Degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really go outside. It's fine.
Yeah, I can see that. The skin tone. You gotta have proper Welsh
it's not
skin
good
colour.
for my advocacy.
Funny. No, I mean, it's just for me, like, it's been 35 here as well, but at least in the shade it's cool. There's a breeze. In Thailand there is no breeze, there is no cool. The shade is as hot as the sun. It's just brutal. And in Bangkok anyway, I mean, and all the buildings and like, they're pumping out their AC shit, like, from the, oh my God, man. But I really enjoyed the city though. I did. Yeah, a really good time.
You did a speech at Vegan Campout a few years ago, right?
Yeah.
And you spoke about the Save movement. I think in Bangkok, is that right?
Yeah, they have one in Bangkok. Yeah.
I think it's closed down. I looked for it as soon as I got here. I watched your video.
I can tell,
yeah,
I can tell you mostly why.
Was it you? Did you do it? When you left, you were like, "I'm taking it with me."
Oh, this is some drama. So basically, there was a member of that team who, oh God, it was complicated. Basically, there was a member of that team who went full on ideologue, cancel culture, SJW, intersectional, hardcore, nasty, and just completely turned on me as an individual, saying like, I should never have been working in India. I should have never gone to Thailand to work. I should, you're straight white male, and it got really bad really quickly. She was really horrible, and I don't know, I don't know anymore. Anyway, they got really horrible, and I'm sure maybe some people joined in with the horrible shit, and then they were pressuring Save, and Save maybe didn't do what they wanted them to do, so then they probably just closed it after that. And it's really sad because the only ones who suffer are the animals. You know, it's pathetic. That's what I assume. I don't know if there's any more to it than that, but yeah, I remember thinking around that time that, okay, Save's not going to last 2 minutes there now because of this shit. But in the end, Save buckled and gave in to all these people. So I don't know why they didn't start up again. Maybe it's just because the person that was doing it all actually doesn't give a fuck about the animals at all and just wanted to do that. And that's probably why a lot of these people are really not really vegans, in the sense of like they don't value the animals higher than their own kind of need for power, you know, to pressure people and stuff. So I think that's most likely what happened. But yeah, you could also, I mean, you could easily, there are vegans there who probably still want to do stuff, but not with the Save movement, maybe.
Yeah, I've been in touch with a few. It's really bad here with the I don't know what words are acceptable to use right now, the whole big thing going around the world, you know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's tricky, I suppose. Yeah, but people in Thailand were wearing the masks always anyway, weren't they? So maybe...
Yeah, it was pretty good until recently. We're going into lockdown now tonight.
Oh.
Supermarkets only. Yeah.
Shit. Okay, that sucks.
But so I wanted to go out and do some stuff, activism, but it hasn't been too easy. Yeah. But going back to what you said, like the animals don't care who is speaking up for them. They just need people to speak up, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry,
I've been told myself, you know, I shouldn't be saying this because I'm white or I'm foreign or, you know. I went to a zoo to do some filming. I did some research about zoocosis. The worst zoo in the world is here, Pata Zoo.
Right.
They've got Buanai, who's the only gorilla in Thailand.
Okay.
She lives there. She lived there 30 years. So I went to the zoo to do some filming and stuff. And I had people in a Facebook group because I was trying to get free tickets because I don't want to pay for it.
Right.
And they tell me, you know, you're a white guy from the UK. You know, you think you're a white savior coming over here telling Thai people what they can and cannot do. And this is like a group of vegans. You know?
Vegans? Oh my God.
Yeah, it's a vegan group. The animals don't care which country I'm from.
Yeah. And I think as long as you're like, look, I mean, yeah, obviously you've got to, I've said this before a long time ago, actually, but it's got to be effective. Like whatever you're like, there's no use going out there and just shouting if you're saying stuff like, for example, in my country, we would never do this. Clearly, that's not the thing to do. Like that's if you're doing that, then you've lost the plot. That's not going to go. That's not going to happen. And you know that's fair. If you were doing that and they said, "Hey, dude, like, oh, come on, it's not your country. Don't do that." It's not like that's a bad. It's not like that is a bad thing to do for the animals necessarily. Like you're good for talking about the animals. It's a bad thing to do because you're saying that these people are worse than you because of where they're born. That's fucked up. That's not going to help anyone. But if you're just going out and being like, "Hey, guys, we should treat animals better," and you're not making any like, "Oh, in my country and stuff like that," then you're just genuinely like, I just want to talk about the animals. There shouldn't be any problem with whatever race or ethnicity or background or language you speak, as long as people can understand you. You know, they're going to go, I mean, people are going to jump to that, aren't they? Like, "Oh, but you're white." They're going to use it as an excuse to ignore you.
Yeah.
That might happen if you're in a foreign country, if you're not in your own country, or if you're in a country that's not white, like India, for example. I did have 1 or 2 people come to me and say, "Hey, but you know, you're a white guy. Who are you to tell me this?" And I'd go, "Yeah, no worries. So here's an Indian person who will tell you the same thing." And then they would just go and talk to the Indian. No worries. No problem at all. If you want to be borderline racist to me, no worries. Talk to the Indian activists that are right here. If you want to just look past all of that and just talk to me human to human, I'm right here. It's your call.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to judge you and, you know, say I'm somehow like, if you're saying like, "Oh, we're somehow better because we're from here or whatever," then that's the problem. But I've never seen an activist do that. But the way that some vegans go on is that's exactly what we're doing. Like they talk about it as if I went to India and said, "I'm better than all of you because I'm British." It's like, no, why would I ever do that? But that's the way they go on, isn't it? The same with you, that as if you've just said that. It's so ridiculous, man. So ridiculous.
The thing is, we got the same problems in the UK. It's not exactly a haven for animals.
No,
You know?
of course it's not. You know, and I say that as well. They say, "Why don't you talk to people in the UK?" And I'm like, I do talk to people in the UK. We've got the same shit as you. Like, you know, but right now I'm here. So I'm talking to you. Or for example, when I make a video about India, why are you making videos about Indians? It's like, because I was in India. I've got a lot of friends in India. I was exposed to a lot of what happens in India, and I'm interested in India. It's not that I think India needs more help than somewhere else needs. I just don't know anything about Thailand, so I don't make videos about Thailand. I know stuff about the West, and I still know stuff about India. So that's what I talk about mainly. That's the only, it's not any more than that. Really, it isn't. It's just these are my areas of knowledge. That's all. That's why, why would I focus on something I'm not knowledgeable on an area? It doesn't make any sense. Just focus on some random country, on the other side of the world that I know nothing about. Just make a video about it. Like, no, I don't know. It wouldn't make sense.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think when it comes from non-vegans, it's an excuse, and when it comes from vegans, we won't get into this, but it's intersectionalism coming in and watering down the animal rights message, in my opinion.
Right. I agree. Yeah, they're trying to. Yeah, I say they. I don't like referring to them as they. But I feel like it's kind of not fair. But the ideologues, I call them ideologues because that's what they are. They're the dogmatically ideological intersectionals. Like that really just the hierarchy of oppression of if you're the most oppressed, then you have the highest position, and if you're not, in their eyes, you're the lowest position. So me and you basically were at the bottom. These are the people that are definitely the issue here. Using identity politics to determine who can and can't talk about the animals. Absolutely, that's the problem. And I've been through that at length. Absolutely, really got into that a lot. And I think most people here in the chat are absolutely they understand this and have been through some of this themselves, and so it's good that we're bringing awareness to this, and I'm it's nice to hear that you also have thought about this, because too often I meet vegans who are like, really, who are these people? And I'm like, oh fuck, I'm gonna have to give you some bad news, because they're gonna come for you one day and you need to be ready. They're gonna come for you the second you step out of line, in their out of line, in their eyes.
You don't expect it, man. You don't expect it from other vegans.
No.
It's crazy.
No, and it hurts, man. The first time it happens, you're like, I thought we were on the same fucking team, but oh my God.
Yeah.
And then it happens a few more times and you're like, there seems to be a pattern here. It's almost like these people are working together. Oh, they are working together. They are talking in their little groups. They do all believe exactly the same thing and hate everyone who doesn't believe their exact same thing. Right. Got it. Okay. Then you can move on, basically.
You're right, man. Do you want to? Should we get back to masculinity?
Sure, man. Yeah, let's do it. Let's jump back
Okay.
in.
So you know how we get no protein? Should we talk about that?
Yeah, it's really tough, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, that's probably got a big thing to do with it. Oh, we just had a super chat, by the way, or donation anyway, Streamlabs, and they said, a couple. We got someone suggested a tattoo for me. Vegan Lincat says a tattoo of inlay. I don't know what inlay is. Do you know what inlay is?
No.
I don't know what that is. I'm gonna have to Google that. And then Trash Carcass has said, get my name tattooed on your ass.
You should choose that one.
Trash Carcass. You want me to get Trash Carcass tattooed on my ass? Or Stacy, because your name's Stacy? Or do you want me to get the words my name tattooed on my ass? Because that's that was a joke back in the noughties. I'll get my name tattooed on your ass. And then you can say, I've got my name tattooed on your ass, and people look and it says my name. And it's like, yeah, that was funny back in the day.
It's a little the people got mustaches tattooed here, right? And they still got them now in 2021.
Oh God,
some people got real ones,
Oh, that's so bad. Sorry, but the protein, right? You can't get protein. That's one of the that's a core argument, isn't it? You can't get protein. Which it comes from the meat industry propaganda. That's as simple as that. There's no other way around it. Or it's a mixture. It probably comes partly from the past where people where science actually said you can't get protein from other places. That was the thing for a while. And then, everyone caught up and then it was disproven, but the meat industry still needs money. So hey guys, you still can't get it from anywhere else. And then the scientists don't have as big a platform as the meat industry does. So they win. Basically, that's pretty much it, right?
Have you noticed how a lot of people now refer to meat as protein?
Yeah.
Instead of calling it meat. I don't know when this happened. I think this is a recent thing,
I've
the
seen
past
it
couple of years, maybe.
in salad bowl bars, and you're like, choose your protein. And then it's they have meat and they have animal products, and sometimes they have no vegan option. Actually, it's all that, and it's choose your protein.
Yeah.
It became. You're right. Yeah, they have started doing that. Yeah, I saw it a lot in Thailand actually, because they have those kind of edgy places, you know, those like beach kind of huts with like oh yeah, look, we're gonna do a custom thing for you. Choose your thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I've noticed that. So they're still push. I mean, that's not the meat industry's fault though. That's restaurants, isn't it? Though that are doing that.
It might be. I wouldn't be surprised if the meat industry is behind it. You mentioned my PETA video.
Yes.
And in that, there's this whole organization called CORE behind it. It's the Center of something, right? It's
Okay.
like the Center of
Yeah,
Freedom of
I
Freedom.
remember. Yeah.
Something. I can't remember exactly the name. But anyway, what was my point? They they represent like meat producers and they represent restaurants and things, right?
Yeah.
And they are pushing the idea, not the idea, just the rebranding of the word protein to mean meat. I've seen it on their website. I don't know if they're behind it because they are big and powerful.
Yeah.
I've seen everyone. You know, my brother watches Mr. Beast, and I caught one of those videos, and he's delivering like thousands of boxes of meat to homeless people.
Right.
But he isn't calling it meat. He's just saying, "I've got all this protein
Oh shit!
to give to
Really?
these homeless people." He's just calling it protein.
It's so disappointing to see him do something like that because I like Mr. Beast a lot. I think his content is fucking brilliant. I mean, it's very immature at times, but you can't fault the guy's an expert at YouTube, and it's not a lucky thing that he got big. It's very planned out. Like he knows what he's doing, and I respect that massively. And his videos are hella entertaining. Fuck, you can finish a 15-minute video and it feels like it took 5 seconds. You're like, what the hell? That thing flew by because of how entertaining they are. But it's so sad. Like when I've heard, some people have been talking about it. I've heard that he is like, I don't think he's argued against veganism. I think actually he is, I don't know where I heard this, but I just heard he was on board. So it's like really sad that he's gone and done something like that, you know, kind of like when Arnold Schwarzenegger went out handing out fucking dead turkeys when he's been in the Game Changers, clearly understands that vegan protein is superior. What the hell is he doing giving out turkeys to poor people at Thanksgiving? Like, and so Mr. Beast clearly is not stupid enough to think that plant-based protein is inferior. Clearly he knows his shit. Why would he not just give out the plant-based stuff?
Yeah. He had a few, but he did have some. I can't remember what he called it, probably plant-based protein, which, okay, fair enough.
You'd assume.
Right?
I mean,
but he's not giving that adjective to the meat protein.
Right, good point. Animal protein. Yeah, he should do. He should do, actually. Maybe he was calling it protein to specifically to like save the backlash from people when he was saying, if he said meat, because if he said meat, it's got a lot more of a politics attached to it, hasn't it? An emotion attached to it than protein doesn't.
Yeah, I suppose you're right.
Right? Protein could be anything, but clearly it's meat, but who knows? He's not said meat, so maybe it's not.
It could have been a shit ton of beans, to be fair. Yeah.
Could have been. Yeah, because he's clever. You know, nothing in his videos, nothing goes into his videos without being properly like analyzed. Like he makes it look like it's all off the cuff. Is it? Fuck, man. You don't get like 20 million views on every video by doing off the cuff content. Like everything in his videos is planned out, and you know, at least it's not planned out at the time, but in the editing room, it's like, oh, this will create this emotion. This might piss people off. Let's take it out. Like clearly. So that I would reckon that's a specific choice of wording. Yeah, definitely.
Definitely. While we're slagging him off, he's the Mr. Trees. You know, he's the trees guy.
Yeah,
Team
yeah.
Trees. That's it, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
They planted so many trees, and now he owns a burger chain over the US.
Yeah, I saw that as well, and I was wondering what the deal with that is. It's confusing, man. I don't know. He's a confusing guy because it's also difficult because I really want to like him because he's so likable. But at the same time, you're like, dude, what the fuck are you doing, man? You know, if you really want to impact the world, then you can do better than this, can't you? I mean,
and he can. You know, all his audience, they're quite young. A lot of them.
yeah, exactly. And they're not going to hate on him for if he starts, you know. He could do it so easily. Like you wouldn't even need to talk about, you know, if he doesn't want to talk about the ethics, it doesn't have to. He could just start being like, just here's, you know, we're promoting vegan products now, and that's it. And people will be like, why? Doesn't need to answer them. No one gives a shit. People wouldn't give a fuck. If anything, they would be like, that's cool. I might try that thing. They wouldn't start attacking him or anything like that unless he started talking about the ethics, which you can't expect him to do. He's an entertainment channel.
No.
Like that's like asking fucking, I don't know. I've got, okay, this is kind of sidelining a little bit, but I also don't agree with like massive corporations trying to lecture us on other things like, you know, LGBT, for example. You know, the month of June, all massive corporations all of a sudden are all pro LGBT, but the rest of the year they're not. So it's like, stop trying to lecture us for a month because it fits your agenda, and actually don't lecture us ever, right? They're not the ones to lecture us, and the same as Mr. Beast isn't the one to lecture you on any kind of ethics. That's not what he is, and that's not his place.
No,
I don't think, and I think people would call him out for that if he did it. So, but he could
I
still
suppose
do it. Huh?
Yeah, he's got the power to normalize it.
Exactly. That's his power. Yeah, his power is through entertainment to make things normal. And like, for example, the power of other organizations is, you know, if they're doing things that are in line with their organization's product, it's not a problem. But when they just suddenly go off and just start, like Coca-Cola or whatever, I don't remember. I've seen some ads lately for like perfumes and stuff where they're all about like equality, where we stand for equality. We should be treated equal. Yeah, and then at the end you're like, oh my god, this is going to be amazing. It's going to be some, I don't know, a group that does something for people, and then it's like new Hugo Boss for men. You're like, what the fuck? What do you have to say about?
Yeah, there's still 4 men as well.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no, it's now new gender neutral Hugo Boss fragrance. It's like, yeah, that's going to solve the problems, isn't it? That's going to solve the world's inequalities. So yeah, I have a real problem with that, and yeah. I saw like a cool meme from The Office, and it's when the American Office, and it's like in one clip he's saying we're all homos, and then in the next clip he's saying Homo sapiens, and so then the meme is that in the first meme it's like companies in June and we're all homos, and companies in July Homo sapiens. They're like, they're no longer behind it anymore. I hate that shit. So yeah, that the same thing for Mr. Beast. I wouldn't expect him or any entertainer to all of a sudden start lecturing people on the ethics of veganism. No. But like you rightly said, yeah, they have the power to normalize the shit out of it. And why not? Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think protein brought us into this. We got as far as to mention the topic. So that's all right. I think I took it off base. It's all right. We got a lot of time to fill.
This is all good.
Okay. I got a question for you.
Sure.
So gorillas, hippos, rhinos, horses, and elephants are all herbivorous, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, mostly.
Is that an appeal to nature, though? We tell people that?
I would say it's an appeal to biology, to be honest. I mean, it's like, it's not a fallacious statement, because you're just saying, hey, look, they don't eat these things and they are strong. That's like, look at their biology is able to make them strong without animal products. And for the most part, that's true, although I've recently learned that some of those animals, they are predominantly herbivorous, but some of them eat insects and, things like that. So, I mean, there are some exceptions, but yeah, I think if anything, rather than using that as a comparison, I'd more just point to Patrick Baboumian or Nimai Delgado or Tory Washington, or if you don't like bodybuilders, point to like Scott Jurek, Morgan Mitchell, or Rich Roll. If you don't like those guys, you want to talk about lean and really fucking lean muscle, go look at someone like Dave Leduc, who's a Lethwai fighter, which is basically like kickboxing, but with headbutts and elbows and everything allowed. Like, it's insane. And no pads, basically barely any pads. Like, they really brutal. So he's like a world champion in that sport. He's a full-on ethical vegan. There are other fighters who are plant-based. I honestly think the best example of an athlete that can be a vegan athlete would be a fighter, because what they go through is so different and so, I would say, argue more intense than a runner or a bodybuilder or a tennis player. They literally get hit and hit people until one of them is knocked out. Okay, if they can succeed in that with plants for protein, you can succeed in fucking anything with plants for protein. And they are. Like Dave Leduc, the guy, that's Leduc. Go check him out. Dude is a fucking monster, for example. And there are many others also who are not as famous as him, who are eating plant-based diets and fighting. So I would use them as the reference point rather than gorillas and hippos and stuff, personally.
Yeah, fair play. And especially if it's someone who cares about manliness, fighters. What's more manly than fighting?
It's so manly. It's the manly.
I've never been in a fight. I don't know what that says.
That's the thing. When I have him on a week today, I'm kind of looking forward to that, talking about him with that, because I'm someone who's coming from like I've barely had I've had scraps, you know, I've had disagreements that have been physical, but not a fight. And it's going to be so interesting to talk to someone whose entire life is beating the shit out of people. And, you know, I wonder how it's going to be with me trying to like interview him and be like, you know, I don't know, dude. Like, you know, I'm just looking forward to how this is going to be. And I'm looking forward to seeing what he has to say about the animals. And I love the power. It's not a paradox, but it seems like a paradox that he is a brutal savage in the ring. Like, you've got to see some of his videos, man. Oh my God. Like, he knocks people out with headbutts. Yet he's also posting about the ethics of veganism and how the strong protect the weak. And it seems like a paradox. It isn't, because obviously his sport is his job, and it's not like he's going out in the streets. And
It's an agreement, isn't it? Like...
You know what I mean? But it seems like a paradox for a lot of people. And a lot of non-vegans will look at him and be like, oh my God, like, how is that guy a vegan? And that's what I'm looking forward to getting into. Like, how can someone seemingly so violent also be so compassionate? And I'm looking forward to him explaining how his in-ring is obviously not the same as his out of the ring. And you know, I think there's going to be a really powerful interview. I'm really excited for it. Yeah. But he would be like the, you know, according to these manly men, he would be like the top level manliness, like, obviously, like, to them. And he's a vegan, so, you know, explain that one away. You know what I mean?
So you're going to be asking things like, what does it feel like to get punched?
Yeah, like, what is it? Yeah, maybe we'll get into that. As a vegan, what does it feel like?
Do your bones break instantly, or is it like the next day?
I want to ask him, you know, I know what it's like to be punched. I can explain that. But I don't know what it's like to be headbutted. Ooh, that's another level. I know what it feels like to headbutt, but not to be headbutted.
Because you're northern, so.
Exactly, yeah, you have to do it. At least, you know, it's a part of growing up. You have to headbutt someone and get punched in the face. You know, one time, this is a funny story. I was drunk walking home, and some little chavs came over and kicked off, and I turned around to, you know, I was drunk, so I was like, all right, let's do it. 3-on-1. I'm not a fighter. I don't know how to fucking fight, but I thought in that moment, I was like, I can do it. Turned around, dude has a plank of wood in his hand. I didn't see that. Just literally, and I mean literally, wraps it around my face. Like, the plank of wood hits me like here. The back of the wood flies off because it snaps, right? And I'm so drunk that I didn't even flinch. I wasn't quick enough. It came so fast. So my friend, who's already left, turns around when he hears me going, right, he just sees me. This wood goes, doosh, doosh. And he said, the day after, he said it was like looking at Superman, because I just didn't move. It was like I was made of steel, and the wood snapped, and I didn't even budge, because I was so drunk. But yeah, that was funny in hindsight. And it worked out in the end. It did nothing. I won't go further into it. It worked out. He came off the worst of the two, but I had this big, horrible, bulging face and like all cuts inside my mouth and all that shit. So, yeah. Anyway, it's just funny. It's a funny story. And I was vegetarian then. So, you know, maybe if I was vegan, it would have broken my jaw.
Yeah, probably be on the floor.
Yeah, as I was eating dairy products, that must have strengthened my bones enough to make sure that it didn't break. Yeah, sarcasm.
That's it, mate.
By the way, for any non-vegans watching, that's pure sarcasm. Dairy actually takes calcium out of your bones. You should research that. So it doesn't make you stronger.
We get our calcium from, you know, biting our fingernails and stuff anyway. So
exactly. Yeah. So I took it off topic this time. My bad.
That's all right. Okay. So what do you say to someone who's worried they're not going to get enough protein?
Eat things that have a lot of protein. No, you could eat, as long as you're eating the amount of calories you should eat for whatever you need to be doing, you'll be getting enough protein, as long as you're eating good food. So if you're an athlete, you know what your calorie requirement is, and you'll also know what your protein requirement is. Now, if you're not an athlete and you don't want to do all that shit, just find out what your calorie requirement is for a normal average person. I believe for women it's 2,000 something, and for men it's 2,500 maybe a day, something like that. Average, like, for I don't know. Anyway, once you know that, just double check that your new plant-based diet meets that requirement, and that you're not eating too much shit, like not too many vegan burgers and stuff like that. and you'll be fine. Like if you're eating lots of nice foods, like healthy foods like lentils, chickpeas, rice, beans, nuts and seeds, and all your veggies and fruits, as long as you're eating a lot of that stuff, and that's what's making up the bulk of your calories, you'll be hitting the protein. You won't even need to think about it. If you're eating a lot of trashy fried food, like if you're eating a lot of fries, chips, fries, they are high in calories, but you're not going to be hitting the nutrition with those. So just be aware that don't be eating too much of that. Don't rely on that for your nutrition. You'll be sick. So yeah, that's it.
Some people are worried about incomplete proteins. So these are foods that don't have all the amino acids. Right.
Yeah.
So I actually made a video about this, and I like listed all the ways, like, oh, you can have a peanut butter sandwich because of the wheat and the peanuts. That's everything complete. And all of this. And since then, I've learned that actually it's a total myth.
Yeah, it is.
And that but I put the information out there, how to get your complete proteins.
Oh man, that's a shame, because that's like I know the pain of you going through all of the process of the planning and the scripting and the filming and the editing, and then like, oh fucking hell, it's not even true. Oh man, I'm like, oh, that would suck so bad, man. I feel you. I've done it before. I've done a video and then I've finished the video and then I've been like, oh man, I've made a video reaction about something and then I found out it was satire. And I'm like, oh, for God's sake.
No.
It wasn't a real video. It was satire. And I've just filmed this whole fucking, then I'll just delete it, right? Don't even think about it. Delete it. Gone. Done.
Oh, mate.
But yeah, the
couldn't pretend that was like satire squared, you know?
What's that?
It could have been 2 levels of satire.
Oh yeah, could have been. I could pass it off as satire. Like, oh yeah, mine was satire too. But yeah, the incomplete proteins thing, yeah, it's bullshit. Like the only one that is an incomplete protein is gelatin, right? Like jelly. Like that's it. The only food the only food that doesn't contain all the amino acids in some way or another. All plants contain all amino acids, but in varying levels. So I guess there is still an argument to combine plants. But it's not like if you don't combine them, you were missing amino acids. You're not. You just be getting lower amounts in some plants and higher amounts in others. That's all.
Yeah. I read this on the Folks Over Knives website.
Yeah.
And it's even if you just eat beans, you'll not only hit all of your RDIs for the recommended daily intake for each of your amino acids, you would surpass them. So it's not even like you don't need to worry in the slightest as long as you're actually eating.
Exactly. Exactly. And if you're worried, just use Chronometer. Chronometer's like a free app, free website. I mean, you just pump all your things you're eating in there, and you'll either be shocked at how shit you're eating, or you'll be like, oh, I'm very happy with how I'm eating. And if you're shocked at how shit you're eating, then you know what you need to do to fix it. I mean, I've done that. Like I put all my stuff into Chronometer once, and I was like, I feel like I'm doing all right. And then I checked it, and I was like, oh shit, my diet's not very good. Okay, I need to fix that. And that's not because I'm vegan. That's because I'm lazy. And I just grab whatever's around and don't worry too much about it. But then you'll suffer the consequences for living like that. That's not a vegan specific thing. You'll suffer the consequences for that if you're eating animal products. I mean, the animals will suffer more consequences, but your health will also suffer if you're going out and just like, oh, I'll just eat whatever's around. It's going to come back to haunt you. So, but if health isn't your focus, don't worry about it. But don't make the animals suffer for your shitty decisions. That's the main takeaway, right?
Yeah, that's an important thing to mention. The animals, I suppose. Talking about veganism,
definitely.
But in this sort of argument, we're talking about masculinity and stuff.
Of course,
we do. I don't want to say forget about the animals, but it's not. It's the best way I can word this. It's not relevant. That's not the best way to word it.
Well, I mean, we can. Well, it is. It is. Somewhat relevant because obviously we're talking about protecting them, and that should be considered manly versus stabbing them, which is considered manly for some reason, which we covered earlier. Like, oh, you're a little cute little animal that can't defend themselves. Stabby, stab, stab. I'm a man. It doesn't really make sense at all. When you put it like that, it's really embarrassing that some people think that's masculine, isn't it? And what the fuck?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I got another one here.
Sure.
90% of animal protein is absorbed, while only 66% of plant protein is.
Where's that from?
My mate. he did nutrition in university. He's not vegan. He said that, but then he followed up by saying, but also when you eat animal protein, you're getting this and this and this. So actually, plant protein is healthier.
Yeah, the protein package is the problem with on a purely health side of things. It's not that animal products don't give you protein; they do, but in purely health side of things, the package they come in is fucking terrible. Whereas the package that a plant protein comes in is almost always beneficial. Like it comes with fiber, comes with different, depending on the plant, obviously they come with different things that you just simply they're not. And also without some things like animal fat and cholesterol that are really detrimental. So yeah. But I've never heard this 60% thing. Seems to just be a little bit like, where's the study? I want to see it.
I'll give you my friend's Skype if you want.
Is that it? That's all I need.
That's my source. So
yeah.
No,
even if it were true, I mean, okay. I mean, 60. What does
We
that even
already
mean?
get-
What does that even mean, though? 60% of what? So no matter how many plants I eat, is he saying that only 60% is ever going to be absorbed? But then, okay, got it. I've got it. That doesn't fucking matter, right? Because if my protein requirement is X, right? Let's imagine, I don't even know what am I going to quote here. How many milligrams of protein are you supposed to have in a day? Whatever. Let's just imagine it's something stupid like
Just say 100, keep it easy.
100 grams, right? I need to hit 100 grams of protein today. So let's say I need to hit that, and that is my peak amount. If 90% of the animal protein is being absorbed, that means that I'd only be absorbing, even at the best case scenario, 150 grams. And in the non-animal version, I'd only be absorbing maximum like 100, like 60, right? So all that would mean is I would, but what is he trying to say? Like, no matter what I eat, that's only as much as going to be absorbed? Or is it that every meal I eat, 60% will be absorbed? He needs to define what that actually means. If he means no matter how many plants I eat, only 60% of all of them is going to be absorbed, that's different than saying, is it based on the meal? Is it based on the?
Okay.
You know what I mean? I don't understand the point he's making here. Like it simply can't just be like a fact of just boom. That's how it works. It doesn't make sense.
I guess I see what you're saying because different vegetables are different.
Right.
Basically,
exactly.
right?
So then some of is it an average, or is it like it just doesn't seem to be? It doesn't seem believable. And even if it were believable, you could still meet your protein requirement. If your requirement was 100 grams of absorbed protein, you could still work with the plant proteins, knowing that 40% of them wouldn't be absorbed. You could still work with that, right? You just eat more of them. So that's what I'm trying to understand. It's still not a justification to go and it wouldn't be anyway a justification to go and do that. But the purely health-wise, you could still work around that, and you would still have better benefits of eating plant proteins versus animal protein. So it's not even an argument. Is the point I'm trying to get at here. It's still possible, even if that's true. But I don't believe it is true. So.
But even if we do take it at face value, you can take that two ways. You can say, yes, okay, eat more plant foods. But actually, aren't most people just getting way too much protein anyway? Or way more than they actually need?
Yeah. Yeah, there's an obsession with it. And that's another point as well. Most people are eating more than they need. With athletes and people who actually need it excluded, most average people don't even need that much at all. Like, I think it's like 10 or 15% of your daily calorie intake is supposed to be protein. So low. I think it was something like that for the average person, that is. But most people, it's actually like more like 40 to 50%, because they think, I need the protein. It's like, no, you fucking don't. You really don't need that. So yeah, totally. That's another really, the protein myth is really strong, isn't it? People believe they need that.
I think it's slowly dying, but it's not even close yet.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. By the way, in the chat, they've been just making fucking memes of my name. I don't think they're even listening to us anymore. Like, we've got like, David 50 grams, David Amsterdam's, David demands, David swams after the pool. Apparently that one is.
Okay.
Jesus, I think they've just they've just
got rhymezone.com open. Just typing in rams.
Is that a thing? Can you do that?
Yeah, of course.
David tans when I'm in the sun. How many David grams do I need to build my David hams? Like hamstrings, hammies? Ridiculous.
You should get that tattooed.
when
That's
Dave-
my suggestion.
When David dresses up, he's David Glams. That's a good one. I like that one a lot. That's a personal favorite. Anyway, sorry, I just don't think they're listening anyway. But I'm sure some people are listening. There's 104 people here, so I hope someone's
probably that 4 are listening at least.
yeah, exactly. I hope someone's paying fucking attention. Well, then I guess it's pretty chill anyway. I mean, it's not like we're rewriting the laws of life here. Yeah. What else do you have? Do you have any other queries?
I got an attention grabber.
Oh yeah.
You ready?
Go for it.
Sex.
Oh no. Well, that's my video demonetized.
It's up to you if you want to go into this.
Go ahead.
Plant-based diets affect sex quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
They can do. Yeah.
So I interviewed a few people, a few men who are now vegan who weren't always vegan to ask them what's different. I'm gonna be careful with the way I'm talking.
All right.
Keep it scientific.
Yeah. Keep it. No. Don't keep it scientific. They'll come after me for that. Keep it. Use euphemisms and stuff, like make it like silly and funny. I think YouTube is less likely to come down on me for that. But if you're just like using the P word to describe the the PP and the V word to describe the VV, then I think that's when they're going to be like, oh wait a minute. So just like just make up words for them and make it silly.
VV is a new one for me actually, so I learned something today.
I used to have a friend that called it the fufu. She called it her fufu.
I've heard that.
It's a funny one.
I've never heard a nice word for it, to be honest with you.
Fufu's not nice.
It's okay. It's just a bit. It sounds fluffy, like a dog. I've never heard a nice word.
Oh, there's a few cringe ones, but no, you're right. Maybe not. I don't know.
For men, we got some funny ones.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Why are there not really any funny ones for women? That's not okay, is it?
No, I don't know. That's a good point. I'm gonna go ahead and put it out there that it's not really for us to decide that. I think this is where I would agree with the intersectionals. This is maybe not for us to figure it out. Let's hash it out.
Well, 2 straight white men, why not?
Yeah, we know the most about these things, really, when you think about it.
Okay.
We're looking at.
So here's what I got.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I think this word's okay. Rigidity.
Okay, yeah. That's totally fine.
Duration. That's fine.
Okay.
How am I going to say this one?
Okay.
The time in between
recovery
when you
time.
finish being excited. Yeah, recovery time. There we go.
That's easy.
All right.
Can I explain it?
I wanted to use the scientific term.
Okay,
see,
okay.
'cause I wanted to show off a bit, but
okay.
you're not letting me. Okay.
Go for it, man. Whatever you want. Yeah, sorry. I'm interrupting a lot here. You go ahead. You go ahead, man. You get your science on. Let's do this.
I wanted to say refractory periods to show off.
Oh, nice.
But, there you go. And if you subscribe to me, that's the kind of language you're going to get. Just saying. Got increase in the size. A lot of people won't believe me on that one. Drive increase. Taste is in there.
Wow.
We're pre-watershed in the UK, aren't we?
Yeah. So these are like reported benefits that people have given of eating a plant-based diet, right? Basically.
Yeah, but I've also looked into the science as
there
well.
Really isn't a lot to support any of that. I haven't seen. Is there any?
I think so.
Oh, there is.
The last
go
one
ahead,
is,
man. Someone's asking taste of what? Someone's asking taste of what? Now try and explain this without getting me banned off YouTube.
It's going to change the way people perceive me as well, what I choose now, isn't it? Can I use a sound effect?
Okay. All right. That might have explained
right?
it. Well, I'll try and explain it in like a, so listen, wait, who's the person who asked that? Taste of what? Where has he gone? Jack. Look, Jack, when a boy likes a girl, or a boy likes a boy, I mean, a boy has to be involved, or a girl who's pre-op likes someone. God, this is a minefield. Fuck. Okay, when somebody when somebody
with a pee-pee.
When somebody has a pee-pee that can still function properly, that we assume hasn't been operated on or anything. Oh my God. Okay, when somebody has one that is still fully functional and can do, go like that, get strong. And when it gets I don't know, I don't want to use these words that are going to get YouTube coming onto this. When it gets excited, let's just say that it gets excited, it can expel things. Let's say like Harry Potter, like expel the armor. It's like, you know, like when a wand in Harry Potter, when they do the spell and something goes boom and out of the wand. It's kind of like that, but with the
we got a Wingardium Leviosa, and then we got a
Yeah.
Flipendo.
Exactly.
On the video
Yeah,
game.
like that. Basically, that stuff is what we're talking about. Tasting a certain way, like better or worse. Someone's put PP makes boom boom. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what
I'm really glad I came on, David.
Oh my god. Good, great.
Okay.
So that's apparently tasty. So the scientific. What's the science then? Tell me the science.
I'll give you the science then, and you can
All
tell
right.
me whether you think it's a good enough
All right, then,
explanation.
let's do it.
So better cardiac health increases your blood flow. Okay.
Yes.
And as we know, when this stops working, that's what they call a canary in the coal mine.
Okay.
Because it's your first sign that something's seriously wrong.
Yeah.
With your arteries and things, right?
Yes.
So that's from dietary cholesterol, which we can only find in plants.
Yeah.
No, we can't. We can only find in animal products.
Yeah. Yep. Sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. I was reading a chat comment that someone had put the divine protein shake, and it was sticking
Oh
in my
my
head,
God.
and I couldn't get it out, and I was trying to listen to you, and I was like, okay, I'm back. Okay, go ahead.
All right.
Cholesterol, we can
Cool.
only get it from plants. No, obviously not. I'm with you again. I'm not looking at the chat anymore because that was just brilliant.
All right.
I need to come back and listen to what you're saying here. All right. Go ahead.
So that's a decrease in blood flow from cholesterol from animal products.
Yes.
Soy, oats, and nuts have been shown to reduce LDL cholesterol. Okay. How am I going to say this? When PP goes boom boom, the body produces something called prolactin,
Okay.
which is a hormone closely associated with sleep, and it suppresses testosterone, which dampens your immediate boom boom drive.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, that's cardiovascular health.
Right.
And then we'll talk about poop. People like poop. I think we can talk about that.
Poop is pretty safe, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Increased fiber, which is only found in plants. Increased fiber intake sees digestion speeds become faster.
Okay.
Right. You poop more if
Yeah.
you're a vegan or if you're plant-based. So that leads to an improvement in stamina and endurance.
That's interesting. Okay, so there is science to back up the claims. Like I've not got into the science before on this channel, but I have got into the claims of people. Vegan partners, people with vegan partners, and vegans with vegan partners and
Anecdotes.
stuff like that. Yeah, and it backs up some of well, technically, I mean, by the sounds of things, it backs up the anecdotes. So that's something. Cool.
I think we can agree there's definitely more blood flow in a plant-based person.
I mean,
on average,
probably, as long as they are not, like I said earlier, nailing down just the fried foods. Because obviously, if a plant-based person is just absolutely smashing all fried foods and all fatty foods, and the non-plant-based person is actually avoiding all of that, then obviously we're going to have that. Then it's going to be flipped on its head, and the plant-based person is going to probably have more issues in the bedroom than the other one. But yeah, generally speaking, I think so. I think you're probably right. I don't think there are many. I mean, even junk food vegans don't eat that badly. It's not like. Most of the time, the people who are really suffering from bad eating are not vegan. That's true. Are not plant-based, at least. Yeah, for sure.
So we'll say like whole food plant-based then. Optimal diet, probably.
It probably is. And that's, I mean, it's good that you said probably, because I think even the main scientists on this say, there's some of them will say, yeah, absolutely it is. But I think that's a little bit, I mean, it's presumptuous. I mean,
I feel like we haven't got all the data for that,
No, I think based on what we have and what we know right now, it's probably the best. Yeah, probably. But they're still doing more data and more studies. But that's why the morals and the ethics are so important, because even if a diet that included animal products was actually proven to be healthier, the marginal difference between a plant-based diet and one that has animals in it would not be enough to justify what the animals go through. And that's why I hope that these nutritionists and people like, for example, Garth Davies, who's a real big, I don't know what the word would be to use for him, well, people look to him. That's what I'm trying to say, as someone who's knowledgeable on this, and other plant-based doctors and vegan doctors. So it's like, I would hope that they would start or continue to, if they already are, bring the ethical message in. Like, for example, Garth Davies revealing, saying that actually this diet that has fish in it looks like it was healthier. He has done that. And then he follows up with, but that's not why I don't eat, that's why I don't eat them, because it's immoral. And he has done that from time to time. And I hope he continues to do that and does that more, because doctors, they shouldn't only be talking about just the science. They should also talk about, they can also be part of the moral discussion, and they should be. They're fucking doctors. Like, people look up to them. They have a responsibility to be great role models for people, not just to quote science to them, but also to quote science and tell them, here's how I think is a good way to live. And I'm a doctor, and I've really thought about this. My job is to help people, so I'm someone you can trust. So you should go vegan as well, because the animals. I think it's a great transition from the science over to the moral for a doctor. I hope a lot more start to do it.
You're absolutely right to bring the animals up again. Like it does get forgotten sometimes in the health argument.
Yeah.
I think that's what I was trying to say earlier on. And, I forget to talk about it when I'm bogged into the health side. And I'm an ethical vegan. I do it only for the animals. The only reason I learn this stuff is to make other people give a shit.
Yeah. I get you. The reason I always bring it in, even if we're talking about health or environment, is because the health and environment arguments are just so fucking deeply flawed. It's beyond me how I used to think they were strong arguments, and I'll look at myself back then. I'm like, what was I thinking? They are not strong arguments at all. Like we should really not. If anything, they are like additional. They're like things we can attach in and say, oh, if you eat well, you'll do great. You might even feel better. Who knows? Or if you eat sustainably, you could do a great job for the environment as a vegan. But they are not core arguments, because they are so fucking flawed. Because of what I said to you earlier, you could be a vegan and unhealthy. You could be a vegan and bad for the environment. You could be a non-vegan and you could be better at both of those things. This is not. This is why I always revert back to what the core of veganism is ethics, because the health and the environment they're just not standalone arguments, and they never will be. It's not going to happen. And they shouldn't. They shouldn't be trying to use them as standalone arguments, in my opinion. Well, shouldn't's a strong word, maybe. Without an ethical side, I find them to just be weak. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I do believe that. I do see them as it can be a way in for some people who haven't quite connected there with the animal rights message.
Yeah.
And there are vegans in this community who are advocates, and they started bit for health, maybe. So it's a way in, I think, but it's like you say, it's integral to the argument, the animal rights. Like I call myself whole food plant-based, but I'll have a pizza once in a while. I cheat on that.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter, does it? You're whole food plant-based for yourself. It's got nothing to do with the animals, but you're vegan for the animals. That's the difference. And I think we really need to get that fucking nailed out for people, so they get it. And I don't mean that as in like a condescending way. I just mean that this message needs to be really fucking clear for everyone, including ourselves. Like, remind ourselves as well. Like, it's easy to forget. Very easy to go and get caught up in a different discussion that is basically a discussion on the plant-based diet and call it veganism. And we all make that mistake. So, it's not just me and you saying everyone should think about this. We're also telling ourselves, like, let's fucking remember this when we're talking about these things. Definitely.
And people outside vegan circles, they do think veganism is a diet a lot of the time, the way it's advertised on TV and things.
Well, yeah.
So, yeah, you're right. We need to keep nailing it.
Absolutely. And making it crystal clear. Excuse me.
That's all right. Let me tell you about this survey from illicitencounters.com.
Oh, God.
Which, as far as I can tell, is for cheating on your wife.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
They ran a survey of 500 meat eaters and 500 what they call vegetarians. 190 of those were plant-based in the second group, right? 57% of vegetarians reported to do the dirty 3 to 4 times a week. And 48% of meat eaters said 1 to 2 times a week.
Right.
I know that's anecdotal.
Yeah. I remember I've read this. I covered it in a stream.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what do you think? Can we trust
No.
anecdotal evidence
No.
like that?
No.
No.
I read it out and I was like, yeah, this is all funny. And then I was like, but you know, I was making jokes about it being scientific. It's just, you know, it is what it is, and it's all based. I really don't like surveys because I feel like people are so susceptible to say things they don't mean and dress things up. And for example, a vegan is more likely to try and give a good impression of what life is like as a vegan when in a survey, whereas a meat eater wouldn't. A meat eater is just like standard, normal. Why would they think about, oh, I need to make a good impression on this survey? They wouldn't. They're just like, yeah, 1 or 2 times a week, normal. And the vegan would be like, yeah, I want to look great. So how many times do we do it? It's like 7, right? 7 every day, isn't it? Pretty much. Yeah, like 7, sometimes twice in a day. 8. Put 8 on the survey. So I worry, but yeah, it's nice. It's funny. It's kind of like, you know, star signs and shit like that. Like it's funny. It's nice to read them, but it's all, none of it's scientific. It's all a bit silly. It's just a bit of a like, so let's laugh at it. Let's not take it too seriously. Let's have a bit of a joke. You know, good fortune is not coming to me tomorrow probably, but let's pretend it is, because the star sign thing told me it was. You know, it's the same with this. It's like, yeah, okay, you go plant-based, you're gonna have loads and loads of, you know, get laid all the time. Yeah, funny. I hope it happens, but you know, whatever. It's just funny. Like, don't bank on it. I guess that's the way I see it.
It's a bit like, I don't know if you saw The Onion ran a survey, and they found out that 90% of teenage boys have done it with a porn star. Why did I?
What?
Sorry, mate.
Is that for real? Like a real? Oh my god, ridiculous.
No, it's a satire.
Oh, I thought you meant like it was an actual survey or people were claiming they had. Although like the Onion's. Oh, is the Onion like a pure satire page? Is it like the Bee on Instagram, for example? Like
Yeah, I think so.
Babylon
Yeah.
Bee. I don't know if you don't know about that, dude. You should really follow them. They're so fucking ridiculous. There's mainly political stuff, but like, yeah, it's pretty hardcore. Like they go in on the stuff that you just like, oh my god, you can't say that. You know, you can't make that satirical joke. That's crazy. It's a lot of fun. Yeah.
Cool. I'll check that out.
So dude, I mean, I was scheduled to have you in until now basically, and then my next part of the schedule is dinner. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, I don't know if dinner is ready. Annie hasn't told me yet, so I guess we can hang out until then. And then when she comes, I think she'll take over, and then you could stay for a little bit and chat if you want, or if you've got things to do, you could shoot off. The next interview I have is actually in 1 hour, so there's a little bit of time. It's up to you, man. What do you think?
Well, I'm happy to stay, but you know, if you're just being polite, just tell me to sod off. And I will. It's okay.
It's also down to what Annie would want too. I mean, she's going to take over when I eat dinner. I guess it makes sense for that to happen. So it's whether I mean, I'm sure she'd appreciate you being here to talk to be honest, rather than her trying to entertain everyone for a little bit of time. Maybe I could just go ask her. I mean, we've got time, right? I'll just
sure.
Ask her to come over. Please come over. She can hear us, so I'm wondering why. Maybe there's a bit of a delay on the stream. I don't know. Oh, she's ready. She said she's talking in the chat. Why are you talking? Message me on Discord, like.
All right.
In the public chat. What are you doing? I mean, just talk to me in Discord. So what are you saying?
I wrote in the chat, so food is ready. I can bring it anytime.
But I'm looking at Discord chat, like between me and you, not the chat of the YouTube. Okay, so do you want to come take over? Sure. Cool. Yeah. Do you want Reese to stay or do you want him to go? He can stay. Okay. She says, stay. I'm joking. It's okay. Yeah, okay, cool. And then we'll swap. Okay. Cool. Yeah, she's gonna come take over, and you guys can have a little chitty chat. And but yeah, maybe yeah, you can get Annie's views on the masculinity. Actually, she's got some strong views on that, which is why we made that skit together, didn't we? I don't know if you saw it, where I was being like the manly man, and she was the vegan, and basically like ripping the shit out of me in the skit. So Annie's definitely got some strong opinions on that. And people are asking what's happening. What's happening is Annie's going to jump in. And I'm going to go eat because I can't eat on camera. I explained this earlier. I realized from one of the last streams where I tried to eat on camera, I ended up just not eating because I felt like you guys were all staring at me and it's horrible. So I was like, fuck this. I don't want to do that again. So today I'm going to jump off and come back on again when I've finished eating. I think that's the easiest thing to do. And also, stretch my legs and get some sunshine. It's quite nice here. Yeah. What time is it for you right now?
About 20 to 11 in the
Oh,
night.
shit. Okay, it's getting on a bit. Cool. It's only 20 to 7 here, so I've still got quite a long way to go. But it's gonna.
Are you regretting it?
No, not at all. I'm enjoying it. I think it's a nice schedule now because we did 2 big chunks of Discord outreach at the beginning, and now then we did the debate. And next, I've got a debate with a vegan, which is going to be very interesting about Indigenous people. And then I'm going to do some more Discord outreach, just an hour. And then after that, it's going to be pretty chill. We're going to be doing the tattoo, which the decision was supposed to be being made at 7 p.m. So that'll be next, talking about that. So you guys, yeah, okay. Let me just quickly remind everyone. If you want to suggest a tattoo design for me to get tattooed by Annie in this stream, you only have 20 minutes to decide if you're going to make a suggestion or not. Some of you already have. Thank you so much, Paradigm Shift, Catch 33, and LN for your suggestions. I see everything here. Thank you so much for all your super chats, Streamlabs donations. Guys, you're going to have to do a Streamlabs donation or a super chat now if you want to make that suggestion. Otherwise, we won't be taking any more suggestions after 7 p.m. and we're going to make that decision and you're going to miss out, all right? So don't miss out. Do it now, ASAP. But then anyway, the rest of the schedule is pretty chill. It's going to be nice, actually, very enjoyable. Lots of cool people coming on, and then I think we'll be all right. I think 24 hours is going to go quick, so that'll be cool. Where are you going? And he's coming back now, so yeah, I'm not regretting it though. No, I feel pretty good.
Good.
Yeah, we're closing in on 12 hours, so I mean that went really fast. So that's pretty nice. All right, cool. Annie's going to take over. Enjoy. Maybe you're going to talk about masculinity, about our skit that we did.
Yes.
You could open up on that.
Yeah.
If he's mean to you, come get me. And I'll come back and sort him out, all right?
Okay.
Just let me know.
Oh, no.
He's been very rude, so,
Yeah, it's true.
Hello.
Hey, Annie. You all right?
Hi. Yes. It's a pleasure meeting you.
You too.
Yes.
I don't know how much you caught of that. I know you were busy cooking up a vegan pizza.
Yeah, it was a lot of work. I took it out of the package and put it in the oven. So,
and then you had to take it out, right?
True, that's also, and I had to look at it so it doesn't burn or anything. It was it was a handful, but yeah, I was listening, especially in the beginning when you started to chat, and I really enjoyed it. Really entertaining, and also the last part with the censored things, very entertaining. I was laughing a lot. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I'm really actually happy. I only learned about you a few weeks ago, or I'd seen your username pop up, but I didn't know that you have a channel or anything. But then with the PETA video thing, David mentioned that I should watch your videos. I was like, okay. And damn, you do such good videos.
Ah, thank you so much.
Really impressive. I was like, wow, it's so entertaining and really well. The videos are so well made.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm really happy that there is a proper video about this pizza thing now out, because it's really it's a controversial topic, isn't it?
Yeah, I was looking for information out there because I knew there was something behind it. I knew about this PETA Kills Animals website, and I knew it was shady. I knew it wasn't what it seemed, but I couldn't find much information about it. So I just had to go on this big deep dive. And then, what I found, it was like What the Health when they show all the different companies that are responsible. I felt like that.
Yeah, I can imagine. Like, I don't know. Every time PETA is mentioned, even when I'm moderating and David is doing his Friday news live streams, and then there's something about PETA. There's every time someone is writing like, oh, fuck PETA, we shouldn't support PETA, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And I'm like, really? Like, there's these rumors going on, and then I'm like, has anyone even looked into this? Like, I would be surprised if PETA was some kind of evil, killing dogs, stealing and killing dogs, and like, why would they do that? They're doing such good work. Otherwise, why would they kidnap dogs?
Yeah.
It's pretty insane.
Yeah. And the lies are so, I'm going to call them lies. I think they are.
Yeah.
The lies are so strong that vegans believe it, and we're supposed to be the ones who are able to see past all this propaganda, but they really got us with the PETA stuff. A lot of vegans hate PETA.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah,
in a
they
bad
did
way.
Yeah, they did a great job with like some anti-vegans or people against veganism or so on. Then they can just cause people to hate PETA. It's pretty mental. So yeah, if you haven't seen Reese's video on this, I would link it here now, but I don't want to touch David's laptop, so I can link it later, or you can just go to Reese's channel and find it. You should watch it. Everyone should watch it.
Thanks very much.
Yeah.
Do you want to talk about masculinity?
Yeah, sure. Let's do it.
Okay. So David said you had some pretty strong views on this, and that's why you made the sketch just recently.
I don't know, like that's maybe an overstatement that I have strong, but I mean, yeah, for sure. Like, it just gets me every time I hear that it's manly or masculine to eat animals. It makes me so angry. I like, it's mental. There's nothing masculine about it. I mean, you discussed this through basically already, but going to a supermarket and buying a piece of a corpse of an animal, there's nothing manly about it. It's just weak.
Yeah,
Compassion
you might
is
be able
manly,
to
right?
argue. Yeah, you might have an argument if you kill the animal yourself, maybe. But you're not. You're just paying someone else to kill a defenseless animal. No
Yeah.
chance of escape.
Yeah, you're just
Yeah.
like buying a package and putting it on a pan or a grill and being like, oh, this is very manly. No, it's not manly. It's pretty pathetic, actually. And there's so many people, like women also, who think that it's manly. Like, I remember when I first went vegan, that's like 6 years ago approximately. I was living with my sister at that time. And then my sister asked me, like, would you actually date a man who is vegan? I was like, yes. And she was like, but like that's those men are not manly. Like, she was an example of this. Like a woman who, well, thought, because now she definitely doesn't knows that you can be like, people are manly or vegans are manly, but I also hate this term, like manly or blah blah blah, but masculine, I would say then. But yeah, she was like straight on with an honest question, asking me like, don't you think that's like wimpy or something to be vegan as a man? And I was just like, what? How is it masculine to eat animal products? There's nothing masculine about it, but it's such an indoctrinated idea, right?
Yeah. It's quite funny that you put it that way as well. I think some women do have this idea that men who eat meat are manly, and they will choose them as a romantic partner slightly based on that. That might have some influence, right? But at the same time, I know on sort of dating websites and Tinder and things, if you have a man holding a puppy, they're more likely to be chosen.
Yes.
Which is kind of the opposite argument, right?
Yeah, true.
I think if you're stabbing a puppy in your picture, that would get you more, surely. But no.
It's very good points, actually. Wow. Yeah, definitely. It's very lovely and manly to love dogs and cats. But then when it comes to pigs and cows and other animals people eat, then it's like, meh. It's pretty twisted.
What do you know about like testosterone and estrogen in food?
I don't know much. Not much.
Okay.
I know the myth about dairy having the estrogen that will make men have boobs and stuff. That's what I know. And that is the
soy.
myth, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. I heard that vegans have 18% more testosterone than non-vegans.
Really?
Yeah, but there's no difference in usable testosterone, apparently. So vegans can store more, but I think maybe we excrete it, the rest, because we can only use so much. But technically, yeah, vegans have more testosterone than non-vegans.
That's interesting. Have you made a video about that?
No, but I probably will.
You should. Please do. That'll be good.
I wonder if it comes from estrogen, like you said. People think soy gives you estrogen, but it's phytoestrogens, right?
Mhm.
Which are 1,000 times weaker than mammalian animal estrogen. But people are still drinking cow's milk, which is a pregnant or lactating mother mammal who was bred to lactate more than usual, you know. So I wonder if that increased dietary estrogen there affects the non-vegan's testosterone.
Yeah, that will
I
make
don't know.
sense. That will make sense more than the soy argument.
Hmm.
Yeah.
I think there's not a lot of studies out there right now, I will say that, about phytoestrogen. But so far as we can tell, it makes no difference to us.
Mm. Yeah. Well, it is again with the, I don't know, meat industry, or these parties that have managed to get this message out about the soy being bad for you like this. It's mental, because when you think about it, when you actually think about it, it doesn't make sense that something from a plant would cause that. But it does make sense that a fluid that is not meant for us, that is meant for a baby cow, that's bad for us. That makes sense. But
Yeah. You know, you can hate them all you want, but they're smart, this industry.
yeah,
They're good at what they do, propaganda-wise.
yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, the whole cigarette tobacco thing proves it. How so many people were smoking at one point. When was it? But anyway, like all the
Like in the
doctors are
40s, 50s.
recommending. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Doctors are recommending it, and like, yeah, you can smoke when you're pregnant. It's good. I don't know. It's insane.
Didn't they used to give them to children in school, right?
I think so.
I don't know if that's true. I watched it on like The Simpsons.
Well then, yeah, I didn't actually hear about that, but I was reading up about it a little bit, like how much obviously the advertisement affected people, and was like in the US, like, I don't know, half of the people were smoking, and yeah, doctors recommending it, and it's like so many advertisements on the TV, and for a long time as well. And even when the results started coming up that it is actually dangerous and it's causing a lot of harm, it's still continuing because of the industry and the money.
Yeah. And you see the exact same thing happening now with meat and dairy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy the amount of similarities, actually. Like, one of the main things for men about smoking is you get erectile dysfunction, which is the same thing with eating animal products.
Yeah.
So,
Mad.
I don't know. They're so good at this.
Yeah. Unfortunately, they are, and it's so easy to trick people, to influence people. And
Yeah, because they have authority, right?
Yeah.
So you believe them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah, it's
So,
mad.
Shall I ask you some questions? Yeah. I was going to ask David, but I think I've rambled on too long. Is being self-conscious about your masculinity actually less masculine?
So wait, when you're conscious
If you're worried
Yeah.
about being manly, does that mean you're less manly?
Ooh. I don't know. Again, I don't know about this whole masculine and manly thing in that way. I find it a bit ugh. But
Yeah.
I think just being confident in who you are is the most masculine or manly thing that can be, or like just a confident good thing. So yeah, I think you should be happy with what's going on, what you are, or if there's something you want to improve, you improve yourself. But yeah, it's an interesting question. What do you think?
I think I agree with you on that one. I think it does make you less masculine. Yeah. It makes you less masculine to be worried about being masculine. Being confident in yourself is what makes you masculine.
Yeah,
No.
yeah. Like I'm also thinking about it now. Like that's true. You shouldn't be aiming to be something else. I think that's the same with feminine. Like if you're worried, it doesn't make a difference. You should embrace who you are, whether it's whatever it is.
Yeah. So what would be a good, because masculine and feminine, these are kind of problematic, right? Using these words.
I guess so.
But what kind of word could we use instead? I'm not sure. Like we're talking about being yourself is the most masculine, but then that's kind of like a weird thing to say when we have so many women, you know?
Yeah. Would it be just something about confidence, or should there be some kind of other word?
Yeah, maybe we could just not even use the words, just say self-confident. Maybe you're right there.
Yeah.
Okay. So these days you've got so many male athletes going plant-based, right? Is that changing how people see veganism and masculinity?
For sure, I think so, yeah. Yeah. Like, for example, The Game Changers, a big documentary that really opened up so many eyes, changed so many men's minds, I'm sure. I've heard so many stories about this, again, this stereotype of vegan men not being manly, blah, blah, blah. But then when you see that documentary, then it's pretty convincing or mind-blowing to many people to see all the result. There's this test, with the I don't know what I can say here or what I can't say, but the test that they were the nightly test, and then just the results and how there are so many cool vegan men, and how it's possible to do these things vegan.
I wrote down what that test found out. I'll try to use like baby language. I think that's how we can do it, right?
That's great.
So one day, I'll just explain it for people who haven't seen the documentary yet, although I'm not sure there are any. So the one day we got 3 athletes and they all eat a meat-based burrito. And on the second day, they all eat a plant-based burrito. And in the nighttime, they have a special device, which is a kind of a ring that you put onto your little boy, your little Pat, or big Pat, whatever you got. And they would measure sort of increases in size and things like that. And what the experiment found for these 3 athletes was an 8% increase in rigidity and a 300 to 500% increase in duration. And that's while they're asleep. They're not seeking outside sources for that to happen.
Yeah.
I think the guy who did the experiment, he said himself it's not a scientific experiment, but it does. It points
still,
towards.
Yeah, it was really like a shocker to many. I've heard. To see
Yeah,
that.
I wasn't expecting that. I think vegans who are invested in this kind of knowledge were probably surprised.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially so quick too. So that maybe tells us we can turn it around. We can reverse some of these things.
Yeah, and to many men, this is an important topic, right? And you want to be on your best. So this is why it's important that this kind of information, like maybe not scientific, but anyway, it was still at least somewhat proven in that test that this can be a result. That's very important or interesting information to people.
Yeah, I think people don't like to talk about these things, but they're really important. It's one of the main reasons why a lot of men don't want to go vegan.
Yeah. I guess men have concerns, and documentary like The Game Changers is so helpful. Yeah, I've heard so many comments. Like many men have said that like this opened their eyes, and even more so, I've seen comments from women saying that they showed this to their husband or boyfriend or whatever, and now they're like pretty much plant-based at least.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, it's really cool. Really, really cool. And yeah, I think also it's a week from now on a Sunday. I forgot the name of this fighter that is coming on.
David did say.
Yeah.
I wish I could remember that.
Such
Is
a
it
bad
scheduled?
name.
Maybe I could check.
It's not.
Oh.
Well, I have to ask him. I guess he comes back soon, but it's like super, super interesting. And I'm really
He's
looking
a
forward to
fighter,
him.
right?
Yeah. David. What's the... Oh. Hey, Pa. Yeah, that's my dad.
Oh.
He came back from a big bike trip. He bicycled to the other side of Finland, and now he's back. It's been several days on this trip.
No way.
Yeah. Fun. Yeah, the name of the guy. Shit. Dave something. Dave
It was La something. I feel like it's a name of an animal, like La Lamb or something.
Something.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Dave something like this.
Lammy?
And he's really cool. He's doing this fist fighting thing. And like a champion in it and so on. So he's a big deal. What's the name of the Dave guy who is coming on? Leduc.
I said it was an animal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
And
said it's
we've
an
got this
animal.
picture of a duck here. It should have been easy.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah.
So it's time for us to do the tattoo stuff now.
Okay.
So we need
Well,
to-
All right.
I
I'll
was-
get lost then.
It was such a pleasure to chat. You're a great
No, thanks for having
interviewer,
me.
by the way, Reese. You're a great interviewer.
Oh, thank you.
I look like I'm some kind of demon in the background, just like, ooh, what's gonna happen?
Yeah, I don't know who this ghost is behind you.
Yeah, dude, thanks so
Scared.
much for this. It was awesome to have you here. I can't hear you right now, but I'm sure you're saying lovely things.
I'll use some motions.
Everyone,
like
go
this.
follow Peace with Reese.
Yeah. Go follow
Instagram,
Peace.
YouTube, Peace with Reese.
Yeah.
Go
Awesome
check him
channel.
out.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Appreciate it, guys. All right.
Thank you so
Take care.
much.
Thanks,
You
man.
too.
See
Bye.
you later.
Bye.
Sweet.
Do you want
All
to
right.
take this?
They can stay here for now. We need to talk about tattoos.
Ooh,
But I want my seat. That one. I
Yeah.
don't mind that one. My ass doesn't fit properly in that one. It's weird. I know. So this one's got my ass dent in it. You know.
Yeah.
Well, these can be here, but all right. Hey, camera. Okay, it's
That
on
was
me.
really nice.
Yeah.
He's a really good interviewer.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
And
Isn't he?
I'm really nervous about things like this, but he's really.
No, he's a good guy. He's
Yeah.
really cool.
Very nice.
Do we have any? Okay, new. All right, let's have a look. We're talking about pandas. Thank you so much for the super chat. Did you already say thank you?
No,
Weird-
I
weird.
didn't even look.
Sam Mien Sinompe, thank you so much for your super chat. Pandas are cute and manly and vegan if they're omnivores and live only on bamboo leaves. We can live on a healthy, balanced vegan diet. So obvious. That's fair. Mark J. True masculinity is kindness and empathy. Killing and eating defenseless animals is cruel and cowardly. Thank you for your work for animals. Thank you guys so much. Well, I guess it was really cool.
Yeah.
Reese getting involved in the comments, love it. So, let's talk tattoos then. You guys have had your chance.
Maybe you can give like 5 extra minutes while we consider it here. So
If a new one comes in that looks good in the next 5, by 6 minutes past the hour, you have until. And if nothing good comes in, we're gonna choose one. So let's talk. I don't want Poot Lovato. I don't want to fucking. So Poot Lovato, I'm sorry, it's out. It's a no-no. The V4A4L is yeah. It's okay. I think. I think I ate too quickly. Mr. Meeseeks is probably not happening.
Mr. Meeseeks,
What's a
look at
filigree?
me.
What's a filigree cage?
Oh, a filigree cage is, from what I googled, it's one of the bird cages. So you basically have it.
Whoops.
So I
Should've
wrote
told people.
to these two
Okay.
that I wrote
Okay.
that I don't know if they saw that, but I
Oh,
wrote
okay.
that you have that already, and
Yeah.
if they want to suggest another one, and I
Okay.
didn't see any,
Okay.
but it's still a cool, it's a very good idea, but yeah. give that.
Okay. What's an inlay bunny?
So, in Le Bunny is a black bunny who is a Grim Reaper bunny for all the other bunnies.
What?
Yes, you should Google it.
That sounds fun.
Yeah.
Okay, how does that work? Inlay bunny.
Or just yeah.
Oh.
It's very nice. I like
I really
it a
ate too
lot.
quickly, didn't I? But what would be the meaning behind this? Just that it looks fun.
You can read about the like basically open that.
The Grim Reaper of the rabbit world, who takes rabbits away at their predestined times of
like
death.
Darkness and stuff, but just open it.
He lives in a warren of stone on Earth, inhabited by dead rabbits and filled with disease, death, and sadness beyond imagining. However, he shouldn't be considered a villain since he's doing his work on the command of Frith. Rabbit folklore. It's kind of depressing, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah, I really like the.
it looks cool, but I'd be a bit concerned about, what it represents. Okay. Trash Carcass. Sorry, I'm not getting your name. That's not happening. That's out. I know you knew that would be the case. All right. What's inlay? What's this inlay?
Read it's in the Streamlabs thing.
All right. Tattoo the word Reese. I think you also knew that wasn't going to happen, Reese. Okay, but thank you for a last-minute attempt to get your idea tattooed. Okay, we have two ideas, right?
Do that. Yeah. So basically
a silhouette of deer head with forest scene inside, or bird with sunset inside. Silhouette, scene, and colors your choice.
So that would basically be. This is actually
Complicated.
I mean.
A good idea, but
yeah,
like.
I mean, choose the colors and stuff. Like this would be for a machine tattoo, but since we're doing the hand poke tattoo.
Yeah.
But I wrote that I think it's a good idea. Still, it could be like a little frame of some sort, or a silhouette of something that has something inside.
Yeah. A deer head inside. I like deer, reindeer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I could do like a reindeer inside of some kind of frame.
And the next one was what's this design of Death Atlas? Did you see this one already?
I actually saw that, but I didn't have time to check it out.
Death Atlas by Catholic. I mean, Jesus.
Ooh.
No.
What?
It's.
So many
I mean,
suggestions
what is wrong with you guys?
That's what tattoos are.
Look, I mean, it's like, it's a gangster metal biker tattoo, but I'm not a gangster or a biker. I'm metal as fuck. But like,
biker one.
of course it is. It's but it's the kind of thing that they like a bike would have that on the back piece. Yes, they would. Huge back tattoo, and that's all right. It's nice for them, but it doesn't. It's not for me. I'm so sorry. It's not for me. There's another one here. You didn't write this one down.
Maybe you tattoo me.
You didn't write down the paradigm shift one.
No, sorry, no, I did. Elements.
Okay, so it says wherever you like with the following four elements arranged however you like: vegan forever, for life, for love, vegan symbol with a V and a leaf. I think these four together would make a badass tattoo. I think it's a good idea. But I'm not. I don't know. For me, I'm sorry. I don't vibe it. I don't vibe it so much. I don't think it's a bad idea, but I don't think it's winning. I think the winner, unless someone comes in last minute, no, it's done. It's over. And I'm not getting too white to be right across my forehead. But I think this silhouette idea from LN is good. That's the one I'm feeling. This one, I'll prove that this person sent it. There it is. With the silhouette of a deer head with a forest scene inside, or with a bird with a sunset inside, or something like that. If you could put something together like that, I would like that.
Many people are saying about how cool the Grim Reaper bunny would be.
I don't want something that represents all of those things that I just read tattooed on my skin. Like, let me read it again, okay? He lives in a warren of stone on Earth, inhabited by dead rabbits, filled with disease, death, and sadness beyond imagining. I don't want that tattooed on me. Is that not understandable? Disease, death, and sadness beyond imagining. I've got enough sadness beyond imagining.
I like the idea of the inlay design thing, but so inlay design means that there's like a frame and then there's like the thing inside.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
You can do that. A reindeer, you want it inside?
Yeah.
A silhouette of a reindeer.
Yeah.
And you have a lot of poking ahead.
Yeah.
Should we also choose where it's gonna be?
All right. Let's do it. Oh,
Yes, finally the potato tattoo is suggested. Yay,
I think they just made it in time as
yeah,
well.
and that was suggested earlier already, but not like donated.
What about a potato in a frame?
Or potato frame, and then I think the potato is like super funny, and it's good.
Well, I think the potato is a good idea for now because it's so simple and easy to do, and I think the other complicated idea with the reindeer would be good for another time, I think.
How about so I have like a few hours to draw here, right?
The potato, yeah.
So
it's going to take you a few hours for that one, I don't think, but yeah.
Like this, look.
Just draw me a potato then. Yeah.
No, but I can also see if I have time to make the reindeer.
No, let's go with potato.
But you think?
Yeah.
It could be a small, simple frame thing.
Why are we?
I'm bad with decisions, but I like all of the ideas. So,
Well, no, we're only going to get one, so it's got to be the potato or the reindeer. I'm only getting one.
I like hail Stan.
No, because I'm not getting a periphery tattoo.
I know.
Jeez, come on, focus in. We got things to do. Potato or the other one, the reindeer one. That's the choice. All right.
Yeah. I mean, it would be nicer looking than this. I'm just like dribbling here.
I think the reindeer one's too complicated, and honestly, too complicated and too much to expect during a live. I think the potato doesn't even require much effort at all, and I think that would be the one that would make a lot of sense to do live, and still funny and still nice, and I would still like it, but it's not a complex project. The reindeer is a complex project, and if we're going to do that one, which I would like to do that one, I want that. Okay, let's have it like this. The reindeer tattoo, who suggested it? LN. It's a great idea. I am going to get it. Thank you. But it won't be live here.
Okay.
There'll be a project, and I will update you all on the project.
Or maybe a big stream.
Maybe in a future stream or something, yeah. But this one, maybe the first time we're doing a live with a tattooing, maybe let's try something easy. Potato. There we go.
Potato.
Let's do it.
Potato with reindeer horns.
You go and put some things together, and you come back and I'll consider them. How about that?
Yes. Okay. So yeah, we have this. I'll do that.
All right.
That sounds good.
All right then, let's do that.
Yeah. Is there something else?
No. No, I don't think so. I mean, well, there is something now. I'm going into a debate well, wait a minute. 20 minutes. That's it.
Cool. No, we were supposed to decide where the tattoo is going, or do we decide it later? No, we need to know the size of it.
Okay. I don't know. There's got to be somewhere it's easier for you to access.
Yeah, so it should be basically on either side. Actually, it doesn't matter.
No.
How about like just on the side here?
I mean, it seems like. I mean, I suppose. Yes, I guess. I don't know. It seems like the knee's a good spot for something here. It would be a shame to ruin it with something small there when it's like it could have something really nice over the top of the knee.
Let me think.
I want it to be somewhere like really insignificant, you know?
You don't want it to be insignificant.
No, insignificant. I want it to be somewhere where it's like barely even seen. What? It's not about not like.
You say that?
Come on. It's about like I want to reserve like the big spaces of my body for like if I ever want to do more, projects.
Okay.
I don't want to ruin my knee with something.
Don't say ruin.
It is ruining. It's a little potato. Come on. It's not like. It's not exactly something like, oh, I'm so proud of my potato tattoo.
Hey,
yeah.
How about like here?
That's a fucking horrible place to be tattooed, but yeah, okay.
How could you sit then, though?
I couldn't really. You'd have to go down there.
Like this.
All right, fine. Yeah, I could sit like this.
And potato is.
That's a horrible place that hurts a lot. You know that, right? Bleeds a lot as well.
I don't know, not in my experience.
Well, in mine it does. Why not just to here? That's normal.
Okay, that's normal.
Yeah, like there's a horrible place. Yeah, okay, I can show them what we're talking about. 1 second.
Like, I mean, I have tattoos there and it didn't hurt. Where, you don't have.
Hold up, guys. I'm gonna just hold the phone. Let me just send this over and I'll let them see what we're looking at. I can double camera.
Did you know
Dual
that there were
cam.
suggestions also, like when you're getting tattooed, that you could watch Aditya's new video?
Yes, I will.
And Reese's new video.
I will watch. We'll do loads of stuff. It's going to be nice. Video reactions. It's going to be chill as fuck. Do whatever we want. Chill out. All right, I'm heading in. Let's see if this works. Oop, am I in the wrong one? No.
Potato tattoo.
Oh, it's. Oh God. Echo. I need to restart it. StreamYard keeps like crashing on me for some reason. I keep having to restart. See it? It's like. Wait, are we?
Some fries next to the potato. It's like butchered potato. Fries.
You need to calm down. Getting a bit carried away with this. It's gotta be straight with you, Annie. You're too excited about this. All right, so let's have a look. All right, here we go. Double camera. Look at this shit. All right, 1 second. How do I flip the camera? How do I do that? Can I? Oh my lord, I can't flip the camera. I'm not allowed. Wait, yeah, I can. Camera, front camera, back camera. There we go. Boom. Here we go. All right. No, so I can do it. I can show everybody what we're trying to do here. So we're thinking like here, basically, and Annie wanted to do it here, but I figured that was like, that's not a very nice place for it, you know? It's going to really hurt. Yeah, Annie's going to show it. Yeah.
Yeah, so...
You can wipe the camera. It's a bit smudged. 1 second. There you go. Try it now.
So we're thinking either here. I think this would be good. Or... David, you want somewhere here, right?
Yeah, because if you do it down there, like here, that shit fucking hurts. That's a really sensitive, shitty spot to get tattooed. It is, and if I'm, I'd rather just have it a little bit higher, so it's like not as
And maybe
bad.
this size, something like this size. Potato.
I suppose, yeah, that would be fine.
Okay, so I just draw something like that.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter, I guess, so much.
No.
So I'll just make a stencil or
No.
first make the drawing and then.
I'm gonna debate myself again.
Uh,
What is your position on this?
need to answer yourself.
My position is this. Really? Is it this? Yes, it's this. Well, it shouldn't be this. So I think it should be this. Well, then we don't agree. Well, then we don't agree. Okay, bye. There we go. That was a debate. There we go. Finished.
Good. Okay, so can we see this schedule quickly again so I know?
Yeah, what the hell am I looking at right now? It's my notes. All right, let's get out of here. The schedule. Well, next up we got Jose, who will be joining for a debate on Indigenous people.
Okay.
And then we'll do Discord outreach again. What the fuck? Shut up, phone. What the hell are you doing? Then we'll do Discord outreach once again. We'll go on Discord. We'll get in some debates. Then the tattoo begins apparently at 9:15, but we'll just see how it
2
goes.
hours.
Yeah.
Okay. And at that point, yeah, I'll come with the design.
Okay.
And then the stencil. And then we do it. Yay!
All right.
Good stuff.
Cool.
Okay.
Thank you. No, I think I'm all right for now. I've got 15 minutes or so before the next Jose joins. I'm just going to do some housekeeping in the meantime.
Cool.
All right. So there we go, guys. It is decided. I will be having a potato tattooed on me. Thank you for all your suggestions with a last minute suggestion. Well, having a potato tattooed on my leg by Annie during the stream, so that's going to be fun. And then at that point, what we're going to do is, obviously, I'm not going to debate anyone or get into any kind of interview or anything like that. I'm going to instead do some reactions. I'm going to react to my old videos. God, I don't know what's wrong with me. Very hot right now. I think it's I just ate. Maybe I should have taken a bit longer before I jumped back in. Anyway, we'll be doing some more video reactions and to my old videos and also to maybe Aditya's video. Yeah, we'll do some video reactions. And also, guys, got to be totally honest with you in that I will also have the football playing at the same time whilst I'm being tattooed because I want to watch the England match. Is England going to win? Is it coming home? I don't know, guys. What do you think? I think they might just do it, you know? I think England might just win it. Mental. So we're going to have the laptop open. That's going to be playing. I might do a little bit of commentary for you. So that's gonna be fun. The match is at 11 p.m. our time, night maybe 10 p.m. our time. I don't know what it is in England time. So that's gonna be wow. It's gonna be awesome to do that with you guys as well. And if any of you are watching the match at the same time, that's gonna be funny. We'll be watching it together, but in different places. Yes, soccer. I'm talking about soccer. Football. No, England's not a loser. England got to the finals, man. What are you talking about? England's not a loser. What else? Guys, let's check the GoFundMe. How are we doing? How much money have we raised for the sanctuary? How much are we up to? Wowza, 310 euros. That's awesome, guys. Amazing. Thank you so much for everyone who's donated to the sanctuary. 310 euros is nice. But guys, last time we raised over 1,000. I mean, don't mean to be, that guy, but it seems like you guys donate a lot more money when all I'm doing is saying go vegan. I mean, this stream, I'm doing so much more. This has taken so much more, preparation. It's taken so much more effort. It's taken so much more than just sitting here and saying go vegan. So come on, I know the go vegan thing was good. The 50,000 go vegans. I know it was a lot of fun, but I'm sure we can beat the donations from that. Surely we can beat that. So guys, keep it coming. The sanctuary, they need our help. Donate with the GoFundMe. Help them out, guys. Let's do it. And obviously, still half of all of your super chats and all of your Streamlabs will also go to the sanctuary. So that's awesome. We'll count that up too. But yeah, definitely get over there and help them out, guys. Give them some donations. Help them out. Help them out. I don't agree with Miss Katie, that vegan teacher. I don't agree with you. The tattoos teach people not to love themselves as they already are. That's a grand assumption of the reason people get tattoos. Some people just get tattoos because they like art and they want art on their body. It's not about not loving themselves as they are, although that could be the case for some people. It's not the case for every single person. You could say getting a haircut is because you don't love the way you are, so never get a haircut. You could say wearing perfume is because you don't love yourself the way you are. You never wear perfume. I don't think that's what it is at all. It's just people do get their haircuts and they wear perfume, and I don't know, they do these things because it's what they like. They want to cut it a certain way because they like how it looks. They want to smell a certain way because they like how it smells. Some people get tattoos because again they like how it looks. I wouldn't go too deep into it really. I mean, you can, but I don't think there's not everybody's doing it for that reason to somehow mask their body or something. But hey, guys, we have got some interesting news. It's very nice. So, the girl that I was speaking to earlier, if you remember, the girl who a few of you weren't too happy with what she was saying. You remember the young one, she sounded very young, she said a lot of things that were quite seemingly like, I don't know, you guys weren't happy about them, and of course I wasn't happy either. Some of these things were quite not very nice things to say about animals, but she came around in the end. The Australian girl, remember? Well, she sent me a private message. She said, hey, I thought I'd let you know that I got 6 friends to watch the documentary with me tomorrow, and I'll let you know how it goes. Guys, she's watching Dominion tomorrow with 6 friends. Wow. Talk about that, huh? Talk about a instant feedback. Isn't that incredible? Of your work coming off. Absolutely amazing. So who knows what'll happen? She's going to watch it tomorrow. I hope she lets me know how it goes, and I hope they. Well, I mean, how could you watch Dominion and not be moved, right? Let's see what she says, and let's hope we've got ourselves 6 new young vegans ready to inspire people to, stop abusing animals. That's awesome, guys. In the comments, listen. It's not for you to tell me what my tattoos should or shouldn't mean. It's not for you to tell me or anyone that they should or shouldn't get tattoos. I'll just end that discussion right now. You are out of line telling someone to or not to get a tattoo. It's none of your business what they do or don't do with tattoos or piercings or anything like that. You don't like them, don't get them. All right? If you don't want your daughter or son to get them, you have a bit of a say to say, maybe don't get them. With me, I appreciate it, but it's not really your business, right? It's not really your business. I appreciate it if you're trying to look out for me, but chill out, all right? We always said we were getting a tattoo today. That's happening. Don't tell me not to. Or don't tell me like it's a problem or something. It's not a problem. It's fine. Don't worry. I'm gonna be all right. Everything's fine. I do not feel pressured by you. Okay? If I didn't want it, I wouldn't get it. If I didn't want to do this live stream, guys, I wouldn't be here. Everything's fine. I'm in control. I'm zen. Woosa. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. All good. So we are 7 minutes. 7 minutes, and we've got our next event. I'll see if he's here or not. No, he's not here yet. He was in the chat earlier. I'll just double check that he knows that we're going in 7 minutes, and we're starting in 7 minutes. Okay. Oh, excuse me. I shouldn't have burped straight down the mic. Sorry about that, guys. At least you can't smell it, though. I mean, that's something. Yeah. Yeah. Miss Katie, yeah, I'll just, Annie could do that. Tattoo that looks like my own skin. She could just tattoo me without the ink. So it would just be all the pain and no tattoo. That's what a skin color tattoo looks like. Yeah, so those of you saying like it's really disturbing when people watch Dominion, I saw someone just said that now, like Justin saying it's disturbing when someone watches Dominion and still doesn't decide to stop paying for their abuse. Yeah, with this girl that I spoke with today, I think the fortunate thing is that she had a primer for Dominion. It wasn't like, oh, I saw Dominion and then, I didn't understand or I didn't like it. Or like she's actually had a discussion with me and we went through some stuff and then she's going to watch Dominion, which I think is good. I really think that's really nice. I think that she had that, and then now she's gonna get the other side of it, which I think is really good. So hopefully that she does come around. Louis says, "Get a Sadhguru tattoo on your heart." I've got a new Sadhguru video coming up, and I'm taking a new approach to the Sadhguru responses. I think looking back at my other videos, I think I've been a tad too serious with some of them. Some of them, especially on Sadhguru, I think maybe I've been way too serious. And the reason for that is in the past when I was making videos, I always felt like I had to be super serious because I was talking about serious topics. What I hadn't realized was that I can deal with a serious topic with humor without undermining the topic. Because I want to make jokes. I want to laugh. I want to entertain as well as deal with something serious. And I hadn't figured out how to do it yet. I didn't think it was possible, but now I do think it's possible. So the next Sadhguru video is going to be far, far more on the humor side while still criticizing him for the shitty things he's saying. So it's going to be like, interesting. I think it's going to be like a new style for me. You probably noticed it. If you guys are watching my videos a lot, you'll have noticed how they are becoming more and more like comedy. I'm making a conscious effort to put more humor into the videos because I just feel like they're more shareable. That way, you guys will feel more comfortable in sharing them if they are funny, rather than just some, real serious bum, 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 bum. I think it's a lot better if we have some humor, some entertaining side of things. So I'm really happy to be moving into that world. Yeah. So we have our next guest here. Now, our next guest, I don't know too much about. I know that he has a YouTube, so I'm sure he can pitch that while we're live. I think the channel is his name, or it's like a music channel. You've been in my comments a lot, dude. So sorry, I've on the surface, like right now, I've completely blanked as to the name of your YouTube channel, but once you're in, you can tell everybody what it is. And I know you've been talking on in my comment sections every now and then about how you make music. I'll be honest, I've not had a chance to get over there yet. So I'm usually swamped with like loads of stuff, so I don't really have much leisure time on YouTube, and when I do it, I don't want to watch I don't want to watch anything to do with veganism when I'm in leisure time. So yeah, that's where I'm at. But yeah, still very, very excited to have you here. We're going to talk about Indigenous people, and the Jose's name's José Razo. I hope I'm saying that correctly. He holds the position that, let me just quickly read this out so you guys can get an idea, and then we'll bring him in just to give an idea. That he believes Indigenous people are justified in killing and eating animals because they only take what they need. They are not greedy like the Westerners who pay for factory farming, for example. And he refers to the Aztecs and said they only used what they needed and they would use all of the animal, and basically, and also they were killed humanely, and it's a spiritual thing. And yeah, that it's justified in those circumstances. I disagree, or maybe it'll be that I agree, but we didn't, maybe we haven't clarified what we mean. So let's see how this goes. So let me just test everything's working. Jose, oh, it's not working. It's crashed again. Hold up 1 second, please, mate. I'm just going to refresh the StreamYard once again. I don't know why that keeps crashing. It's really weird. All right, let's try again. All right. I think it's working now. Yeah. Hi, how you doing?
Hi, I'm doing good.
Awesome, man. Cool. Did I pronounce your name right? Do you go by Jose or Jose? Jose. Okay, cool. So like the proper way, because you're in America, and I know some Americans just say Jose because they, maybe everyone called them that all their lives, so they just say, yeah, my name's Jose. But I know from living in Spain that it's Jose. Cool. But nice to meet you, man. Thanks for being here. And can you tell people tell us a bit about you before we kick off, like your YouTube channel, like what you do, because I did a pretty bad job of doing that. I'm sorry. What is your YouTube channel and what kind of stuff do you make?
So yeah, I have a YouTube channel, and my YouTube channel is called my name, José Razo. That's the name of my channel. And I sing and dance about veganism. So I promote veganism through the arts.
Awesome, man.
And I also I'm making new songs, and as well as like working on music videos, and I'm also like I do performances around my community promoting veganism, and I film it and upload it to YouTube. And as something like that I came up with from like watching Tash, is that I like to do like disruptions, but like have it be like singing and dancing. Like, say, go inside of McDonald's and just put on a freaking show and like disrupt. That's something that I want to do. I'm still finding like people to like do it with.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I think that's a great idea. Definitely. I think that's an awesome idea to go and do a disruption with singing and dancing. And they've done it with DXE? Direct Action Everywhere?
Yeah, I heard about them.
Yeah, those guys did that. They've done that kind of thing before. It's really cool. So you should probably check that out, and you could see how it looks. Okay. And yeah, they do. They've at least done singing. I don't know about dancing, but they've definitely done singing as a disruption. So that's really cool. Nice, man. So you're here today to talk about Indigenous people. So I gave your point briefly, but let's talk about that. That you from your mouth, from the horse's mouth. So what's the position? You look like maybe you don't want to get into this. We can talk about something else if you'd rather not get into this. It's just going off your message, right? So yeah, go ahead, man.
So yeah, like I really wanted to talk to you because like I'm a big fan and I watch your content a lot. And the thing is that this isn't an argument that this is an argument that I heard another vegan make.
Okay.
So I don't really agree with this, but I wanted to like tell you about this. Okay. Because like when she gave me this argument, I had no idea like what to respond. And
okay. So it's not your argument then. It's just that you so I'm confused. Okay, that's cool. So it's not a debate then. It's going to be more of a discussion. That's totally fine with me. No worries. Let's go then. So what did she say?
Okay. So she said for like indigenous people, like the Aztecs, and so it's okay for them to kill animals because they only like kill the animals that they need,
Right.
and they so it's more of like a spiritual thing for them. So they pray over the animal and they try to kill the animal in the most humanely way possible.
Right.
And so this is like taking into like consideration that it's only like a small population of the people who do who are indigenous and who get their meat like that.
Yeah.
It's also like these indigenous people, they don't like buy Western food. Like they don't go like buy meat from the like local grocery store or from like a restaurant. Like I'm talking about like indigenous peoples who like live in like more isolated areas.
Yeah.
Where like not a lot of civilization.
Okay.
And they use, her argument was that they use a whole animal, not just not just like certain like parts, and they don't like take a lot of they're not greedy like the like Westerners
Right.
are, just like where it's just like animal products
Yeah.
all day.
Excuse me.
And she had also mentioned halal meat, how Muslims pray over the animal before killing the animal, and how they treat the animal nicely, and they feed the animal the plants.
Yeah.
Because how in factory farms they feed animals, other animals.
Okay. Okay. All right.
But yeah.
Is there more? I mean, God, there's a lot to get into already.
So she also said that like people eat like the animals that are usually within like their own region.
Right.
And they don't like export animals from like other parts of the world.
Right. Just one thing. Is there any possibility you could come closer to the microphone just so that it's a bit easier? That would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Oh, am I too low?
Yeah, for me, I think it's I don't know if it's my headphones or what, but yeah, it would be maybe a little bit better. Try now?
Okay. Yeah, is this better?
Not really. Okay, don't worry about it. It's fine. Don't worry, it's fine.
I'll
So-
just try to speak louder.
Okay, was this all from one person, by the way? All of these messages?
Oh yeah, it's because like I went to a vegan event because she's actually like she makes vegan events in my community.
Okay.
And so I was just talking to her because you know she's vegan, and we were just talking about like different topics, and about like different documentaries about veganism, and so we came across this topic, and so I just started like asking her more questions and more questions and more questions.
Right.
And then I was like, man, like what do I tell her? Like how do I tell her that like that's not right?
Okay.
I wasn't expecting to hear that from a fellow vegan.
Yeah, it's this it's kind of like okay, so there's so many elements to this as to like okay, so she's talking about, you know, what's more or less humane and all these different things. All of that, none of that even matters because this is almost like a pointless conversation, and it's a conversation that non-vegans tend to bring up a lot because they want to justify their bullshit. But to hear it from a vegan is weird because like, what does it matter what you as a vegan think about some indigenous person who is out somewhere in the world with no way of living? Trust me, if they can't live any other way, they probably don't give a fuck about your opinion on the internet. They're probably not even watching anything on the internet. They're probably living a very basic life. That's the whole point of them being like in these areas, you know, living that way, is that they don't have all the luxuries that we have. So what's the use of even discussing it? But aside from that, I mean, okay, what would be the morality of it? It's like, you know, it's self-preservation. Again, it keeps coming up. if they're doing this because they will die if they don't do this, there is no argument to be had. It's over. They should do it. They shouldn't die for it, right? So that's it. If they're doing it because they just can't be bothered to change and, but it's okay, we treat the animals well and, no, then it becomes the same as anyone in the world. If you're just giving bullshit excuses and riding on the fact that you're an indigenous person as the excuse for you to kill animals, then that's a load of shit. And there are a load of people out there doing that. TikTokers, Instagrammers, YouTubers. As an indigenous person, I have rights to kill animals. It's like, no, you fucking don't. If you're in a position where you don't have to kill animals, you have no right to kill animals. It doesn't matter how indigenous you are. We're all indigenous, really. We all came from tribes. We all came from hunting and gathering. Like, it's like me saying, as a human who came from ancestors that hunted and killed, I have the right to hunt and kill. No, I don't. And just because your ancestors were doing that a little bit longer than mine were, like mine maybe stopped doing it before yours, that doesn't give you any more of a right to do it than I have a right to do it. And those animals don't give a fuck how long your ancestors did that for. So yeah, I think it just comes down to the same things I said before. If it's not necessary, it's not necessary. Don't do it, no matter how indigenous your background is or not or whatever. It doesn't matter. And it's surprising to see a vegan coming out with all that, really. It's just so strange. And with the Islam side of things, Muslim side of things, so yeah, they do pray over the animal, but they still slice their throat open. Like, what does it matter if, we fed them some leaves, we prayed, and then we slit their throat? Like, it's not, what does it, you know what I mean? What the fuck,
Yeah.
what does it matter? I've been in halal slaughterhouses many times, and I have witnessed this. I have filmed this, so it's not like I don't know what I'm talking about. I've been in more halal slaughterhouses than most Muslims. Trust me, And so it doesn't. I've watched a fully adult buffalo have his throat slit in front of me on the floor, tied up, but halal style. I've seen it count. I couldn't even tell you the number of chickens I've seen killed in a halal slaughterhouse. I can't even tell you. It's over 1,000 for sure. Well over. Okay. Like, in all my time filming this, it is not beautiful or pretty or humane. It is not any of those things. It is horrible, cruel, and disgusting. And yeah, they do say a prayer, and they do, in some cases, treat them like with respect, but then they break that respect and slit their throat. So what does it matter how they're treated right before they go into that slaughterhouse and have that knife across the throat? It's incredible that anyone would argue this, but it's more incredible that a vegan would try and argue this, isn't it? Mental.
Yeah.
Absolutely mental. I kind of went off a bit there, so I'm sorry if I'm a bit overwhelming, but it just angers me that anyone thinks that these are good reasons to go and stab animals. It's mad. Mental. Was there anything else that she said, or was that and has that helped you at all with the responding to that? I mean,
Yeah, so like what you basically said is that like whether indigenous people do it or not, like, it doesn't matter because we're not in their situation.
indigenous meaning like indigenous for people who are still living who do this for survival. I mean, they can be indigenous is just a buzzword that a lot of people are using to justify doing horrible shit, but in reality, some people out there, they are living in tiny little communities where they're separated off from the world, and yeah, maybe they're doing these things to animals because they literally cannot not do it. If they stop doing it, they'll die. So it's no use for vegans to say, oh, that's wrong. It doesn't matter whether you believe it's right or wrong. They don't have a choice. Yeah, what we should be more saying is, how do we change their situation to make it better so they don't have to do that stuff anymore? That's probably a conversation to be had. I don't know if you wanted to try and help, but to say what they're doing is wrong is just, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense. They're not going to stop doing it because they can't stop doing it. So it's kind of pointless to talk about it. But if we're talking about indigenous people in general, then no, there are many indigenous people that are like, for example, here in Finland, the indigenous people, Samis, they go on about, okay, indigenous, yeah, we have indigenous hunting rights, we're tribal, we're this, we're that. And then they use helicopters to go and find the reindeer. Okay, we're not talking about, there's no necessity for them to eat reindeer right now, all right? This is bullshit. You can't go on about tradition and culture and all that shit and then jump in a helicopter to go and round up your fucking herd of reindeer. Come on. It's ridiculous. So, yeah, there's a difference between indigenous bullshitters and truly indigenous people who actually don't have a choice. Massive difference between the two,
Okay.
I would say.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I wanted to put the example, like comparing it to like humans. Like if we treated like a group of humans, humanely, and we take care for them, and then we kill them, like would that also justify it? But like I didn't want to like piss her off.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you
It's,
mean. Yeah, I get what you mean. Like when people will tend to get very sensitive when when you say, oh, apply your logic to humans, and all of a sudden, no, you can't say that. You've made a bad comparison. Oh no. So yeah, I get what you mean. You could have just said, apply it to another animal. I think that's always good. Like, oh, okay then. So, your dog's had a great life. So can I just, can I shoot them in the head? No, why not? Because I care about them. Okay, well, I care about these animals. So can you stop telling people they're okay? They can go kill them. If you caring is the only thing that makes the difference, well, I care about them. So, okay, so don't kill them. Yeah, that's not the reason. The reason is, I guess the reason most of the time people say stuff like this is they just haven't thought it through. Well, I guess now you could help them think it through, right? That's the point. You could help them kind of evaluate why they think that and maybe try and get them to reevaluate why they think that and change their mind.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like something difficult. Like I find arguing with people because like when they easily get offended or like they get pissed off, and it's like, oh, where do I go from here?
Yeah. I think after a while, you kind of start to get comfortable with pissing people off. It takes some practice. And, even sometimes you kind of, I don't know, like, for example, I'll be honest with you. I had a discussion earlier or debate, one of the first ones we had. And this girl was really nice. Everything was going well. She was happy. But then she got pissed off. And I saw it. And I was actually happy she got pissed off because I was like, it's just, I'm not happy. I don't know, there's maybe not the right word, but it's an opportunity, right? When you find something that makes them go, then I see that as kind of like okay, here's a challenge, right? At least she's fucking listening. So let's try and like see how we can get around this, calm down and get back onto the topic. And then in the end, it was all right. It was all right in the end. I think she got pissed off. She conceded. I'm pretty sure conceded. She didn't specifically say, okay, fine, you're right. But the tone of voice and the way she was like, okay, we can move on from this. It was like, because you were wrong and you got angry and you calmed down again and you moved on. I think if people aren't getting pissed off at some point, they're not listening. You know what I mean? Like, because these topics piss people off. So if someone's smiling the whole conversation, chances are you've not really got through to them. Like, I would say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would say, yeah. I'm pretty confident in that actually. That if someone's not got angry at one point in the convo, the chances are they've not listened properly because, these are emotional things that we're talking about and they should get angry because it's fucking horrible what we're talking about. So, yeah.
Okay, all right. Yeah, because like one thing that I've been doing, I've been there's like vegan events in the area where I live. There's like 3 vegan events every month, so I can go to all of them. And there are also like a lot of non-vegans that go there, and like I like to go up to people and just like ask them if they're vegan. Like if they're vegan, then it's great. But like when they say they're not, then that's when I start like asking them, oh, how come you're not?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Okay, that's interesting. What response do you get when you ask them why they're not vegan? Is it did it piss them off or?
Well, I get different ones. Like for example, like one girl told me, she's like, oh, I would, but I live in a Mexican household and like we're all Mexican, and it's difficult to be like vegan when like you're Mexican.
Right.
They're non-vegans. Like especially like when my mom cooks, like what am I gonna say to my mom? Am I just gonna tell her like that I don't want her food anymore? Like no. So
yeah,
it's like it's funny because like I'm Mexican too.
Okay.
And like so like I unfortunately like I do live in a household with non-vegans.
Yeah.
And it's like I am able to like still be vegan in my household, and it's like I'm just like, I think it's funny like when they're telling me that, and I'm just like here like.
Yeah. Yeah. This is one of the things that people have this concept of. My situation is the worst. Like, I can't be vegan. I'm unique. My problems, my struggles, only I have them. And it's this, it's so narcissistic that, like, you know, no one else experiences what I experience. It's so narcissistic. It's like, no, everybody has their own shit. Yours is no stinkier than mine. It's all shit, all right? The point is that you get it past it. Like, oh, but I'm Mexican and I'm this and I'm that. It's like, dude, come on. Like, you really think there are other Mexicans out there who haven't gone vegan because their family? No, there are Mexicans who have gone vegan, even though their family has had this shit. And you're not special, and your problems aren't special. Stop being a wimp. I mean, you know, move forward, or maybe find out the ways you can make it work. Like, stop looking for excuses and start looking for the solutions to your problems. But I read this book, I listened to this book a while ago called The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck. And this is where I got this from, this idea that it's really cool. It's just like your problems aren't unique. They're not. You are not the only one with problems. It's narcissistic to think that you're the only one in the universe with this problem. You're not. Loads of people have your problem. Stop being so self-centered and depressed and, oh, everything's bad and my problems are the worst. They're not. Everyone has them. Everyone has problems. And there are better problems and there are worse problems, but no one has no problems. So stop acting like you have them and others don't. Everyone has them. Move the fuck forward. And that was her excuse. Basically, she just doesn't want to go vegan. That's the answer. But they come out with these little, you know, excuses to try and, you know, justify themselves to you. And I guess then it's your job at that moment to navigate the excuses and try and get to the bottom of the real reason that he or she doesn't want to, you know, isn't vegan or doesn't want to go vegan, basically. Yeah. But it's rough. Yeah, it's definitely, it can be rough, but you seem like you're on the right path anyway. Just getting out there and asking the questions is a good start for sure. And then just, you know, keep asking questions, keep listening, keep moving on forward, and give them the resources that they might need, like Challenge 22 or something. And then, you know, that's the best you can do, isn't it? Basically.
Yeah. I actually made these it just made to like pass them out to people. I don't know if you could see that.
Oh,
Wait,
cool. Yeah, I can see that. Nice. Yeah, they're perfect, man. That's the kind of thing you need, like, for every conversation to close it off with, right? Just give them that, and then it's perfect, and they can go on. Hopefully, they would go and watch the stuff, and that's really cool that you're doing that just like on your own, or with it, or at least that you're not doing it with an organization, right? It's pretty cool that you go out and do it on your own. It's pretty tough.
Yeah. 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 Some of the conversations are tough. This one guy told me that there's that he has like 3. He's like, look, man, I have 3 taco trucks next to my house. Like, how am I gonna eat vegan if they don't offer any vegan options?
3
like,
what? Taco trucks, is that? Did you say? My
yeah,
God.
he said that there's 3 taco trucks next to his house.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I had some other good ones. Like yesterday, I went to a vegan event, and like I told this one girl, like, if she was vegan, and like she told me like she really wanted to go vegan, and that like that every time she eats meat, she feels sick, and she's trying to stop eating it.
Yeah.
And so I encouraged her to like continue on that path. And she was like really open about it. And she was like really happy that I had encouraged her. So like I also get people that are like that like they are non-vegan, but like they don't really like make any excuses, and like they're kind of just like they're kind of ready.
Yeah, I think with those people it requires a bit of a hard push, actually, like a very like firm kind of. I've had that before, and I've said, why don't you know what's stopping you from going vegan like tomorrow? Then and they would say, you know, well, oh, I think I'm ready. I'm just a bit scared. And then you just say, all right, well, do it. I go, okay, what could I give you right now that would make it so you can do it tomorrow? Like, what do you need from me? I've got it. I promise you I've got it. What is it? And they'd say, I wouldn't know what to do. great. Check this website out. Everything you need's right there. And I can help you with tomorrow. I'll give you a list of things you can buy and eat and tomorrow. What do you reckon? Those people need that kind of, because you know, it's easy. Like, it's kind of like a bad example of, okay, this is a bad comparison, but it's kind of like when you know something, you know, you need to do something, right? You need to clean your room and you know you need to do it. But the only time, like, I mean, for me growing up, especially, the only time I would clean my room is if someone I liked was going to come over. I would let it get shit all the way up until that day, the day before. And then, oh, fuck, because I'm pressured now. So I need to do this. So you can be that pressure for that person. Like, you can be, oh, I'll do it one day. I'll do it one day. I'll do it one day. And they meet you and then they're like, oh, fuck, I should do it right now. Oh, yeah, you're totally right. I need to do it right now. Yeah. I think being that person in that moment is definitely needed. Otherwise, they'll just keep doing this. Yeah, one day. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, maybe one day. Yeah. It really takes some kick up the ass at that point. And I've said that to people in the street too. I've said, I think you need to kick up the ass, mate. I think you're taking the piss here. I think you just need me to tell you to stop being a douchebag and go vegan. And like, normally people, I mean, obviously if it's a dude and they've been like quite, you know, if I did that, I wouldn't feel too comfortable saying that to a girl unless we had a really good rapport. I'd feel like maybe it was a bit too like overwhelming. But for most of the time, I've said this to guys, and they've just been like, "Oh, you're totally right, mate. I'm being soft. I should just do it," you know. So it depends on who you're talking to. Obviously, I do feel like I get on better with other guys when I'm doing street activism. To be honest with you, so that's where I tend to try and focus, you know. But yeah, your approach should be different depending on the person. But for me, I found that kind of attitude can tend to work pretty well. Yeah, if the other person, if you know they would be receptive to it, and if they're not, if they're a little bit, if you don't have that good of a rapport, you can just joke about it. Like, I think you can do it. I think you could do it tomorrow. You know, a bit softer. Like, I believe in you. You know, what's stopping you from doing it tomorrow? Like that, then, you know, it just depends. Yeah. Depends, but okay. I like the big loud stuff because that's what I'm loud and, you know, annoying and, you know, swear a lot. I prefer to be like that, but yeah, it doesn't always work out. Yeah.
And like, I know that saying that they are like an animal abuser and saying that they are paying for like an animal holocaust.
Yeah.
I do, you know, that those things are effective. But like when I'm having like a normal conversation with people, like I kind of like I just like hesitate and I get like nervous about bringing that up, you know, like, oh, like whether it's like appropriate to bring that up immediately or should I wait? And if I wait later, it's like I still, I mean, even later on in the conversation, I'm still like hesitant about it.
Yeah, well, I understand why. You know, I mean, I think in conversations with people like one-to-one, it really depends, because if you're gonna drop in, like, if you're gonna, I think if you're gonna drop in words, big words, like big claims, like animal holocaust, for example, I would tend to not use that in a one-to-one conversation, simply because I know that there's a 99% chance I'm just gonna it's going to end up derailing things, and we're going to end up just discussing that, and then I'm going to completely not be able to get the point across. In a video, though, I would drop that sometimes in a video, because it's different. In a video, the purpose of my videos is to get a message out, but I can't get a message out if the video doesn't get seen by anyone, and the video won't be seen by anyone unless it cuts through the bullshit, unless it actually gets shared, and people won't share it unless it's something new, unique, or controversial. So when you're making a video, you can't just be nice and warm and welcoming. You have to be a bit of a shit. You have to say things that you know are going to get people annoyed, because then they'll fucking share the video, and then they'll find your channel, and then they'll find the other stuff that maybe isn't so hardcore, or maybe they'll message you or whatever it is, right? So it's different. In a one-to-one environment with me, I don't really say anything controversial. Like, genuinely, I don't say the R word, like, you know, rape. I don't say rape. I don't say Holocaust. I don't say any of these things, because I don't feel the need to, and I can easily get the same result from someone without them in a one-to-one conversation. it's only when I'm doing stuff online that I find those words to be extremely useful because of what I said, that they, they work better to catch people's attention and keep it. In a one-to-one scenario, I don't think they necessarily catch attention. I think they more just switch people into a full-on attack mode, and then it just, it can ruin a potentially good discussion and end up with them just storming off. That's me. Yeah, I mean, I've had people. I know how to get people to say those things, though, and that's something else. Like, you can say, describe what happens to a cow. You can say, she's tied up. The farmer shoves his hands inside her, literally shoves them inside her, and injects her with semen, all against her will, while she struggles and tries to escape. If that were happening to a human, what would you call it? And they would usually say something along the lines of, abuse or rape. And then you say, yes, I agree. I agree that's what it is. But if you just flat out say it, they're going to take a high road on you and be like, how dare you say that this is this? But if they said it, then you don't need to have that debate. You can just keep going on. And yeah, that's what I prefer to do. I don't know if that maybe sits with you, if that's something you think you could work with you, but I definitely prefer that on a one-to-one, in a one-to-one discussion.
Okay, yeah, I see how there's like a difference between like discussing one-on-one and YouTube.
To like
And,
millions potentially, yeah. Big difference. Content creation and actually just having a conversation, these are completely different. And you'll see Joey Carbstrong, I don't know if you're a fan of Joey, but his workshops are all about how to like productively, get a conversation about veganism going and change someone's mind. But in his videos, he doesn't do any of it. He almost does the complete opposite. Like, it's almost like he aims to piss people off. And when he was asked about this, I can't remember where I saw it, he said, yeah, there's a big difference between a conversation and content, because the content that he's making is not for the person he's talking to in the video. It's for the hundreds of thousands of people that are going to watch the video. And the hundreds of thousands of people won't watch the video if the video is boring. So it can't be boring. It has to be dramatic. It has to be something in it that's making people go, otherwise nobody shares it. And then nobody gets the message. And trust me, you can reach a lot more people with a strong message than you can with a soft one. But a soft one, or let's say a non-controversial one, is definitely better if you're just talking to one person and you've got no other aim. It's just, I just want to change your mind. Definitely controversy is definitely not going to help in that scenario. I would say. I would confidently say that controversy will not help that conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I would say. I'm not I mean, don't take my word as gospel here. This is just my experiences. This is just how I, work, and what I found. And maybe it'll change. Maybe in the future it'll change, and I'll actually just start, saying all these things, just bam, bam, bam. Who knows, man? But so far, I found that, if there's no camera on, if no one's filming, if I'm not going to put this on YouTube, then it's far better to keep things as calm as possible. If someone's filming me, it's going to go on YouTube. Then, and if I'm like, right, I want this video to be seen by a lot of people, I want people to get the message, you gotta kick it up a notch, because otherwise it's boring. Nobody gives a shit. No one shares it. It only reaches 20 people or whatever, and then you're like, okay, well, what was the point of all the editing? And so you've got to make a decision. Every conversation, make a decision. Do I want to change their mind, or do I want to make something that's going to change potentially thousands of people's minds? You have to make a decision. Yeah, and it's not always both. Both are not always possible. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
For sure.
So, like, what about like mentioning words like torture and murder? Is the same that?
Yeah, I think torture. I think is. I don't think that's as emotionally triggering for people. I don't think you're going to get someone saying, "Oh my God, that's so insensitive to people who've been tortured." You know what I mean? I don't think you're going to get that. Murder. Again, I don't think that is as triggering for people. They might say something like, "Oh, but that's not accurate," and then you could say, it might waste time by them saying, "Oh, murder's not the right word," but you can just say, "Okay, then forget it. Murder's fine. We won't say murder. Killing is just as bad as murder. It's the same thing." So yeah, I don't think those words are really controversial. I don't think they would derail any conversation at all. But yeah, and I've used them from time to time, but yeah, I mean torture also. I mean torture does sound like torture is with intent to increase the pain to like maximum levels. So they may call you on that and say, well, they're not trying to increase their pain to maximal levels, so maybe it's not torture or whatever. But I think these words are good to describe what happens to animals because they are powerful. They do get people emotional, and you know whether they're accurate or not is another complete separate topic. But I don't use them that much. I guess if you're asking me, do I use them? Not really. I talk about cruelty, abuse, killing, you know, animals' bodies being manipulated and used against their will. Like I prefer to be quite descriptive, to be honest, rather than using those kinds of like torture or murder, something like that. Yeah. I find that it's bad enough to describe what it is. I don't think I'd rather describe what it is. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, thanks for that. And I was thinking of like making a song like about the animal holocaust, and like say that if I was performing a song where that like a catchy song, you know, like
Yeah.
I was thinking of like a dance pop song where but it's like the lyrics are talking about the animal holocaust and like performing it in front of an audience of people.
Okay.
Like, how do you think that would go? I mean,
it's depends on the lyrics, I suppose.
Okay.
Is it going to be sad? A sad song or?
Well, it's gonna be kind of like it's gonna be upbeat. Well, it's gonna sound cool.
Okay.
And it's like danceable, somewhat happy, and but like the lyrics are going to be like hardcore.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. I think that could be interesting. I mean, it could be like weird for people because they'll be like, "Oh, this is very happy," but oh my god, like what the fuck? What are these lyrics? Shit. And yeah, I that could take off. That's the kind of thing. I mean, that's why that vegan teacher got so famous because you know she did a lot of these happy songs, funny songs, but the lyrics are like brutal. You know, there's a big contrast, and I think a lot of people were like shocked and shared them like, oh my god, like this is crazy. This is like so yeah. You're probably onto something that could blow up for sure. So I'd say yeah, it's probably good. And performing it in front of people, that's brave. And I think that I definitely I respect that. Yeah, for sure. I'd be very interested to see how people would respond to that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thanks. It was nice to like hear your opinion on that.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would like to mention the VCC server.
Yes.
Because that's how I found out about you going on this live.
Oh, cool.
Stream.
Cool. Yeah. The VCC. So people can we can put the links to both your channel and the VCC server. So I will try and do this now without screwing up the stream. Let me just double check this doesn't screw it up. Oh, I think it maybe did. 1 second. Oh no, we're good. I've got a search bar now. Okay, sweet. So let's get your YouTube for people to find it.
So my YouTube channel is my name, so it's Jose, Jose, and the space Razo, Razo.
I've just shared it in the chat. I'm going to go to the VCC now as well and share that for anyone who is a vegan content creator. This is a cool channel to meet other vegan content creators. I'm in there. I've had a lot of nice times in here. I think is it invite only? I don't have the option to invite people, so that's
Oh.
So I think you have to be added by Emily, I suppose. Okay, guys. If you are a content creator oh my god, I've put the thing up on the screen. That's not good. If you are a content creator and you are a vegan, you can drop me an inbox or an email or DM me, and I'll try and get you added to the group if you want. Yeah, we'll do it that way.
Okay. Yeah, I think Emily could send them like a link.
Yeah.
Because I think she like runs it.
Awesome. Yeah, perfect. Cool, man. Well, thanks for coming on. I think we can wrap up there. I think I've got to go now in the next kind of 5 minutes anyway. I've got the Discord outreach, so I appreciate you coming on. And it was a nice surprise that it wasn't a debate, I suppose. This was a bit of a shitty topic to debate, and I was thinking, oh no, a vegan who believes that is like good. Oh no, I hope he's not. You know, I thought you were coming on with those arguments, so it was a nice surprise to see that you didn't have those views and that it's some other person that did, and screw that person.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks so much, dude. Everyone go check him out. José Razo on YouTube. Go give him a subscribe. And yeah, dude, I'm sure we're in the VCC, so we'll keep in contact, and I'm looking forward to that song. And yeah, really make sure you film it when you perform it. I'd love to see that.
Of course. Absolutely.
Awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks, man.
And thank you so much. It was awesome meeting you.
You too, man. See you later.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. Cool. Cool. All right, then. Nice guy, huh? That was nice. I thought that was going to be like a bit of a shitty debate, actually. I thought, I meant what I said. I don't want to debate this, man. Like, I don't want you to try and convince me that killing animals is good. Like, come on, dude. But I'm so glad it didn't go that way, and we actually were able to have a nice chit chat about some of this stuff. Let's move you up here a little bit. Let's get a bit more light over here. That's nicer. All right, next up, we're going to do some Discord outreach, guys. We're going to do some Discord outreach. We're going to get in there again, and we're going to find out what the fuck is going on in Discord. Now, guys, if you don't already know what this Discord outreach thing is, well, you're going to find out right now, because I'm going to tell you. And this animal rights advocates Discord, they have 30,000 visitors a week, and the majority of them are non-vegan, which is pretty good because we get to go talk to them. That's the Discord right there. Get in there, guys. They need more vegans. They've told me specifically they are getting overrun by non-vegans. So get in there. They need more vegans, and you guys can be the vegans to help balance out that scale. That's where I'm going to go right now, and we're going to get some people up on the voice chat, and we're going to see what the fuck is going on. See if anyone wants to come talk to us about veganism. So let's do it.
My favorite part is having a vein in my mouth. I think that's the that was the highlight of my my first Thanksgiving that I can
hey David Rams, I'm a huge fan. I don't think I've ever actually talked directly with you.
Hey, how's it going?
All right.
I don't think
I'm gonna exit the stage. So
yeah, Plant. Thanks for your question. Yeah, I think that highlights speciesism really well. But yeah, people flip out when it comes to dogs, definitely. At least. Yeah. Yes. But hey, David, are you gonna go ahead and do your thing now?
Yeah. But could I ask?
Okay.
That plant that was just here, are you the same plant from YouTube, like with the small P? Is that you as well? Is he still here?
Oh, he's not on stage. Let me see if I can invite them back up.
I'm just gonna switch my light over. We lost the light.
how's it going?
Hi, how's it going? Are you the same guy?
I'm not a YouTuber. Well, I'm not a YouTuber in the way you think. Sorry.
Okay, so there's somebody on YouTube in my comment sections who has the same name as you, and I thought it might be Plant. I thought it might be you. So.
Oh no, sorry about that, bud.
Oh well, it's still nice to meet you. There's two plants in my life now, so that's cool.
Hopefully I'm a lot less annoying. I'm joking. But yeah, man, appreciate meeting you.
Yeah, cool. You too, man. You too.
Bye bye.
See you.
All right, David. I'm gonna go ahead and just hang out in the audience, but like,
right,
feel free to ask for any help if you need anything.
Cool. Thanks so much, dude. Thank you.
Right on.
All right, let's take a look then. So we already have a request to speak from Rusvi. So we can. What's up, man?
Oh, did you just come back?
Literally just got here. Yeah.
Oh, awesome. Well, have fun for the next couple hours or hour.
This one's only a short one, I think. This session's like an hour, I think, actually, just only an hour. So that I've got scheduled in anyway. It could go a bit longer, but yeah, totally cool.
I see. Cool. Yeah. No. All right. See you later.
Thanks, man. Catch you later.
Yeah.
All right, Rusvi, you can come in to speak if you're still waiting. I think you were waiting when I already arrived, but.
Comrade, what's up?
Hi, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
Cool. Do you have a question or something you want to talk about?
No, yeah, I was wanting to talk about veganism.
Okay, cool. What exactly do you want to get into?
I was talking about the benefits, but then I think it was that has guy that brought up killing animals with like the tranquilizer darts. I was gonna say, like if I'm going to kill an animal, I'm not gonna make it as painful as possible. Like in my family, that's very socially like unacceptable in a way,
Yeah.
in like a sense. Because we're in my family we look at animals as like comrades or friends. Any animal, goat, pig, cow, dog, you name it.
Yeah.
We're very respectful toward animals.
Okay. Sure. I mean,
I just want to talk about that earlier, but then I
yeah.
forgot the whole discussion.
Sure. So, I mean, it's important to really, talk about, if we're talking about respecting animals here. I mean, killing them or using their bodies to get things from them because we like how they taste. I mean, I personally wouldn't consider that to be respecting them. Would it not be more respectful to them to not do that and just eat something else?
Yeah, that wouldn't be respectful to just kill the animal for fun. Or, if you're, doing it as like a sport, I guess I can understand that. But if
Right.
you're doing it for fun or you're doing it as a pleasure
Yeah.
to, see an animal suffering as like I don't want to say a coping, what is it, what you guys call it?
Just as
coping mechanism or something?
Yeah, sure. Like okay.
Yeah.
Like this dysfunctional, isn't it? If somebody enjoys killing animals, it's definitely dysfunctional. That there's something, not. You think there was something not quite right with that person, but then killing animals for sport. It's good. I'm glad that you have a problem with that because I do as well. But then, for example, somebody who kills animals for sport does it because it makes them feel good. But then somebody eating a burger, they also do that because it makes them feel good, because they could also eat another food that doesn't involve killing an animal. So then, what's the difference between, when it comes down to it, what is the real difference between eating a burger and shooting an animal for fun? They're both for
'Cause I mean,
pleasure.
either way, you're going to, support, I don't know about the whole hunting, for sport thing.
Right.
If you're buying like I guess, what'd you say, like a burger earlier?
Yeah.
From like a store or restaurant, would still be supporting that, what is it? The industry
Okay.
that
Yeah.
those animals.
Yeah. Well, of course you would. Yeah.
Yes,
And even if someone were to say, oh, they would kill the animal themselves instead. I mean, it's still doing this is still doing it for something that is not necessary. So if somebody killed an animal because they just enjoyed killing an animal, then we would agree that that's bad. But then how is it different from somebody who kills an animal to eat them because they enjoy eating them? I don't think there is a difference, really. They're both killing because they want to get some pleasure. One gets pleasure from the actual killing, one gets pleasure from eating them after killing them, but they're both killing them for the end goal, which is pleasure, right?
Yeah, so either way, it's still, you're still killing the animal.
Exactly. They're killing the animal for no necessary reason, and that's why this is a large part of why people are vegan. People don't eat meat for that reason, and also dairy and eggs. It pretty much almost always involves killing the animal. But even if it didn't involve killing the animal, like the industries kill the animals, but even if those industries didn't kill the animals, we're still taking animals and manipulating them and messing with their bodies and taking things from them and then discarding them when we're finished with them. And this is not what respecting animals looks like. This is actively disrespecting them for things that we don't actually need. That's
Yes, comrade. I am going to tell you, I have seen some pretty messed up shit.
Yeah, I bet. And are you yourself a vegan, or are you just trying to learn about it right now?
I'm trying to understand most of it, but yes, I am trying to be
Interesting.
vegan.
and what's holding you back from making the change?
Mainly, what my parents will think.
Okay.
Because, my dad, he's a hunter. And, I don't know how he would think about, that, me wanting to, not eat meat. Because,
Yeah, it's difficult with parents. I think a lot of people have the you're not alone. A lot of people out there are in the same position with, how would the parents deal with it? I mean, what do you think does it, what do you think you could do to help him to understand your reasons for this? Like how do you think is the best way to talk to him about this or talk to your family?
like other people know besides my dad and my family, like my mom or my sister, they are they support animal rights.
Yeah.
And I've talked about it to them before, but I'm
Okay.
I'm very scared of talking to it with my dad.
Right. You're scared that that he would be. Do you think he would be like disappointed or angry or like?
Probably.
Yeah.
Most likely, probably.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm not. It is tough, man. There's no two ways around it. It's definitely not an easy conversation to have. But who does the cooking in your house? Who's responsible for the food?
I'd say sometimes it is me. Sometimes I do cook. Sometimes when my mom is gone for work, I do take care of my sister,
Oh,
and,
okay.
my family members.
Yeah. Yeah. So I mean, that's at least if it at least it's not your dad doing the cooking, because then that would make things probably a million times harder, right? To try and tell him not to cook that for you anymore. But I mean, at least if it's your mum or you, at least then you can cook your own food and ask your mum to cook this food, and that at least that's not as awkward as it could be. So that's good. I mean, it could be worse, right? It could, like I said, it could be your dad who's doing all of it. Then that would be very difficult. But
So are you the real David Rams? I've heard of you before.
Oh yeah, cool. In here, do you think?
A
Or
lot of my friends talk about you.
oh right, cool. That's cool, man. And where are you? Where are you based? Like, where do you live?
Where I live?
Yeah, like not
I do
exactly,
live
but
in
I mean,
the.
where in the world?
Oh, well, I live in the United States, but
Okay.
I am, or half my family is from Russia,
Yeah.
as you can tell.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because that's what I was wondering. I was thinking people talk about my channel in Russia. Like that's news to me. That's cool. That would have
Yeah,
been cool.
I have a lot of friends that do live in Russia that love watching your videos.
Oh, cool,
and I
man.
just wanted to tell you that.
That's awesome, man. Thanks. That's really cool to hear. But yeah, dude. I mean, with your personal situation, I totally get it, and it's definitely tough. But look, it's going to be a rocky road, I suppose, of you making this move, and especially with your dad. But at least you have your mom and you, like you said, your sister and who would understand. And dude, you sound like compassionate. You sound like you've got your heart in the right place, and I'm sure your dad would eventually come around to it. And it's definitely worth doing it. Trust me, it's worth it's worth making the change. And even if it does, even if it is concerning and a little bit scary with your dad, with time it would definitely be all right, and it will be worth it, and I'm sure you know that as well.
Yeah, I hope I can talk to him about it.
Yeah, man, for sure. Do you know of there's some documentaries, some movies that maybe would help kind of help him understand and help your family understand this? There are
I've
movies
heard of,
about like the animals, but I think a good movie to start with would be something like The Game Changers. I think that's a really
I've heard of that one before. I've heard of what is it? The Dominion thing, whatever that is
Yes.
called. I've heard of that too.
Yeah, Dominion is very good for showing people what happens in the industries. But I think maybe in the case of your dad, if you think he's going to react badly to these things, then I think maybe The Game Changers would be a good way to introduce him to the idea of eating plants, right? Because it's all about athletes, it's all about vegans and athletes, and you know, strong people who are doing really well. And also there's a lot of stuff in there about male health, specifically like men's health, and how plant-based diets can help. So maybe that would be a good way to break the ice with him about eating a plant-based diet. And then once maybe he's like, okay, this doesn't seem so bad, that would help you to be able to talk about veganism as well, and actually that you wanting to be a vegan. And then Dominion would be good also to watch maybe at some, well, it would be good to watch definitely at some point. But if I was to suggest to you something that your dad to watch, I would say The Game Changers would be a good one, just because it's a lot nicer. It's a lot more easy to get into. And maybe, you know, if he is stubborn or if you're worried about his reaction, I mean, that's a good one to watch for sure. The Game Changers.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got like
All
Arnold
right, well,
Schwarzenegger and some others in it. You know, it's a cool movie.
Well, it was nice talking to you. Since a lot of my friends have talked about you, I've always wanted to meet you, and it was very good talking with you. Yeah, I'll try to get to my dad about it. Hopefully your advice does help. I am gonna go now. Unfortunately, I do have some work to do.
Sure, man.
But yeah, I will probably come back eventually if this the thing is still going. I may come back and say some things. But
Sure, man.
yeah, glad you could help me with that, and I'll see all of you guys later.
Cool, man. Nice to meet you, and yeah, maybe catch you later.
Nice to meet you too. Bye.
Bye bye. Oh, excuse me. My goodness, my YouTube chat is going mental right now. What are you guys debating politics? Jesus. There's like a political debate going on my YouTube channel. People in a Discord. If you want to go join a political debate, head over to David Rams, the YouTube, and you can join a political debate. Next up, we've got Gary requesting to speak. So I saw you earlier. You were listening earlier, I think, actually. Hey, what's up?
Hey, David. How's it going?
All good, man. You've been in here for a while. You were here like maybe like 4 or 5 hours ago. I remember seeing your profile picture in the audience.
That's it, man.
You've been hanging out.
Chilling.
Cool. Nice.
Yeah, hey, just want to say thanks for having me today. Really appreciate the outreach that you're doing. It's pretty cool that, you're promoting these conversations platform. I think that's like one of the most important things that gets to people to like even just consider or switch, right?
Definitely.
So
yeah, I think real world, real people, real discussions can be, inspiring for people. You're right. Yeah.
yeah, cool. So I just got a question for you because I've never heard of you, but I did watch a couple of you since you've been gone about an
Cool.
hour's worth. It's pretty cool stuff. Looks like you've got heaps of experience, multiple locations, interviewed heaps of people.
Yeah. Feels
And
like it. Yeah. Definitely.
yeah, no, I just wanna get your take on like where do you see yourself in 5 years? Because I just sorted out date, right? And it says like you've been on YouTube for or have you
So,
like done
by
a
the way, dude,
page?
you're cutting out quite a lot, but I'm kind of getting the general gist, but it's cutting out a little bit. So you said I've been on YouTube for, and then it cut a big chunk of it.
Hold up. How about now?
Yeah, I think it's better now. Yeah.
Yeah, so you've been on YouTube for about like 5 years now,
Mhm.
I'm guessing, or have you been on a bit more?
Well, it's weird actually. So 2017 I started it, and I didn't start it properly. Like the YouTube was like a secondary thing because I just saw YouTube as this like I'm never gonna crack that. I was very like down on it. I was like, yeah, I'll open one, but it's YouTube. Like nobody makes it on YouTube. YouTube is so hard. So I focused on Instagram mainly back then, and it was all about fitness, like vegan fitness stuff. And I really kicked up the YouTube. Like I really focused on it in 2019, 2020 maybe. It's only really been 1 or 2 years that I've really put the effort in. So yeah, but overall, yeah, you're right. I started it in 2017, but I didn't take it too seriously back then. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So, I just got a question for you because I've never heard of you, but I'm guessing, or have you like done a page?
So
No, cool. That's about around the same time I started going plant-based, which is pretty coincidental. But yeah, so my question is like just from your experience and like just on the stat that apparently like in the last 2 years like a 400% uptake in like vegetarianism or like veganism, right?
Mhm.
Where do you see yourself veganism as a in like 5 years time?
So yeah, that's a good question. In 5 years' time,
Slash,
sorry.
do you have like a roadmap, like
Okay. Yeah.
personally?
No, I don't really have a roadmap. No, I think my, I mean, I think this last couple of years have been a big shake up for everyone. So we've not like I myself and my partner have wanted to go and start a life in a country where we can be comfortable and good living costs and all that kind of stuff. And we were thinking like Portugal was pretty right for us. And then all this stuff happened, with all the pandemic and shit, and it just kind of threw everything up. So my general roadmap, my idea of what I was going to do, kind of got everything's going a little bit everywhere right now. I don't have a position where I want to be in 5 years or anything like that. So yeah, I want to, the YouTube. I've got goals for the YouTube. Like I'm trying to get the YouTube up to 100,000 subs. That's my initial goal for that, which is probably going to take me a little bit more time, and then it would be probably. I mean, by that point, it's going to be on a personal level. At that point, I feel like I'll have a great balance between reach, like my work will be getting out to a lot of people, and it will be able to sustain me. Like, so I won't have to go and work another like part-time job or something like that, which would be great because then I can focus everything on what I'm passionate about. In terms of veganism and where that will be in 5 years, it depends on the country. If you look at somewhere like the UK, man, it's mental right now. Like how much it's been, embraced by organizations and supermarkets, and not so much the people. Like there's still problems, obviously. There's still people who are very stubborn, but it's not going to be for very long because, the UK is getting all these different meat alternatives, vegan butchers, all this different crazy cool stuff. And there's going to come a point where people are just going to be like, why would I pay for blood and guts if I can just eat the exact same thing from plants? The UK is going to see that day very soon. I'm sure of it. The rest of the world, there are other countries in the world too that I'm sure are almost on that point at the brink, But yeah, speaking about the one I know most about, the UK, I think, yeah, that's going to be pretty cool. I think in 5 years, we're going to see a lot of change in that sense. I also think in 5 years, we're going to see, in general, a massive leap in technology for like things like lab cultured meat and or at least the plant-based meats and plant-based cheeses and stuff like that. They're just going to be, not even in 5 years, in 2 or 3 years, they're going to taste identical to animal products, and they're probably going to be at a reasonable price. The day that those products match the prices of the animal products or are cheaper is the day that I think we're going to see a lot of people just go, well, why would I even keep buying animal products right now? And I don't think we're going to have vegans because of ethics. I think we're going to have people who are vegan because why the hell wouldn't I be? And that's the time I hope we're going to see that, like, in the next 5 years. Yeah. I don't think we're going to see an end to animal agriculture. Obviously, that's going to take a lot longer to take down and stop. But I think we'll see a lot more plant-based people, a hell of a lot more, just because of the simple fact of, like I said, why wouldn't I? Rather than the ethical side. Until that point, I mean, obviously, I will still be talking about the animals. I will still be talking about the ethics, and it'll just be a lot easier because then you'll be able to have the argument of also aside from the ethics, it's not even like you miss out being like, inverted commas, like you don't miss out on anything, but it's not even like you have to change your taste buds. Like, imagine that as an argument. You physically, nothing in your life has to change. You can eat everything you want. It tastes the same. Everything is exactly the same, and it's cheaper. And it's in the shop. This just direct replacement for a burger. It's just going to make life a lot easier. But yeah, to clarify though, that's no excuse for anyone right now to not be vegan just because there's no decent vegan burger that you like. I mean, that's kind of, that's BS. But it would help, wouldn't it? Let's be honest. It would help if there was one that was
yeah, for
like
sure.
dirt cheap and tasted amazing and exactly the same. It would help a lot. So that's
Yeah,
what I
no,
think
just
for the
comparing
future.
like the space when I started to now, it's like it's just so easy. Like super usually maybe there was like one slot or like one shelf, and now there's whole racks and stuff. So yeah,
Yeah, it's awesome. Entire sections of the supermarket that are just like vegan. It's wild, and I really can't wait until it's just, as I said, what I said like whether these other products that have been like taste tested this shit out of people, like meat eaters, just like, yes, this is perfect, awesome, I want that, and it's cheaper, and then it's just going to be so much easier, so much easier. But yeah. Yeah, that'll happen in 5 years or less, no doubt that that's going to happen.
yeah, cool. Yeah, from what I've experienced, it's just about making it accessible, cheap, and having the conversations about it. So
Agreed. Yeah.
just a follow-up question, if that's cool.
Yeah,
One more.
go for it, man. Yeah, I mean, there's nobody queuing up right now, so take your time.
Oh, hectic. Yeah, what are your thoughts? So it's related to the 5 years time / the changes. Another point is like just how technology's changed, food supply, how we like Uber Eats,
Yeah.
the game has changed like all over the place, right? So my question is like in regards to like your 5-year plan or where you see veganism in, what's your opinion on using a platform
Using
to get
what was that? It cut out big time then. Yeah.
Oh, that's all right. Like a non-vegan platform to spread the word out about veganism.
So what do you mean when you say platform? What do you mean by that?
So like say like an influencer or somebody with like a big audience.
So an influencer or someone with a big audience.
Who doesn't necessarily really believe in veganism, but would preach the message or like, put a megaphone out to actually have people like talk about it.
It's kind of weird, isn't it? That why would they do that, right? But I've seen some people do it. I have actually seen it, and it's always it's bittersweet because you're like, oh, it's good that they did that, but then you're also like, but they're full of shit, and people might see through that and say, hey, like you're full of it, mate. Like what are you doing? But then maybe 1 million people won't care and they'll just listen to the message. So it's bittersweet. I wouldn't say I wouldn't say I have a problem. I wouldn't say I have a problem with it enough to say it shouldn't happen. I would say it does make me annoyed personally, but not annoyed enough to go out and say, protest them or something like that. I personally. So I guess, okay, here's an interesting one. So if a big, huge influencer said to me, hey, I want you to come on and talk about veganism, but, don't try and convince me to go vegan during the stream, but just talk about it, then I would say, well, yeah, obviously I'm going to go on and do it. But if they themselves are promoting animal rights and ethical things and they are not doing them, I don't know. It depends on how much good versus bad it would do. Like if it's bad because they're clearly not ethical and they're full of shit, then maybe it's not so good. If it's that it's not really sure whether they're vegan or not, and the message is clear and it's not about if the impact is good, then yeah, it's probably, then go for it. I guess it's a weird one. Have you come across that? Is that why you're asking? Have you seen this or like?
Just in general, like the like do the ends justify the means?
Right.
They say like the path to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah.
Whatever. But I'll be honest, man. Like the reason why I'm asking this question is like I said, I've never like heard of you before.
Yeah.
But then like I searched your name, I was on YouTube channel,
Okay.
saw a video, and then like the recommended video was Sadhguru.
Oh
And I
yeah.
was like, oh hey, what's he got to say about Sadhguru? Because like he's also been in my feeds and
Okay.
I've watched like 3 of your videos on him.
Yeah.
About like 60 minutes worth of content.
Okay.
And yeah, I see your point. But in terms of like, again, that's what I meant about like a big platform where he's promoting vegetarianism, but for me personally, where I might have like started off my path was like I might have like watched one of his videos and seen it, been like, okay, what's this guy got to say? And
Yeah.
one of the main points that sticks with me is removing the boundaries of what you and just being like feeling everybody else's pain or like feeling empathy for the animal.
Sure.
Yeah, no, that's where the question. And I honestly doing a lot more good, but I didn't know that much about the milk industry.
Yeah.
But I know that in Vedic or Indian culture, it's it's like a 10,000-year-old culture, and it's if if you wanted to pick a culture to change, I would say like start with somebody easier, right? Like
Yeah. Yeah. It's so the whole Sadhguru saga for me has been mainly that don't get me wrong, like even a broken clock is right twice a day, and Sadhguru for me is a bit of a broken clock, but he does come out with some things that are like, all right, yeah, all right, cool. He says some good. I've watched a few. Like I like that what you said there. Every now and then I'll be seeing something by him, and I'm like, that's cool. I like that. I don't disagree with him on everything, but he is an arrogant narcissist at times, and it's horrible to see him abusing his position of power. And it's especially horrible to see him abusing that position of power and putting animals on the chopping block for it. Now, like the reason and that's why I've taken it upon myself. I'm not trying to change Indian culture by making videos about him. I know a bit about India. I spent a long time in India. I know that Sadhguru's audience has a lot of Westerners in it. So I figure, well, let's call this out because it's BS, and he should know better. And it's partly, I'll be honest with you, part of it is that I know talking about him kicks up a fuss. People get really pissy, like really nasty. And one of my videos has 250,000 views, and all I'm doing is talking about Sadhguru in that video. But now the video looks like it's all about him, but realistically, what it's really about is veganism and animals, and it's about the big video. It's about him and the way he talks about animals and how he is still acting and saying horrible things about them, whereas the other guy, the Buddhist, isn't. So when you contrast the two, okay, yeah, a lot of people got pissed off because they love Sadhguru, but then a lot of people watch it and say, well, that's kind of, it is kind of true. Like the Buddhist is far more loving for animals than him. And the Buddhist is being very sincere and talking kindly about animals, and Sadhguru isn't. So it's kind of a mixture of things, really. I'm not trying to single out Indian culture or anything. It's more that there is an opportunity there because a very famous person is saying nasty things about animals. So let's talk about that and why that's nasty, and that's not nice, and say why it's not nice. I do it with Sam Harris. I've done it with Michael Knowles, who's really popular conservative speaker, like a political commentator. Done it with Nas Daily, who made a really shitty video about animals. Done it with Eckhart Tolle, another spiritual hypocrite. I've done it with a Christian preacher who was horrible. So it's not just Sadhguru, but obviously the Sadhguru ones get a lot more views because it's Sadhguru and he's super famous. So and it's about getting out to as many people as possible. But I don't know if you watched the video about Sadhguru and Jalakattu. That's my most recent one. Dude, that one will blow you away if you haven't watched it.
I watched 3 of them, and I'm pretty sure it was that random girl who trying to defend him, right?
Right. So no. This one, you haven't seen this one. If you just
The milk.
No, it's not that one. I did this one literally like a few months ago, and it's a newer one. It's a lot better than the other ones, to be honest with you, because you've watched some old videos of mine. Like the quality of the video and the
I've
pacing
seen, like,
is so slow.
No, that's cool. I put it on 5x speed. No, I'm
Yeah,
kidding.
no, you should have done, man. That is a slow ass video. Like I look back at that and I'm bored. I'm like, what the fuck? I want to watch that. The newer one is much better. It's much faster, but it's also really horrible from him in that he goes on TV, literally live TV. Sadhguru, one of the most influential people in India, goes on TV and tries to defend this disgusting sport in India, where basically they take bulls, they make them run in the streets. And the idea is that they've got to hang on them. They've got to jump on the bull and hang on them for as long as possible. And they do things to make the bulls more angry. They rub chili in their eyes. They stab them. They hit them. The bulls come out bleeding and injured. And Sadhguru goes on TV and tries to defend it. And he literally, this is the definition. I say this a lot, like, you know, when you choose the hill to die on, right? It's like when you won't give up a point. You're like, no, this is my hill to die on. Sadhguru dies on that hill. He's like, this is not cruel. This is a game. This is totally fine. And he uses every single tactic, strategy, and argument he can think of to try and justify it. And this is all the while the clip's playing on the screen of what's happening to these bulls. And it's like, what are you doing, man? And this was one of the main things that I saw that video a long time ago, and it really just kind of solidified my views on him, and that he is, you know, sometimes saying nice things about animals occasionally, but then he goes and does something like that, and it's like, what is this guy? Like, what is going on here? It was horrible, mate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. And I definitely agree with you on that part. And
It's so sad, man.
I'll admit I haven't watched that video. I didn't it didn't pop up on the suggestions.
It's funny that the other ones did, to be honest. But
yeah.
I mean, yeah. But anyway, long story short, I get what you're saying, and yeah, my answer is that there is some good that can come of someone like him opening up minds, like he opened your mind. That's really cool, and he's opened up people's minds for sure. But then with stuff like that, he's also closed a lot of people's minds. So you know, it's kind of it's both things, really, isn't it? It's kind of
it's a double-edged sword. And for me personally, like what I've seen with him is he tries people, and he tries to do that with humor. Like I find like his jokes are, but Indian.
You think? Sorry, 1 minute. You're clipping a lot, man.
Oh,
You're
okay.
clipping a hell of a lot right now. You were saying
My
about his
bad,
jokes?
Yeah, you know, he's just trying to find people, and he tries to like start off with a joke all the time, and you know, it might be offensive to some people. Definitely in that milking one, it was a bit off. So
Yeah, a bit weird. I mean, and you know, there was another video where like he's laughing about how people kill chickens. I just, you know, this isn't. I mean, he's supposed to be. It's like he's sitting there and telling us all how he's so compassionate, and we should all find our compassion and you know, and love ourselves and love each other, and then he's saying stuff like that, and it's just like,
Yeah.
dude, it's not funny that people slit chickens' throats. Like, why are you laughing about this, man?
he actually used to own a chicken factory.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Became a pretty profitable person. Like he made he made some bank on that one.
Yeah, I bet.
Maybe he's a bit desensitized to that because, yeah, they. But
Yeah, and it's, you know, it's not like I'm saying he can't make mistakes. You know, obviously you can make mistakes, but that's beyond a mistake. I mean, that's like.
Oh yeah, no, but
Yeah.
what I was trying to like start off with the conversation about like if you had a personal 5-year plan of what you're trying to achieve, right? It's like sometimes you just can't go against some certain grain, and like going against the Indian government is one thing, but then going against like I'm a bit hypocritical on this one. Say changing the culture because cultures are always changing, right?
Yeah.
But then like this is like literally one of the oldest non-stop cultures that's in our history, right? So I think
Yeah.
that's why he's like, obviously it's so hard to defend it, but he's like, look, I have to take this position or else I lose that whole demographic and then he won't be able to, get the message out or like do that net benefit. So that's where that whole question came from. The
Yeah.
net good that you're saying, like sometimes you just, you might have to talk to somebody you hate, like publicly take a position where it is hypocritical to what you're talking about. So
Sure, I get what you mean. And then it's the question of what's the real reason he's doing it then? If he's not going to take a stance on things that are really morally relevant, then is he in it just for the the money, the fame, the
no,
likes?
because like I think what he's done with the Isha Foundation, pretty crazy, man. Like he's set up volunteers around the world handing out free food, teaching people about yoga. And I think like it's all connected, man. And I had to yoga saved my life and came in the whole vegan aspect or plant-based aspect.
Sure, man.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just like a waterfall of knowledge, and like I didn't even think of it, but I would have to attribute my personal growth to it. But I've always saying that to Sadhguru as well. But saying that I always watch like the videos trying to catch him out because I was pretty skeptical from the start because just don't trust anybody or take it with a grain of salt. And I don't know if you know, but his name actually ignorant guru. So he's like saying to you like straight up like I'm a dummy, like take it with like a grain of salt.
Interesting. I heard something different about his name actually. I heard it meant something. I don't know. I never heard that it meant that. I saw someone told me it meant something completely different. Let me just try and find what someone told me. Yeah, that's interesting.
It could be like a double entendre.
No, you're totally right. No, you're totally right. It does mean what what you said is right. Someone else must have been telling me something wrong. Hey, look, man. I all I can say is that this is really interesting hearing this from you, and it's definitely it's definitely something to consider for sure. It's not like I've not considered it. Like, of course, he's going to have a good impact on some. And the way I've been taking it is that, like, yes, it's great that he has a good impact, but it doesn't render him what's the word I'm looking for? Like, it doesn't mean you can't criticize him.
Impeccable, yeah.
Exactly,
and
exactly, right. And
I think you said it pretty well before, and I did see you mention that and see that where you're not just calling him out singular,
Yeah.
like you'll call a spade when it's a spade.
Yeah.
I personally don't have any against. That's why I just wanted to like bring it up.
But this is good
But
context,
I know that
though.
some people are so attached to it, and like that's one of the things that he tries to tell people. It's like, look, just because I'm telling you this, don't like follow me to the fucking grave. And like people, it's funny, like people just clap whenever he does the namaskar and like hands together. Totally,
Yeah.
people will just like be like, oh yeah, that's a joke, let's laugh, like a laugh cue, even though it might not even hit them. And yeah, look,
definitely.
I see somebody else with their hands up, so thanks for chatting.
No, it's been good,
pretty
man.
much
And
all I wanted
I'll
to
I you
say.
know that I was going to make another video. I am still going to make another video on him. And there's a reason. Then the last video he made about that I found to be like, oh, God, why won't he just shut up about animals? He made a video about something like getting rid of the animal nature inside us. And he goes on in this video about how, we have this animal nature inside us and we need to get it out as if animals are the problem. And it's just little things like that he does that really drive me up the wall, because it's like, dude, it's not animal nature that is the problem. It's human nature. It is in our nature to do horrible things to each other. If anything, we should try to be more like a cow or a sloth, or because they don't just go out and cause pain for nothing. They don't start wars. They don't create nukes and try and threaten each other. Like, why we shouldn't be more human. We should be less human. Humans are terrible. We should be trying to be like a fucking cow.
I see what you're saying, but like again, like I've watched so many of these. Like I already see the point that it's like, look, we've evolved, and this is why like I preach like plant-based, right? It's like, and like I see people like being like, oh, I love meat, or like it's part of my culture. I'm like, no, like we've evolved, technology has changed. It's time to raise our consciousness, or like make the decisions that make sense right now, right? And I think that's what he's trying to say about the animal side of us. It's don't get too stirred up in your emotions. Don't like just think rationally. And I think that's the human side that he's. But hey, I'll watch your video. Maybe hopefully that causes you to like change it, like edit it. But no.
Yeah, I'll have a look at it. I was planning on making it pretty sarcastic, to be honest. But
No,
yeah, more of a fun video.
So what I was trying to like say before, right, about and this is also applying to you, is like you can ride the coattails, or like you're using his platform for good, even though some people might find it negative. I think at the see your video and have another think about it. So all good, man. I've got nothing. I'm not too fussed about it, man.
I appreciate it, but this is good context, though, man. It's definitely nice to hear what you have to say, and it's given me something to really think about with with these videos and things about him. And you've got a good positive energy, man. It'd be good to have you around a bit more, so that when I'm planning a video, I can just be like, hey, dude, what do you think about this? And you can be like, hey, man, look, it's all right. You should chill out. I can be like, okay, cool. I'll get less angry. Thanks. I think I need to talk to you a bit more. No, but dude, awesome to meet you. And yeah, you should join my Discord, man. Actually, it's in my link on the YouTube. In all my videos, you should definitely come in there, and maybe you could suggest some videos and stuff. You seem to have a good head on your shoulders, so it'd be nice to get some input.
Cheers, man. Yeah, definitely. I'm actually pretty new. I've only been on this Discord for like two weeks, but again, I didn't even know this thing existed, and it definitely changed my mind, or opened up my mind on positions that I already had, or were weak on, until I realized, like, damn, honey isn't that good, you know?
Yeah, this is a great Discord to learn, man. Really cool place here.
Perfect. Hey, thanks for having me on. Appreciate the convo.
Thanks, man.
And yeah, keep up the good work, man.
Thanks. Catch you later. All right. Ooh, we have one person waiting to come speak. That was a nice discussion. It's interesting. Wait, what's going on in the chat here? It's called leveragepreneuring. What are you guys talking about right now? You guys still debating over there in the YouTube chat? All right, we have someone queued up waiting to come into the Discord. So let's see. What Magnum? Welcome. Hi.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
Like I'm kind of on the fence of like becoming a vegan, because I'm always like afraid with these kind of things that it like becomes a righteous thing, like. So basically, what I want to say is like there was like some guy on here, actually two guys, I think, when I listened here before, that was talking about like we should kill all lions and stuff, and I just couldn't believe it. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, how can you even say that? It makes no sense, because like you're a vegan, but you want to kill animals. Like, what the fuck? So I was a bit like thrown off about that, and also like, and I've experienced it before also, where like that made me jump on the bandwagon of like vegan people are like self-righteous assholes. Like, so when I was on boarding school, there was some people, you know, on boarding schools. There's like all different kind of people. So when I was on boarding school, I talked to some people that were vegan. I think it was 3 people or something. And I don't know, they just came off as like really like, oh, we know better, and we're better than everybody because we don't eat animals and stuff. And like, sure, you may your ethics towards like food and stuff is maybe better, but it doesn't really make you a better person, I think. But
Yeah.
It's just, I think it's it would be better if we just like, instead of being so self-righteous about it, and like that, it would make it more normal if we stop like pretending we know better and stuff. Like, I just think some people that take it to the extreme, just it's really it's bad, I think.
Yeah, I think the first thing to understand really is that when you go vegan, you do become better than everyone else. I mean, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, obviously. No, but I understand what you're getting at, and like, yeah, maybe it comes across that some people think that. Maybe sometimes people feels like they're saying that, but maybe they're actually not, and maybe that's a problem with the messaging, that maybe some people accidentally fall into that vibe when it's not really what they mean, but they don't know how to say it without it sounding like that. And I've done that before. Absolutely. I've said something I you know, that I thought was totally chill, and then someone said, dude, why are you so self-righteous? And I'm like, I didn't. I wasn't being self-righteous. I was just saying something that I thought was totally normal. So I think sometimes I'll be the first to admit that I think sometimes as vegans, we fall into a position where we forget what it was like when we weren't vegan. And then we say something that a vegan would definitely agree with, but then someone who is new to this world would find it to be like, whoa, that's a bit, you know, that puts me off even talking to you. And then you're like, but this is shit. You need to readjust the way you speak to more suit somebody who's maybe new to this whole thing, right? So that it's not so obvious, right? When you're not a vegan or when you're new to veganism. And if you speak like it is obvious, then it can maybe put someone off because they'll feel like you're judging them. And, you know, and you are judging them. Let's be honest, we all judge each other. Let's not beat around the bush. We're all judging each other. But if you give someone the impression you're judging them, you're probably not going to have a nice conversation after that. So the stuff about lions and killing lions, yeah, I've already said this before, actually, that there's not even any point in having that discussion, because especially here, maybe that discussion should be in specifically only where vegans can come and listen, because yeah, it's okay, talk about it, it's interesting, but it's not going to change anything. No one's going to go out and start killing lions because you decided it's the moral thing. It doesn't matter. So that conversation, yeah, sorry you had to hear it. It doesn't really help you or anything. Yeah. So I can understand why you'd be sat there thinking, what the fuck are these vegans talking about?
Yeah, I just had to get it out, like, because I was just like thinking, like, how can you say that? Like, I'm sure Mother Nature is like, it's intended to be that way. Like, I don't think we should like kill lions. But,
no, I mean, there's a whole there is a whole school of debate on this topic, and it's for vegans mainly. I don't think people who are like brand new to learning about veganism should ever hear that, because it'll just it's like a it is interesting. It's an interesting philosophical debate, but if you're not into that, or you don't want to get into that, and you just jump in and hear these people talking about this stuff, like it for, you know, it just sounds crazy. You're right, totally does. So I understand why that's kind of like off-putting, as, you know, joining vegan groups when they're talking about that kind of stuff. But aside from that, I mean, the rest of the stuff you were saying about being self-righteous and stuff, I would say that it can be also. I said, sometimes vegans can come across that way. That's true, but sometimes the vegan does everything as calmly, politely, and fairly as possible, and someone still calls them self-righteous, and that also happens a lot. And that's mainly down to people's, feeling guilty and not wanting to admit that they're doing something wrong, which it doesn't sound like that's the boat you're in, because you're here and you just said you want to go vegan. So I don't think that's you. But that can also be the problem. So, when you do go vegan, if you try and talk to people about it, just be prepared that no matter how nice you are, they're probably going to call you self-righteous and tell you that you're an asshole. Okay. So just be ready for that. But what exactly is stopping you from doing it then? Like, from, you're interested, you've been learning, like what is your concern, if any?
So like I'm always with these kind of things, like being a part of something like veganism, I'm always a bit I guess afraid of afraid of like being judged by people, and like they think I'm just like a lunatic, because I live in Denmark, and in Denmark we eat a lot of meat. So
okay.
And like my grandparents would for sure think I'm a lunatic if I became vegan. So, and and also like the social part of it, where you like, if you go out to some place, like for example, if I go to my grandparents' house and eat there, I don't want to like say, oh, you have to make special, you have to give me special treatment because I'm special, and even though that's not what I mean, but like it's just, it comes off as that way, I think.
I get it. If for example, I mean, I'm just gonna give you some like real world kind of examples to see how you get through this. So like if for example tomorrow you woke up and you actually physically could no longer eat animal products, like it's not like you've chosen, it is that it is out of your hands, you have some freak allergies from now on, then how would you handle going to your grandparents after that?
Like if I could not eat meat, like
physically can't do it, you can't eat any animal products, you've got some problem with your stomach, it's not possible, what would you say to them?
I mean, I would just say I'm gonna feel sick and I can't eat it, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't eat. I don't know what. I would just say I can't eat it.
And you would politely ask them, like, this is my situation, like, is it all right if you make something new for me, or is it all right if I bring my own food, right? That's pretty much how it would go. So really, and the reason I'm asking you that is there is literally no difference between that and what you would say now if you were vegan. You just say, hey, grandma, granddad, I'm vegan now. And the reason I'm vegan is because animal products now, I don't feel good. I don't want to eat them anymore. They make me feel sick. You don't need to say that if it's a lie. You just say, I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to eat them anymore. So is it okay if you make me something, or I bring my own food? Like, you decide. It's practically the same sentence, except the difference being in one case you were forced to because of an allergy. In the other case, you have decided to because you don't want to do it anymore. You don't need to give them a moral breakdown of why. You don't need to explain it to them. They just need to know that you don't do that anymore. Nothing. They don't need to do anything. They don't want to cook for you. No worries. I'll bring something. No problem. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so it can be done. But the point is, it can be done. I mean, when you look at it practically, there are ways around these things without, especially when you're new to it. It's not nice to have to explain it when you're still learning yourself. These are some quick, easy ways around it where you can just be like, so I'll bring my own food because I'm vegan. So, and they might say, well, it's okay, we'll cook for you. You never know. So that there are ways to get around it. Yeah, they'll think you're crazy, but at least you'll be a crazy person who's living by the way you believe is right. And I think ultimately most people respect that, you stand by what you believe in. So yeah. I've got a Danish friend who's vegan, by the way. He lives in Germany though now, so it's a little bit different. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just letting you know. He's a cool guy. I really like him. So if people in Denmark are like him, then I guess everyone's nice. So that's good.
Yeah, well, we're pretty nice people.
Yeah, cool. So and Denmark's pretty cool for veganism. I went there like last year maybe, and it was pretty good. I think most of the Nordic countries are pretty good. Like, people understand it, and it's becoming more popular. Like, I live in Finland right now, so yeah, I think it's definitely coming around. And
Finland are pretty like far in that. Right, like they're pretty I've heard good things about Finland, like as to their like homosexuals are accepted and what's it, I don't know the word for it. Like it's a progressive country, I
Yes,
guess it's
very
called.
progressive here. Very, very progressive. Yeah, and with vegan products, yeah, the shelves are absolutely stocked with them. In Norway, it's okay, and in Sweden, it's really good, and in Denmark, I remember it being pretty good too. So, yeah, it's pretty
Yeah.
good, man. Aside from those kind of, I mean, I know these social things are definitely tricky, but you can you can totally get around them with a few. You know, it's just about it's about having those kind of plans to like, okay, you don't want to disadvantage anyone with your new lifestyle. I understand that, but you can take responsibility of it then. So don't worry about cooking for me. I'll cook for myself. I'll bring my own food.
Yeah.
Then you've dealt with the problem. That's the easiest way around it, like for sure. Yeah.
No.
And is there anything else? Like what are the like what would stop you like physically, like if you were to say, you know, you obviously you agree with the reasons. I can tell by the way you're talking. I can tell that you've already kind of made the decision that you want to do this.
Yeah.
What would stop you from like doing it tomorrow? Like what would be the main thing holding you back?
Well, nothing. But I mean, I've tried it before, and I want to do it. And it makes me like when I've tried it, I actually felt good after eating. Like I was expecting I would feel like tired and because I didn't really get any like real protein, but
Right.
obviously you do get a bit of protein from beans and stuff, I guess.
A lot. You get a lot of protein from beans, man. They're like one of the best places to get protein. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. So nothing is actually stopping me to answer you. So
Cool, man. Sounds to me like you should go vegan tomorrow then.
yeah, I should, but I don't know. I'm still. It's just like I don't want it to turn into a cult thing. You know, I'm always
Right.
afraid of that to become like a because back in the day when I was younger, I thought vegans are like assholes, and
Yeah.
you know,
Same.
it's a bit like feminism where there's people that take it too far and stuff, and then all feminists all of a sudden are also stupid. But,
Okay. I get what you mean. You're kind of concerned about taking up the mantle of being a vegan.
yeah, like if I were to become a vegan, I wouldn't go around saying I'm a vegan. I would just like the reasons for me being a vegan is like I want to. I think it's first of all I think it's like you know, obviously good for the animals because they don't die.
Yeah.
And also I think it's a way of becoming more like because I love nature and I love animals, and I think it's a way of becoming like more in I don't know, it's gonna sound
Connected.
really like hippie-acty to say, but
Oh, that's
yeah,
cool, man.
yeah, connected, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if
So
you are becoming more connected. Like you're thinking, you're being conscious. You're thinking about what the other experience of animals. Like you're becoming. Of course, you're becoming more connected, and that's great. And I think if you're someone, if you're in it for the right reasons, man, your heart's in the right place. If you're in the, I can understand your concern about being associated with vegans too, because you know if you looked at my YouTube channel, you know it's pretty hardcore sometimes, and I can see some people might be like, oh my god, this guy's pretty hardcore, and I don't know if I'm ready to be associated with some of that stuff, some of those videos. Right?
Yeah.
I get that, and it's natural to be a little bit like, oof, I don't know, but you could easily just in the initial times, if you don't want to call yourself a vegan, you could always just say, oh, okay, I'm plant-based now, and then get comfortable with that and actually be a vegan. You know, you will be a vegan, but you don't have to wear the title or anything. And then maybe once you get more comfortable, you could be like, you know, when you feel more confident in getting out there and talking about it, and you know, then you could just switch it up. I think that's maybe a cool way to do it. That, you know, like to ease you into the kind of lifestyle and the whole cult side of things. That's not even a thing, man. If that's totally up to you. Like, if you want to be involved with the vegan community, if you want to go and meet vegans and hang out and do vegan stuff, like go and protest and or I don't know, go vegan meetups, and it's not like a cult thing, but there's definitely a community, If you're not that into the community, then just go it alone for a little bit. But I would definitely recommend getting involved in a community at some point, because it can be lonely if you're the only vegan in your friend group, you know, with people asking you all the time, like, oh, why don't you eat meat? Blah, blah, blah. Eventually, you're going to want to talk to someone about this and be like, God, guys, this is driving me crazy. And it helps to have a community around you. So, yeah. I've just inboxed you, by the way, the challenge22.com. I'm sure if you've been in this server for a while, you'll have seen this already. But
yeah, I've heard it already. Yeah.
Oh, I highly recommend you do it, man. Like, I don't know if people have sold it properly, but like, or enough. But dude, it's so good. I can't recommend it
What
enough.
is it? What is it really?
So, yeah, so basically you sign up, right, and you go into a Facebook group, and in that Facebook group they have loads of volunteers, and also they have access to professional nutritionists and dietitians, like qualified people, and together they're all volunteering just to help you figure out what are you going to eat, where to buy things, nutrition.
So it's free?
It's free, 100% free. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And it's like, I used to work with that group. I used to do this with them a few years ago, and they have really strict rules on how you're allowed to speak to people. So it's all positivity. It's all like helpful. Like there's no, you know, they really take pride in being super helpful and positive. So it's almost too positive in that. It's almost too much. That's why I couldn't really handle it, because I'm a little bit more straight to the point. And you have to be. They don't like that. They want you to be really nice. So that was kind of like, it's just such a nice place for somebody learning to go into, because it's just, you'll learn very quickly, and they're always welcome to any questions you have, and there's no judgment or anything like that. It's pretty cool.
All right. Well, thank you for answering everything, and you've really inspired me, I would say, to to make the jump and at least try to become vegan. So
Awesome, man. That's amazing. It's amazing. And yeah, I think that's all you needed, really. You already know this. We didn't even need to talk about the reasons why. You already agree with all of that. Now it's about you, like, ripping off the plaster, like ripping off the Band-Aid and just doing it. Like it needs that, you know. It is like, I don't know if you understand that thing the analogy, like, you know, when you've got a plaster and you've had a cut and you have to take it off and it's stuck to your skin, you know, you have to rip it off really quickly, otherwise it hurts a lot.
Oh yeah.
Like that's what I'm trying to say. This is that. It's just that point now where it's like, okay, give yourself a kick up the ass and just go, and don't look back. Just go for it, man. And you definitely aren't going to regret it.
Yeah, sure. Well, I will be trying it. So
awesome, dude.
You know,
cool.
Thank you. I can see there's another person with his hand up. So I'm gonna leave now.
Cool, man. All right, nice to meet you, and good luck.
Too. Yeah, bye.
All right. All right, people in the audience, if a mod wants to take over, please. I'm gonna have to go. So if I know there's somebody waiting to speak as well, that person's a vegan also. So maybe a mod can come over and chat to the vegan who wants to come speak. Is there a mod in here? I don't even see any mod. Yeah, of course there's a mod. Any mod wants to come in? Money. Yes, there we go. We got someone. Are you in? Has vegan? Yes. Currently can't hear you. I don't know if there's something with your mic.
Okay.
Oh, cool. It's working
Yeah,
now. Hello? Oh, it's not working again.
Yeah.
No,
do
it's
you need
working.
to step?
We keep talking over each other. Yeah, I'm going to be leaving now. So are you okay to take over?
Yeah, no problem.
Awesome, dude. Thanks so much.
Take care.
Thanks, bye. All right. Cool, guys. That was nice, wasn't it? That was a really nice couple of conversations there. That was really cool. Hench Herbivores, what are you saying, bro? How's it going? I would like to offer my cookbook. Where do you get your protein to that last caller? Yeah, Hench, drop me a message and I can if you want, send it over to me. I can send it over to him. That would be cool. I don't know if I'm looking up here because my phone's on charge up ahead, up on top, because I've not got. Oh, so Hench, yeah, if you want to inbox me, dude. Oh shit, what's going on with my? No. Okay, charge. Yeah, I can send it over. So, Okay, we've got a few donations here. Thank you so much, Julie, for the animals. Thank you, 40-year-old vegan. I believe Annie already said, but please subscribe to the 40-year-old vegan's YouTube channel. Tattoo. I'm not gonna get that tattooed. All right, I'm sorry, but subscribe to the 40-year-old vegan's YouTube channel. Definitely. Sajani, thank you so much. Tattoo Anti-Meat Flake Social Club. Not happening. Hello.
On the chest here.
Yeah, just get it straight on. No, thank you, Sajani, but thank you so much for the donation. All right, guys, I'm already sweating. We're about to start tattooing. How great is that, huh?
Are you ready to see if you accept any of these potatoes I have?
All right, let's take a look then. Come over.
I have a few potatoes. I have
All right.
three potato options.
All right.
For you here.
Let me just switch the microphone on to an open one so that it can hear both of us, because currently it only can hear me. Currently, it can only hear me. There we go. Now it's everyone should be able to hear both of us when we talk now, I think. Okay. Try and speak. Say hello.
Hello.
That's better. All right.
Okay.
All right. So what's going on then?
Okay, we have 3 potatoes over here.
Yeah.
Potato number 1.
Right.
Potato number 2.
All right.
Potato number 3.
All right, guys.
And it can be with or without the texts.
So this is what we've got going on here, guys. We've got potatoes. Oh, okay. There we go. So this is number 1. That's number 2. That's number 3. Personally, I'm feeling number 1 without the speech bubble.
Without anything.
Just the number, yeah.
I thought it was funny because like potato, I'm vegan.
I know.
But also.
I know, but I kind of like number 1 just without the I'm vegan. I think just the number 1 is cute by itself. It's kind of funny. I don't know if I'm feeling the little speech bubbles, but I like the little smiley face. I think that's all right. But then again,
also do number 3 with the smiley.
I kind of like the simplicity of this one though. Also, like it's very simple.
This is more cartoony. The first one, like kitty cartoon, like a cutesy.
Yeah.
Like a cutesy one.
We've got a few people voting for number 1.
After I drew the number 1, I was like, is it too cutesy for you? Do you want more like a rough potato?
Yeah.
And then I drew the second one.
I mean, it is kind of cutesy, but that, I don't know if it kind of fits me really. I mean, maybe the rough, no smiley face potato would be more my vibe.
And then the third one is kind of a mix. It's kind of a rough one, but then kind of has the eyes there. Could also have like a smiley face. If you
I feel like a lot of the people voting for number 1 are, a lot of people voting for number 1. All right. I mean, are you sure, guys? I mean,
well, in the end, it's up to you.
oh, we got a 3 and a 2 vote. See, I'm kind of going with 40-year-old vegan because look, I'm 32, he's 40, or she. I think he's a guy. It's a guy, right? 40-year-old vegan. He's 40. I'm 32. I feel like we're on the same kind of. I feel like most of the rest of the people here are little young whippersnappers voting for number 1. Whippersnappers, like, in their 20s. And so that's why I'm feeling like maybe 2 is the one. This would be boring, because like I am getting a bit old and boring. So maybe 2 is the one. And I'm not really like cutesy. I'm not a cutesy guy. I'm not cutesy. Look at me. I got a beard. I'm not cutesy. I'm thinking 2.
Just without any eyes or a smile?
Yeah, I'm thinking just go straight up for a bloody.
The third one has the eyes.
It's too like anime. I'm not even like into that kind of stuff,
What if it had like the same eyes and smile as?
No, it's nice. I like number 1. It's cute, but I don't want it tattooed on me. Like you should have it. That's something you would get. Like,
exactly.
This is good. Just do me a bloody potato.
What
just
about
do me
this
a potato.
with it?
I don't. Nah. Oh, that looks.
Like,
That's different.
Like, because this with it, like vegan, like obviously potato is vegan.
All
but
right.
It's kind of funny.
All right. That's cool. I like that. So we're thinking the text, the vegan text, right here, the vegan text with that one. So that one's saying vegan because it's just a bloody potato and it's saying vegan, and that's more my vibe. That's sarcasm because it's like the potato with no face or mouth is saying vegan, and it's just funny. Or it's like claiming it's vegan, and it's like either way, I like that. So all right, I think I'm in on that.
Okay, we can do the potato first, and then we can see if we do the.
All right, yeah, that sounds fun. Yeah, we're gonna go with the second one, guys. We're gonna go to potato number 2. Potato number 2. What about one? What about that? You just put potato.
Yeah,
Potato. That's kind of funnier than vegan. It's just like clearly, like in case anyone's wondering what it potato.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Sweet. So that's what we're gonna do. And then all right. Yeah. Sweet.
And the placement.
We've already decided the placement, right?
Okay. So I'll get the thing to shave your legs.
Yeah.
And disinfectant stencil.
And is there
I need to make the see. I have.
Do you know what would be good if I could set up a tripod so it's just like here and it's looking straight there, but I'm trying to figure out how I don't really
Well,
have
you can
one.
just glance sometimes with the camera. But this I made this already. I just need to because we weren't sure which one, so I'll make
Okay.
this one through then and then cut it. And
All
then
right.
place it. And
Sweet.
In the meantime, maybe because we have the beds.
Oh yeah, I'll do that now. Well, you need to be involved, don't you? I mean, I can do it with the guys maybe. I can do it with the viewers maybe. Sorry.
I'm here.
Okay, cool. All right, so here's what we're gonna do now, guys. So this is kind of funny. We have some free bets on a betting website. What the hell's going on? We have some free bets on a betting website, like free ones that we didn't use yet. So we were thinking, why don't we, for the England game? So we were thinking, why don't we make them together? And the profits, if we win big, we'll split. We're going to make big bets, not big bets. We're going to make bets that would give us a lot of money if we won. So not easy ones, like the free bets are only small, but we want to like make it so that if we win like thousands. And if we win thousands, we'll split it directly straight down the middle with the sanctuary. We were thinking that's a good idea. So what was the website that we used? Oh fuck. I thought I bookmarked it. Let's go take a look at what we could do. You guys can help us decide. Paddy, I've got it. It's here. This is the one that we had it on. So bear with me, guys, and you can help us do this. We're gonna go and we're gonna go try and. Do we have them on it? I'm sure it's here, right?
We didn't use
Yeah, they're here. £40 free bets. Cool. All right then. So, football tonight, guys. It's happening soon. You guys can help us. Let's see if we can win some money for the animals, and also, for my work too, for the channel. In the same go. So let's open the game. Where's the football? All right, hold up. Just trying to get it up. Not like that. More Italy versus England prices. All right, so there was like a thing there that was like 5 times. So England to win. Okay, this is interesting. England to win and Raheem Sterling to have 1 or more shots on target in 90 minutes is 5-1. So a £10 free bet returns £50. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good, isn't it? I think 5 times. That's a safe bet. That's a very safe bet, I think.
Okay, let's do that.
But I mean, if you do like, wait, maximum stake is 20. If you put 20, you win 100. I think that's like a no-brainer. Yeah. Like if England win, Raheem Sterling was having shots last game. I don't see how that's not even a thing. That could be like a quick £100, £50 for the sanctuary. I don't know, guys. I feel like that's the safest. Let's do a safe one and a crazy one. I think that's what we'll do. That's the safe bet. We're going to do it. Yay. We're going to use the free bets balance for that one. Okay, now potential returns 80 because it doesn't include the free. Okay, fine. I think that's good. I think that's safe, though. All right, let's go for that. Boom. That's one done.
Nice.
Very cool. Okay, next one. All right, close it. Okay, where's the okay, 20 £20 left. Now we're going to make a crazy bet, guys. We're going to make a crazy bet and we're going to try and get some really big, like crazy. There's something that would make a lot of money. I'm trying to look for it now. So I think you can do there's like a thing you can do here called a bet builder where like if multiple things happen, you win a fuckload of money. So let's take a look here in this bet builder. Oh my lord, there's so many things you can choose. Mm-hmm. So we can choose, for example, how many goals there are going to be. And we've got like, okay, over 1.5 goals or under 1.5 goals. There's one. So basically, yeah, will there be 2 goals scored? Yes or no? It's one of the ones you can choose. I mean, it's these finals, so I mean, we've got to be sensible in that it's probably not going to be like a crazy goal fest, is it? Right? It's going to be tight. So, what do you think? Should we go boring? Should we go under 1.5 goals?
No boring.
Well, I mean, no. Boring is in like, I think the game's going to be pretty stalemated. I mean, yeah, someone's already said under 1.5. I agree. Let's go under 1.5. There we go. Number 1 done. Okay, so that needs to come in as part of this long bet. We could say a player that will have 1 or more shots on target, like Harry Kane, for example. I think he would, obviously. So if he, well, there's others as well, but I think Harry Kane wasn't actually that good. There's Sterling again. I don't know much about the Italian players. Does anybody know about the Italian players? About like if any of them are more likely to have shots on target? Anyone knows that? Guys, by the way, we're not going to be doing this for very long. Don't worry. Like as soon as we're done with the betting, the free bets, I'm going to move on to another thing. We're going to do some reactions to videos and stuff. All right. So don't worry. Hang about. Help me get through this. Let's win some fucking money.